Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Hello and welcome to Gamers Without Borders, and welcome to our final day of our Rainbow Six Siege competition. That means that today we're going to have two more regional champions, and that means that those two spots that remain at Gamers 8 later in the year will be filled. And of course, $1.25 million will be donated to charity by the end of this stream. So let's get this pre-show started, brought to you by Savvy Games Group. My name is Banks, and I'm your host, and I'm joined in the virtual studio by Fresh and by Anne. And we kicked off these regions yesterday, and it's already the final today. Two best of fives. How you feeling? You ready?
Yeah, very ready. I mean, it was a short night after a long game that we had yesterday, but I'm ready and I'm super looking forward to this best of five.
Ooh, I like it. I like that you're feeling good, Fresh. You're looking great over there, the floating head over to my left. You know, you were over on the B stream yesterday. You were covering Liquid and M80's victories. Were there any surprises over there? Any drama?
No real surprises, to be honest. I think that, you know, both of the teams that were expected to win over on the B stream yesterday, they did win. They got themselves into the finals. But, you know, it was a nice little break for me as well, getting to get away from the desk, getting on the cast for a couple of games as well. So, you know, hopefully Demo's feeling better and is back on the cast again today.
I hope you're also not referring to the fact that you got to escape from me and Anne, because we're happy to have you over here.
I'm excited to be back, Barney.
Outrageous comments over there. All right, I'll get you later. Right, let's remind ourselves of where we left off yesterday, okay? Let's take a look at the bracket as it stands over here in LATAM. We're going to kick things off. We've got 2 regional grand final, best of 5s, like we've already mentioned today. We're going to kick things off in Latin America. There's your bracket as it comes up to now, and then Team Liquid are going to be going off against NIP. Then after that, we'll have our NA final between DarkZero and MAT. And I'm loving this setup, right? Because we had high expectations for these teams yesterday, and they delivered.
Exactly, yeah, and I feel like this is what we were expecting from the 2 teams in the grand final for, I'd probably say, both Latin America and North America. I mean, MAD and DarkZero, as I mentioned yesterday, probably didn't get the most out of their major visit as they would have wanted to. And potentially, I guess the same goes for the LATAM teams. I mean, Liquid having a great showing, and then kind of fumbling the bag in the finals. And for NIP, I guess we'll see what they can get from this as well.
Oh, fumbling the bag, it's so awful. It's just that age-old thing of Liquid, but we're going to get to that in a bit. Speaking of yesterday, we got a recap for you with all of the action from the 2 regions, fresh, as you guys will be taking us into our first final today, NIP and Liquid. You know, they're both top-tier teams. They're playing very well right now, but generally, what separates them?
I think probably just a little bit of consistency in terms of NIP. You know, if we look back at the history of these 2 teams, NIP and Liquid, 2021, they played a grand final up against each other, best of 5, excellent game. The NIP came out on top. Since then, Liquid have been in a lot of finals, a lot of semi-finals, whereas NIP had a big period of inconsistency, dropped down, had to pick up new players, rebuild themselves, and now they're finally back. These 2 teams, they've been old foes for a long time, so I am expecting a lot coming out of this best of 5.
Ooh, fireworks today, I like it. And individually, right, who, you know, would you say was the biggest surprise for you from NIP yesterday? Because, you know, we had Muzi putting up consistent numbers, but then in that final map, it was a bit of a masterclass from all of them.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like these NIP players were kind of taking shifts a little bit. Muzi was very consistent in his performance all over those 3 maps. And then you have, for example, Psycho having a great showing on one of those maps. Wizard had some step-ups, and as you mentioned, Cons as well, showing up on towards that final map. So it's good that you have these players that can vary into who's going to step up on this map, who's going to step up on that map. And it's not always just this one person that we're looking at to put numbers on the board.
Fresh, you were telling me that Liquid were extremely OP yesterday. Were there any,
Yes.
I know there were like standout performances, but was it just kind of a bit of a masterclass, right?
Yeah, there was a masterclass from Liquid all across the board. I think particularly Palu looked like back to, well, not even back, he never went away. He was his terrifying self yesterday. But also Volp stepped up big yesterday as well.
Okay, well, if you watched yesterday's stream, speaking of Palu, okay, we've seen many head-to-heads where we discuss the 2 best players from each team after each map. So we're going to take a quick look at the best players from each region from yesterday, okay? So we've already said that from NIP, we feel like Muzi played very well, but an absolute monster performance from Gavini at DarkZero, right, Anne?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, you look at the entry stats, it's been very active in that engagement. And then the rating of 1.81 as well, that is extremely high. Also, the KD difference, putting up 36 kills, that is really, really impressive. A very high cost too, and a really good addition to this roster. It's been a little since they've added him to the roster, but he's definitely putting up numbers for his team.
Yeah, Fresh, do you feel like you've already mentioned that Palu, like, he had an incredible performance? Was there anything specific about what he was doing that was kind of, you know, putting him leagues above the rest in terms of, you know, being up against Tropa Chaos? Or was it just kind of the usual suspects for him?
It was just usual suspects for him. He had a great round where he was playing Warden in the Showers 90 of Oregon, and he managed to get a 4K by he played Ring Around a Rosie with a Blitz that was charging through Showers, and just managed to, he put the goggles on of Warden, and in one clip of those goggles, got a 4K, won the round for his team. And it's stuff that we've known Palu to do. And then just a quick word on Gaveni, by the way, because, like, I saw that, as, you know, as I woke up this morning. Excellent performance from him. He would have broken, had it have gone to 3 maps, he would have broken a best of 3 kill record yesterday with just how many kills he was getting.
Ooh, do we have best of 3 kill record? Because we almost had a best of 5 kill record the other day, didn't we? I think we were almost approaching that 67 mark. I think we ended up with 60, but it could happen today if those players also put up that kind of performance. So let's touch on the schedule for today, because I know that all of you at home are wondering about timings. You want to set your clocks, set your alarms, especially if you're in Europe. But hey, we're gamers. We don't sleep. Don't worry about it. Team Liquid going up against NIP, 9 o'clock CEST. That's very soon, and that's going to be our first best of 5. Later on today, we are scheduled for a 1 a.m. CEST start from M80 going up against DarkZero. Also fresh, I wanted to touch on the B stream yesterday. I kind of wanted to lean into, you know, how difficult these matches were for each of our respective teams who are now still in the competition. So was it that Tropic Chaos were kind of falling apart? Could they not handle it? Or Liquid were just, you know, leagues ahead of them in terms of skill?
I think Liquid are leagues ahead genuinely in terms of skills and strategy. The way they were doing the map bans, the operator bans, and then playing to the win conditions of those maps and of those operator bans, is Liquid was just so far in front of Tropic House. They, you know, obviously have the great gunners, they have absolutely everything, but the strategy was great on top of it. And I think, you know, Tropic House will look back at it and think, yeah, we got our strategy a little bit wrong yesterday going up against Liquid, and they got, you know, the game was handed to them.
Right, we've got Gavini on one hand, and we've got... Oh, sorry, no, we don't have Gavini on one hand. What am I talking about? It's Liquid versus NIP. Banks, sort yourself out. I'm in the spaceship. The air is thin. Come on, guys. Don't worry about it. Right. Liquid were on the B stream yesterday, making their presence known, and we had a chance to catch up with them a little bit earlier this week, and this is what they had to say.
I'm Paulo. I'm from Team Liquid. I've been playing Rainbow Six like since it released. I started playing at PS4. When I turned 18, I started playing like on bootcamp. 6 months later, I joined Team Liquid. Right now, I play as a flex, let's say, more as a vertical when needed, but it's hard to say today's on Siege. It's not like fixed position, let's say. So yeah, our biggest strength right now is the way we adapt, like know how to play different styles, and we have like a escape for everything that we find out that kind of may surprise us in the middle of the match. And our biggest weakness, oh, it's hard to say, but like maybe our mental, everything was doing well, and then something happens and you kind of start to maybe doubting what we planned or something like that, and that's a bad thing, you know. Sometimes it can goes everything down the hill. Our preparation was, let's say, kind of hurry. We just arrived from the major, so we haven't had a lot of time to prepare, but we knew the teams that they could face because we watched like the open qualifiers. So yeah, like we right now are just like screaming a little bit on the time that we have and study for the teams, right? Always playing against BDS is a great match. They are a really strong team, and it's always like really good matches. We want to win the game without borders to qualify for the Gamers 8. As I said, like we played last year and it was an amazing event. Like it was one of the best we have ever been to, and we want to experience it again. Like we even shared with our new teammates that wasn't playing last year's, and they wanna like for sure qualify because it was like really amazing, you know. We are gonna win it all. Like we are coming from the major, we fall on the finals, and we wanna like get revenge. Especially we wanna play against W7M that are already on the Gamers 8. So yeah, that's basically it. Last year we got invited direct to the event, so we weren't a part of the pyre, let's say. So yes, it's always a noble cause, and it's amazing. Like you can choose where the money will be sent to, and see like the people getting beneficial with it, you know. So we have showed a lot of our game, and I think you guys should be scared of us. I want to appreciate everyone that sent matches for us, that's our stream for us. We are doing the best we can. Unfortunately, we haven't lifted a trophy for a while, and we really want to give you guys that feeling, because yeah, we are giving it all, and for sure it's going to be this event.
Palu, an OG. He's been there since the inception of this esport. You know, seen it all, but keeping his teammates' heads above water after a loss like that at the Copenhagen Major. He's been there time and time again. Fresh, that's quite a big ask, isn't it? Like mentally, like he's already said.
Yeah, and that was the big, expectation for us seeing Liquid yesterday in those semi-finals is how are they going to turn up? How are they going to come back? And are they going to come back with a vengeance and put on a performance? And that is exactly what they did. They started it off. They went on Theme Park, known as a defender-sided map. They got a 5-1 attack split on it. They were cruising, and they were looking lethal. Other than just one or two, misplays or rush attempts that they, maybe shouldn't have tried, but they were just that much in the ascendancy, it didn't really matter. It was basically a perfect day coming out from them yesterday. So, they've rebounded pretty well.
In that video,
for them as well. Yeah. Sorry. With the two sides of that interview, one part was very wholesome, where it was like, we're playing a charity event and we can donate money to a good charity. And the other side was, we want our revenge on W7M. And W7M's already at the event. So is BDS, another team that stopped them from having, a major win. So I guess the motivation for Liquid is at an all-time high to win this game today, just so they can face those two opponents at Gamers 8 later this year.
I mean, Fresh, we're talking about this situation of they're aiming for W7M. Obviously, they've got to get through NIP to get there anyway in the first place. But given their performance yesterday, you said that they're on cruise control. Very different opponent, of course. Got to take that into consideration. But the masterclass they showed yesterday, what's this rematch going to look like if they go up against W7M? Kind of want to look into the future a little bit. Give everyone a little bit of, dangle the carrot.
Oh, it could well be a spicy one. Like I say, every single tournament we go into it with Team Liquid have been like, can they finally get over the line? Can they actually win this event? And again, they got into another final. They lost it to W7M, and they lost it, and they just crumbled as well in that final. So there'll be a lot of motivation if it happens at Gamers 8 that, it's Team Liquid that go through and they get a shot at W7M. That will be one of the spiciest matchups of the year, for sure.
Ooh, and NIP's match, went the distance yesterday to a team that admittedly said that match against los+one is developing into a grudge match. So it's fair to say, I feel like, they had it harder than Liquid yesterday, right?
Oh, they definitely did. Yeah, Liquid's match felt like a very, very easy one in comparison to the one that Ninjas in Pyjamas had yesterday. They won all 3 maps, and the first 2 maps had overtime as well. A little bit of a slower start from NIP on that first map. They were still able to take it home. Then that second map, it felt so slow. It was bank. They were slow on defense. They were slow on attack. They were struggling with some roam presence on the side of los+one. They were struggling with some info game or intel game that was coming out from los+one. And then we had 2 maps overtime. We went to that third map, and it was a 7-1 on Villa. NIP just stormed over los+one, whereas los+one probably had a lot of motivation in that grudge match against NIP, but they were unsuccessful to do so. So NIP facing Liquid in the finals today. After having a difficult game yesterday, they'll have to regather themselves and hopefully have a smoother game today.
On the side of los+one, it just seemed like all of their energy was just sapped going into that third and final map. NIP just kept applying that pressure, and eventually, they just smashed it out of the park. We're going to have the vetoes of the maps. We're going to have a look at the picks. We're going to hyper-analyze this one, guys. We're waiting for a few players to join the lobby, so let's focus in on some of these maps. Fresh, I'm going to kick things off with you. First pick being Oregon. What are you thinking? Or Jesse said yesterday, Boregon.
Boregon, is he calling it that?
Yeah,
is he really going with that? I think he wants it out.
Yeah.
I think, looking at the first couple of bans, we've got Bank and Theme Park coming in as the first couple of bans. Now, Team Liquid, they don't really like Bank and Cafe, so I'm not surprised to see them get rid of Bank. They had a rough time on it during the major. NIP taking away Theme Park, like I said, it's one of Liquid's favourite maps, and they looked devastatingly good on it yesterday, even on the attack side. So those 2 bans don't really surprise me. Liquid then picking into Oregon, I'm absolutely expecting that because of how good they were on Oregon yesterday. For NIP, there's 2 maps they don't want to play, Theme Park and Oregon. So whichever one was open, Liquid was absolutely gonna pick. Now, Chalet is the interesting one for me because Nip had to do a little bit of a comeback on it when they played it against yesterday. Liquid also like it. So I think maybe Nip could have gone for, a slightly better pick for the first map of Chalet, but that's always going to be very hard into Liquid, who have a massive map pool.
Yeah, if you look at these first 2 picks coming out, it's for both teams their most picked maps in either best of 3 or best of 5 situations. Yes, as you mentioned, that might be a little bit of an advantage for Liquid going into Chalet because it's also the map that they do have their best defensive win rate on. I am super excited for Oregon 2, our first map, as it's not a map that NIP play or like to play at all. So either they're cooking onto something or they just haven't, practiced it in scrims, for example. We then have Liquid banning out Skyscraper, one of their merge maps making sense, and NIP on border banning that out, not their greatest map either. Liquid then pick Villa, which is odd considering they only have a 33% win rate on this map, but it was going to be the decider yesterday. They ended up not going there, but that kind of signals that Liquid does feel comfortable going onto that map. NIP then also won it yesterday against los+one, 7-1, very convincing, but they do have the worst attack and win rate on that map.
Okay, what are we thinking about Cafe being that deciding map then as well, Fresh?
Well, Cafe is a very curious one because I have it as a very high preference for Ninjas in Pyjamas. So if we get to Cafe, NIP should be the favourites, especially considering Cafe for the longest time for Liquid through this stage, through the major, was their permaban. So I'm guessing Liquid have tried to leverage better maps during the early phase of this ban veto. But if it does end up going to 5 maps, what that does is it creates the advantage for NIP if it does go to 5 maps.
Well, this is a very different team. We've mentioned about NIP going up against los+one yesterday. los+one are very young, fresh, up and coming. This is a Liquid team who are solid, sturdy. They're OGs. They're tried and tested. So I'm going to come to you, Fresh, first about this. I want to see, on the B stream, you've obviously said that yesterday Liquid, pretty flawless, no real issues there. Could you see any cracks whatsoever in their gameplay that you could think, oh, NIP could possibly take advantage of that tomorrow?
Genuinely, there was very few. When you start playing on Theme Park and you start an attack and then you go 5-1 because you can attack it super well, you've not got a problem. And the way that Liquid ban is they ban to give themselves crutch operators, especially on the defense, whenever they go into their defense. So that's why their defense is just so good. Then they went over to Oregon, started defense first there, 5-1 again, and then just saw it out. Realistically, the only thing that I would say is they weren't presented a massive opposition yesterday. It was almost like they were, and I don't want to be too disrespectful to Tropicals because obviously they did try, but I think they got the wrong strategy going into it. But Liquid basically didn't get out of second gear yesterday. That will be different today with NIP. NIP will punish Liquid a little bit more. But if you're looking for scores out of 100, I think Liquid was 95, 96% out of 100 yesterday.
Oof. Okay, Anne, I'm going to come to you now and ask you a similar question. NIP, what are you thinking in terms of them coming into this against a team like Liquid? Obviously very different to yesterday's match, but also where NIP showing a few cracks in their game as well going into this?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, NIP was super strong on the entry department yesterday, but their entry conversion, on the other hand, wasn't always the greatest. That did combine with some confidence that I saw getting those entries on the board. There are players on 1 speeds, like Aruni's, just swinging around the corner, contesting map control wherever they could, which kind of fits into their playstyle, right? Being slow, contesting map control, making sure that, for example, Liquid as well can't get an inch of the map. If they're able to do that to you and they stay confident, then, NIP might have a decent chance.
Okay, we've had a lot of maybes, we've had a lot of mights, we've had a lot of okay so-sos. Fresh, give me a prediction, give me a score line. It's a best of 5. Come on, this is for the viewers.
Oh, this is for the viewers. I believe in Liquid. I believe that they will get to this tournament, and I believe they're going to do it in spectacular fashion, Barney. You want the score line? 3-0.
Oh, Anne looks shocked. Is she going to go 3-0 or are you going to go 3-1? What do you say?
I do agree with what Fresh said earlier about that decider map. If it does eventually go to that, then it might lean into the favor of NIP, considering it is one of Liquid's most disliked maps. So I'm looking for Liquid to either close this out in a 3-0 or a 3-1. Otherwise, it's going to go in the favor of NIP.
Okay, well, not that it matters for any of the viewers, but I'll go for NIP then, everyone. Right, you know what we think? Let's find out what our casters think. It's time to go over to Demo and X. Let's start our first grand final in the LATAM region.
Hello everybody, Barney, thank you very much indeed. Demo, I hope you're feeling well today because we have got a heck of a series on our hand. A classic, you could say. NIP versus Liquid.
I mean, listen to the desk. It might be a quick one, which is very good for me, Ollie, as we know. I haven't been the greatest, but I'm feeling a little bit better today. So yeah, happy to be back with you here, ready for, of course, our old home, Ollie, Brazil.
It really is. Now, Demo, if I was to say to you the word 27, what would that mean to you?
Is that how many times this game's been played?
So many times Liquid have played up against NIP here. These two orgs have been waging war against one another since before 2019. Now, I'm going to throw a few more stats at you, Demo, because you know me, I love a little bit of LATAM, and I couldn't wait to dive into the numbers when we found out who was going to be playing against one another today. What are our maps, Demo? We're going to start off on Oregon today. Do you want to ask me how many times NIP have won Oregon against Liquid?
Go on then. Surprise.
0. Liquid 4-0 here on Oregon against NIP. Now, there are a couple of draws thrown in there that I'm not counting before anybody gets on my back. Second map of Chalet. Ask me how many times Liquid have won Chalet against NIP.
3.
Twice. Very close. Twice. NIP have never won Chalet either. So already you look at those first two maps, and before I dug into the numbers and looked into everything, I thought, you know, these look good maps for Liquid. We know Liquid to be fantastic. Now, I'm going to caveat every piece of information that I've just given you with the fact that we're, of course, dealing with a large array of historical stats there, and these rosters are wildly different as they have been over the course of many years. NIP, of course, making some very recent changes along with Liquid, but I am going to come in here with a little bit of bias because I watched the Liquid game yesterday. I got to cast it, and they looked wonderful.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, Liquid should be beating a team. You know, that they should be beating teams of that caliber. You know, from us as a up-and-coming team. You know, we've seen players, yes, have played in Tier 1 before, but, you know, it's not the same. We know it's not the same. I think NIP got pushed a lot yesterday, the first two maps especially. los+one, maybe you could argue they should have won. I think they were 6-5 up in Chalet, and yeah, NIP a little bit shaky. I expect Liquid to come in here today and just dominate. That's what I think. And I looked at the, you know, the first two maps. I don't see NIP winning those first two. You get to Villa, maybe that's the map. That's really the only map I can see them winning. And you can sit there and argue, okay, that might start, you know, they lose the first two, then they can start to come back. I mean, if you're 2-0 down, how many reverse sweeps have we ever seen in this game? Just the one?
The thing that NIP have done, and I think they've done it in kind of a clever way, and it was maybe the only way that they could navigate it, is that we've listened to the video that Palu's done a couple of times now. We got to watch it yesterday on the B stream. We've got to see it here again ahead of this game. And one of the things that Palu talks about there is they're almost their own worst enemy. They get into their own heads. So if anyone's capable of choking a league, it's a team like Liquid, because they have that form, they have that previous of, you know, not being able to close it out. So for me, NIP, they've got some of those maps that they're a little bit more favoured toward coming in toward the end of the veto. But of course, this is a best of 5. It is well and truly a marathon and not a sprint, and it really depends on how both two teams come out of the gate. I think on the flip side, if we want to discuss NIP for a moment, Demo, they had, I would argue, quite a difficult game yesterday. Of course, the sort of last minute announcement of cameraman, you know, these announcements come out at the 11th hour, it seems, but as we both know, teams and players, and they'll be playing with each other prior to this. There will be some sort of understanding. It's obviously a limited amount, but there might be a week or two head start that the teams and players have got, you know, knowing about these roster moves. But it's still difficult then for NIP to come in. I think that's one of the reasons why they struggled quite a bit yesterday. But here and now, they're going against Liquid, and this is a team that they know very well.
Yeah, again, it's that familiarity. How many times have we seen, you know, these two sides up against each other? Well, 27. You told us that, didn't you? I mean, you talk about, you know, different rosters. I think there's what Psycho and NIP has played in every game. Same with Nesk. So there is, you know, I suppose that to look at is there is still some familiarity, but yeah, vastly different. But here we go into the game.
Kick things off here with a ban. Very good yesterday at going for some quite nice target bans. Not necessarily removing meta operators, more looking toward moving things that they know players to have quite a liking for on either side. So we're going to get the mute ban come out here. Nook mute. Mute's not incredibly off the wall. It's not definitely directly targeting someone, but there's definitely an idea behind that.
It's good for Oregon because now Flores looks a lot better. You know, you think about the elbow shield. How many times do we see somebody just go behind the barrels, send in the Flores drones, eliminate that big piece of utility? What's the counter? Oh, and mute jammer, pretty obvious. But yeah, that's going to help, I think, Liquid in those kind of early attacks. You know, breaking down that basement. All we've said it before. You know, Fresh will agree with me. I think many pros will agree with me. Basement on Oregon is the hardest bomb site to attack in the game.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Absolutely not an easy site at all. We saw that demonstrated yesterday. Liquid were fantastic here on Oregon. I'm not expecting it to be as easy for them this time around, though, going up against NIP.
I have another point.
Be brought.
I have another point that you're not going to like.
Oh dear. I've got a few more, by the way, so you can keep them coming. We can go back and forth. We can battle with this.
So the old NIP's back, Ollie, from what I was watching yesterday.
I mean, if you're telling the old NIP's back, I'm just expecting to see electrical hatch drops or when they get onto their attack, so I'm not worried at all.
It's too slow.
Yeah.
Too slow. That's the issue for NIP yesterday. Really just... It didn't ever feel as though they had, like, real control in their attacks. If they won a round, it was like, you know, wow, they've hit some incredible shots, but you can't do that consistently. I mean, Liquid, Ollie, we talk about pace and, you know, we say NIP's too slow. How can he be slow with a blitz?
Volps was disgusting yesterday on this operator, and he's doing the same thing again already.
Look at this.
The speed of the roam clear was devastating. I think he picked up 3. I'm not sure he got the 4th. He may have got the 4th kill on the blitz, on the roam clear yesterday on this very map. So Volps is not afraid at all to get in and put some pressure on nice and early. He's going to be doing exactly the same here. We can still see that there's setup going on. There's deployable shields still being placed. First kill going to go in onto Psycho. Nesk pushing into the freezer on his own. Volps was trying to play a little bit of distraction there for him, but it didn't really work out. And as such, Volps has had to dip himself back.
Worrying, I would say, from Liquid. Just it's giving yourself up in freezer where realistically all you have to do is sit in the stairs. You don't have to swing. Just as long as you can tell your team, okay, I have freezer on lock. That's all he needed to do there. Swings into the mirror window, swings into the shield, loses himself. Yeah, it's a rough one, I think, for Liquid to take early on. There goes the Flores drones, which again we expected to see, obviously with the mute being banned away. That's exactly what Liquid are all about, is, you know, being able to bring the operators that are really good now, depending on their banning state. And yeah, can now just move through the motions, kind of get that checklist ticked off and figure out what they want to do. But I think a lot of this rise of Volps and taking freezer without Nesk is going to be tricky, though.
Yeah, he's got to do it on his own, which is never ideal. He's got a smoke in hand, and it looks as though he's ready for the 3-2-1 to come through. Utility now starting to get sent out. He's going to try and block that line of sight on the mirror window. Warden can activate the goggles, though, and he's going to have a field day here if they land the shots. Couple of kills landing either way. Most importantly, Volps is down. Leveled out in a 2 versus 2. Uzi playing tight. He's going to drop the diffuser cold on the ground. 3 quick kills coming in there. The player previously getting finished off. The final kill coming in. Great hold there from NIP.
Lagonis, you knew he was there. You're running the LMG, for goodness sake. What, like, just pre-fire. It's not difficult. Do I expect too much out of this team? Do I?
Round 1 demo, best of 5. Give him the benefit of the doubt. It is, as you said, the most difficult side to attack in the game.
It is. But just moments like that, it feels like common sense. You have an LMG, you know where he is. Pre-fire.
I think NIP played into it very well, because it would have been very easy for them to try and waste a little bit of time on a bit more of an extension and a bit more of a roam, and Volps was looking to try and punish that, and then when that didn't happen, the blitz is all but useless, because we've got the Warden in sight. There's no one there to back him up, because obviously Nesk has been taken down. I think NIP played into that really nicely.
I get your point, but I think that they were using the blitz in the wrong way. Sure, blitz is good for the roam game, like you mentioned, you know, being able to move in, clear out, you know, the bomb sites, or clear out the roamers who may be upstairs. But blitz is also really good for pushing blue. Really, really good for into elbow. You're fighting just a one-way angle. That's where I would have used the blitz. So in my opinion, I think Liquid just kind of got their rules muddled up there a little bit.
Well, I'm sure it's a mistake that we won't see repeated too many times here. We've got Resets. He's going to be on the Amaru. Of course, has the option to hop himself into the top of tower and start to take a little bit of control that way. Look to try and pressure this bomb site from both sides. He's bringing the secondary hard breach gadget, so he could do a lot of that work on his own. And that frees Lagonis up to just focus on that main wall inside of sight. Entry kill did go in NIP's favor last round, and when you haven't got enough bodies to push all the necessary angles on Laundry, it gets very difficult. This site, there's a little bit more breathing room for that, but it's still going to be something that Nesk's going to try and be successful in.
Yeah, he's very aggro today, isn't he, Ollie? He just wants to get in, get that opening pick. But it's Nesk, what do you expect? I think he's certainly hit a bit of a run of 4, which, you know, we worried about going into that major, Ollie, because we've seen Nesk before. He hasn't performed the Nesk that we know how, but my goodness, at the major, he was certainly back, wasn't he? There's Paulo, just slips in, finds one, almost finds the second onto the hatch. Oh, dear Nesk, he does go down. But look at the pace from Liquid.
Liquid are moving very quickly here. Volps is going to get punished. No one in position to refrag either. Resets is stalling out a little bit on this push through Attic, and he too will fall. NIP! They had all the information they needed there, Demo.
Liquid, slow it down. Just they're going in one by one, looking for kills. That's all they're focused on. There's no real sign of what they want to execute on. I mean, for the top floor, Ollie, there's a lot of things going for the attackers. Majority of the bomb site. And 2, you have, 2 multiple ways of actually getting into the bomb site. You can go through attic, you can go through bedroom. There's plenty of options that attackers can use, but I don't know, Liquid just rushing things again. Worrying early signs, that's all I'll say.
Bomb located by attackers.
You're not expected to come out onto Oregon and win every single attack, but when you get to the tertiary site, the expectation increases somewhat, and you are expected to come away with a round here. We've seen a slow start from Liquid. We've seen a lot of uncertainty in the pushes and some great countering by NIP. Let's see how this round plays out. We're going to be attacking into meeting and kitchen. Should be, Demo, a very bread and butter approach, and it looks as though Liquid, have they gone back too far to basics? 3 hard breaches, is that necessary?
Probably not. I mean, for this bomb site, no. No shot, because you open up 1 wall at best. That's it, maybe 2. Don't need that much. I like the Dokkaebi. I think that's a good pickup for them. If Liquid want to play aggro, which, clearly they've been showing that's your best friend, is that Dokkaebi call. Gives you that little bit of information, be able to move in, know exactly what you're attacking, go from there.
Selma at least, as Resets hops himself into garage and quickly gets a couple of things open. Out there on the rappel as well. He's going to open the wall into the back of games. So, Liquid do have plenty of options here. They know that there's a top floor presence that needs to be dealt with here. Also got a bit of info on site. Nearly gets baited out there by the drone. Takes a good chunk of damage as well. Psycho, he's going to re-challenge onto this. If he holds the angle, he gets a glimpse of the elbow, puts further damage in onto Resets. Resets has barely had a gunfight here, and he's already chunked down by nearly 3/4 HP.
At least he's not dead. That's the main thing. As long as he can stay alive, and still use that utility. Open up maybe one of the side walls, Ollie, in towards meeting just beside split. And he's been down.
I think he got one of those walls open off the rip, and maybe that's where he's just died from.
Oh, has he? Ooh.
Yeah, that's what he initially pushed into garage, tossed the Selma. He has been downed, but there is potential for him to be recovered here, and he will be picked up. Pino, he knows the player was downed inside of garage. NIP are playing this so aggressively. They've not even given Liquid an inch yet. Liquid are nowhere near getting into the building even. It's Pino, he's playing aggressively now. The Dokkaebi call, it's not going to mind him at all. Resets, he hops himself into the site. He's got a player directly behind him. Pino going to start playing this vertical, but it might be a bit too late. Psycho's got the hatch to work with. We've got Cons hiding out inside a kitchen, but the plant's going down here. Psycho, you maybe need to activate Solus and decide where this plant's going. Great shot there from Resets. Don't forget, he was downed only a moment ago. Pino now left in the clutches. Post-plant here. He's got a bit of info. Going to pick himself one and maybe find the second, but he hasn't got a lot of ammo in the Roni. Doesn't know if there's a player at the top of the stairs or not. Is immediately going to try and get on this kit. Maybe looks for a stick here. He's going to immediately get swung by Volps. Not a lot that he could do there to try and get that going, especially after the breach had been opened.
What a weird round. Like, that feels like you'd open up an exam and that would be like a question. How did they win this round? That's what it feels like.
What's the answer?
Well, I mean, they didn't even get in the building, Ollie, until like 1 minute left. NIP were not letting them in. NIP were actually
I really like that.
It was like Home Alone. You're not getting in, Marvin Harry. Not today.
I really like that round because it all hinges on resets and something that he did inside of the first 20 seconds.
How did he stay alive?
The fact that he was able to get the wall open instantly, goes upstairs, gets into a gunfight, realizes, hang on a minute, there's a lot of people upstairs here. And Liquid started playing around that. NIP did a great job at being aggressive, but it was, I mean, that's where you plant if you're going to try and get a rush off, right? Or you're going to bring a Monty and you're going to try and cheese something a little bit. Good pickup from Liquid. You're expected to win your tertiary site. It was a little bit unorthodox, a little bit unusual, but it was a round win nonetheless. It gets them on the board here, most importantly. And they're going to be going back down, attacking Laundry. Volps this time. Another round, another operator.
Yep.
Going to be rocking the Twitch.
Mirror, obviously that's going to be why that's played. We've seen the mirror windows cause them some issues, cause them a few headaches, which I'm sure everyone has been in that situation before, where you're up against the mirror window, you just can't do anything against it. So yeah, certainly being able to eliminate them with the Twitch drone is going to help them out tenfold. One thing I do want to see a little bit more from Liquid is just the opening engagement, because I feel as though they've struggled quite a lot, Ollie, haven't they?
We've not seen Liquid too successful on the opening. I'd like to see them take a bit more time here to get the job done. Neski's already pushing his way down Freezer, and he doesn't really have the support. Just going to jiggle the shoulder out and take one. Doesn't do too much damage, but it shows that NIP, they are very much aware, and they're not looking to leave anything up to chance here. Cade Claw in the pocket. Going to be placed there on the security hatch. It's going to make getting that open just a little bit more of a headache. But one thing can be sure, Palu's going to get a lot of value out of those Rotero drones again.
Oh, you can see the Cade Claw. Going to spot it out. Is Nesk maybe going to go for the swing on it? Nope, Maverick instead is just going to come and do the job. Get it. There we go. So, good little example of, Maverick. If the Cade has been very lazy, which you have to admit, Pino was, and just froze it on the hatch rather than, on, like, the ceiling that then connects to the hatch, that's where you get punished.
Now let's try and do something, but that's all he will ever do. Try. Doesn't get anywhere near getting that mirror window. The big focus here from NIP. They know that with the mute being banned, they are very susceptible to this shock drone. And there is no option. Going to throw a bit of utility in now to try and get the job done. Opens up an important angle there into Freezer, but again, loses the drone and doesn't get the key one. Muzi, you can still activate the goggles and look to try and play around this. The Rotero drone just going to force him out of position for the time being. Needs to activate the goggles once again, as he's going to have good line of sight through that smoke and be invulnerable to the stun grenades. Palu is a bit deeper into Freezer as the very front-sided push. Freezer and Laundry being the two primary focuses here, but the kills start to come in and they're going NIP's way already. One traded back, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, just this basement is so difficult to attack. Just the defense, the mirror windows, Warden being up, a lot of things going for them. I mean, how many times have you heard me say it? I hate teams who go for the front side. I don't like it at all. I think blue is the way to go. Always, especially whenever you're banning out the mute to give the Flores a better chance of destroying the deployable shields inside of elbow. Why would you not go blue side?
They're just playing into the mirror windows at this point, which is
no point.
Impossible. Definitely a bit of an oversight there for Liquid. Shaping up to be a 2-4 split in reality. Liquid going to go for a slightly different approach inside of this round. Round 2, we saw Resets bring in the Amaru. This time he's going to be on the Finca. There was a presence in that tier 3 tower and looking to try and push over from that side, but Liquid aren't doing a great job at operating on their own at the moment. Typically, you'll see attacking teams try and send out, you know, a couple of groups of 2, maybe 1 player on their own to get a couple of jobs done and here, there on the map, but Liquid are really struggling at that at the minute because NIP are just throwing bodies at problems. Maybe they're going to go for something a little bit more together here.
Only time will tell. But, I mean, NIP, look at the setup. They've got some players downstairs in towards the mid-floor area. You've got Pino down there, and also I think Wizard on the Kite is also located. Just, again, trying to deter anyone wanting to go below, use the nades, trying to get those kills from below onto the players inside of Kids. But Liquid, you know, they've done the drone work, Ollie. They can see that. They can spot that out pretty well. And now for Liquid, again, it's just a matter of getting this opening pick, which they have been very lousy on.
Pino, not going to be phased at all by the Lion scan. Droned as well. There's a player going to hop into green here, going to take an immediate engagement with Resets. A couple of Liquid players doubling up here. Resets quicker on the jiggle. He's going to find himself one, potentially a second here. This could be a great nade that comes out. Cons just backs away at the right moment. Still takes a little bit of damage. Finally, some success on the entry, but does anybody know about Wizard? Resets eventually finishes Cons off. I mean, drones have kicked around that area. You would expect Nesk to have droned that.
But he's not an issue, Ollie. What's he really going to do? What's he going to do? He's a Kide in showers, and the bomb site is Kids. He's not going to be able to achieve anything. Sure, he gets 1 pick, but now they know where he is. And Liquid already, you know, flooding into the bomb site eliminates his other teammate, and they know exactly where he is. It's just going to be a matter of time. There you go, Liquid. Clean. Realizing what they want to do. Good drone work in the early game. Being able to get the opening pick. We've seen a nade kill come in. Baited everything that we wanted from them.
NIP, they aren't going to give it another go upstairs. They are instead going to go back to meeting and kitchen. Now, on the balance of things, the way that Liquid won this round previously was a little bit more on the unorthodox side. Went for that push in through the main door and managed to get the plant down. And we're in position to hold it. Usually you see a lot of pressure and focus toward that north side of the site and that meeting wall that leads into back stairs. So maybe NIP feeling like they can claw one back here and still come out with a favourable half.
Yeah, I mean, 4-2 is the expected outcome you would like to have if you're on the defense side first. Just because Oregon, it's, you know, that basement. Just, you never lose those. That's going to be guaranteed 2-round wins. You expect to win your Kids as well. It's really the third bomb site choice that we see start to let teams slip up. But yeah, I think Liquid now going for another third bomb site attack. If they literally play the same way as what they did, where they focus on getting big tower, you know, NIP have no interest in holding that side of the map. Should be no issues.
Reset's going to be rocking the Amaru. He was thinking about a quick hop in there, but instead he's just going to take a slightly slower route. Psycho, seeing if he can catch anybody out there on the drone and just gather a bit of info as to which direction this push is primarily coming from. Hard breach shoot is this time in the hands of Lagonis, and he's immediately going to get the wall open again. Resets. SMG 11? Was that through into Kids' window? Yes, it was.
Oh, Volps, what are you doing?
Psycho, he's going to find one back as Nest takes a chunk load of damage as well. Psycho could get a couple here. Moosey's there to back him up as well. Resets, he pushes on in, puts a good bit of damage down. He's instead going to draw for the shotgun and finish off the job. Resets, look at him go. He's using the SMG as a primary here, but the kills continue to fly, and they're coming in NIP's favour. Lagonis now going to make his way down these white stairs. There's going to be a goo mine that needs dealing with at some point. The diffuser is going to be cold on the ground at the moment. Lagonis has to go and recover that. NIP can take a moment to breathe and just establish a couple of these crossfires.
Are you getting PTSD? Or is it just me? Because I feel as though we've seen this about 2 years ago, Ollie, me and you. Back in the dark times. And here we are again, where it's just, I don't even know what's going on. It's just kills after kills after kills. Not this time. Nope, there we go. Down goes resets. I mean, Liquid, this is very similar to what happened to them in the first couple of rounds. They moved way too quick. They were not set up appropriately for the refrags. I mean, you look at the kills, Ollie, as well. A lot of the players who died, their utility wasn't even used.
Yeah, we didn't see full value out of the utility at all. Muzi going to collect that final kill. It was inevitable at that point in the round, especially with the Banshee there. Lagonis had a real tough time making anything happen. Am I old-fashioned, Demo, or would I like to just see a breach opened? I know that we got the flag wall open, but I would have liked to have seen this back wall open as well. There's no denial. There's nothing stopping it from happening.
Exactly.
You know, just try and set up the site a little bit as the attacker before you just sort of rush on in there.
Yeah, just Liquid aren't. I mean, it seems a lack of care more than anything. They don't care about doing the basics. They want to do everything just at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And I know for a fact, Ollie, if I was to drive 1,000,000 miles an hour, I don't think I'd survive.
Okay, where's this going?
I'm just saying, you go too fast and something's going to happen. Great life lesson, isn't it, guys? You know, just take it slow. Don't live life in the fast lane.
10 seconds left.
Let's see how fast NIP choose to take this.
5 seconds to insertion.
They were very successful down on their own defenses of this site. It didn't involve any fanciful roam. It was all about playing the power positions that you've got inside of Laundry. The same tools are available to Liquid here. They're not choosing to use all of them.
Yeah, no mirror.
No mirror, but we do have a Goyo.
Yep.
Goyo, great for this site. Canisters do a fantastic job of cutting off area, denying access and burning a lot of time. Couple that in with the smoke grenades on Volps, and you should be leaving yourself with quite the successful recipe here.
NIP, taking their time, doing the drone workout. Again, this is what you expect from NI team, a more slower paced team. Which, I mean, to be fair, on this particular attack, that doesn't bode well for teams who are too slow. But hopefully NIP, they've learned from their mistakes yesterday, and they will pick up the pace, and they will get in early. They'll have, you know, I think for NIP, the reason why they take so long in attacks, Ollie, is their decision making. They hesitate.
Yeah, you can often see that hesitation as well come through. Nesk and Palu are going to be holding the freezer stairs pretty much the same way they were yesterday. It was a devastating sight to peek down and see two of the most talented players in the world holding the exact same angle. It really only ever ends one way. They're not looking to aggress onto it, though. They're just keeping a mind out if there is some sort of a rush that comes through. And that, of course, is not the case here. Instead, Cons is going to take his time and look to try and get open the majority of these hatches, but fantastic timing on the Cade trick there from Lagonis.
Get the Maverick in. That's what you should do. There we go. Okay, thankfully NIP, they're doing what they should do. You know, we've seen teams, Ollie, where they sit there and like just look at the hatch as if, oh, what happened? Oh, well, there's a kite. Obviously something happened. But with that hatch not being opened, Ollie, and a minute left on the clock, this is where the time constraints worry me. They really do for NIP. And yes, they have a Capital, which is a great executing operator, but there's a Warden that they have to go through. That's going to be the killer. It's going to be the Warden.
Almost getting caught with the Toxic Babe in the hand. Volps is going to be able to throw one out and just deny that access into Laundry. 40 seconds left on the clock. Nades now starting to come through. Muzi has made his way into Freezer successfully, but doesn't win out on the gunfight. Look at Palu go on this Warden. You called it that it could be important, and it's turned out to be crucial. Two players still looking to try and push in through this Freezer side, but NIP, they have not got the numbers advantage right now. Great shot through the wall from Muzi. Wizard looking to see if he can find anything here. Palu goes for a a swing and gets taken down. 3-3 now.
Can't fault it.
Things not looking too bad here for NIP. Time might be short, but they've got quite a bit of info. If these Liquid players continue to peak, it could be curtains here. Muzi forced in to try and find the frag, but will be taken down there. Cons trying to join in and finish off what Muzi started, but unable to do so.
Yeah, too slow again from NIP. Time beat them, which I'm going to go on a bit of a hunch, Ollie, right? Let's say you're doing your bet builder. I would get down the bet builder, NIP to lose 2.5 rounds down to time.
Oh.
Honestly, I'd bet money on it. Because I think I seen it yesterday, it was just too slow. It's happened there again.
I feel like we're in the Fresh and Friends stream here. That's a classic channel point prediction.
Channel points.
Classic channel point prediction. Well, we could be getting settled in for a long Oregon then, if current trends continue.
Could be 7-4.
The thing that we saw there from NIP is that it was a difficult round because they got a lot of value. Pino got so much value out of that Twitch drone and was able to remove a lot of the Vulcan canisters, really eased up the later part of the round. It puts all the focus then on Toxic Babe canisters, which did go out and were successful. But the thing that you can't account for is Palu on the Warden. Where was the backstab at that point? Where's the player that's just crouch walking down back stairs? I think both of these attacks from both sides have missed that slightly, cheeky element of this where, yeah, you might have a ruckus going on in Freezer and you might have people walking down Laundry, but where's the person pushing the backside? Where's the one that's going to pick up a couple of kills for free because everyone else is distracted?
Right. Top 4 defense for Liquid and, well, look at this. The Warden in the tower. Looking at the lineup from NIP, I would want him on site.
Recess loves the tower, doesn't he? Attack, defense, he's always there. Maybe he just likes his own space.
Bomb located by
We call him
attackers.
Lookman? Is that where we're with the Watchman?
Call him what?
The Lookman?
The Lookman or the Watchman?
Whatever, one of the two. Same thing.
A lookout.
Yeah, that'll do. He's at the crow's nest. Oh, Nesk, do not swing. Don't do it. I don't know. I feel Nesk today. I don't trust him.
Why not?
Just a bit fraudulent today on the entries. Going for these big swings. Oh, look at me. I'm going to be that guy. And you end up being Joe.Navi.
He's 2-6 at the minute. He's not having the best of days yet, is he? This time, though. I'll be honest, I came into this, they were talking about kill records on the desk, and I was thinking, it's quite a good chance here today. Nesk, Palu, good form, cracking game yesterday.
Oh.
Maybe expecting a little bit too much of them.
I love it.
Hopping
I love
comes
it.
in from Cons. He's going to get the plant down under the cover of the smoke. Psycho there with the glass. C4 is going to be successful. That's going to stop the plant dead in its tracks. Psycho, you might have glass and you might be able to see, but you're going to have to find all of the kills here along with Muzi if you hope to be successful in this round. NIP went for something quick, and it hasn't so far paid off. Muzi is going to find one below. Slowly whittling these players down. But again, for a round that, well, for an execute that's quite rush-orientated demo, look at the time left.
Yeah, even their rushes are slow. How is that possible? Great shot from Muzi. Moves in now. But nope, look at that. Triple crossfire Ollie set up from all angles. Psycho, I think he'll meet the same demise. And yeah, there you go. Palu swings out. I mean, Ollie, that rush. So the thing is with that rush, it is actually really good. But there's how they died. Obviously, they died from a C4 from below, which, yes, you can say, oh, we just send, a guy below, stops the C4 from happening. Even taking below into, security is difficult. It'll take up a lot of time. Teams will let them know if you're going below. They'll play around that. They'll be ready for rushes in that case. So you can't really go for that. But the only way that rush works, Ollie, is if you have a Ying. You need to have the Ying on Kid's window repel, firing in the Candelas, because not only was that going to cause absolute mayhem for all the defenders, but it's also going to mask a lot of the sound. You're not going to hear the guy jump in. You're not going to hear the diffuser go down. You need that Ying. What have NIP banned?
The Azami. Oh, the other one. Sorry, the Ying. I was listening to you, Dan.
Honestly, if you want fresh back, by all means.
I'm only pulling your leg. I think NIP definitely had the time to clear out below, especially given that execute went down at about the minute mark. But again, we've commented already that they've been quite slow. They've been a little bit sluggish.
Attackers are heading
Going to be
out.
going on to the tertiary site now. Liquid have leveled things up 4 rounds apiece. Their attacking phase firmly in the rearview mirror, and now they're just focused on picking up on this tertiary site as well, where if they can give us a clean sweep here and pick up 3 rounds on the defense, that really is not a great sign for NIP.
I mean, NIP now, this is where if they don't win this round, Ollie, they lose 7-4. I think that they need this is the make or break. This is a round where we will look back on and say, yeah, this is where NIP lost the game. It will be this round. You have to win your 3rd bomb site attacks. You have to.
Yesterday, Palu got a very nice clip on this same site. He was on the Warden and in and around the showers area, activated the goggles, picked up 4 kills in the space of 1 goggle duration. Not expecting the same thing to happen here, but he has been gunning in the past few, currently sitting at 9 and 6.
So here's the win conditions for NIP with this take, because it's all in. You have to go all in for the composition you have. Dopey calls, Glaz, Ossa shields. You need to first of all get showers. If you kill resets, you win the round. Look at reset's position. He has a shield that covers the showers door. He has the mirror window looking onto the breach. Remember, he can smoke at cons, no problem. There's the impact. Down goes cons. That's it. Diffuser cold. No way of being able to plant safely. That's it. It's killed. It's killed for NIP. That's it. You have to go all in, and they didn't go all in. They tried to play the Ossa by himself, and he's dead. That's it.
Wizard is going to start to try and get that plant down as Muzi plays backstab. The distraction here is still working for the most part. The plant has been allowed under the cover of that smoke. Palu caught and distracted elsewhere. Ness going to pick up his 2nd on the round. Pino, he's got a nice cross from outside to in, and Psycho can continue to play these stairs and the vertical. Gets a great line of sight there, but gets domed by Volps on the reverse. Picking up the final 2. 4 kills on the round for Volps. Lagonis, plenty of time to disable the diffuser. Liquid only suffering 1 casualty there. Ness was down, but not finished off. Great reaction from Liquid.
I mean, Liquid letting the plant go down in the first place, Ollie, is... Yeah. Very, very surprising that that's happened. But, I mean, Volps, he's a great player, Ollie. You looked up at Invite. I thought he was untouchable at Invite. The only person who could touch him was Benja, surprisingly. That was it. I think Volps has been a great player. I mean, I was talking about this point at the major as well. Volps left W7M to win trophies, and then his old team wins the trophy against them.
It's a bit of gut in that, isn't it?
But I mean, there might be other reasons why he left. In terms of the teams, Liquid are top 5 esports of all time, or esport teams of all time, compared to W7M. If Liquid come knocking, they're a big club.
10 seconds
Who's going to turn that down?
I remember when Volps transferred in onto W7M.
5 seconds to go.
And that was back when W7M were just starting to really come into their prime.
I still find it crazy that we used to cast them fighting to survive relegation.
Oh,
Isn't that
absolutely
incredible?
It blows my mind. I'm wondering, were we the problem?
Yeah, we get sacked and then they go.
They were battling at the bottom of the table with the likes of Ints and Santos.
Even Black Dragons back then weren't that good.
Black Dragons weren't that good back then. It's incredible, the rise. And then, of course, where the players have then gone on to go to. We've had a couple of transfers since W7M got good, as it were.
Yep.
I think Volps has been a fantastic pickup here for Liquid.
Oh dear, Ollie. What's cons on? Oh, here we go. We've been here too many times.
Well, the Panic Monty.
Yep.
It's only a panic Monty because it's NIP though, right? Monty, on the whole, is actually fantastic at the moment. If you get a good confident player on that Monty that can really start to bully people, you think about the struggle for ground that NIP faced last time. Monty is a reasonable solution for that.
I mean, again, Ollie, just look at the pace. Half the round gone. No.
Playing drone parkour.
Do they know recesses here?
I mean, if you're playing against Liquid and Recess is alive, there's a good chance he's in Big Tower. Doesn't matter the op. He can be on anything.
Good value from Twitchstrom. Eliminated, I think, 2 Goyo canisters there. I want to say.
We saw the same value from Pino last time, and it's that front-loaded work that makes the later round a little bit easier for you. You've got the Monty this time, so there's a better chance you're going to be able to bully your way into sight. Moosey's got a really important engagement on that long angle, and Liquid quite rightly just need to keep themselves alive for as long as possible here. They don't necessarily need to challenge onto him too hard. It's as though Psycho knew all along that somebody was upstairs in the top of tower. Pino going to start things off with a nice frag over onto Volps. Volps getting caught out there with the smokes is almost unforgivable. Wizard, he's going to pick up onto resets, and that is going to be the trigger. NIP now know that there are 3 players on the site. They have the numbers advantage, and they can start to bully with this Monty. Palu, he'll battle back. Lagonis, no C4, it's already spent, getting pushed from pillar and post, but
oh dear,
it's going to be there to keep him safe.
Oh,
Wizard's going to be the next to fall. Palu and Nesk, they're going back to back here, along with Lagonis. What a performance there. That was a 3 versus 5 demo.
That's, I mean, can I use the term slobber knocker? Like, NIP have just been lights out. You know, they've been hit, and they've dropped instantly. You know, like Paulu's just said to them, "I'm gonna fight you. There's gonna be two hits. Me hitting you and you hitting the floor, and that's exactly what's happened." I don't even know. I don't even know.
As soon as NIP get those 2 kills off site and they think, "Yep, it's on," they've got the time. They don't necessarily need to rush as quickly as they did. I don't think that anyone played effectively around the Monty.
No.
Lagonis, his life flashed before his eyes there with that player on backstairs, and just comes out of nowhere like Superman. He's catching Lois Lane as she's falling down out of the building.
Paulu is allowed to have 2 individual 1v1s, by the way. Just, yeah.
You don't give a 1v1 to, it's Palu.
No refrags. No refrags at all. Like I said, I just thought after that first round, NIP looked out of it. I just had that suspicion. I think 7-4 is going to be the score.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I enjoy how you have to remind us of that prediction that you made a couple of rounds ago.
I mean,
now that it looks like it's going to come through.
I mean, am I ever wrong?
Go on, Nesk.
Am I ever wrong?
Nesk's feeling it. He might be 6 and 6 going even, but he's still feeling it.
I mean, look at the lineup from NIP. A lot different now. You're not looking at the rush operators. You're not seeing none of the glass or anything like that come in. A lot more stable. A lot more stable, has to be said. Obviously, the Maverick makes another appearance. Maverick's going to be there to open up Attic. But I look at, you know, bringing the Maverick, Ollie. It's just going to take so long. And that's one thing that NIP cannot afford to lose is time. I'm going to keep hammering away at the point. They are just too slow.
Yeah, it's almost unforgivable, especially in Oregon. They are going to be able to get that Rotero drone in and start to gain a little bit of value, remove the deployable shield. But you look at how much time has gone, and, you know, we're at the minute 45 mark. Still breaches to get opened. Full control of Big Tower. There's nothing stopping Wizard from getting in and starting to get a little bit of the job done there. The nade will miss the Electroclaw. So that will slow down getting the breach open a little bit more. Look at the stack up from Liquid as well. All in and around that bunks area. Just ready to trade off the back of one another. They know that that is the power position right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, look. He's only opening up Attic at 1 minute 10. 1 minute 15. It's just... It's way too slow. And then now they need to go for the process of burning utility. There's still ADSs, YMIs to get through. You have to get through the Warden. Look, the Warden has gave them such a massive headache today as well. Caps might get a kill. Cause just walked in. And anyone? There we go. I was worried there for a minute from Liquid, but yeah, both of them stacked up. Like you said before, they know they just have to sit in their hands and wait for NIP to walk in.
Moosey's going to find himself a little bit of a gunfight there inside of Attic, but he can't really commit to it. Liquid, they're not over-peaking here. They're not giving anything away for free. The diffuser's cold in the middle of the site. Moosey finds one, but he's got a very difficult angle to challenge onto now, especially with that stack up inside of bunks. Maybe allowed to drop over on into pit here, but Neska's got a great line of sight onto him. Volps finds Pino. Moosey, he goes for a little bit of destruction, see if he can widen this angle a little bit. C4 goes out as well. Liquid, they're throwing everything at this. Moosey's picked up 2. Liquid do need to be careful now. 10 seconds left, and they do have a cross. Going to play this one on contact as Moosey strolls his way on in through the site. Not taking the challenge, though. Volps, you've allowed this to happen. The defuse will start to go down, and all Volps has got to do is sit and wait, guaranteeing themselves the round here.
Yeah, just Liquid, again, it's just... Is that overconfident there with those swings coming in? All it has to be, but still... Liquid, yeah, on the defense. I mean... It's not more the case of Liquid looked really impressive on the defense. NIP in their attacks were poor. Very, very poor. I said it the same thing yesterday. Too slow. They give away too many picks with no follow-ups. They're one of those teams, Ollie, where they will get, you know, the first 2 picks, they'll be in a 5v3, but then they'll lose it. They just completely collapse the final hurdle. And against a team like Liquid, where they're one of the teams, and I think, you know, I said the same about, who was I saying the same about? BDS. They're on that level where they will win from any position. They're that kind of team.
Yeah, Liquid really showing just why they are that team at the moment there on Oregon. We're going to let our analysts break that one down a little bit further and set us up for map number 2. We'll be back after this short break.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We have a leader. We're one map in and Liquid take the lead early on. But this is still a best of 5. There is plenty to go. And starters, you mean to go on then, really?
Yeah, I mean, a very good start for NIP, I would say. They were 3-1 up at one point in this game. They seemed really confident, very swing-heavy. Psycho was having a great start to the game. And on the other side, Liquid kind of seemed like a non-cohesive unit. There were lots of solo missions. Players weren't able to back up one another when it came down to engagements or came down to, you know, clearing certain parts of the map. They sometimes chose the wrong kind of attack. It was mentioned by the costs as well, how there were these mirror window presences on the side of Freezer, on the side of Laundry. Obviously, you'd like to go for a blue bunker take, and they just forced onto parts where it was really difficult to get map control. But as soon as Liquid got on their defense, they had the momentum in their way. They were super confident on the entries. They won all the defensive rounds, and it just shows once again how Liquid is slow on attack, and that's a concerning thing going into the second map.
Yeah, fresh. A 7-1 yesterday for Liquid on Oregon, so they should have been feeling really good coming into this. But like Anne said, no synergy early on. They were playing very individually. They got punished, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think that's the word that I would say is, you know, yesterday when they played on their attack, they took some risks and Tropicals were not punishing them, whereas NIP were when NIP were on the defense. Obviously, you know, when you're attacking the basement of Oregon, it's the best defensive site in the entire game for a reason. It is almost impenetrable, and most teams defending it should win it out. So I would say a very default half of, you know, from NIP on the defense, and then as soon as it switched, genuinely as soon as it switched, Liquid looked in full control. I mentioned their banning strategy. They ban away the mute. They don't ban away any of those meta operators operators, it leaves them with a plethora of operators on the defense. And it's one of the key reasons that why their defense is so good, because they have an answer for every single problem that the attack wants to throw at them. And they won every single defense. They put a snip on time, they played the retakes. Genuinely, their defense is so good and it carries them through so many games.
And it's a tale as old as time, or as old as one day ago, because we were talking about it a lot yesterday. NIP, pace seems to be the issue. It's the same old thing. They're just playing far too slow. And, you know, they had an advantage early on in this map, and they just kind of threw it away. I know that obviously Fresh has said that this is a very defensive-heavy map, but even still, like NIP, is it as simple as to just say NIP should pick up the pace, or there's a lot more going on, right?
It's so difficult as well because, yeah, they're clearing certain parts of the map, but they don't require all the things that you need to do to go for an eventual site flood. They were struggling with control over Frieza, for example, when they were trying to do that downstairs take. They had the Monties supporting them, and they had these two entries, but then they still somehow, you know, don't clear out the situations. They lose their gunfights. Liquid players all go massive, and they step up. I like how NIP decided to change the pace in that one dorms attack where they went through the big bedroom window, and they had the plant there. It really backfired for them, so that maybe didn't get them too enthusiastic to try such a thing again. But yeah, so changing up the pace every now and then is something that I would want to see from NIP, because with the perspective of the second map being Chalet, NIP's pick, allowing Liquid to pick whatever side they want, they'll be starting out on defense, meaning NIP needs to attack. Yesterday, they went 2-4 in regulation on attack. That wasn't looking all too bright, and Liquid has their best defensive win rate on that map. So that first half is going to look very spectacular, I think.
Yeah, like Demo said, it's going to be a very difficult one, these first two maps for NIP. But we lean towards individuals now because we've got a head-to-head for you. Fresh, we again leaned into kind of Palu. We leaned into Volps because they put on great performances yesterday. And they delivered, I think, later into the map. But again, a slow start. And once again, Muzi's on the board.
Yeah, I think both players on the defense, you know, their defensive half of both players is really where they found a lot of their kills, and KD. Obviously for Muzi, you know, it's strange to see him not necessarily in any of those entry engagements, whereas Palu, he likes to get active, he likes to get amongst it, and that's ultimately the difference. A little bit higher on the cost as well, so, you know, he was getting traded out or surviving more rounds than Muzi. But I think both players, they put in good performances, obviously, you know, driven by those performances being on that defensive half.
Once again, coming up, we have Chalet as our next map. You know, well, I've already mentioned it. Demo said it's going to be very difficult for NIP, these opening two maps. You know, do you think that Liquid's reign of terror is just going to continue? And what can they do to pull this back against a Liquid team that has momentum coming into map 2, Anne?
Would you go as far as saying banning a warden, for example? I mean, looking at a kitchen take that could potentially be brought out, or a bar take where you have this, especially kitchen, you have this very obvious kitchen breach, you go for the smoke, at the dining table, you go for your plant. What's stopping you from that? Very likely a warden around West Main. So would you go for banning out one of those crouching operators that Liquid have on their defensive side, or would you suggest something else, Jack?
Well, the problem is if you ban away a crutch operator, let's say you ban the warden, Liquid show with their banning strategy that they can ban absolutely anything else. When they played Chalet, when they played at the Major, they banned out Wamai, Aruni, and Solace, right? So let's say they ban out Aruni or Wamai, and there's a warden ban. That means Valkyrie's in play, Solace in play, Azami's in play, Cade's in play. There's so many other meta operators that Liquid are just happy to jump onto. And this is why it's so hard against them. I would imagine Liquid still do the same as we head into Chalet. And that's what will help set them up well on the defense.
Before we dive into our next map, very quick prediction from you based on what we've seen so far. Fresh, let's start with you.
I'm going to stick with my prediction. I still think Liquid do this in 3. I think they love Chalet. Nip also like it, but, you know, it's a very high preference map for Liquid.
Anne, are you feeling a 3-0 now, or are you going to stick with your 3-1?
It's looking really convincing from Liquid, despite having a slow start in the previous map, but that first half they will have on their defense just now is going to determine a lot, because if NIP keep up the slow attacks, it's going to look really, really devastating for them.
Could be a tough map next for NIP, but it is their pick, so let's see. Let's keep this ball rolling. Let's go back over to Demo and X to take us into map 2 of our grand final.
Thank you very much, Barney. We are back here, ready and waiting, Demo, to cast map number 2 here. We're going to be going on to Chalet. Chalet, of course, a map that we know Liquid to be very good at, and somewhere that we're expecting NIP to come up against some of the same obstacles we saw them come up against on Oregon.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of like mental strategy now for NIP, because you've not looked good on Oregon. You're going onto your map, which again, you didn't look that good on yesterday against los+one. What do you ban? Do you target ban Paulo and his Warden? There's a lot of like mind games now for NIP that they have to figure out.
Yeah, I think it's always difficult to sort of come up with those target bans on the fly, right? Because you've probably already got a strategy or something in mind as to, you know, what you want to try and remove instead of removing, you know, something that's targeting just one player. We see teams do it against BDS all the time. We see, you know, Iana is almost permanently removed for, you know, whenever a team is playing against BDS, because you're looking towards Shaika when you're looking to try and debilitate that. Then again, you look at the side of Liquid and it's got a little bit of a different composition than that. You're not always just looking toward Palu for a big game. You can have a big game out of Nesk. You can have a big game out of Volps. They've got multiple options there, and I think for me, Volps has proved already over the course of, you know, this series that we've seen and stuff that we've seen him do at the Major and previously in this competition, just how flexible a player he can be.
That's the thing we look for in great teams. It's that flexibility, that adaptation, where you can do everything and anything. That's what it's all about. And I think like a big team like Liquid, they have those characteristics. You know, we will say this forever and ever and ever. Team Liquid are the greatest team to never win a major championship. I know you guys, Pro League, they won Pro League. It's tin pot. That's 4 years ago. No one cares. 5 years ago. It's 5 years ago. Who cares?
You tell him, Demo.
Honestly.
Into Chalet we go then. This was, of course, map 1 of our best of 3 yesterday between NIP and los+one. It was an 8-7. We went the full distance. NIP, they managed to get the win in the end. It was equal 3-3 halves. Let's see where this defender ban goes. Are we going to see the Warden ban, or are we going to see something a little bit different? A Dokkaebi and a Ying to kick things off. It's got to be the Azami. You cannot leave Azami up if you're going to be attacking first. Liquid would have far too much fun on Azami. So many places it can be played here on this map. We're going to see an Aruni ban. It's been a while since we've seen one of those, Demo.
Yeah, that's a bit of a curveball.
But again, it comes into this Liquid banning strategy of we're just going to remove something we know you like. Liquid have been very good in that strategy and just saying, if we know that you like to play something, then you better believe that we're just going to remove it.
Protect your bombs from being defused.
NIP yesterday showing a little bit of a liking.
It's a big tournament for Liquid. You know, looking at it, just the teams that are there already. Some big names, Ollie. I mean, like if you actually look at the teams that are going to the main event, it's actually mad. Like, you've got like there's huge teams there, Ollie. Like, you've got CAG, you've got Falcons. Like, those teams already. My goodness.
5 seconds to go.
Just having a quick look through the data for yesterday's game, NIP versus los+one, and sure enough, there was a lot of Aruni played. Pino picked up a 3K in round 14 with it. Obviously, you're not removing it just because of that, but there's clearly a want and a need to play that operator on this site, and Liquid have gone, well, you know what? If you like that, we're going to remove it because that's the way that we roll. We're happy to target away. Ace charge being used for a castle barricade there. Of course, does allow you to get the job done without moving through. Isn't too crucial given that half of the breach is soft anyway. But really not wanting to risk hopping in there as Nesk would be ready to wait.
A bomb has been located.
So, NIP.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Looking to kind of go through the motions, clear out library. Nothing really out of the ordinary here at the moment. But I'm going to keep saying it. Time. That's the make or break for NIP. It's how quick they can do things. And Ollie, they weren't that good at it yesterday. We've already seen today they weren't that good at it. And just the more time that just keeps ticking down, I think you have to kill him. You have to do something. You have to move. You just can't sit and hold the angle. You have to move in. Like, Wizard should be jumping in here, fragging this out. You know what I mean? Like, just do it. Just do it.
I think the pinch is slow as well. You know, you look at who's coming to help him, and it's going to be Cons. Wizard down. Volps has picked up 1.5 kills already. Pino, he is going to be there for the revive, but the impact grenade comes out. And look at Volps. He knows he's done his job here. He's wasted half the round, picked up a kill, done a ton of damage. He's happy to now play his life and just go, yeah, you know what? I did my job. Palu, he's in position maybe to play spoiler here as well. Just going to be on the lower portion of those blue stairs. Nesk. He's got a mirror window to contend with. He's going to be able to hold Library quite nicely from there as well. And the push just seems quite split. The player is going to be allowed to cross Psycho. Really gets away with that there. It's all about Liquid and how they're going to start to punish and pinch this. Nesk finds yet another down inside of this game. That's 2 players from NIP that have been downed and potentially 2 that could be recovered as Nesk does get caught out. Liquid going to stall out for a time. Resets, confirms onto Psycho with the C4.
It's all Palu.
Doesn't look fantastic for them at this point in time, especially given how split up they are.
All about Palu. He needs to make the correct decision. This is where he should be starting to creep his way up the stairs. Hit, honestly, all 3 of them if he times it well, but no fakes against the Ollie. Going into bar. This will give him the angle onto the players if they decide to jump in the breach.
He's going to find himself one and immediately get himself out of harm's way. The diffuser is going to be in Pino's hand, and they can get this down for free now that they've relieved site pressure and removed resets. Palu, he's got to aggress up here now, finds himself yet another, gets caught out by the Nomad. That could be a defining factor here, and it will be. Forces him to the breach in order to try and stop the plant from going down. We're going to see the final kill collected there. NIP, they've scraped one.
Oh, big Nomad. Big Nomad charge. I mean, I certainly feel as though he maybe should have just went up blue initially, rather than going for the lobby play. That would be my only nitpick.
I think it was hinged on, and probably a decision that was based on Resets surviving for a little bit longer.
I mean, Resets lost as well.
If Resets had survived for just a little bit longer, I think the play would have been perfect from Palu. As it stands, Resets wasn't able to win his one and got taken out quite early in that sort of a push. Liquid, they're not going to be too concerned about that though. Again, another round that was coming right down to the wire. We're seeing a red timer almost, it feels, every single time that NIP are attacking.
Dogfight. That's what it felt like. One thing as well that I have to look at is just NIP and the way that they will almost wait for perfection. Like, if you take, for example, that first round, none of them will do anything until everything's perfect. Which, sure, I think everyone would like to have it perfect, but as we know just from life, not everything's not going to be perfect in life, and that's the same with Siege. You can't wait for everything to go your way. Things will go wrong. I think NIP need to be able to just change that playstyle where they shouldn't have to be perfectionists all the time.
Look at what Volps has got away with there, by the way. Double impact trick onto the garage breach. It's now only ever going to be a line of sight. That's a massive headache removed here for Liquid. Just off the back of a bit of good positioning and a bit of good knowledge there from Volps, knowing that that is a likely strategy. Getting in through that big snowmobile garage. And look, it's all your hard breach gone. You got one other option here on cons, but you're likely not going to get anything too significant open. The whole point of opening up garage is then to go through and open up stock and remove the ability for a player to sit in there for free. Oh dear. Pino.
Dear, oh dear.
Frostmats exists, my friend. There's not even anybody inside of library.
Camera.
Like he had something to check.
They've also reinforced the hatch, which is just insanity from any perspective. But is because they've seen that the hatch reinforces almost for, oh, it's freebie. Is that what he's actually thought? And then got caught out by a Frostmat? Couldn't be.
Well, if it is, it's worked for Liquid, hasn't it? Nice entry there, removes the nades and the soft breach. Psycho going to be the next player to fall. Nesk, he can fall back now. Doesn't need to hold as aggressively. He's done his job and more, picking up that kill. Risky hop in there from Cons, given that Resets is going to be playing below, and the value of this Valkyrie camera.
If only there was an operator that NIP could bring to disable the Valkyrie cameras.
See, imagine if you could bring someone that had like a scanner and you kept your pistol out at the same time.
Oh, this friend rear, buddy, get him going. We need someone who can find information. That's what we need.
Muzi, wake up, my friend.
Oh, it's just
team is entirely exposed. I mean, that's not even a difficult one to see with the naked eye.
Just, what's he doing?
Oh dear. Drop into sight. Hello? Volps? Volps, I can imagine that you were maybe stunned there. The attackers now becoming the defenders as they seem to have taken control, but Resets. He might have lost his one last time, but he's won two this time. Wizard, he's getting himself into a duel, but it's going to be Palu with the swing. NIP, oh dearie me.
Yeah, they need to rethink who plays the IQ. They need to. Because that's just... It's unforgivable. It's unacceptable in this day and age. And then just, like, what was that attempt, by the way? Oh, we'll just walk into sight whenever there's a guy in connector with a mirror window. Do you know how strong that position is?
And you can circle it back to something that happened in the first 10 seconds of the round, and that is the impact trick from Volps. Because there was no one in garage. We didn't see anybody walk up and remove the wall inside of stock so that Resets can't play there. Resets picked up 3 kills from that spot. Yeah, sure was a confirm onto someone down in a frost mat, so he's won 2 gunfights. But he still picked up 3 kills, and all because we couldn't get a garage wall open, and then couldn't move on up the stairs to get the stock wall open and stop Resets from being able to play his mirror window there.
Look at the mirror window from Nesk. If I did that in right, people would call me a troll. Not anymore. Not if he's doing it, I can do it.
10 seconds left.
I get bullied for that.
5 seconds
But
left.
Nesk is Nesk.
I'm demo.
You're not Nesk.
Doesn't matter, I'm demo. How many go fours has he won?
How many go? Dropping the go for com. Never.
Got some go fives now, don't we? Got the go fives. Upgrade it. Oh dear. Right, anyway, NIP. No hard breach. This is worrying. So it has to be a solar take. It has to be. So I don't know why there's players in library. Because they can't get the main wall open. And you're not going to push into a doorway. That's not going to happen. So they have to go a solar take. Solar takes are... I actually prefer solar takes over the generic library control. And I think the reason why is... Once you have a strong position like double window, it just eases the pressure. As long as you can do some basic generic utility clear with some nice coordination, you will have no issues with a solar take. Saying that, they've just lost Sophia.
Sophia's usually pretty good to deal with info. Look at Palu go, picks up a second.
Yeah.
Can't be stopped today. Usually we say how there's opportunity for attackers to get nice kills from outside to in. Here Palu's getting nice kills from outside to in. He's doming people off repels left and right. Psycho, he's crept up toward Ivy. Recess is still playing at the bottom of the stairs as well. Psycho going to get himself into an engagement here, but he's got so many angles to check. Nesk, he's ready and waiting, but Palu keeps swinging. Eventually is going to be taken out by Psycho. Look at this. It's a 2 versus 3. Cons, he joins in on the party. Psycho's been quite patient on this angle, but there's live information here available for Liquid and a deployable shield for Nesk to play around, and he does it beautifully. Resets, maybe in position to pick up this final kill as Cons is going to hop in, called out on the default. Look at him go, he's pre-firing everything. He hasn't got a clue. He's getting shot from just about every angle, including below. Resets in position here. Still a C4 in Nesk's hand. And Liquid, they want to guarantee this. They're looking to try and throw lives away and give Cons any opportunity for a 1 versus 1 here.
Yeah, I look at NIP's attack here and I think, what was it? You know? I think if you're trying to clear above the top floor, you don't have the hard breach. There's no point. You cannot go above and try and, you know, obviously the generic template is go from library, open up the top floor, move down in the kitchen, open up kitchen wall. That's the kind of system. But if you don't bring the hard breach, you need to go Sora, which I do like, because I think as long as you can just burn through and swing in through the windows, you have no issues. You have bathroom window there, which is another great place you can jump in from. It's good. So why is there about 5 people pushing library? Just give themselves up. Stay as a team, stick together, burn. You have a Sophia. Sophia died immediately without using any utility. Just frustrates me.
We head down to the basement. Again, mirror being played. We've got Banshee this time, which is going to be great for stopping any of those sort of backstabs that we sometimes see come out. NIP appears as though they've woken up a little bit. We're going to be seeing double hard breach be brought this time. We commented at the lack of hard breach in the previous round, and whilst it's not required, it does funnel you into a very specific approach. When attacking downstairs, the objective is to get both walls open. You want to get that trench wall and that main garage wall open. And try and do that nice and early. Cut the site in half and post a couple of people up to hold those angles through.
Look at the equipment, by the way. 6 breach in charge, 2 claymores, and 6 flashes. No nades, which I think for basement is a bit of a necessity. Ollie, you think about pillar, for example. Think about connector. You need nades for that.
You certainly need an ability to destroy utility at range. Oh, Michael, great shot there onto Volps. I think he was just he was either just pre-firing the window or he knew something.
Oh, I'm just gonna shoot the window, and he gets a kill.
I mean, that was Spoit yesterday on Bank, to be fair. He was just pre-firing windows and he was picking stuff.
I didn't see that. I didn't see the M80 game yesterday.
A good game, to be fair.
Did Willie play well?
Not stand out, but played well, yeah.
Okay.
I think Diaz had a cracking series.
Good game tonight. M80 TZ. That'll be good. Oh, lovely. Using just knowing that the bandit's going to be focused on the other wall opens up that mirror window, Ollie. NIP. Good timing. Being able to understand that. I think probably Polly will be thinking, Lagonis, where were you? But by the by now, you have to adapt to it. But like I mentioned before with Liquid, still in these kind of positions, you can't count them out, Ollie.
Something that Liquid don't have going for them at the minute is any significant denial. We haven't got a C4 left on Lagonis. He actually used it really early on into the round as a bit of a spawn peak C4. But NIP, they're not pressing this advantage that they've got, and Cons is just going to waltz in on his own, giving away his life. And
look, no nades. No nades to clear out the guy on Pillar. It's going to be such a headache to clear him now, because they just have to kill him with a gunfight. That's it.
Liquid need to dig themselves in and not really peek onto this. Pino, he's challenging for an angle. Muzi playing on the backstab here, looking to try and pre-fire on, see if he can find any damage, and does. Resets, has to turn his attention for the time being and needs to win this engagement. Can't afford for this to go on for too long, but Muzi's successful. They are at long range, is going to be superior there. Lagonis, he's got to push up and play aggressively. Nesk now left in the clutches. How much info does he have? 30 seconds left. What a shot onto Wizard. The plant is going to be going down. Nesk might just find them all here, and he does! 4 kills on the round for Nesk. He's well and truly back.
Oh my goodness. Just whenever a player's on form, and he has been, it's unplayable at times. I mean, I honestly thought Resets losing that engagement with the guy on the snowmobile breach, I thought it was done. Because I think if Resets wins that, then it just kind of, it puts a lot more stress in NIP because they know they don't have a backstab option. They then win that engagement against the bandit just runs out. And then they lose a 1v4 to Nesk.
Bomb located by attackers.
What do you say?
It's a rite of passage. I think it's a rite of passage that NIP are probably bored of taking at the moment.
Just Liquid can win from any position.
Especially if Nesk's going 8-1.
That's the metal of a good team, you know? Like I said about BDS. I think W7M, I think G2, they're all teams that can win from any position.
10 seconds remaining.
You know, M&M, for example, I think they're a team that can lose from any position, which is, I think they're the only team in the world who can do that.
They're on the other side of the coin.
They're on the other side of the spectrum.
Attackers are heading out.
You know what? That's the levels that we're at. I think with how intense the game has got, and I think everyone can agree The fact that G2 didn't win the major just shows that we'll never have a back-to-back champion, because the margins in this game now, the esport that we have, it's so fine. You need to play perfect. One accident and it's done. That's the level that we're at.
It doesn't even need to be an accident. Accident sounds somewhat serious. It can just be a blunder.
Isn't that what an
Misplay.
accident is?
No, I think a blunder's just a small mistake, isn't it?
I thought a blunder
the
happens whenever me and you play chess.
Moosey's found his gadget.
Oh, brilliant.
We're actually searching out Valkyrie cameras.
In other news, water is wet.
But that's not in other news because this didn't happen previously. NIP they've got a system going here. Moosey's spotting. And we've got Psycho on the shock drone. He's going out and finding it.
We're praising the dog for going to the toilet outside. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah. Nah, get fresh and I don't want to do this. I can't do this. I'm gone. Oh.
Wizard might be able to find one back here. Nesk takes a bit of damage and does dip himself back. We were saying earlier in the week, Demo, that it's, teams need a little bit of luck. They need a little bit of something on their side.
That's it.
NIP aren't making much of their own luck at the moment. Moosey will find one back though. Palu, for all that he popped off on Oregon, he's had a little bit of a quieter time here on Chalet. And a big round 3, but aside from that, it's flown under the radar and succumbed to Nesk's powers, as Nesk is sat at 8-1. And perfectly poised here for a massive flank should he get opportunity. Psycho, is that 2 for 2?
Oh,
Pretty sure that happened the last time that NIP attacked this site. Psycho got caught into a frost map.
Just look at the time again, Ollie. 30 seconds to go. And they've only just got the upstairs control. That they've only just taken above. Does Nesk know about Moosey? That is the real question.
Looks like he does. Moosey's going to take himself up 2, making it 3. Resets. Still going to be in that stock position. Volts is down, so can call out a little bit here. Psycho, he's found himself 4 resets. You're going to have to do the same and better to keep your team in this one. Maybe he just keeps himself alive. The diffuser, not in anybody's hand, but Moosey, he's going to pick up the ace on the round. Psycho, of course, finishing off one of his kills from a little bit prior. NIP, the fight back here, Demo. It takes one of the players getting an ace, though.
Yeah, again, it's can he get another ace? Can he do that consistently? My guess is probably not. But I know, a bit of a weird setup from Liquid. We didn't actually get a chance to really talk about it. They placed some mirror windows inside a kitchen, and then they lost it immediately because I think it got popped with the Twitch drone. And I think once you lose that foothold of putting a lot of utility and effort into that side of the map, and it's gone instantly, it's tricky to bounce back from. I mean, Moosey literally sat in a corner for about 2 minutes. That's all he did.
Yeah, but he'd put a bit of a shift in. He needed to catch his breath. He found all of the Valkyrie cameras with IQ scanner.
Again, just why?
3-2. Potential for NIP to salvage this. It feels like they've attacked dreadfully.
Yeah, they have, and it is the same as
they could come away with a 3-3. I don't know what that says about Liquid.
It is this top floor again, which obviously Liquid have lost here before. And they have a Monty.
The round 6 Monty for NIP when they're on the attack, they absolutely love it. They've brought the hard breach this time as well, which is obviously a clear improvement from last, because we can now no longer criticize them for pushing into library.
Monty isn't that good though on this bomb site, mostly because a majority of where you'd like to walk into, via main breach, via maybe office store, blown up from below. That's an issue with Monty, is you always have to, yes, you may have a shield, but 1 C4 is all it takes. That's it. So I don't know if I vibe with it. I don't know.
Iconic gave us a great demonstration of that yesterday. He was playing on the Solace, playing below. A couple of impacts, and he was able to take out the Monty from... He was down inside a basement. He actually impacted through both floors to take Monty out on the top floor. Frostmat? Nope. Wasn't sure, though. Wasn't leaving it to chance. Nope. Really have been a bane in the side of the players on NIP so far here tonight. But he's going to be allowed to make his way up through Fireplace. For all the reinforcements in and around Library, it's not somewhere that Liquid have chosen to hold for too long. Nesk looking maybe for a bit of an engagement here, but backs off to his second deployable shield inside of Piano. But look at Volps. He's out there on the roam, and he's trying to take fights with the shotgun. Picks up one onto Wizard. There's no way he should be allowed to win that.
Honestly, just go back to site. That's a good play from Liquid. You get your kill like you wanted. You wasted 2 minutes. NIP, I don't even think I've got the breach open yet. This is perfect from Liquid's perspective. They've done everything right. Has to go below, get the mute jammer Pino. There we go. Breach now will be opened, Ollie, but again, the timing's down. And you are pretty much in a 3v5. Monty ain't gonna kill anyone.
It's certainly very unlikely. Cons, he can start to put pressure in now and look to take a little bit of distraction away from Nesk. Nesk is, of course, locked on to that Piano window. He's not going to be able to sit there forever, though. Muzi threatening at the window. Does have the opportunity to hop in, but Nesk is going to flick on and find one onto Pino. Muzi, you've got to get yourself into the action here. Cons pushes in deep into sight, removes the bulletproof, can start maybe thinking about getting something down here, but not with Nesk still alive in Piano. He's picked up 3 and he's barely moved his feet. Psycho, he's going to be outside on new balcony. A flawless round here as Resets strolls up to collect the final kill. Liquid making it look easy once again there, a 4-2 split.
Wow. Just so good from Liquid. NIP, same old Ollie. They give away these picks one by one. It's the round that they won previously was down to an ace. Unless they can do that every round, there is no real game plan. There isn't. I just think NIP, we looked at the first 2 maps, and I think we all knew, yeah, this is going to favor Liquid. It's going to be Villa, which is the make or break, quite literally, because
ask me about Villa. Ask me about. I've been saving this demo.
Oh, should we hold it until we get to Villa?
Well, I can do it twice.
Okay, tell me about Villa.
Do you want to know what happened the last time that NIP played Liquid on Villa?
Oh boy, don't I?
It was on March the 11th. It was the first game of Group B.
Oh, didn't they get absolutely rinsed? Because I think I remember watching this game.
7-1 to Liquid.
I remember that. And I was
now start of the season, right? It's a long. It's not a long time ago. It's some time ago, couple of months.
I watched that game. I just sat there and thought, how the mighty have fallen.
Well, we're going to be going back. It's guaranteed we see Villa. Anything after that is well and truly up for debate. We are in a best of 5 here. But if NIP don't pull the socks up soon, it's going to be a rather short evening.
Oh, Liquid. All the confidence in the world. I mean, Nesk Ollie is 11-2. That is... I mean, if you're NIP, that's an issue.
Ness might want another map to try and break a kill record.
Oh, don't get... Anne loves the kill record, by the way. You should have seen her in that best of 5 for Europe. She was like, oh, can they break the kill record? Do you think... Well, sorry, I can't do a Dutch accent. Apologies.
Well, so imagine do like a quiet, excited accent.
Well, you know what she's like. She gets very excited about that kind of stuff.
Well, the sides have switched. Liquid...
But then again, I guess each to their own, because I get excited by someone placing like a phone gadget, so maybe I'm the weirdo. I don't know.
Everyone's got their own little Vice demo.
Yep. You get
stats.
You get excited seeing like a nade. You love a nade. Or a cap can. You love a cap can kill.
I love a cap can. I love cap can. Critical of a nade from below, though. Pino, going to be the first to fall here. Gets taken out. He was looking to roam on that bottom floor, but Volps had a really good idea of where he was going to be. Rotero drone comes in now to remove the deployable shield and potentially the ADS along with it. Nesk, he gets sat down by a Wizard. They've been dueling on that angle for some time. No one in the vicinity for an immediate refrag. Palu just going to be holding on through the window. Now looks for a little bit of burn. Probably like a nade right about now, but Neska's died with both of them, so it's going to be the old-fashioned way, I'm afraid, to push the player off these library stairs.
Lagones walks into lobby. Unchecked. No, oh, never mind. Great angle from Cause. He needed to make that kill or else two of his teammates could have been sold down the river. Now Liquid, where do you go from here? Not a great establishment of really any map. Oh, a great rotate from Volps. Eliminates the man inside the box, but there's the refrag. Muzi will appear. NIP look as if they can lock this one out, Ollie. They should be able just to sit back now. Yeah, Volps goes down to the frost mat. There's 2 frost mats, by the way. Oh, Palu. I want to see him jump in. Let's see. Oh, never mind.
10 seconds remaining.
I would have liked to see Palu jump in and just make it 4 frost mats for the game.
5 seconds remaining.
As it stands, he will hop himself in. Probably gets visual on the 2 frost mats downstairs and is glad that he didn't hop in that way. The round will just peter out on time. Despite the opening pick there for Liquid, they didn't do a great job at trading off on that man advantage. There was a lot of little 1v1s that went down and no one in direct position to assist.
I mean, NIP just played their setup. They used the utility that was at their disposal. I think that they were, again, pretty clean in just being able to refrag off each other, which was a big criticism that we had of them. So yeah, much better from NIP, but we need to see more of that.
(4-3) starts to look a little bit better here if you are an NIP fan. Going to be going downstairs. We're going to see a Brava picked here from resets. Say again. 6 picks off onto a Nook. There's Nesk.
Ooh, a lot of changes.
Also is going to change. We're going to see a full 5-man 6 pick.
So this is obviously strat B.
Or just strat A for the basement. Maybe they were anticipating a
strat A .21, maybe. Add something like that. I don't know.
You could turn to page 3 in your handbook.
And you're going to go to section 21F.
Paragraph 2.
Line 5.
Volts.
Word 26.
The blitz.
Yeah. Blitz. That's all it says. Word 26.
Just says blitz.
Yeah, that's it.
And then from there, you obviously know that this is the strategy.
Okay, I think I might know what they're going for. Open up Snowmobile. As Snowmobile gets opened, you have a strike team rushing through trench.
It would have been really nice if you'd have said that in time with the strike team actually rushing through trench. I'm not sure how much of a strike this is going to be because those Vulcan canisters could play a little bit of spoiler to this. NIP with the setup, it looks as though that's what they know is going to happen, and sure enough, Volps is going to get himself straight on in. Kills flying, 4 versus 2. Volps backing his teammate up here, and they're going to find all of the frags. They cut Pino off from that main stairs rotate, and he's not able to do too much. Can make a little bit of vert, but the plant is going to start to go down. This is an all but impossible retake. The lion scan to make things even more difficult for him. You almost feel sorry for Pino in this position.
It's a great strat. It is. It's one of the, I mean, obviously it's a one and done. They can never use this again, Ollie, but that's all Liquid need is just the 1 round. I mean, I see the Blitz, and I'm a big lover of Blitz. Massive fan of Blitz. And the amount of strats that you can really have with him, because he is the best operator in a 1v1. That is facts. He's an operator that I think if you were to, like, let's say it wasn't Fenrir, it was like Blitz was released, people would be saying, oh my goodness, how do you win against someone that you cannot shoot and he can blind you? You know, that would be the reaction. Because he is so good in those 1v1s. If you could kind of design a strat where he is going towards one direction, you know he's not going to get shot from behind or from the side, and he just takes a frontal engagement, there is no operator that you would rather have than Blitz, because he guarantees you success.
I've got one for you here, Demo. What do you think the reception would be if Blitz was released now?
Oh, outrage.
10 seconds to go.
Outrage and scandal.
Just the fact that you can flashbang someone on a shield
With a shield.
people would be kicking off.
It is obnoxious, isn't it?
Of course.
Especially when someone's talented on it. Like,
It's
see
like-
a lot of people play Blitz, but we don't see so many people play
Release
Blitz
Pulse.
well.
Release Pulse and watch the world burn. Oh, he's got wall hacks. That's not fair. That's where we're at.
Volps, for my money, is one of the most exciting players to watch on Blitz. It's very reminiscent of somebody like Pengu that you would think back to when they used to play the Blitz, back in the day. But now with all the different tools that you've got at your disposal and the synergies that you can find, it does just make it a little bit more interesting to watch. Team Liquid, they've done exactly what they set out to do. They've increased that lead again, picked themselves up on the face of it. Quite a nice rush round. NIP left a little bit stunned and have opted to not go back down there again.
Watch the frost mats. That was an issue for Liquid. I mean, also was an issue for NIP. Both teams not liking the frost mats. Wizard. Look at this resets. Where is that from? Nest, though, will just jump in and I think find the refrag on the Wizard, but Polu's already in bad for him, Ollie. Nest gets insight as well.
He's really not messing around, is he, today?
Oh, these two.
Liquid
These two.
have decided just exactly how this game is going to go, and it is going to go quickly and in their favor. Lagonis, the plank goes down. Cons, he was left doing 360s, caught in the spin cycle. He's got some of the best guns in Brazil pointed in his direction. 2 lightning rounds there from Liquid. They're dominating this series so far.
Like, what do you do against Nesk and Polu? Like, what do you do?
There's very little that you can do, especially when both of them are on the day. Nesk is having a fantastic Chalet. Oregon had Paolo had a cracking Oregon. And between them,
To locate and defuse bomb.
they're a large part of this current scoreline. 10-4. Paolo had a quiet time on the defense as well. He's really come alive since getting onto the attack. Nesk has only gone from strength to strength, currently 15-3. Triple positive. NIP are really searching for answers here, and they need to find them quickly. Another round and another site. Things don't go well for them here, Demo. They're going to be staring down the barrel of losing the first 2 maps here in this best of 5.
Oh, just
10 seconds left.
incredible. Honestly, from Liquid, it's been lights out the way they've played. NIP, I mean, NIP just,
Attackers
apart from
are
Muzi,
to defuse a bomb.
no one's really in it. Like, look at the kills.
Yeah, people aren't even winning gunfights.
That's, what, 14 kills? Nesk has more kills than 4 of their players combined. And I guess Paulu will take Muzi in a 1v1.
We're
Outrageous.
not seeing that edge from Nip. We're not seeing that flair and that, you know, let's try and make something happen here. They are largely just letting Liquid play whatever version of Siege Liquid want to do, which is always going to be a very dangerous thing. Mute Jam are going to stop the wall from being opened for the time being, but should be dealt with fairly swiftly. Nice little Ash breaching round from below, we'll see to that. Impact trick from Wizard though, so it is only going to be a line of sight for the time being. Moody's got himself into library as well, but you do just get the feeling that Liquid are waiting to set up for something a little bit quick again here, especially with the resets' positioning on this door.
Volps again just walks in. Liquid, how are they allowed to do this? Oh, never mind. Their Psycho says, not today, boys. Eliminate Nesk and Paulu. But I mean, Volp still is in sight with Diffuser, but he's by himself, Ollie.
Yeah, Volps has got himself a little bit too deep here. He's going to get a bit of chip damage onto Pino. It gives the location away. Cons, he's going to be hanging around at the bottom of those West Main stairs, but more kills rain in from above. The Lion Scan not going to be good enough for anything here. Resets, he's able to drop and can maybe think about a challenge onto the West Main player, but he's too super low. Lagonis, I feel like he's been caught out in the cold a little bit. Just transitioning over the roof and seeing if he can try and double up here with resets and make something happen. But they've got a lot of breaking down to do here inside of a minute. Lagonis, he's got a line of sight and can see that Cons is likely going to be tucked into the corner. Cons can play both windows here if he must. Lagonis there with the quick swing. He had great info on that. That should free and allow resets to move on through. But if we think about where the diffuser was left by Volps, it is going to be left in the site, and there are still players up above that will have vertical onto that. Resets. Doesn't quite spot the player out there, but it's not even going to matter. Psycho, we might find an ace from the ceiling here. It took an ace from Muzi to pick up a round previously. It might be an ace from Psycho to get the job done. Lagonis picks himself up another onto Pino, but Psycho, he's waiting and ready. Lands the shots. It's going to be Muzi that nicks it off him in the end, but I'm sure that NIP aren't going to be too bothered.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid just one of those rounds where it feels as though a little bit too confident there at times, and I mean, NIP, it's another one of those rounds where they won it because someone has played out of their skin. You know? Is that the consistent way to play Siege? No, of course it isn't. But NIP, if they can just keep high in there, get to OT, see what happens. But it's not going to be easy. You know, it's really not. NIP have really struggled, Ollie, I think, to find a rhythm. You know, being able to string up, you know what? Have we even seen them win like 3 rounds in a row? It's been like 2 at max.
No, we've definitely not, no.
Yeah. They just can't find the mojo.
It's been a very turbulent map so far, and quite a turbulent series, to be honest. Not really seeing great deals of consistency. Almost from both sides. Think about the couple of rounds that Liquid have been successful in here, where it's been lights out Siege.
5 seconds left.
They've been fairly speedy rounds. It's, you know, we think about the rush round with the Blitz, attacking into the basement.
Defuse a bomb.
That's a round where no one's hanging around. Everything happening very quickly. See how Liquid fare now attacking into bar again. Frost is, of course, something that has been extremely effective. We've seen 3 Frost mats successful so far this series. 2 onto Pino and 1 onto Palu. I'd like to see a nice traditional clear here, Demo. Remove the player inside of stock, get something open, and start to pressure in onto that library and really, you know, take your time with it, get the cross established.
I mean, they have the
Looks as though
floor
that's at least what they're setting up for at the minute.
Yeah, they're bringing the correct operators to do so. I think the Lion's going to be a great pick for the kind of 3-2-1 jumping, because I think for bar anyway, whenever you're trying to take the upstairs, because you always know you're up for a fight, you're always going to have to go through the process of clearing top fire plays, going through blue, all that jazz. The Lion's going to be great, because 9 times out of 10 it comes into like a 3-2-1, everyone jumps in a window. Lion's really good for that.
Starting to see a little bit of burn and the nades start to come through. Volps has got himself into a fantastic spot here.
Oh.
Great nade from Nesk to open the round up as well. And look at Volps on the backside. Gets caught out by the goo mine, but it isn't going to matter. He wins his engagement, immediately traded. NIP trail by 1. Muzi, you've got to try and get yourself back into the fight. Cons, he's going to find 1 and then eventually meet his demise. Don't forget, this is for the map. Liquid to go 2-0 up here if Muzi can't clutch out. Lagonis, he's got the diffuser. He's going to be hiding out in stock at the moment. A little bit split up from Palu, all things considered. It doesn't look like Muzi's working off too much information. Takes a chunk of damage in the back. He at least knows where 1 is now, but he's left guessing to find the second. 2 players line up. He gets a couple of shots in, but it's not going to be enough. Close isn't going to be good enough here. Lagonis, he's going to find that final kill. Liquid wasn't entirely pretty, but they take map number 2, 7 rounds to 4.
Wow. Almost had him there in a minute, didn't he? He seen both of them at the same time, but could only lock into Paulo, and then Lagonis just reaction shots them out of the server. And yeah, Liquid, what can you say? Again, it's another 7-4. Again, it was close, but still very convincing for Liquid here today. I think that they certainly have looked like the more complete team. NIP struggling with refrags. Again, the timing issues are always going to be an issue, and if it wasn't for, you know, Muzi getting an ace, Cycle getting a quad, this would have been over a lot quicker.
Would have been a 7-2. quite simply, we would have seen 2 of those rounds immediately wiped off the board there for NIP. Let's have a look and see what our analysts have to say about that. They're going to break down map 2 of Chalet and set us up for what could be already our final map in this best of 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
It feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Did you know that 80% of a human's brain is developed by age 3? That's such a narrow period of time which will have lifelong consequences. Not only on one child, but whole societies, the whole world. That's why we chose UNICEF at Gamers Without Borders, because they are there for children every step of the way. From early childhood until they enjoy their rights to health, education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right thing and the smart thing to do. And you can join us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Another map down in this best of 5. Liquid continue their impressive run against NIP. Just one more map win. The series, the top donation, and the Gamers 8 spot is theirs. And I feel like the momentum was just too strong. Liquid, they look like they're getting very comfortable now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it starts off even with that ban phase, right? Banning out the Aruni, allowing for them to have more time on the attacks where you don't have to waste utility, you don't have to waste time to get through the Syria gates. Also, we saw how confident the NIP players were yesterday, swinging around with the DMR, so banning that away makes a lot of sense. And Liquid just had a lot of pacing into the attacks. I won't touch on this too much because I know Fresh wants to talk about with an example as well. But yeah, their attacks really were a lot better today. They had a good read into the plans of what NIP were bringing out today as well. They obviously saw how NIP played this map, what their plans and ideas were for a bar take, and they ran into that perfectly, having reinforcements to the points where NIP would usually enter the map, putting up control on parts all over the map, forcing NIP into such a slow play style as well.
It wasn't actually like that strong a start for Liquid, was it? Because Muzi was basically single-handedly keeping NIP in the map during the first half, but it just wasn't enough, Fresh. Where did you think the turning point was? It was kind of like round 3, round 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think realistically, you know, Liquid lost a couple of rounds unnecessarily. I thought strategically they outclassed NIP on the defense. I want to give a shout out to the way that Liquid used the mirror window in particular. They played all 4 sites with a mirror set up on all 4 sites. Like I say, Muzi was trying to keep his team in it. NIP, they did throw that 4v1 against Nesk, who is back, by the way. And then as soon as Liquid got on the attack, like Anne said, like variable attacks in terms of the pacing, the speed, the ideas, the approach. Are they going to go for a breach? Are they going to go for a plant? Are they all just going to flood at once? Really liked that attacking approach to Liquid, and it is something that we have seen coming out of them all the way through the major and into this tournament.
Yeah, Nesk had 11 kills at the end of the half. And I feel just like losing a 4v1, it just sticks like a thorn in your side because, you know, you can visualize your opponents losing their minds at that clutch, Anne.
Oh yeah, it really hurts your mental if you got such a good setup for yourself and then you eventually lose it to one player with a singular mag that just goes swing and deletes everyone and just winning their gunfights. I mean, Nesk indeed showing up huge into this game, and it was showing on the side of NIP that they didn't always win their gunfights. There was a point where all players, Psycho, Cons, Pino and Wizard, were equalizing the amount of kills that Muzi had. So that is something that cannot be accepted. You can't have all your players have the same amount of kills, just one of them. It was even mentioned by the casters, Nesk had more kills than 4 players combined. So winning the gunfights really wasn't happening on this map in particular for NIP.
Yeah, it appears that Liquid have kind of come into this a little bit slow, like in map 1, but now that they're finding that momentum, this kind of feels like it's the Liquid of yesterday now. Was there at any point that you felt like NIP could have potentially saved that? Were they looking good at any point really there, Fresh, as we approached like towards the end of that map, or it was just kind of chalked from halfway through, wasn't it?
I felt like it was maybe a little bit chalked. I think it was more to do with Liquid and if they made the errors rather than whether NIP could win the round. There was a couple of rounds, particularly the dining kitchen round, where Liquid were trying to bring the pace, but didn't have a great read into it, and then IP punished them from above. I believe that was Pino, maybe not Muzi. I think it was Pino, actually. And realistically, it was only going to be about punishing errors. As long as Liquid were, going through the processes and doing them well, they were always in the ascendancy because they set themselves up so well in the first half.
Well, Fresh, we talk a lot about pace here in the virtual studio, and NIP, they're playing a little bit slow. We've already touched on it now, but Liquid, they switched it up, didn't they? We've got a bit of a replay here, so you can take us through everything that we need to know.
Yeah, so through this replay, what you're going to see is the way Siege is played in 2023, which is 3 players coming in through the breach, 2 players coming in through the trench door on a 3-2-1. And Volps, by the way, is potentially the best blitz player in the world at the minute. We've seen it consistently out of him, and this is how rounds are won or lost in Siege today. Liquid know that there's a roam up top, they know there's an extension, and there's minimal players on site. If Liquid can then get all 5 players in on site faster than Nip can rotate back, which is exactly what they did, they would take control of site, get the plant away for free, and that's exactly what happened. And I want to give a shout out because that's how Siege is played today. You find the gap, you exploit the gap, you hit the gap hard, and as you say, Pino had no reply, ends up getting taken out in the end here. A very good round from Liquid, and it's worth noting that sometimes they can go slow, they can play default, they can play the breach, play normally, and then other times the round has started and is over within 20 seconds because they will just execute very fast, very early on into the round.
It's almost like polar opposites, isn't it? Demo even mentioned during that map that the reason why NIP is slow rolling as well is just because they're waiting for everything to be set up. They're waiting for everything to be perfect, and it's just, that's not how this works. It's almost reminiscent of what we were talking about DarkZero yesterday on the A stream. We were talking about how they have to have this formulaic approach, this 1, 2, 3, and if it doesn't work, then everything kind of seems to collapse. So NIP maybe need to get a bit creative as we come into map number 3 if they're going to survive, Anne.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I mean, they did it on the first map as well. It really backfired for them when they went for these kind of funky takes and funky strats. So maybe they're a bit hesitant when it comes to that. But if you're thinking, checkbook or, your list that you're gonna clear out, there's a few things that I have my question marks with for NIP. They were going for a kitchen dining take without a singular breacher, where usually you'd like to get top floor control, you'd like to breach the mezzanine wall, you'd like to breach the kitchen wall from lobby or the dining wall from lobby, eventually set yourself up for a plant. You can't do that. The hatch in bedroom, if I'm not mistaken, was even reinforced. So to even create an angle or a drop opportunity, that's not possible without a hard breacher. So if you're looking to get all these things checked off your list, but you're missing a few of the really important parts to get those things checked, you won't get to the point where you want to be eventually.
Let's get to our top performing individuals who are going to face off in our head-to-head. In our graphic, who's pulling their weight a little bit more? I think we can guess that it's definitely going to be Muzi and it's definitely going to be Nesk. But, I mean, the differentiation is actually not as big as I thought it was going to be, considering the scoreline, Fresh.
Yeah, I think it's only in that rating, which is obviously very much driven by the KD. 1.88 rating for Nesk, 1.07 for Muzi. Now, the thing with Nesk is that he actually went through a patch in, the back end of 2022, the start of, not maybe the start of 2023, but the back end of 2022 in particular, where he was doing a lot of roles for the team that was like the dirty roles, the roles that people didn't want to do, the non-flashy roles. We've known Nesk as this big star player for a long time, and now he's kind of getting back to that form. He's playing a lot of frag operators, getting himself in those gunfights, and I think Liquid are reaping the rewards of that they've got Nesk, they've got Palu, and they've got Volps in this kind of massive front line that can go head to head with absolutely anybody.
The dream team are forming. I'm going to quickly go over some predictions with you guys because I think I know what you're going to say. We have this map in, map out, but this is your fault, Fresh. You started this the last time. You said we got to do it map in, map out because things change, momentum shifts, confidence goes up, goes down. But ultimately, I feel like you're going to stick with a 3-0, am I right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think especially looking forward to Villa as well. Villa's the #1 map preference for Team Liquid. It's their favourite map. They want to go to it whenever they can. Add into that the fact that Liquid and Nip played each other in Stage 1 on Villa, and it was a 7-1 result for Liquid. I can't see anything other than a Liquid win.
Anne, are you shifting towards that 3-0 yet? Or do you think NIP can take this next map?
I want to put a bit of confidence and a bit of hope on the hands of NIP because, yes, they played this map against Liquid in Brazil League, but they also played it against los+one yesterday. That was the only map that was really, really convincing and very one-sided in that, you know, tense matchup. It was a 7-1 scoreline, so if there's any hope that they can have and any confidence, as you mentioned, coming into this match as well, is that they have that good scoreline. But we also know that Liquid knows what NIP is going to plan on bringing out, and they have been really good at countering it.
Well, I guess time will tell, but they can't lose any more maps, otherwise they will be sent packing and they won't be going to Gamers 8. The casters are prepped. It sounds like we're good to go. Demo and X, is this going to be a slam dunk, or are we going to go to a map 4?
Barney, Fresh, and thank you all so very much. Demo, I've got a feeling this could be a bit of a slam dunk. I'm expecting Liquid to come out here and give us a bit of a repeat of what we have seen previously on Villa when they played NIP at the start of the year.
It's the only map that realistically we would maybe see NIP win, but just look at the confidence from Liquid. It's different if Liquid were a little bit slow, a couple of OTs in there, but they look so good. There's no way that confidence isn't just blistering now with Liquid and NIP kind of mudded.
4-2 is the current scoreline of wins on Villa between these two teams. Now, NIP as a Villa side, Demo, we know them to historically have been incredible. They held a year-long win streak on this very map, and it was the same year that the organization won SI as well. So obviously a very different team and a very different time. Here and now, we're really looking for NIP to wake up in this series. We've got the potential for 5 maps here tonight, but so far, based off the first 2, it's looking likely that we will only see 3. I want to see NIP come out here and show us just why they deserve to be at Gamers 8.
I mean, is there a case that they deserve it more than Liquid? Is there?
Not at the moment, but there might be.
You think that their quality of siege will actually give, you know, G2, W7M, BDS, Oxygen, Falcons, CAG, potentially DZ or M80? Are they really going to contest against those teams?
Not based off what we've seen up until this point.
I mean, not even what we've seen at the major, in my opinion. I know that they beat M80 and DZ, but best of ones.
Thatcher, Ace, Mute all have been removed. NIP with the last defender ban. Ace mute ban here from Liquid. Azami to round things out. Liquid love a mute ban whenever they're going to play Flores. I'm not going to say that they crutch heavily into it.
They're a fan.
But they are a big fan. They're buying front row seats and a t-shirt and a hat.
Anything else that you'd buy in the front row?
I don't know. I'm just sort of defining a fan. Like, if you were a super fan of someone, you would like buy the t-shirt, buy the hat.
Why have you not asked me?
Maybe buy the
I'm a super fan.
What would you do?
I would bring like a life-size cutout with Doki. Because it's life-size, I can just fit the carry-on quite easily.
Great idea.
Not too bad.
How's Doki caught astray? Yeah.
Just, I hate him.
Jesus. You don't mean
simple,
that.
Is it?
Mirror window extension here, as we've got trophy and statuary as our first primary site here for NIP. Going to be playing a mirror over inside of games.
Oh, there's
site in through study.
There's section B, paragraph 2 has been locked in for Liquid.
Yeah, this
full
is
switch.
A full 5-man switch again. Liquid love it though, and guess what? It works out for them.
They're so
feeling
well prepared.
Hella confident at the minute.
So prepared. I'm just trying to think what they're going to do, because Villa is one of those maps which I think it is quite tricky to rush, because it is like, it's very claustrophobic, isn't it? It's not like there's no big open spaces that you can like execute on. It's very small, very contained, a lot of doorways, more importantly. So it is a bit of an issue just to rush from that perspective. But I am curious. I don't really know what the idea is, but just give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Well, we've got a bit of time to see just how this develops. Volps is picked into the Twitch. He knows mirror windows are going to be a little bit of a target for him here, along with any other utility that he might find. So far, it's going to be Nesk to make that initial hop in under the cover of a Candela. Good control of the 90 already and really cutting these defenders in half. They're not going to do a great job of being able to assist one another here. Pino gets found out on the drone. The Dokkaebi call comes through. He gets great line of sight, but doesn't pull the trigger till later. Resets finds one back, but bodies falling here for Liquid. Bit of a late call there from Palu as well. Not sure if he knows exactly where everybody is here. He's going to pick himself up too. Classic Palu. He's donned the Teflon suit. He can't put a foot wrong here. Great attempt at a wallbang there from Lagonis. Exchanged a bit of damage along with Wizard, but Psycho on the skinny angle is going to be able to take Palu out and hops himself through for Lagonis as well. NIP, they were ready for that 3-2-1.
Yeah, it wasn't really a rush. It was operator designed to clear out roamers. That's what it was. And as we've seen, all it takes is one mistake for this kind of map. Because it is so, I always find Villa is very difficult to get like a flow going. I'm going to be honest, I'm not a big fan of this map.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I like watching it, I don't like playing it. I'm not very good at Villa. I don't feel like my teams are very good at Villa.
And I think that's the issue, is because I don't like playing it, it kind of carries over.
See, I like watching it because I like seeing what I can't do.
See, you stick me on border, like a kid in a sweet store. You know?
Recess has threatened this Brava a couple of times now, and it looks like he may lock it in this time.
10 seconds left.
I'm still a little bit unsure on the Brava, I'll be honest.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll probably, I mean, we can talk about the new operator, can't we? Sure we can. It's always the issue with these new operators that come in is who do they replace on a 5? You know? Because you look now, you brought the Brava in, oh, where's yard breach? That's immediately what you look at. You think about Fenrir coming in. Oh, you got Fenrir. Okay, where's your ADS denial? Where's your C4?
There's always sacrifices to be made, isn't there?
Yeah.
And you look at this lineup and you go, well, you've arguably got 4 operators here that don't all need to be there. You've got the Dokkaebi and the IQ. You've got the Jackal and the Brava. Dokkaebi and IQ share a little bit of synergy. You know, you get a kill on the entry, you can hack the cameras, you can find out where those Valkyrie cameras are, then you can look to try and deal with them. The Brava, of course, has that ability to steal information and steal electronics.
Yeah.
Jackal, could that be replaced with just a little bit more effort placed into the roam game? So many questions, and there's not really a right or wrong answer. It does largely come down to preference, and when you've got this level of flexibility, you can bring almost whatever you like. The only thing that is potentially lacking here in Liquid, you've mentioned the lack of hard breach.
Yeah.
We can kind of get around that. It's going to be the lack of vertical destruction. What are you looking toward? 3 breaching charges on Palu and
look at Liquid.
Jackal's shotgun.
Look at Liquid right now. They've got 5 players all at different points of the map. They are all away from each other, so there's going to be no options for refrags. But if they all individually win a gunfight, they win the round naturally. But this will give them map control a lot quicker because they're spreading it out. It's, you know, pros and cons way up what you want to go for.
Resets, just seeing if you can catch a player on that rotation down. He was just a little bit too late to catch at the top of those red stairs. Liquid, for all that they've moved fairly slowly, they've taken a little bit of control here. Palu going to start getting a bit of vertical done, see if he can search out for Psycho downstairs. Lagonis still looking to try and hold that cross. He's maybe got a chance at something.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. He's just on the other side of the wall. He's only 8 meters away. Hello.
Lucky, lucky, lucky.
Psycho, how have you let that happen? You could have popped up at any time, but that was the worst. The opener here for Liquid. Nest just activates the goggles, see if he can find anything fresh. Lagonis has lost out on that flank control through Bicycle Door, so that's going to be a little bit of a vulnerability now, and it does leave Nesk exposed. Pino, he can pick up a second here as Volps. He's been waiting very patiently at the top of Pantry Stairs for pretty much the whole round, and it doesn't look like that patience will be rewarded. Gets himself into a couple of gunfights, but it isn't going to be enough. Pally finds one as an exchange. That's all it was ever going to be.
Weird attack from Liquid. It seemed to be they just relied on gunfights. That was it. There was no real utility being used. You mentioned before, nobody looking to go above to play vertical. The thing is, that's one of those rounds where they could have walked away looking like a hero. Oh, look how clean that was. Look at that. Look at that 3-2-1. Everyone wins a gunfight. Wow. But that's the downside. You now look like a zero because that was just a poor attack.
Couple of poor attacks back to back there, really, especially considering how good Liquid have been up until this point on that attack. They struggled a little bit on Oregon, granted, but they really cleaned things up over on Chalet. Gonna go to Aviator and Games now to see if they can get the job done here. This is more befitting of the bans that Liquid brought, looking mainly toward that mute ban and the want and need to play Flores. Can start to get in and remove some of those power positions. There's going to be a couple of deployable shields to latch your focus onto.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
No shield at the top of main though, at least not at the moment.
Oh, Liquid. I mean, they were 2-0 down, weren't they? They lost the first 2 rounds on Oregon, if I'm not mistaken. And that was, of course, on their attacks. NIP, they need to get as many defenses as they can, because we know the attack's been poor today. They just need to give themselves as best of a chance as possible. Liquid, if they get, if they get 3 attacks, it's done. Even 2, I still think Liquid's in a good position. NIP need maybe 6. That's how I feel right now with NIP.
6?
Honestly.
Surely 5-1, they'd be able to do something with that.
I mean, how many rounds did they lose in a row in Oregon? Did they not lose 5 attacks in a row?
Well, something we haven't seen yet, Demo, is a timeout. We haven't seen NIP take a timeout yet.
Very true.
Pally gets himself into a bit of a scrappy engagement here at the top of Astro. Pino goes for the double dip and will finish him off. Another entry where Liquid suffer. Immediately traded, though, by Lagonis. Resets, he's just going to be holding, see if he can catch any players off on that rotation, but as we can see with the outlines, everyone's scurried themselves back to site.
Liquid, Volps, oh, maybe if he held that angle into Library, he could have picked up Pino, but it's not going to be the case. As Volps, again, very patient from Liquid. Doesn't look as if they have a real idea of how they want to attack at the moment. Pino just has to sit and wait, run down the clock as best as he can. Liquid. I mean, right now for Liquid, they need to get Volps active. Volps needs to do something.
Well, he's going to do just exactly that. Makes his way up the stairs, finally deals with Pino in that power position. He had a ton of ADSs and discs really there to keep him safe for a long time. The thing that is the big question mark at the moment for Liquid is which one of the 3 remaining players is going to make that rotation. It looks as though Volps is going to go for it. He's underneath right now. He doubles back. Thinks better of it for the time being. Nesk just getting cut off by this Toxic Babe gas. Isn't going to be able to find an entry here easily. 2 canisters left for Cons as well, so he can more than run out the rest of the clock as the gas dissipates. Nesk does manage to crouch walk his way in, finds the important kill and looks for the second, but there's no one there for the catch. Wizard, he's going to pick himself up too. Psycho, the final kill. NIP hold on again here. They're looking pretty good on the defense on Villa.
They are. They're playing the basics. They're playing the refrags, Liquids. It doesn't look as if they have any real idea how they want to approach it. It just seems to be kills. You know, that's not a good, it's like a foundation meta, a Poppadoms. How far is that going to get you?
It's always going to be difficult when Liquid go man down early on. Fortunately, they were able to trade it back this time quite quickly, but the advantage or the level man count didn't remain for too long. And when you haven't got somebody to backstab up inside a study or inside a main stairs, you're always going to struggle just funneling through that one single doorway.
That's the issue with Villa. It's such a clog fest on that vault door. And you can't. Yeah. It's difficult, very, very difficult. And NIP again, just keep moving through the basics, keep doing what they're doing. I like this setup, mirror extension in toward maps.
5 seconds to go.
Other mirror window probably going to be going down on bedroom. Yep, wish it has. This is good. This is what I like to see.
NIP can continue like this seemingly all day long. We're really going to look onto Liquid to see who can be the one to make a difference. Volps, currently pretty quiet, 0 and 3. He's had some good positional impact, but hasn't arrived on the scoreboard yet. We get the read that there's at least one player down on the bottom of those Astro stairs. I want to know where this good, succinct push is that we know Liquid to be able to have. Get the info that Pino's inside of maps and do something about it. Try and cut him off. Get somebody on Pig window. Really try and hold that crossfire and then start to tighten the net.
Just a little bit more active. That's all.
Just looking a little bit scared. Yeah. Nesk's kind of holding for a spawn peek at the 2-minute mark.
They're all thinking that NIP's just gonna take me. Take me. That's what it's like. Imagine you walk into like a restaurant and the chicken comes up to you and says, just take me now. That's not how that works. You need to go and order your own food.
You gotta catch the chicken first.
Exactly.
Second scan coming out here from Palu. This is a good example. He knows that somebody's there and the info just isn't live enough for Nesk to do anything about it. These nades thrown from below aren't going to find the mark. They're the only 2 nades that have been brought for this attack. And the clock's just continuing to dwindle. Nesk, because he's in on his own down below, and the Dokubi call maybe was a little bit late, he is going to be taken out there. Resets. He's got a chance now to push on into sight. Volps has found his first kill of the game as well. He's got himself established inside of Astro, and there's a bit of live ping information into a trophy as to what exactly is going on here. Just going to try and front this up and take it as a head-to-head engagement with Cons. He's going to do just exactly that. Palu finds one as he now enters the party, but traded out. Muzi. Him and Pino have got a minute now to try and hold on. Liquid, for as slow as they looked, they're not looking too bad now, but that is unforgivable. Muzi allowed to find another solo, can start to use some of this utility. Palu gets domed. The mirror window's still active here. Lagonis, he's probably wondering how he's found himself in this 1 versus 2. 30 seconds left to go. He knows that the player was last seen inside a master. He needs to try and break this down. He's going to announce his position. The mirror window still being a little bit of a factor, has to get rid of that and do something to deal with it. Muzi close on the breach. He's likely going to find this final kill, but plays it smart for the time being. Just waiting for that guarantee. Really doesn't want to give Lagonis any chance here. That DMR is hard hitting and he doesn't need to land too many shots, but he won't find the first. Ring around the rosy. Successful here for NIP. They chalk another one up.
You said that Lagonis was thinking, how is he in this situation? He caused that. What was he doing? That entire round, I'm just sitting there thinking, what is he doing? He was, look right now. His team's getting absolutely rinsed and he just sat in the shower. He's taking a shower while all this is going on.
He might have been a bit warm.
No.
Maybe he needs to cool off.
No. You know what? You want to be warm in these games.
Pretty shocking decision making there from Liquid, and something that we'll say about teams quite often when they are on good form or they start showing us that they've got the ability to chain rounds together, which by the way NIP haven't really done so far in this series. They've chained 4 together here on the defense of Villa, is that NIP are now winning the rounds that they should lose.
Yeah.
And that's always a very scary part of a series to get into, when you can turn it around and start winning rounds that you really ought to be losing. We've credited Liquid so far tonight in their ability to win gunfights. No one's really standing up here for the side of Liquid. We've got a couple of exit frags padding some of those stats as well. Take a look at the side of NIP. Muzi, he's on a storm. They got an ace in Chalet. Granted, they lost the game, so it doesn't really matter. But he's 5 and 2 at the moment at the 5-round mark. Wizard, 5 and 1. NIP aren't losing gunfights right now.
Oh, it's yeah. I mean, I just think Liquid they don't know what the game plan is. It's just it feels very, very almost NIP-like in terms of just no refrags and being way too slow. That's what it feels like. Like I said, NIP 6-0 half. That's what I think they need. Honestly, I think that's what they need.
It looks like
and they're on for it. They're on for it.
It looks like they're going to get it, I'll be honest with you. Liquid haven't looked great so far. You look at the lineup that they're bringing here again, and you can maybe start to question a couple of the things. We've got Ness going to be finding out a lot of that utilities. Desperately trying to spot out below. He knows that there's Wizard. Oh, well, he doesn't know it's Wizard, but he at least knows that there is going to be a pulse here. And it causes Palu just a little bit of care and attention. Reset's great opener this time. Able to take Muzi down. Now they can start to try and really pinch this map control, but the pulse is going to be a problem. But not if Vulpes just walks straight in. How's he been allowed to do that? He's inside a site. Resets has found his second Wizard. He's going to put an end to Vulpes' little crouch walk in and find himself firmly in the blender. Picks one up onto Ness, takes a chunk load of damage in the process. 3 versus 2 as the call rings out. NIP players are being given away at the minute. Pino and Wizard both super low here. Palu picks himself up one. Pino in the 2 versus 1. They've got the diffuser. They should really just go for the plant here, but it looks like they're going to try and go for kills. This is terrifying. Finally, Lagonas comes to his senses and starts to get that plant down. Resets, you can't afford to push too far up here. You need to wait for that plant to be confirmed. He will eventually find the kill. Liquid, they grab one back here.
Yeah, NIP asleep at the wheel. That's what it felt like. Just nobody in China, nobody holding that doorway. I mean, they have a Legion as well, didn't they? Oh, but they lost Muzi early on. That's probably why. Let's actually look at it now, that the knock-on effect of losing the Legion.
I think Muzi was playing at the bottom of Astro stairs, and I think that Reset's got the kill from Bicycle Door onto him.
And if he's bottom Astro, he could have easily thrown a Goo-Mine to stop that walk-in through clock.
Exactly. So that's just entirely freed it up. I commented at the start of this game saying that Vulpes, while he's found some good positional advantage, he hasn't found the scoreboard. He's since found a couple of kills, but his positioning is still as good as ever. And the ability to spot that gap and be able to walk in and pick up a kill and really start to cause a problem and a nuisance for his team to then react to. Heavily attributed to Liquid coming away with that round number 5. Still chance at a 2-4 split for Liquid, but NIP definitely in the driver's seat here on Villa. And well, this is where we were hoping they'd wake up really, Demo. After we saw the result of the first 2 games, we didn't want them to just roll over here on Villa.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
NIP need this next round. They need it. If they don't, I think they're in hot water. And they're a hot dog, so that, you know, that's not going to be good.
Are they going to get cooked?
Yeah. And then eaten.
A lot of food references today. Have you eaten? Like, are you okay?
I had some chicken goujons earlier.
Classic.
Pretty nice, but other than that, I mean, after this, I need some food definitely, because I'm pretty hungry.
Nesk on the Hibana this time, going to start to get open the wall there into Statuary. It's going to force Muzi out of position, and Pino, he's likely going to follow suit, although he seems to be sticking around for a little bit longer. Resets. He's been great on this entry in the last couple of rounds. Now I'm going to toss the Candelas in, see if he can displace this player at the top of main stairs. But he's going to fluff the second Candela. He's going to flash his team there, and Vulpes, he was waiting below to try and Amaru through the hatch, and he just can't do it at the moment. He has been cut off by the Toxic Babe gas. Some great insight there, Demo, from Cons.
They've done their research. They know that that's a position that Vulpes will get himself into, and oh, Pino, there's 2 players coming for you, but do they know that Pino is in this position? Will slip in. One guy's going to be on the drone. Pino, he will find the Hibana. Where's the refrag? It's not there, Ollie. A blunder.
How's he been allowed to get away with that? Paolo eventually shuts him down. A little bit of a late refrag, but a refrag nonetheless. The advantage still with Liquid. Just over the halfway point in the round. Looks as though Liquid are a little bit unsure, though. They get the feeling that there's still somebody out there on their own. Wizard still needs to be dealt with here at the top of these main stairs, but Palu's on a bit of a tear, picks himself up yet another. Wizard got a very key part to play here, along with Cons. They don't have the most amount of utility as well. Smoking the hatch is great, but if you find yourself with a minute left to burn and you've got none left, have you really done your best? 4 versus 2. Cons got himself tucked in close. Might be good for 1 kill here. So we are seeing the rotation come through from Volps below. Of course, being on the Amaru, he has the ability to move quite quickly.
Oh,
if
he's going to die.
Through this hatch, it's going to give poor old Wizard a heart attack. He's thinking about it. He's going to get the job done. A little bit of a switcheroo. Wizard, he didn't intend on ending up down there. Cottons, he's picked himself up 1, but Wizards now has to make the rotation. The plan is going to be going down. He's back at the top of these main stairs. Volps finishes him off. I don't think I've ever seen that demo.
Get that on Reddit. That is... You don't see that. You don't see that.
Round number 7.
Incredible.
4-2 split. Liquid. They've managed to salvage it. Wasn't looking great for them for a while.
Get it on Reddit, honestly. You're just incredible. And the thing is, like, with that kind of play, people say, oh, well, how do you deal, with taking study? Study's a difficult place to take. Oh, just using a Maori to drop the guy down the hatch. It's that simple.
I really like that adaptation from Volps as well, because the study pressure was something that Liquid really lacked last time that they attacked into aviating games.
Yeah, study's the make or break for that.
So bringing the Amaru and just having that ability to move a little bit quicker than usual, even if you just get yourself onto, the balcony a little bit quicker, if that's all you need, then great, take it. Fantastic adaptation and a great way to salvage what was looking like a pretty shocking half from Liquid.
5 seconds left.
Now with the 2-4 split, they're probably sitting there thinking, we can work with this.
It's doable.
It's very doable from this point out. I mean, have been pretty bad on their attack so far this evening.
We will know from the first round. That's how we will know. It depends on the quality of NIP and how, well, it's not a case of, if they lose a round. It's how they will lose the round, right? If they do lose it. That's what I'm interested in. If it's a washout, oh, well, back to Oregon, back to Chalet again. If it's not, then we have a game in our hands.
Time for a wake-up call. In position to knock it down.
Liquid are happy to contest out here on this slightly extended roam. They've got a little bit of utility kicking around to keep them safe. We saw a Wamai disc there above Nesk's head. Palu, he's going to back himself out nice and early, and Nesk will do the same. Happy with the 50 seconds that they've taken off the clock, and the fact that they've both come away with their life is very important indeed. Volps, though, he's got other ideas, Demo. He's crouch walking around, he's finding that space.
Yeah, Solus, this is what you expect. Solus, a great operator in Villa. Big, a lot of different drones that you can hide in amongst all the clutter. It's going to be a great operator, obviously, to have. And, I mean, if you actually look at the, the cameras, the drones available, only 6 left.
NIP have been a little bit frivolous with those drones in the first part of the round, but it should still have enough left to get the job done.
He's blind nading.
He's just going blind.
Yeah,
these are just for predefined spots. But
and also, Villa is one of the more harder maps to nade on, because you see the way you have like these big long logs that kind of like cement like a square.
They're called beams.
You have to, oh, sorry. Yeah, beams, sorry. You have these beams that go across, and you just have to think, okay, it has to go in this square.
This is a beautiful building, Nemo. I can't believe that you've called them logs.
I grew up playing, that's why I grew up playing Minecraft.
We're not on Chalet anymore.
Logs.
This isn't a log cabin. This is the key is in the name. It is a villa. Couple of kills have traded back and forth here. Volps, the Solace roam has been unsuccessful. Same as these depth charges thrown from below. I've got a big problem with these at the minute. I've commented on it multiple times. If you've been around watching Gamers Without Borders this week, you will know that I have said these depth charges from below are very hit and miss, and they're only as good as the information that you've got, and the information has not been there. Nesk, he'll take his chances there onto Psycho. Great little pick up there. Look at the time. 15 seconds left. Konzi getting himself into the site, but he's going to have to do a lot of the work here. Recess. Can he activate the glasses and get the job done? The plant's going to have to start going down sooner rather than later, and he knows that there is a player going to be inside of the vault, but he doesn't look to have too much info. Removes Pino, but Pino's going to have been able to give out so much information as to where he's playing. Cons takes a ton of damage there. It's 1.5. He's doing resets pretty well so far, but he's got some horrible angles to contest with here. Hops himself up onto the table. He knows he's got one inside a vault and knows he's got one inside of the bar as well. Picks the wrong 50-50. Muzi. He's going to collect that final kill. They used all the round demo, but they got the job done.
Who was Frost? Who was dancing on the table as if it's happy hour? Who was that?
I love how you're asking like I'm gonna give you an answer. We can see now. We got the replay.
There he is.
It's gonna be Lagonis. Yeah.
Lagonis, you fraud.
What's wrong with what was wrong with the table antics?
Because someone walks in maps and sees you immediately.
Liquid gonna hit a timeout here. This is what we're worried about with this team, Liquid team, by the way. They can play fantastic Siege on the first 2 maps in the series. And it gets to this point, and you do start to wonder, a little part of you, that small voice in your head just pipes up and goes, you know what, this might not be over yet.
This might not be over yet.
This really might not be over yet. Liquid have got the ability to lose a couple of these maps. And as we spoke about at the top of the show, the Veto, it's weighted back end for NIP. They've got some of their more preferred maps coming up later on in this best of 5. So they may have been going into these first couple of maps expecting and knowing, you know what, we're probably going to have a tough time on Oregon, probably going to have a tough time on Chalet. But if we can get through Villa, it's ours.
I mean, I will argue that Club is going to be a difficult game no matter what. Cafe isn't really a Liquid map. But certainly Clubhouse is one that, I mean, you'll fancy both teams, and you will favor both of them.
Yeah. For me, Cafe is not a Brazil map at all, but it is the map that they sort of replaced Consulate with.
Yeah.
In terms of their preferences. Windows. So we don't always see teams play it, but when they bring it out, it's good to watch. And I remember certainly old Liquid, back when Sexcake was still on the side, and even when Ask and Resets came onto the scene, you would look at that map and I can remember some fantastic games that Liquid have had on Cafe.
I mean, it's still not done yet in Villa. I mean, NIP need to get 2 rounds, and that's not going to be easy. It's not. They've brought
we typically say teams are good for 1 round after a timeout, so the numbers suggest that Liquid would come away with 1 here.
No Warden, which is a worry. Oh, NIP, what are we doing? Oh. Not a lot, apparently.
Well, Muzi's not doing much. The nades haven't been fantastic from below, but it is going to remove 2 of them. Pino does still have a couple to work around here. But again, where's the info? We should be seeing the ceiling littered with yellow pings.
It's just, yeah, it's tricky for NIP again. It's just that same old, where they're just throwing utility for just the sake of throwing it. You know, that's what it feels like. And I think they could do just a lot better. They definitely could do a lot better. Volps has slipped back in to Memo, by the way. This is dangerous.
I don't think that anybody knows that he's there. He's going to find a freebie onto Pino.
Just poor.
Pino was jumping in to try and do a bit of his own information gathering there and got caught out. There's 2 kills that have gone unresponded to here, and a lot of mini games yet to solve. Castle barricades hanging around inside a master. There's an electrified wall to deal with. If you've got nades below, you better be hoping that you're able to at least get a line of sight onto that Cade Claw. You might not be able to destroy it if it's been placed high, but you should be able to open up some visibility. That hasn't happened here. That means that that wall is likely going to remain intact. Candela's starting to come out now as well as Adobe call. NIP are throwing the kitchen sink at this execute, but they're all having to funnel through only a couple of doors. Cons is successful in the first engagement, but he's been left on 1 HP. It might not matter though. Palu, he battles back. Kills continue to trade. Wizard, he's full HP. No Candela's left, and he's got a good idea as to where Nesk is going to be hiding. Nesk picks up one onto Cons. Wizard showing no mind for his teammate there. He was really gunning for that kill onto Nesk. We'll take the bulletproof out, but still the game is up and players have dropped down. They can hit that rotation now. We've got Lagonis and Nesk both going to be in hot pursuit of this. They've got a ping, they've got a bit of information, but they don't want to rush this. They still need to play this well. Nesk is going to be the first to fall. Lagonis, where are you? Wizard! An incredible clutch there. He got the plant down and the 2 kills in the 2 versus 1.
Get Clubhouse ready. Get it ready. Liquid have just thrown it away. That's really the first big throw that we've seen from Liquid, isn't it?
You shouldn't be winning those. You should not be winning 1 versus 2s with 10 seconds left on the clock where you've got to plant the diffuser.
Just stand still. Don't move. And that's one thing as well. Liquid have been in those situations today quite a few times. And they've done very well just to wait, run down the clock, and go. That was out of character. Big time. I see Clubhouse. That's what I see.
It's looking more and more of a possibility here. Liquid need to get 4 rounds to even take this one into an overtime to have a chance at Villa.
Have Liquid ever won a best of 5?
I don't know. My research didn't extend that far.
I need to go and have a check. I mean, probably in like BR6 and stuff, no?
10 seconds to go.
Have we ever had a best of 5 in BR6?
Well, maybe not BR6, but like the BR6 finals.
Upper Elite?
No, not Copper Elite, like the finals, like the LAN event. That like.
Oh, right, okay.
Were those BO5s? Did we do those? I forget. Let me see.
Liquid on the back foot here on Villa.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, it's the Brasileiro finals.
Okay.
They were on BO5 against W7M. But couldn't do it when it mattered.
It would have been quite fitting if we'd have had the reverse scoreline, NIP 7-1, from what we had in the stage, but a couple of Capcans have been captured. I know a lot of people have been very keen to see Capcan damage done onto defenders.
People, i.e. you?
No, it's not just me. There's a lot of people out there that are interested in this. The Brava.
Fresh.
Yeah, I think Fresh would take it.
So
yeah.
Two people. Tim, three people.
Lagonis has fortunately for him taken out his own Capcans as Brava has rendered at least 3 of them pretty useless.
Pretty good.
Or pretty dangerous, depending on your outlook.
I mean, Liquid Nesk. He is, he's quite far away from the site, isn't he? Other side of the map. Muzi. Is he drone in the study or is he drone in... Oh, he's drone downstairs. So he doesn't know about Nesk above at the moment. I mean, if Nesk gets the time and all, he could just walk down the stairs and catch Muzi as he maybe jumps in a window or something like that. I'm not sure, but he could maybe catch him. Never mind. Muzi's going to go to his team.
Yeah, Muzi's going to transition across over the roof, waiting for Toxic Babe canisters to dissipate here. We're already spending a couple of those to try and keep NIP at bay. Bit of Hibana for vertical, why not? Needs must here for Cons. He's going to make himself a couple of nice lines of sight that can be utilised at a later point in the round. Top floor control firmly in the hands of NIP here, but they do have the small problem of a potential flank. I'm not sure if the flank drones are good. Pino, he's going to get zapped by a Capcan there, as that was one that wasn't caught out by Psycho and that Brava drone. Nesk, perfectly positioned, ready and waiting, but immediately shut down. Wizard, what a game he's having so far. He was the star performer in the previous round. He's kicked off this round in the same fashion. 30 seconds left on the clock, resets. He's getting cut down as well as Not really anywhere for him to go at this point. He's spent all his utility, and he's going to be looking on his team to try and alleviate some of this pressure for him. Volp's in the hot seat right now. He's going to wait for the flash to go and maybe take a swing on to Pino. Does a ton of damage, but isn't able to land the finishing blow. Lots of players on the side of NIP getting chunked down, but the kills are going to start to come in. They are coming in favor. 3 seconds left on the clock. Lagonis, you have to stay alive. The plant is now going to be going down, but it's not even going to matter. NIP clean shop there. Another scrappy round, but one that will get them over the line here on Villa. NIP, they get involved in this best of 5 series. They finally pick up a map when it matters the most.
I mean, NIP, it was the map that we said. If any map they were going to win, it would be Villa. That was the lock-on, you know, saving grace almost. It was the hope that we had for that team. Liquid, very poor, very, very poor. They couldn't string a defense together to save their lives, which was really surprising considering how easy NIP, you know, had their defenses. NIP didn't do anything outrageous. NIP just played the basics. Liquid were the ones who were all over the place.
All over the place on the attack and all over the place on the defense. I can't wait to hear what the desk has got to say about that game. We're going to take a short break. They'll be back to deconstruct Villa and to set us up for our next map of Clubhouse. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Three maps in the bag, and NIP have managed to pull one back. The series is currently sitting at 2-1. But this could be the beginning of an epic comeback. Now, before we crack on with the highlights, my name is Banks. If you're only just joining us, we're in the virtual studio. I'm joined by Fresh and Anne. And Fresh, you were so confident. So confident right from the get-go. Anne is loving this, by the way. Anne is absolutely reveling in this right now because NIP managed to pull one back, but she did say it would be 3-1. So it depends on which way the momentum swings. Anne, let's start with you. You know, I mean, Liquid having a meltdown?
I mean, yeah, they looked so solo on attack. Players were all over the map, really, as the Cross was already mentioning. Now, really setting themselves up for an opportunity to refrag, and that allowed the NIP players to win their gunfights and contest map controls, and also being unpunished for that. They were able to get flanks in, they were able to pick these players off guard, and then there was no Liquid player to follow up on that or to try and even out the scoreline. And that's so important on a Villa attack. You always want to have this man advantage, you want to have even man count, because coming back from a man deficit is going to be really difficult. I'm super happy to see Wizard have a good game. It was kind of needed as well. We constantly saw Muzi being on the top of the scoreboard for the NIP team, but Wizard has been stepping it up this game, and that's very much needed from him.
Oh, don't you worry, we're going to get to Wizard soon. But Fresh, you know, Demo picked up on it as well. I think after they went 3-0 down, Liquid just looked a little bit tentative. The confidence was visually knocked, and they've had most of the success throughout this year, throughout this series, in fact, sorry, by getting in NIP's face, taking the fight to them, and that just seemed to be lacking in this map.
Yeah, I think it was, and I think that's pretty much in part to NIP, and I think it's a very good reaction. You know, obviously they would have had time after the second map finished to chat about what went wrong and how they can put it right. Starting out on the defense and then being ready for Liquid's plays, being ready to punish them, getting themselves 4-0 up really will have settled them into this map spectacularly. Obviously they then did lose a couple of rounds, but once they got into the tide, once they got into the switch of, you know, half-time 4-2 up, they can then go through their own processes. Now, sure, one thing that we're always going to say on this analyst desk is, hey, Nips attacks, they're very slow, they're very slow, they're very slow. But they're also, to an extent, they're working through their processes, and they have that late round composure and that late round clutch ability. We saw it on every single attack that they had. The XQ was coming out with less than 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're managing to just pull each round out, basically from the precipice, and clutch it out.
They're finally warming up, it seems. Now, this was the first time we also saw a fairly even scoreboard across NIP, of course, until we got towards those later rounds where Wizard just decided to turn into a wizard. But they weren't really relying on those individual carries in this map, and I feel like that's what really locked in the result, Anne.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, looking back at the map of Chalet, right, it was Muzi on top of the scoreboard. All the players, except for Muzi, were combining his amount of kills. So, yeah, if you have this more team-based effort, it's also very balancing going into that second or the next map coming up. You're not expecting one player to step up and rely on one player to step up because it's a very shaky win condition. Now, I did like to see their late round composure, how they were able to pull these rounds out of the bag with the little map control or the little time they had as well. But obviously Liquid realized this too. Hopefully they can get something going on for themselves, thinking, hey, we're getting rolled in these late rounds. We need some more composure, maybe some traps. We've seen that the trap awareness of NIP hasn't been all that good throughout this entirety of this game, but this must be really good for their confidence. I mentioned that this is the map that they were really good on yesterday. It was the most convincing scoreline of all 3 maps that we've had as well, and I hope this brings confidence for NIP.
I feel like it's going to. We've got a head-to-head lined up for you to show who's pulling their weight out of these 2 teams, who's looking individually strong. And of course, it is Wizard. I was actually getting a little bit worried about Wizard. He wasn't really capitalizing on his gunfights in the first 2 maps. And then literally after a few rounds, he was 7-2. I mean, fresh. What a map for him.
Yeah, he's had an absolutely spectacular map there, and it's not necessarily a name that we would associate with being one of the core fraggers and fragging his lungs out on the side of NIP. Normally, we'd assume it would be Muzi, Pino, even Psycho at times. And I think Wizard, he's played a very, very good map there, but also alongside the rest of his team. He obviously was the star player, 13-4, no doubt about that. But like as Anne said, the rest of the scoreboard was pretty even across the board. There was 3 players, and it's a very high % cost that Wizard got there, but there was 3 players on the side of NIP that also got that cost as well in terms of 89%, being Pino, Cons, and Wizard as well. So excellent game from him, and I hope it can continue because, like you say, it looks like NIP, they've just about woke up and they're just about getting started now.
This is it. Has the train now left the station for NIP? Because this has the potential to really get inside Liquid's heads. I mean, Paolo even said in his interview earlier on, that video, he mentioned that Liquid's primary weakness coming into this series is their mental game. And a knock like this, like a convincing knock as well from NIP, this could really disrupt Liquid's momentum. Now, how can Liquid turn this round and squash it, Anne?
Yes, I think the mental is a big thing. The 2 losses they took at the most recent majors, after the game, you could just see that the faces of the faces of the players, they were devastated. They were unable to move. They just sat there with their hands in their heads in their hands, just sitting there realizing what had happened and just not being able to come back from that. But a very important thing, this was Liquid's map pick. So losing it to your opponent isn't always the greatest of things to have happening to you. Next up is going to be Clubhouse, which is NIP's pick. It's kind of low-ish preference for Liquid. They haven't had the greatest of results on it, but they did beat... I'm looking at my notes right now real quick. They did beat Wolves and they did beat DarkZero on this map during the most recent major. NIP also have a really good stat line on this map. So it's going to be difficult for Liquid, but I hope they have the mental to regain themselves.
Okay, well, it's just hit about that time, isn't it? Fresh, we've got a little bit of momentum on NIP's side. Now, Liquid are looking a bit shaken. What are your thoughts? Predictions-wise, it's 2-1. We predicted 3-0 earlier. Could this go the distance?
I think that's one of the big things, we're talking about momentum and pressure is the 2 things I want to talk about, is that NIP now have the momentum. They've won the map pick, they're feeling good, they're feeling back in this, and Liquid are now carrying all the pressure. Because if it gets to that 5th map of Cafe, we're going to be playing it on what is Liquid's permaban, right? So for Liquid, they will have known that they needed to get this done in 3 or in 4, most likely, otherwise it's going to be a very close series. So that puts an immense amount of pressure. The one saving grace for Liquid, however, is they are starting on the defense, and their defense, apart from Villa, has generally been very strong across the past, at least 3 months.
Yeah, and I feel like Liquid are going to come out in this next map swinging.
I mean, they have to, right? The confidence needs to be back. They need to, you know, contest map control. They need to push NIP into these slow attacks where they can't get map control, they can't get any kills going on for themselves, and then stop them from having these crazy late round moments where they just flood the side, take control of everything. Liquid need to be aware of this. There's been quite a few of those late round floods coming out from NIP where Liquid just didn't seem aware of what was happening. Players were turning their back towards the flood that was happening. Players were underneath thinking, oh, well, it's only going to be 3 seconds. There's not much they can do now. And the diffuser goes down. So Liquid needs to have that information and needs to have that map control where they push NIP into slow attacks. If they get the momentum back on the defensive half, it could be victorious for Liquid.
Can Liquid control alt delete what just happened in that last map? Map 4 beckons us. So can Liquid close it out here, or are we going to go the distance? Demo and X take us into map number 4.
Barney, thank you very much indeed. We're going to be headed on into Clubhouse now, Demo. I'll be honest, I wasn't entirely sure that we would get here tonight, especially with how quickly Liquid came out of the gate on the first 2 maps, being Chalet and Oregon. Yet here we are. A successful Villa from NIP has led us into Clubhouse, and an opportunity for NIP to firmly get themselves back in this thing.
Yeah, it's club. Both these teams will know how to play this. It'll favor both teams, as it does with every single team that plays this game. And, you know, like, one thing as well, I know that a lot of people say that, oh, this is like the ultimate decider. You know, everyone knows how to play this, but, you know, this map, it's the beginner map. Like, I actually think that as time has progressed, this map has actually been more progressively hard to play. I actually don't think it's as easy as what we once thought it was. I don't. I think with the operators that are now in, I think with, you know, impact tricky being as prevalent as what it is, there's a lot more that goes into it than what you just think of like a checklist.
Happy you're going to remove the Ying and the Azami here. We're actually seeing Liquid ban out the Ashe. Been a while since we've seen an Ashe ban, Demo.
Well, Ashe is actually a really good ban at the moment. If you look at most teams, both teams will play 2 G36Cs. Now you only have 1. That's all you have. That's a big crutch weapon for a lot of teams. Big crutch.
Liquid sticking to their previous history then of removing operators that they do feel will greatly hinder their opponent if they don't have. They don't tend to stick to these meta bans. They do like to just go out there and take something away that somebody likes to use. It will, of course, force a little bit of a change over on the side of NIP. Change that I'm sure will be welcomed from the Liquid side of things, because change is what we need based on the performance on Villa. But as the desk already mentioned, Clubhouse just play out very differently here. Liquid going to start off on the defense. Downstairs in Church and Arsenal. Plenty of barricade action.
Yeah,
you'll bring a castle to get this done, but
yeah. It's just, it'll give you that little sound cue, extra little 2 seconds that NIP need to go through. It stops the crouch walkers, it stops the rat plays coming in. No, it doesn't really play a big part, but it's something. You know, do you lose anything from doing it? No.
Imagine if you did. Imagine if defenders, the same way that they've got pooled reinforcements, had pooled barricades. Because that wood's got to come from somewhere,
how many
right?
would you get?
Well, I don't know, but the wood's got to come from somewhere. It doesn't grow on trees.
Interesting concept. I think you should maybe do like a movement or something like that to see if you can, you know, get that to stick.
Did you not get my joke?
The wood has to come from somewhere.
Because it doesn't grow on trees.
Drone ready.
It's a tree demo! Of course it grows on trees!
So NIP looking really good at the moment, just setting up, you know, this kind of control of the top floor. And, you know, I think for NIP, I think they should realize that, yeah, Liquid, they'll kind of play these little games where they'll kind of like tease their own game, but realistically, they won't go for it. NIP just run for the motions now. This is pretty simple.
It should be fairly checklist. Anne loves a checklist.
Yep.
I think Anne and her rank stacks have probably got physical checklists. But it is always referred to as a very checklist map. There are a lot of processes that you've got to go through as an attacker. One of those processes, maintain map control. Figure out if anyone's roaming. If there isn't anybody roaming, great. If there is, try and deal with it.
Don't die.
It's on the list. There's going to be some heavy reconstruction. You're going to want to try and get open as much of this vertical as possible, whether that be outside in kitchen corridor or inside of kitchen itself. Nesk, he suffers first. Wizard really threads it there at the top of that stock hatch.
Yeah, it's fairly straightforward for NIP. However, as it always is going to be the decider, Muzi up against 2 players this time in blue. Oh, almost gets the wall bang onto resets, but he's okay at the meantime. There goes the smokes, which is actually a bit of a whiffed one, Ollie. Resets can still see the drop.
Well, the drop is going to come through. We're seeing Toxic Babe canisters go out there as well, but kills and downs coming in favour of Liquid. Lagonis is going to be tucked away inside of blue. Psycho, he's downed as well. Shotgun at close range, but the nade instantly backed up onto Volps, who was trying to finish off the player with the Toxic Babe canister, but now it's all down to Lagonis. He finds one, but that's all he will grab. 3-2-1, the bloodbath inside of Arsenal. As good as it ever was.
Oh, Lagonis. Eat your heart out. That is just, yeah. That's what I call that, a yeah. He walks into it. That's probably the biggest head scratcher.
The biggest problem there is losing Nesk straight away off the hatch, because Nesk died in an extremely soft way. He was no way expecting to get peeked from Wizard there. But you need a defender to hold blue, and if you don't have one in blue, you've got to pull somebody from somewhere else, which is inevitably going to leave that place that you pulled them from light. And whether you pull them from watching down long through into the bottom of main stairs, whether you pull them from church where they were watching Moto and they've now got to turn their back to that angle. All you need is that one pick as an attacker onto that side, and the defense falls like a house of cards.
Oh, right. Into round number 2. They, of course, will go for the gym next, which is the second preferred bomb site on this map. Nothing too crazy in the lineup. Department, all has to be said. I mean, the defense is pretty clear cut and dry. Everything we expect to see. Equally for the attack, everything we expect to see. Normal game. We haven't had a lot of normal games today. This is pretty normal.
Usually normality resumes when you get onto a map like Clubhouse, right? Because there aren't that many crazy things that teams can do. You kind of headlocked into some fairly traditional takes, and there are very small nuances between different
Well, you need double hard breach.
Approach these things.
That's
exactly.
the first thing, yeah.
You need to be bringing hard breach, so it limits the operator pool that you can bring. Thatcher's going to make your job a lot easier.
You need nades, Iana will be there. And that's really that, and then you get one operator to work with. That's really it.
No attempt at a bandit trick here. Of course, with Thatcher being there, it does make the job a little bit more difficult, but not impossible. Resets instead, going to save the battery for the mirror window to keep that safe inside a bathroom.
Oh, looking for the single wall also. The real question is for NIP is how will they deal with the mirror windows? They haven't put the mirror window for construction all. Instead, they've placed it for the actual site in towards bedroom. But how are they going to get rid of Lagonis? That is the player that they need to kill for this attack to work.
All of this hinges on that logistics hatch.
And look at Volps below. So they can't even go below and nade him because Volps is down there.
Volps is the player that if you've got a job that just involves a little bit of work, he's the first to say, yes, I'll do it. Keeping himself safe here with his own black eye cameras, but Muzi, he's going to find that entry onto Nesk once again. Nesk, first death here in the opening 2 rounds on Clubhouse. It is going to make Volps' job a little bit more difficult now as he is operating down here on his own. Muzi, just going to dip out for the time being. He was thinking about a nade from below, but it seems as though the call has changed. That could very well be to the detriment of NIP here, especially given that Volps does have the C4 below.
Oh, this is tense. I mean, Collins, he has diffuser. They're looking for the gym. Execute Ollie. Oh, resets. He's moved in beside you. He has no idea, Ollie. He's literally right on the other side of the wall.
Been able to remove the mirror window from play as well. Volp's now forced into a rotate upstairs. Goes for the C4, will land it. Lagonis, he's fragging out. They've still not been able to deal with him. And Cons, he's going to be left on the side. Volps has interestingly opted for a flex downstairs. He's left Lagonis in that 1v1. You've got to ask a question as to what Volps is doing. He's already expended his C4. He's got to rush now to try and get Cons before that plank goes down. Cons does eventually come off it. It goes into a very risky gunfight for Volps. Very fortunate to come out the winner in that one. The drop shot into the headshot. Not a guarantee by any stretch. That's Liquid's first round in a long time.
It is. And, I mean, the Valkyrie. Info for days on that Thermite. I mean, Lagonis in that power position, it's what's expected. You know, that's why I knew that would be the issue. You have to get rid of that mirror window, and maybe if only one set of nades, that's a lot to ask for. And also the fact that they've even banned Ying. Ying's great for Logi, we know that. It doesn't give them a lot of options.
No, there are other things you can bring, though. You can bring a Capitao or something like that. But as we spoke about, Demo, you kind of headlocked in what you need to bring. You need Hard Breach. And preferably, you need 2 of it. You need a set of nades. So if then you want to bring the Dokubi, where do you find the space for the Capitao or something else of that disruptive nature to remove Lagonis from his position?
5 seconds to insertion.
Back down to the basement we go.
Attackers are moving
Maybe
out.
Palu
Locate a
goes
bomb
for a little bit of a roam here. Strange to see him bring the Bandit. Could just be forcing a little bit of early utility exchange here. Don't forget, this is a basement site. You start thinking about what's been reinforced and the ground that Liquid are putting value into here. This is very reminiscent of an old school Liquid where you would just leave the support on site.
Yep.
All alone. NIP, they've shown that they've got a little bit of bite today. Got to be a bit more careful than this.
I mean, yeah, they didn't roll over on Villa. That was, you know, the big it factor for me was that NIP didn't give up. Oh, resets. Nearly. Obviously, if you're Solus, you can see an attacker if they're on their drone. And that does lead to some easy and cheeky kills if you can take the risk to run outside. He almost had him, but not quite. Right now, if you're NIP, you just want to go through the exact same thing again. Just get hatches open. Think about what you want to do. Execute. Obviously, it's a little bit different this time. Liquid put up a bit of a fight. I wonder if NIP will go for the roam game. The fact that they're not upstairs, they haven't opened up any of the top floor walls, it shows them that they're a little bit timid, and they may just want to rush.
Looks like they've got a bit of information here, though. There's a drone at the bottom of those cache stairs. Palu does just get caught out by it, but he's further trying to waste this time and maybe just looking for a safer passage to get himself back down to site. Pino been distracted for a good amount of time here as Muzi now starts to join in for this pinch, but they're pinching a ghost at this point. Players for Liquid have all made it back down successfully. So you could argue a successful roam. You've removed a little bit of utility. You've removed a lot of time. NIP, it feels like it's a bit late for this play demo. They should have been doing this in and around a minute ago while there was only Lagonis here on his own.
Hesitation. That's what we mentioned about NIP, is they hesitate with some of these attacks and it costs them. And I don't know how I feel about this. I think as soon as that castle barricade gets opened up, there'll be an array of bullets just fired right back at them. There goes the Habana pellets. Pino is ready. Opened up. Lagonis cannot move. Lagonis is stuck.
Nade going to come in now just to confirm that. Pino does expose himself a little bit, but it's going to be Volps to find the first kill. Wizard there for the refrag. He can try and stun out now and maybe pick Pino up. It's certainly going to blind resets for a time. Psycho and Muzi, they see success elsewhere, but Nesk hasn't been taken out this time and is still alive and kicking. And good, because he's the last hope, needs to land all of these shots here as the plant does start to go down. Psycho, he's going to get that plant down. Pino can't afford to peek here. He's on 1 HP. Nothing to deny the plant, nothing to stop it from going down at range. So Nesk headlocked into into some engagements here. He knows that the players are somewhat split up at the moment. Pino, what are you doing? You've left your teammate high and dry. Nesk is just going to get straight on it. He's going to try and bait out this push. Both players, one shot, one bullet is all that needs to land, and look at him go. A quiet start to the game, but 4 kills in round number 3 for Nesk.
Just deja vu? Anyone? Chalet basement ring a bell? Wow. Honestly, he looks as if he's playing for Player of the Year already. He is. He's actually going for it.
I really enjoy how much both you and I flip-flop on Nesk.
All right, for the record, for everyone at home, I always thought Nesk was that guy, right?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being.
And Ollie then said one about maybe a year and a half ago. When did you say it?
About a year ago.
You said invite. Wait, SI22? You must have.
Maybe.
Ollie said that Nesk is over the hill. And that means that he's past his best and he's only going to get worse from here. How wrong you were.
Listen, I just call it as I see it. I just got to call it as I see it. I still stand by it that Nesk had some quiet times.
Mate, I don't think he's ever going to, like... I actually think he'll die before he retires.
I don't think
he'll die on the job. He'll die on the job.
I don't think he's ever going to stop. But the consistency has been in question, and now, I mean, not even just over the course of this series, but you look at what he's been able to achieve in the last 6 months, miles better.
He's actually, he's going for the all-time appearance record in Siege. That's what he's after.
He's after a Hall of Fame spot.
Honestly. I mean, you know, he has that. He has that.
Surely you only get that when you retire, though.
Yeah, but he'll be in there straight away.
Yeah.
It's like whenever WWE wrestlers, you know they'll get a Hall of Fame just as soon as they retire. Like John Cena, as soon as he's done, yep, straight in.
No one will be able to see him, though.
Naturally. Oh, bit of bar.
For round number 4.
Bit of bar. Mm-hmm.
Don't always see bar.
It's very situational on you as a team. You have to play very loose. It's not a bomb site that you can really sit and hold a lot of good crossfires and refrags. You are very alone a lot of the time. I think you have to have a lot of faith in individuals to do their job.
Ooh, resets. Gets himself into an early engagement. Cons. He's going to find one, but immediately be reset. I don't know how resets has managed to stay alive here. Strip isn't somewhere that you should be allowed to keep hold of. There are 3 entrances to it. One of those has been opened. And still a dog could be called Reigns out. Moose is going to take the engagement, but Volps bins him. Wizard, he gets chunked down by half before taking resets down. And he knows there's another player not too far away. Nesk just going to dip back here. And quite rightly so. Palu, the next to fall. Advantage Nip after the early exchange.
Oh, Volps. Not the best of ideas. You can see that he was trying to get a kill back and hopefully give his team a 2v2, but now Nesk has to go back to black clutches, Ollie, and this could be very, very difficult. Let's see. What's he going to do? SMG isn't the strongest of weapons to do it with in these long ranges, but if you can get up close and personal... Oh, he's in. No! Wizard beats him to it, Ollie. That was close, but not close enough.
Yeah, SMG 11, it was always going to be a tough ask there for Nesk, regardless of how good you are. You can't be expected to win those. A scrappy round as well. Liquid, you could argue at points, were looking really good, but I think some great heads-up play from NIP. They noticed the problem inside of Strip was resets, and they just chose to deal with it. They knew they had a player pinched, and they were able to drag that man count advantage back. I'm not sure how Palu died there, but I've got a feeling it was maybe a challenge that didn't need to be taken.
Attackers have located
Here we go. Here we go. Liquid. Going for the fun bomb site. This is like This bomb site in general is just, if you don't have the Azami, it's... Oh, it's horrible. It is horrible. So you trying to defend rafters? Nah, don't even.
So, I agree with this. Azami definitely makes this site better. But something that I will say is this site has been around for longer than Azami. Fair point?
No. Because I'll tell you why. Because whenever Azami wasn't there, you were dealing with a Wamai who had about 20 different charges and a shield and all that, and a 1.5x on the AUG. Different times then trying to get through that mess.
Different times. It is still doable. It just isn't ideal.
I like Rook for this site.
Yeah, you do like the double French for this, the Rook.
Yeah,
and
but I think double French has been the best success rate for it. Outside of that.
Great impact trick there.
Yeah, you use the mirror window, open it up, and it's a pain. It's especially if you're only trying to open up the main breach with Thermite, it's an issue. Oh, Pino, great little pick.
That pick from Pino is going to allow the breach likely now to be open. Palu, the only player with impacts, and he's in Narnia for all intents and purposes. Looks as though he's hanging out in and around Strip, really playing for that big late round flank. So the wall has now been opened. Before the halfway point in the round, not terrible going really from NIP. They've had to dance around with a little bit of utility exchange, and they still have one Selma to try and put into construction. They've had to spend a little bit of utility getting into the top of Jacuzzi, so they won't have everything at their disposal, but they have certainly enough.
Now for NIP, it's just a matter of collecting resources, figuring out where you want to go, and then just, again, do the norm, do the basics, which we've praised NIP in terms of their actual setting up. It's been very good. Very, very good. Paulu, on the Solus, did see that there's someone watching the flanks on the can. He's maybe going to try and tiptoe around that. Paulu hasn't got a kill this game, Ollie.
So an unusual statement to be able to make at round number 5, isn't it?
Did they know about him? I mean, look at the guy in stock. He's zoned in on the roamer.
We're a couple of players from NIP on drones for the longest time, and the kill from Pino would confirm that they did in fact know of Palu's location. He was trying for a big old flank there, and it's not paid off. Goggles activated as Reset knows it is go time. The utility comes flooding in. He picks himself up too. You can't afford to do that. Resets might find another no. Immediately taken out. Pino, 3 kills here on the round. Nesk, he's got a lot of work to do along with Lagonis.
Diffuser.
Always Lagonis alive in these last second situations. Quad for Pino. And he's looking for the last. The plant's going to start going down. There is a C4 and there's only 10 seconds. It gets thrown, but it gets thrown too short. The plank now going down at Pino's feet. Esk, he's going to find himself one.
He came off.
Plant, he comes off it. 1 second left on the clock. What is he going to do? He's going to have to find the kill. Psycho! You're not meant to win those.
What a mess. Bless this mess. Oh my goodness. What a round. Probably best round I've had all night.
Most entertaining, but terribly strategical-wise.
Well, as is any entertainment.
As are all of the best rounds, right?
Yeah. 3v5 to then this. Whoa.
I honestly thought Resets had won the round.
I mean, I thought this was a Pino ace.
I genuinely thought that Resets had won the round.
Incredible.
3-2. The best Liquid can hope for here.
NIP
3 split.
have won 3 attacks.
Stop the press. That needs to go in tomorrow's newspaper.
Very good for their standard. Very, very good.
It is. Especially given the attacks that they were throwing out at the start of the series. Night and day difference.
5 seconds left.
Liquid are really on the back foot here.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
The final map being Cafe, a map that Liquid have banned out religiously, leads us to believe it is either a map that they are saving or it is a map that they are not very good at or don't have a high preference for. That in itself increases the importance here of Clubhouse. When you're on the defense, on Clubhouse, you are expected to come away with rounds. 5-1, 4-2. They're all reasonable splits. 3-3. 2-4 to NIP if they're successful here. Things start to look very desperate indeed.
Oh, right. NIP. What do we have in store for yet another attack? Onto the basement this time. I mean, Liquid, it was... I mean, obviously it was a Nesk Wonder clutch. But Liquid, they went for this kind of roam presence, and NIP, Ollie, they chose to ignore it. I wonder if they'll actually maybe want to have a go.
It looks like they're having a go.
I think NIP, they're fragging better today, in terms of the past 2 maps anyway.
They've got a choice, haven't they? They know that there's a roam game, they can play into it, or they can just hit the site. I'd like to see them just hit the site, because I'd like to see just the chaos of it all unfold. But it looks as though Liquid are going to back off quite early this time. They've wasted over half the round, and they've captured a good couple of drones. They've slashed the drones by half, in fact. So certainly not a terrible way to spend the first minute and 30 seconds.
I mean,
especially given that they've all gotten back there safe.
Wait, there's a minute left. In what universe do NIP win this?
In what universe is it round 6 when Palu picks up his first kill onto Wizard?
This is time. There's been a time explosion. It's gone. It is gone.
Ooh, C4 just going out a little bit late there from Volps.
Who's Pino droning for? Oh, mate, it's just, this is a classic NIP. This is it. Just no time.
They show us 5 good rounds. They show us a bit of a ropey one.
Back to nope. He had a good run, but back you go into the retirement home.
20 seconds. Numbers certainly dwindling. Dokubi Logic Bomb phone call is going off. Nice nade thrown at Volps' feet. That's the second time he's taken significant damage in that position. A couple of kills come in and things aren't looking terrible for NIP, but the time is the factor. Making a rotation up those main stairs. He might be looking for a desperate drop here, but he's almost certainly going to be collected. Palu ready and waiting. Time to do the rest. A strange final round for NIP on their attacks, but Liquid will breathe a small sigh of relief.
Yeah.
A 3-3 half.
All even.
Starts to look pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good. So now Liquid, they have to attack. And with that Ying ban, you wonder how that will now play into the game. NIP banned that Ying, so Liquid couldn't abuse it. Let's see if they can maybe switch things up. I mean, look at the lineup from Liquid. It is pretty much what NIP brought, no?
It speaks to Clubhouse. It speaks to how you are pretty much set in ways of what you need to bring here. You need soft breach, you bring a book or a sledge, depending on preference, and depending on if you bring the Iana, because you need the nades. You bring a couple of hard breaches, because you know that you're going to need to get plenty of hatches open, and you potentially want to get triple wall open as well. And then you bring the Dokubi, because everyone always brings a Dokubi.
Reloading ammo. 5 seconds remaining. Attacker's objective is to...
NIP hoping to get things off to a good start on their defense. Liquid. What is the plan? I mean, Dirt left soft. I think it was Blue Hatch also left soft, so they've certainly left a couple of easy things for Palu just to move in and sledge.
Still a bit of a roam game out from NIP as well. Something that Liquid are going to be mindful of, I'm sure. Someone you don't really want out on the roam demo is Pino. If he dies, a lot of the value is removed with him. Those glasses, you're hoping to use those when the going gets really tough late on into the round. And especially with his current positioning and having just been droned, he's very susceptible to being cut off here.
Just has to play it safe. Just don't give yourself away. This Colm's cooking up. Oh, Nesto will win the engagement, Ollie. That's a big entry. We talk time and time about the basement, and man advantage plays such an important part. Pino, though, will respond with the refrag. Great work from Pino. He went unchecked above. Now Liquid know that there's one less man on site. Resets has to go through a mirror window, which will be opened up. And oh, gets a lot of damage from that Vector. Well being opened up, and oh, the mirror is still flying off it, but great synergy. Look at the swing from Muzi.
Nest going to be the next to join this one-by-one approach from Liquid as they all meet the same fate at the bottom of those main stairs. There's a minute 15 left on the clock. You might be thinking, yeah, it looks good for time, but it doesn't look good for man count. Volps is just holding on to blue. It's an important position to hold. It's somewhere that you need for the rest of the push to work, but he can't do it on his own from here. The fact that Pino got away with even a single kill in this round is criminal. Volps likely just going to wait out this time. He knows that 1 versus 4 into Church and Arsenal is all but impossible. He's better off just sitting here for a time and let his team discuss and let his team talk. Might slowly make his way down. He's had a good couple of glimpses. He certainly knows that something is going to be down there behind blue and gives the game away now with a bit of an early pre-fire. He's playing for clips at this point. There is a player on the flank as well. Pino, 10 and 3 at the moment. Looks as though there's still a drone active. Lagonis, he's going to be manning that drone just there at the top of the stairs, and Volps is doing his best to try and bait out and pad the stats a little bit further, but that's all it's ever going to be. Picks himself up the second, but immediately cut down in the crossfire. The mirror window still in play. NIP, they can afford to throw a few bodies at that to get the job done a bit quicker, but they were never in any doubt.
No, very, very easy, it has to be said, from NIP. Liquid losing the first attack in very, convincing fashion that they lost that. Very, very convincing. And now you have to look at Liquid and think, are they starting to slip? Are they? Because Ollie, we know, everyone knows, we've seen it time and time again. This is a team where when it really counts, where it really matters, this team goes out.
Cafe is looking like a likelihood, isn't it?
I know people may be saying, oh, but this isn't like a major, this isn't like a big match. This is to qualify for a 2 million tournament. What do you mean it's not a big game?
It's a big game for the players. There's a long off-season ahead in Siege, and players are desperate for something to focus on.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left.
It is only one round, and it is Church and Arsenal. It's a site that's very akin to Oregon.
I mean, this next round will tell all.
This is a big round because it's an off-site. It's gym and bedroom. For my money, first, sometime, well, second, certainly second, but in some teams' cases, first choice site on this map. I think gym and bedroom is a fantastic site now with the tools that are available. This is going to be very telling as to how Liquid are feeling mentally here. Nest gets gifted a freebie there. That's going to do a lot for the confidence here. Could we be about to see another Nest round?
What are you thinking about right now? What does your gut say? Who's going to win this map?
NIP.
Okay. My gut also feels that Liquid's going to bottle this, but my voice is begging for Liquid. Let me put it that way, Ollie.
Oh, the C4 got caught on the top of the ladder. Unfortunate for Cons there. He's actually going to get taken out as he retreats. Still a successful entry for Liquid. Nesk might have fallen, but Resets was at least there to pick up the pieces and grab that trade.
I mean, NIP have been very on it today for just trying to play in the faces of Liquid. We've seen that a few times where they weren't afraid to shy away of just getting aggro, trying to disrupt Liquid as best they can. The player's going to come under the most fire now, Ollie. It's going to be Pino. He is the man on top red, and as I say that, down he goes.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Team Liquid doing a great job at peeling back this defense one player at a time. And they're not really giving away much opportunity for a refrag either. Two remaining players for NIP are both crunched up inside a construction. Wizard just evading the remain of the flashbang that went off. Think about how many angles only 2 players have to watch now. It's countless. You've got the hatching logistics, you've got main stairs, you've got jacuzzi, you've got 3 windows out on the balcony. Goyo canisters are only going to buy you so much time, and they're not going to cut off everything. Lagonis going to hit that rotation and look to get the wall open.
45 seconds. It should be enough time for Liquid to get that wall open and start looking for that plant. I mean, Liquid now, they just have to just get info. As long as they know where the remaining 2 players are, they will not have an issue. All they have to do is get a drone in. That's it. But they only have 2 left. I don't think they actually have any info here, Ollie. Oh, Wizard!
They might not need any. Wizard's going to get taken out there by their own Goyo. Psycho, he finds himself 1, but the plant's going to start to go down here. Liquid, there's only a couple of places that he could be coming from, Parley. You've got to be on the ball here. Immediately hits the pre-fire. There must have been some info on that. The C4 was ripped and ready, but Parlu equally so.
Yeah, big round for Liquid. Gets them back in. You know, if you lose that attack, you're then looking at a 5-3 now. You still keep it level. You're still in the fight. And also keep in mind that NIP still, they can't go basement again. They still have to go somewhere else.
I have a feeling that if that C4 lands, it's a very different round. Cons picks up the kill onto Resets, and Resets doesn't take him out as he's turned his back.
I said this game, fine margins. The way it is now, the level that we're at, just little things like that. Fine margins.
Oh, absolutely. 1 round comes down to a C4 getting caught at the top of a ladder. That doesn't happen. It plays out entirely differently. Cons rotates himself back up main stairs, gets set up, and before you know it, Liquid are going 1 by 1 through the wall because they've burnt all the time searching him out. It's so many different permutations, and as you say, everything comes down to a knife's edge. Let's see how Liquid approach this CCTV site. They're not going to be bringing anything too typical to deal with Garage. Teams will often bring a Monty or sometimes even a Capital to try and remove that player from the balcony. Of course, Wamai is being played here, so Capital's effectiveness does diminish somewhat.
Lagonis just has to wait for his Thatcher to get in position. And also, you can see that the Selma also on the left side, so if there was any attempt at bandit tricking, Psycho could have only gotten the 1, but he's not even interested, Ollie. He's on the other side of the map. He's happy enough just to sit over there, and, you know, the breach, inevitable, it's going to be opened up.
Yeah, Psycho at this point just happy to force the Monty pick, the Thatcher pick. No C4 on the side of NIP. That's a little bit of an alarm bell, really, for me. They haven't got any denial that way. They do have a couple of Toxic Babe canisters, but it's only going to get them so far.
2 people in Garage. The double stack. You don't see that all too often. There is obviously a set of nades that Paulo could maybe use, but there is still those Wamai discs that they have to burn free instead of Garage. Oh, that's a good spot from Nesk. Realizes, hey, there's a guy below. We have a Solus that we have to deal with. Now Pino, what's he gonna do? Downstairs he goes, not wanting to take a fight, just wants to maybe just get back in sight, Ollie.
Paulo was moving like he had info that that was going to happen. Cons has come to the bottom of these main stairs as well, just to try and ease that transition as well for Pino if he does try and get himself back up. Nade going to be sent in from below as they're attempting to remove utility and the potential for that bandit trick. Couple of shots going to be exchanged here as well. Pino, he's got himself into lounge here. Jump onto the Solace for a meantime and just check no one's immediately around and drone in. Around a minute left on the clock here as the breach is open. Nesk is just going to stick his face into it. Cons, he aggresses out and finds himself 1. Needs to be very cautious here. Nesk is dug into that corner and is going to get the read and the confirm over onto it. Picks himself up a second. Look at him go. Put the AK-12 in his hands and watch him burn through the enemy. Wizard, he's going to be there to shut him down.
Where is Liquid?
Though. No one there for the refrag. Nesk was 2.
Where is Liquid?
Deep. Palu, he'll find 1 as a trade onto Pino, but not before Lagonis is taken out. Volp's only now just getting up onto the east balcony.
Yellow ping.
Knows that there's going to be a player there inside of Garage. Knows that they are dug in tight and keeps getting glimpses but doesn't want to jump the gun. He's almost trying to bait Paolo out here as he knows there's also going to be a play at the top of those red stairs. It's an impossible decision for him to make, and he gets caught in a sprint animation. Muzi finds the last NIP. They deal exceptionally well under the pressure.
Oh, it's just, will he, won't he? Just, oh, it's awkward. That's the best way to put that. It's awkward. Liquid. It just felt to me that you had kind of Ness doing his thing, and then the rest of Liquid were just nowhere near what were they doing. It's just, and then Muzi, like Wizard ends up being back in sight. Remember, he was in garage and breach was open, and he somehow got out of garage across the breach into cash. Massive red flags for Liquid. Massive red flags.
Pretty messy round on all sides there. A lot of the mess on the side of Liquid, granted. 5-4 for NIP. Puts them within striking distance of a map point. 2 rounds away from guaranteeing Cafe demo.
My goodness.
Just wonder.
Oh, you do.
You do just wonder. We mentioned at the top of the show, this is very much a marathon, a best of 5. It isn't all about the first map. It isn't always all about the second map. It really comes down to the wire, and if NIP take this here, we're essentially into a best of 1.
It's not about the friends we made along the way, it's about the memories.
That doesn't work for this.
Oh, sorry.
Not quite.
Anywho, NIP downstairs, and obviously last time we seen this from Liquid, it was a bit of a poor round. Really poor round for the most part. I mean, Liquid and Clubhouse seem very disjointed. They don't look as if they're one unit. It feels like Nesk is over there, Volps is over here, and the other 3 are missing.
Paolo's been missing. Someone that's been highlighted twice, in fact 3 times, on the graphics analysts have been doing as being the MVP player, or a player to look out for. Currently going 4 and 7. That ain't MVP worthy, I'm afraid. Nearly a blunder with the shock drone as well from Nesk. He fortunately recovers.
Yeah, again, Liquid just eyeing up maybe this room clear. Pino is upstairs. He will make himself known with the vertical holes that have been made, but yep, there we go. Shoots off set of Kairos. As I wonder if maybe he will just be trapped up here, or will Liquid allow him to escape? I mean, Muzi needs to be careful. He's the player in blue. If they lose him, they lose the round.
I mean, last time Pino was upstairs, he was trapped and he was still allowed to come away with a kill, so it's by no means a foregone conclusion, and there it is again. Ready Cafe, this is looking pretty terrible from Liquid. They know there's a player upstairs and they still struggle to deal with it. They lose 2 players on the entry. Pino's fragged back, but it doesn't matter. NIP are going to be fairly happy with that. Palu now going for the push down blue, but jumps the gun a little bit, at least ahead of the teammate inside of Oil Pit, and Muzi allowed to take a couple of 1 versus 1s here. Ness thinking, I can't push that on my own now. I need to try and reposition. Lagonis, what's he going to be able to do from Dirt Tunnel?
Oh, it's shoddy. Very shoddy from Liquid. NIP again, the exact same situation. Liquid, they're not clearing. They can't. It's one guy, by the way. It's one guy by himself. And they're struggling? Really? Like, it's questionable from Liquid. And honestly, if they lose this map, it's a deserved loss. NIP, again, haven't done anything outrageous. Liquid have allowed them to run rampant.
I think Pino's having a cracking game. He's obviously playing with a lot of confidence, and he knows that he can get away with these plays. Liquid are being terrible in clearing that roam. No surprise to see Liquid request a timeout here. It's 2 rounds back-to-back we've seen this basement attack, and 2 rounds back-to-back where Pino's been able to get away with a kill before being taken out solo on that top floor. Previously the Warden, this time at least he was the mute, so it's a little bit more forgivable from Liquid that it would take more utility to clear him. You're probably going to lose a drone and a jammer in the process. But just throw 2 people up there, throw 3 people up there and just get him gone.
Yeah, it's poor. It's very poor. I mean, NIP, credit to them. They looked as if they were out of it after the second map. And look at them now.
One round away from taking us all the way to Cafe, our 5th and final map here tonight. And the confidence has got to be brimming from NIP at this point.
Attackers need to locate and defuse the bomb.
Really is a one round at a time sort of mentality that we've got to have toward this. Liquid, only a couple of rounds away from squaring this up, and they were successful last time they attacked this site.
Yeah.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I mean, no Frost this time. No Mira. So a couple of changes here and there, which obviously you have to be aware of, but yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's okay.
5 seconds remaining.
No nades from Liquid.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, Liquid definitely lacking in that department. I think Pally was playing on the sledge last time, I want to say. He definitely had a couple of nades. I know that he was able to remove a little bit of utility in the site, and I think he, in fact, exploded one of the Goyo canisters, which eventually took one of the NIP players out. No Goyo this time. Still, you wouldn't mind having some soft breach to get through some of the problems that have been presented. A Hibana pellet is going to be good for the majority of it, though. A lot of the castle barricades have already been removed here. Resets, he's turned his attention to getting open the wall into CCTV. Looks as though it's just caught in a jam for the time being.
Liquid taking their time, just trying to figure out, okay, what is the plan? What do we want to go with? It looks as if it's pretty default, opening up the main breach. Good timing as well, 2 minutes to go still. I think they've popped a few castle barricades also out there. But I do worry about how they clear out areas like bathroom. With no nades, that's going to be tricky. That's going to be difficult. NIP, again, just happy enough to sit in their hands almost all in, just run down the clock.
NIP showing great patience. They know they don't need to do too much here because sometimes the more you do, the more mistakes can be made. Psycho, he will be forced out of the bathroom. The Ace Selma used to open up that breach has removed yet another pocket of safety here. Nesk is downstairs just waiting for a catch onto any players that choose to make that rotation. Often you will see people with a C4 drop down into the bar whenever the time starts to get low as they anticipate the attackers coming in and potential for a plant to go down. Psycho in a bit of a tough spot here, but NIP still holding on to the key power positions. If Cons wins this engagement, say again, it's going to be Psycho over his shoulder. Neski's pressed the go button and he's moving up main stairs, but is he able to even find a fight? Volps finds one, Palu a second. Liquid, they're flooding in with kills now, but they need a couple more here. Final player left is going to be Pino inside of the bathroom. He draws for the shotgun, but eventually is taken out. Another nail-biting end to the round, but Liquid, they stay in it again for one more round.
Yeah, they're alive. They remain not beaten yet. Round 12 is where we end up. Is it going to be an OT? We go to Cash and CC. This was just, yeah, it was just, that's all it was. Just, I mean, Liquid, hopefully they learn from the safe, because it was like basic stuff that they were just letting NIP just run around. NIP were running around the last time they attacked this.
Yeah. Liquid had a bit of presence inside of Strip, but it wasn't too convincing. As you mentioned, NIP were just allowed free reign, it seemed. The typical approach for this site is to get control of top floor, work the vertical, work the hatching construction that leads down into the site, and really start to give yourself a little bit of a platform to work from. Let's see how Liquid approach. There has been some changes on the NIP side. Cons is opting for the Yokai this time, or the Echo, more specifically, bringing the Yokai gadgets.
This is tense. It almost feels like the deep breath before the plunge. Very, very tense. I mean, Liquid, if you actually look at, operator lineups, it does give them a little bit of a, oomph factor because they're running Dokkaebi and the Lion. They have both options that they can go for and just flood into sight. Oh, I say that. Down goes the Dokkaebi. Not a good start for Liquid.
No, Volps hasn't had the greatest of times here on Clubhouse. Has definitely not found the same amount of space as we've seen him previously. He's going to be taken down by Muzi. Just waiting for that wall to get open now as resets. Got a feeling that somebody's there inside a site, but they're just tucked behind the brick wall. Wizard, he's going to be behind the bar. Caught out on the drone and likely going to get pushed, but he was more than ready for Nesk there. Nesk giving himself away quite freely. Lagonis will be there to refrag. Gets the glimpse onto the player on those main stairs. Removes one of the Yokai drones. Not terrible here for Liquid, but not looking any better the longer Muzi stays alive. He takes resets down, and now with hatch control, it becomes impossible to push into bar. Lagonis instead going to dip himself out and wait for Palu to maybe clear out this top floor a little bit. There's no chance of these Liquid players buddying up. Palu finds one, immediately locks on and domes Psycho. He's going to stun out and see if he can try and make something happen, but he's not going to be able to. Cons and Pino, they could pick up the final 2 kills. And that guarantees we are going to all available maps here in this best of 5 grand final. NIP 7-5 on Clubhouse.
Who would have seen this coming? After such a dominant performance from Liquid in the first 2 maps, for NIP to battle back, all credit to them. Liquid, they've eased up, Ollie. They've allowed NIP to kind of just play the way they want to. Liquid need to really think about what they're doing wrong, because 1 map left, 1 chance. Don't tell me Liquid bottle another best of 5, Ollie.
Surely not. They've definitely taken the foot off the gas, though. We're going to catch our breath, take a short break, and we'll be back with our analyst desk. Don't go anywhere. Stick around for the conclusion of this grand final best of 5.
It feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Did you know that 80% of a human's brain is developed by age 3? That's such a narrow period of time which will have lifelong consequences. Not only on one child, but whole societies, the whole world. That's why we chose UNICEF at Gamers Without Borders, because they are there for children every step of the way. From early childhood until they enjoy their rights to health, education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right thing and the smart thing to do, and you can join us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Our two finalists are tied up. We are going the distance here. We've got $125,000 is the difference between first and second place in charitable donations here. And of course, that ticket to Gamers 8 later this summer. I'm joined by Fresh and I'm joined by Anne in the virtual studio here. Fresh, the big plays have to come out now because NIP have all the momentum.
Yeah, they do. They've won the last two maps now, taking us all the way to map 5 in this best of 5. And the one thing that I will say, me and Anne touched on it, is if this went to a map 5, it significantly shifts the favour into NIP's hands with that final map being Cafe. But if we focus on Clubhouse for now, I thought that NIP attacked very well, actually. Strategically probably won, I would say, 5 of the 6 attacks that they did onto Clubhouse. But for, you know, Nest clutching, a big clutch again, and, you know, a couple of rounds that, you know, was in the late round just won out by Team Liquid, NIP set themselves up really well on their attacks, and then on the defenses they got it done, they got it over the line, and they really punished Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I know that we only have 4 teams at the start of this region, but I feel like this is the only final that we really could have had here. Back and forth is great so far. I know that we pick holes in their play, but ultimately, this is a very even series, and I also sense your favorite phrase, fumble the bag, is going to come out.
Well, yeah, I mean, looking at NIP's playstyle, right, what they did on their defense specifically, they contested so much map control, and I'm sensing a bit of a trend in the playstyle of Liquid, which they brought over from that previous map into this one, where on their attacks, they play very, very solo. Everyone's doing their own little thing in their own little station and in a very different part of the map. And there was, for example, a certain kitchen attack that I thought back off, where all these players are set up in their different stations, and then someone's trying to open up the kitchen hatch, about 1.5 minutes remaining, and then they stumble across a problem. And they find out, hey, a player is still upstairs, and we need to get rid of this problem. But at that point, all of these Liquid players are so deeply invested into their own part of the map, in Dirt Tunnel, in Logi, in Blue, that they can't just come up to the top 4 and help them with that top 4 control, and can't contest that either. I mean, you can see that Nesk was putting up a good job. He was top fragging on the side of Liquid, but Pino showing consistency with Muzi along on the top of the scoreboard here. Those two, the top fraggers on the side of NIP, but pretty much all their stats on the side of NIP is looking good. You have just Pino putting up just a little bit more numbers, but it's looking consistent, I would say.
It was also that round 5, wasn't it? It was that tide turner for NIP because resets had created an amazing opportunity for Liquid to just coast that round, and then Pino gets a 4-piece to go 8-3. Again, one player being the driving force for NIP, but that was only at that point, and then they all started contributing, and look what happened, Fresh. They ran away with it.
Yeah, it was big moments. It was definitely big moments across that map. And I think, you know, just to touch on that defense again, you know, the defense was pretty good. Some people would consider Clubhouse defensive favored historically. Some people would say it's now 50-50. Some people would now say it's attacker sided. It really depends on how you play. And I think Nip did very well, like Anne said, in terms of they were doing what a default Clubhouse was, but then adding one extra complication and giving Liquid a problem that Liquid couldn't solve. And then they go back to that old reliable, that old faithful that you see them do time and time again. Those big, long, slow attacks that, you know, they got it done, basically. And taking us to map 5, they've had to mentally recover as well because they were 0-2 down. They got the 3rd map, they got the 4th map, the momentum, the confidence, and the map selection now all swings in their favor.
Yeah, a tough pill for Liquid to swallow for sure, but we're going to quickly take a look at the head-to-head graphic that was for that map. Who was the best team on either side, and what kind of contribution does it have to the deficit between these two teams? We've got Nesk, and like you've already mentioned, and Pino had a wonder round there, didn't he?
Exactly, yeah, he did. Really keeping NIP alive in that one specific round, but also looking at the numbers, 14 in 8, that is almost a 2.0 KD, a very high cost as well. I'm sensing and noticing that obviously it's similar to the map scores for Liquid, but the ratings of the players have gone down too. Yeah, they're getting active in these entry engagements. It's not just Pino on the side of Liquid, yeah, he's the best performer, but NIP have been super dominant into those entry gunfights as well, making it really difficult for the Liquid players to get the gunfights and to actually put up stats and good ratings on the board.
Okay, well, our next map is going to be Cafe, like we've already said. Let's build some hype, Fresh. For viewers at home who may not be as familiar with all of the maps in competitive Siege, can you let them know what they're going to expect on a map like this? What's the pace going to be like? What do they need to look out for?
Okay, so I'll do a very quick summary. If you're a Team Liquid fan, Cafe is not a good map for Team Liquid. Haven't played it in 2023, they tend to permaban it away. In 2022, they lost it 5 out of the 8 times they played it, and the 3 times that they did win it, you could argue was against weak opposition, being Alpha Team coming out of Mexico, being Tropicals, as we see yesterday, not the best team out of Brazil, and then Cyclops at an international tournament in Charlotte. So Liquid don't really like the map. Conversely, NIP absolutely love the map. They're unbeaten on this map since the middle of last year. They love playing it, and it's often banned away against them. In terms of how the map plays out, it's quite strategic in terms of going from the roof downwards. Depends on the bomb site, but normally teams will start at the top red or on the hatches and then drop themselves into the building. It takes a minute to get to the building, usually 30 seconds or so to scout it all out, and then you've got a minute 30 of action, which, you know, if you're defending it, it's very good for defending it because of that reason. And I feel like that's the one thing that NIP is like, if we look at how slow they've been, time is going to be a massive factor for them when they're attacking on this map.
Okay, well, we have just about hit that time, that really awkward moment when you realize your predictions at the beginning of the day are probably completely thrown out the window. And I'm going to start with you. We're currently at 2-2. Who's going to take that 3rd map? We know the momentum's with NIP. Can Liquid claw it back?
Yeah, well, we did say that Liquid needed to win it out 3-1 because that final map isn't really looking like a favorite map for them because it's one of their most contested banned maps. But there's a glimmer of hope. If you look at the map bans of Liquid, there was a game against FaZe during the Blast Major where they let it come through as a decider. They didn't eventually play Cafe, but it was comfortable enough for Liquid to let it come through. Maybe they're cooking something on this map. Maybe they have been practicing it. It just hasn't been brought out yet. And in the scenario of a best of 5, maybe this is the time, but maybe I'm also on severe hopium or copium.
Yeah, we had to dig deep into the archives for that one, didn't we? Yeah. All right, Fresh, are we fresh on the fence? Are we the Magpie? Are you about to get grilled by Demo as we go into this next map? What are you saying?
I'm going to stick with Liquid. You know, I said it would be 3-0, then I said it would be 3-1, then I said it would be 3, and now I'm saying it's 3-2. I'm going to stick with Liquid, although everything, you know, logic aside is why I'm going with Liquid. If I look at logic, you've got to say NIP do have the upper hand in this final map.
Okay, well, it's about time that we find a winner of the LATAM final here at Gamers Without Borders. So, for one more time, Demo and X take us into this final.
Barney Fresh, and thank you all so very much. Demo, this is it. This is for all the marbles. We are essentially in a glorified best of one now, headed into Cafe. We've got Liquid, we've got NIP, and boy oh boy has this series gone topsy-turvy on us. We suggested that if this went the distance, NIP would look good in the later maps in this best of 5, and that is exactly what has happened. And now we go to Cafe to settle it all.
I have a question for you.
Hit me with it.
So, your little theory in a best of 3 is the team that wins the second map. If they lose the first one, they win the second map, they go and win the third. I see where this is
going. Yeah.
What do you do if a team wins the third map after losing the first 2?
I don't think it's the same.
Why?
Because it's just a bit different, isn't it? We don't get a lot of best of 5s in Siege, Demo. We get a lot more best of 3s than we do best of 5s. Best of 5s is grand final time, baby. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to keep an eye on it. Maybe I'll have to cook something up for a best of 5 theory. Because the best of 3 series is flawless logic.
This is
you win the series.
So this is a bit of a strange one in terms of the operator bans right off the rip, Ollie. We are seeing Sledge get banned. That is like, in terms of Liquid, is this just their little, oh, let's target ban someone?
It quite possibly could be. Liquid themselves do play a lot of Sledge, though. Obviously, Sledge has been changed a little bit. Sledge is quite heavy now, and not as nimble and light on his feet as he used to be. But it is going to force the book play. Liquid, obviously, removing that, you would expect them to have a plan as to how they're going to work around it. It will put a lot more pressure on nades, though. You're always going to bring the Iana, but where you would bring the Sledge as well and get 4 nades, you're likely now only to have 2.
Yeah, right from the rip, Ollie, look at this bomb site selection. You don't see this every day.
I mean, this is a 3rd/4th choice site at best.
Yeah, and especially on the first round, you go here.
I mean, why not, right? Let's see if we see the classic 5-man 6 pick from Liquid. Not a lot of time left for them to do it. We're only going to see a couple of changes.
Oh, we see an interesting pick. Oh.
Resets is known for his Amaru, isn't he? Oh, there it goes. It comes through. I mean, Nesk isn't going to change off Iana, is he? Let's be honest.
Right, Resets. What have you got in store for us?
Resets is great on the Aruni, and I'm going to say it now because he's not the kind of player that is going to just throw himself into anything.
Amaru.
He's usually quite calculated. Amaru, yeah. I'm seeing the Aruni gates, and I'm thinking about the Aruni, and I'm talking
you always mix up the A's.
It's a habit that I unfortunately got myself into.
Yeah. I mean, Liquid fairly slow. Just where are they going to use resets? That's the question I have in my mind, is where are you going to use that Gara hook? Nesk sees a castle barricade. Oh no, not in sight.
Oh, surely not.
Oh dear. And away he goes, but oh, NIP have got 2 kills.
Well, Resets is going to have to battle hard now. Volps, he's going to pick one up in the meantime, but everyone in NIP knows that Resets has got himself into sight there, and he's probably just going to be left as the solo player standing here. Palu nowhere to be seen. Oh dear. Palu finds himself 1. His location now known. NIP can start to try and work around that. The diffuser. It's going to be cold on the ground. Not in the hands of Palu here. The player hopped up just high inside of the train, and Palu doesn't have the read. The pre-fire will give the game away. But he's staring down the barrel of 2 NIP players here at least. Going to try and bait out there and hope that he gets lucky, but he doesn't. Psycho finishes things off, and NIP probably sat there wondering, well, what an easy way to win an off-choice bomb site.
Just, you would love to, you kind of understand what Liquid were going for. Because I don't know what the idea was. It, like, at, what was that, like 2 minutes? You just send them arrow into sight?
Defenders protect
That's
your
it?
bombs from being defused by
Really?
attackers.
That's all you can conjure, Liquid? Is that?
I think the idea was that Nesk would win his engagement on the reading door, and then they would have a little bit more control inside of reading, and all of a sudden you kind of cutting the site in half then, right? That didn't happen. And it didn't happen almost as Resets was making the decision to go in, so the timing of it was a little bit inconvenient. But that's the risk you play when you're dealing with those sort of fine margins. If you're going to go for the Gara hook in.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And I did credit Resets at the start of the round saying he's a good Amari player and he very rarely gets himself in to sticky situations like that, and he kind of sent himself into the worst one possible.
Oh, right. One thing for Liquid that they do have is the Ying. This was taken away from them in the last map. So the fact that they have, you know, some form of like big pushing power is going to help them out a lot. It just depends how they can like really set the Ying up in the correct, ideal location. I would say that Liquid, over the past 2 maps, the team play's been disjointed to all heck. Like, it's been bad.
Certainly not what we've used to. But again, like, are we kind of used to it now when things aren't going their way, that the teamwork's one of the first things that starts to fall apart? Cons and Parley, they're locked into an engagement here. Parley's going to try and finish it with the skeleton key. Only does a little bit of damage there onto Cons. Needs to have the confidence to push up through now. Cons has got himself all the way into Laundry. Wizard, successful on that top floor hold. Resets. He was thinking about joining the party for a second, but Palu's still going to be locked into this engagement. Eventually, Resets will be there to catch, and the pinch does work for Liquid. They come off one better here in this early exchange.
Yeah, good early clear, being able to eliminate the players below. It will just like, you kind of like free up the worry of, hey, we could get C4 below, which as we know happens a lot for this top floor. Now for Liquid, it's how do you want to excel in using the Ying? The Ying, I think, is on Skylight, so she is ready to go, and it will be Lagodas with Diffuser in hand. Keep that in mind, has the Diffuser. Maybe you want to trade that off to Resets, but Liquid, it's going to be a Skylight drop, Ollie. That's a guarantee. It's just when will it come?
Yeah, Lagonis is going to be clutching onto that last Candela because they're going to be hoping for a lot out of it. Does have a couple of smokes as well to work with. Maybe thinking about a cocktail-sided push here. Reset's going to hit the drop, immediately get himself in, and Nesk follows. Psycho, he's there to grab, though, and no one immediately there to refrag. Resets, he's going to come round for the second time and help one of his teammates out. But Lagonis, he's back onto the top of the roof. Now we revert back to plan A, which is the Skylight drop. Technically, it is now, of course, plan C. Muzi, he gets taken out from the Skylight as Lagonis drops in. And Pino, he's now got a couple of players to find, gets a glimpse of somebody on the rappel, but quickly converts into the upside down, and Lagonis will find that final kill.
Good job. Good stuff. Much better from Liquid.
Resets for me. Both of them did exceptionally well. Resets, the thing, he was in the right place at the right time 2 times. This was the second. The first one was helping Parlo out downstairs because Parlo had got himself into a mess.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds that you will look back on and say, okay, that's like the standard. You know, it was a pretty clean round that they had. They just need to do that, you know, 4 more times. It's as simple as that. LIP gonna mix things up a little bit. Ollie, we talk about, you know, they're a team that will play Monty, for example. Now we see a clash come into play. Like, this is, you know, a bit of a step up.
Am I losing my mind? I have never seen the grids on the floor inside a kitchen.
Huh?
The little dots, the little black grids in the tiles. I've never seen them before.
Or that one. Oh, there.
Those grids, yeah.
Yeah, what about them?
Never seen them before in my life.
Right, so that will show you who's played the game.
No, but I don't play with the high settings.
Oh. So that'll let you know who has a bad PC.
Yes, correct. I was like, what's this on the floor? What piece of utility has been placed down in the perfect pattern?
You're knackered.
Well, the utility that is going down are going to be the Vulcan canisters. And we do see the clash. Cons. He's going to try and harass these attackers as they approach. If there's one thing that you can bring to force a little bit of team play, Demo, it's a clash. You need to play as a team to get around that.
Yeah, Liquid. I mean, they have, again, that ying, that pushing power, that real breakneck speed that you could just go absolutely crazy with at any moment's notice. But for Liquid, they're going to play a little bit slower, not as crazy fast moving into Bakery as what you might expect. Instead, they will try and go for the sweep from the top floor, moving all the way downstairs. Just doing the sweep, doing the checks. Again, they have Buck, they have Paulo there. No issues.
An issue that Liquid will have if they carry on in this sort of fashion is time. Fresh commented it on the desk that typically the first minute to a minute and a half of any given attacking round on Cafe, you are spending that getting to the building, droning out, making sure that everything's safe. Passage into the building isn't always guaranteed. NIP aren't playing that aggressively. They've very much got themselves bunkered down. It's been a winning formula so far for them. Palu going to start to rip open that floor and see if there's anyone that he can catch off guard. What it does force is it forces players out of the site. And there's only Pino playing in the site at the moment. He does have a C4, but the rest of NIP have got themselves skirted onto the outsides. A couple of smokes come through and a Candela from Volps, but
the Goyo
initially to follow that up.
Goyo stopping them massively. It doesn't let him inside Bakery do what he wants to do. And there is going to be 2 players inside of Bakery that he needs to be aware of. Pino does get flash, but no, Volps isn't going to actually go for the push. Instead, rotates down towards Wedding Window to maybe assist Paulu.
Well, Paulu's going to need some assistance. He's going head-to-head with a clash and players in behind the bar. Psycho, he takes Volps down and Resets is in position to assist. Does get the down onto Cons. A very important kill at this point. Resets confirms onto Muzi as well. So effectively 3 versus 2 here as Psycho makes his way into the site once again. Is able to pop one of the Vulcan canisters as Pino picks at one before being instantly traded. And it's Lagonis to find the final. Much better attack from Liquid.
Little bit of a worry. Little bit worried there for Liquid just because you see the time tick down, Ollie. And both the window and the freezer door is covered in flames. You know, that was the reality they couldn't actually plant. But NIP, they just themselves up. They lose the kills. And yeah, Liquid, 2 in a row. So maybe Liquid.
Attackers need to
Is this where they're going to put the afterburners? Maybe.
The attack's certainly where you would expect them to struggle a little bit on Cafe. Especially given the lack of coordination and teamwork that we've seen in previous maps in this series. So the fact that they're able to solve these little mini games, deal with the clash, there was a great pinch and push there. I think Volps, for all that there was a question mark over not following up the Candelas, he did a great job at hitting the rotation. He didn't get a kill for it, but he was there as a distraction and did enable a trade off him. If he'd have pushed in through Bakery, the chance of him getting traded is very slim. So, on the balance of things, teamwork has certainly picked up here for Liquid. And it's a good job too.
Oh, look at this from Liquid. Look at the selection. The Blitz. And honestly, they've had like pretty good success, I think, today with the Blitz. So I'm excited to see what Volps is going to have in store for us. I'm guessing he's going to maybe go... God, where would he go? Maybe drop Skylight? I don't know. There ain't too many safe places that Blitz can have in Cafe. But certainly for clearing out roamers above, he's going to be great. Great help.
There are a couple of players knocking around upstairs from NIP. We are going to see some start thinking about a drop-off now at this point, as Paolo is going to throw some nades from below, but No pings, not much information. Candelas are going to go off, and Volps, this is cute to call, gets in with the drop. Great drop from Lagonis, straight onto the top of Cons. Volps now flooding through, finds the player inside of Washroom. Is going to go for the challenge. There's no one there from his team to back him up on this. They're giving Muzi 1v1s here. Ness going to find himself 2 as Muzi is allowed to reposition. Keeps himself alive for the time being and will find the catch onto Nesk. Muzi, he's slipping left and slipping right. Eventually will be downed by resets. Could have played huge spoiler there, but instead leaves a lot for Wizard to do with an SMG-11 and only 17 bullets in each mag. Caught out on drone, nade at his feet, default camera gone, plank going down. It's not a great time to be Wizard at the moment. Player pushing in from the top of white, resets, immediately taken out, but in a post plant, this is going to be very difficult to retake. Liquid, not exactly setting up on top of each other. They've developed a bit of a crossfire here. Not sure how much information they're working on. Volps' drone is still active, and there are a couple of Liquid players on it, so you would think they've got some sort of a read as to the situation and where Volps has that drone placed, and Wizard will be coming from, but what a wall bang onto Lagonis. 20 seconds left. Parley, you've got to keep yourself alive here. Another drone. The plant now going to start to be disabled. Parlu, this is a ball job if ever you've seen it. Swings round, finds the knee, hits the shot. Tense round. That should never have been a 1 versus 1.
Hey, tense, get the knife out. You can cut it in half. That's how tense it is. I mean, NIP, I mean, the opening was just, they crumbled. They really did. I just Liquid, that little 3-2-1 drop. Just picked up their kills, and Wizard, oh, so close. But Paulu, never in doubt, never in doubt. And NIP using an early timeout, Ollie. 2 defenses to go. They don't want to mess them up.
I love an early timeout.
I know you do.
This is great from NIP. T-Chubs will be in there now, talking to the troops. First time we've seen an NIP timeout all series long as well, I think. You really do wonder just how much emphasis NIP have placed onto this last map. It's a very bold strategy to come to a permaban of Liquids for the decider, knowing that you've got a couple of weak maps at the top end of the map pool. Puts even more pressure on every single round here on Cafe, and the fact that we've seen a timeout with, as you say, Demo, only 2 rounds of defense left, just goes to show how much importance they're placing on that.
Yeah.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Oh, around 5. I'm really shocked that there's no mirror. Why
you love a mirror on Cafe?
It is so good. Unbelievably good.
Is it brilliant?
No, I'm not saying that. Look, Fred's got his money's worth out of me. Let's put it that way. I'm not saying it again.
5 seconds to go.
What would you remove for the mirror here in the lineup?
Aruni.
You would move the Aruni, right? But Aruni was permabanned, not permabanned, but Aruni was banned last game. Because we know just how much Pino likes it.
I just think mirror windows on this is unplayable. It's, you know, the mirror window inside a bathroom. You can't nade it from below. Really, really strong. But NIP not opting for that. Plenty of burn, though. You've got ADSs, Aruni gates, the Whammy magnets. You've got the triple whammy in terms of denial. Once again, Liquid. Remember they did this last time, Ollie. They wanted to sweep below first, make sure there's no options for C4s.
They won't know this, but there aren't any C4s in the lineup. Psycho, he's got the deployable shield instead. Cons. Always dangerous when you've got a Slippy Solus, especially at the bottom of these stairs after Liquid have done that sort of sweep. They aren't going to necessarily assume that everything's clear, but they're going to have some pre-placed drones, and if they're not being watched or if they get removed, Cons might have a bit of a field day here. Wizard still occupying the space inside of Reading Room as well. Slowly but surely, Liquid are getting the job done here.
Yeah.
Cons has a good chance at a challenge, but the Dokkaebi call will give the game away.
Again, Liquid just waiting for the right moment to strike, but Pino, he will find the first pick. And that goes to Dokkaebi calls, which, as we know, is a very strong operator to have for these top floor executes, and Liquid maybe looking to go for it. Pino, he's in the thick of it all. Look at the damage that he has sustained, and that's just down to nades.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Pino, he's going to find yet another kill before Resets joins in on the action. Ness going to hop himself in. Still, there is that small matter of Pino to deal with, but Resets is on a bit of a tear. Cons, the perfect backstab, in position to at least take Resets out and potentially more. Ness just looks wrong way on the 50-50. Pino's picked up 3, and he's still 5 HP. Palu, he sat outside on top of the ventilation unit. He still has a nade in hand, and Pino still hasn't been dealt with. You got to think that Resets was moving a little bit too far ahead of the other two there. Palu's still being outside, and Nesk not in much of a position to challenge. Palu still got to try and deal with Wizard downstairs. He's not even going to be able to get through that. Wizard played the whole round from inside a reading.
Liquid, very disjointed, not really looking to play together again. It's one of those rounds that we've seen them kind of mess up on. Yeah, look, where's the comms? You know, realistically, where is the communication? I don't know why, you know, they've switched out the Ying, which I thought worked really well for them.
Attackers need to locate.
Look, picked up two kills at least last time he played Ying on that site. Allows him that ability to drop in. We had Volps on the Blitz then as well, so many different options, and I don't know, Liquid just feel like they're hamstringing themselves just a little bit. Potential for a favourable half here still. Equally, NIP have got the option to level things out at a 3-3. Going downstairs to reading and dining. All I ask here is that we please don't see an Amaru. Okay, we've got the Ying. I'll accept the Ying resets, but I don't want the Amaru in the sight window again.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, we'll be reading this time. Oh, and now there's a mirror.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Yay.
You breathe a sigh of relief now knowing that Mirror's been played on Cafe.
I mean, it's not for the ideal site, I'll be honest. I much prefer the top floor.
Still, mid-floor, top floor, both of them play quite similarly.
Yeah.
You're going to want to try and hold on to the top floor pretty much the same as you'd want to hold on to it if it was the primary site. So, still, options here.
Oh, it looks like the same setup from Liquid again, Ollie, where they're going to try and maybe clear out Cocktail first before they think about doing anything. So east side is where they're going to head to. Lagones, now he got picked off, Ollie. Oh, no, it was Volps. Volps got picked off really early on the Dokkaebi, so he has to make sure that whoever plays Dokkaebi, do not die early.
Well, we're seeing the drop come through, the Lion Scan go out under the Candelas as well, and Psycho is able to collect. Pino finds one before being traded. How has that been allowed to happen? Volps, he's inside of Wheel Room. He's got an eye on somebody in train. NIP scrambling to try and get back into position here. Volps, second kill on the round. Resets as well. Doing what he does best on that top floor. He's fragging out this game. 9-3 at the minute. Wizard thinking about a little bit of a flank here. Psycho playing inside of reading. So these two players not exactly back-to-back here. Not quite within touching distance, but still with the ability to trade off each other if push comes to shove. Another Lion Scan going to root Psycho in place, and a very hopeful C4 up onto that top floor, which will catch. Must be off the back of some sort of information. He did the job that was going to be done anyway by Volps in terms of opening up that angle. He just happened to get a kill for his trouble as well. Paulo and Resets, they've got to try and finish this off here. A whole minute left to play with, and well, these NIP players, they're not standing still. They're keeping themselves nice and fluid. Palu going to try and gather a little bit of info here, at least give his teammates something to watch. You look at the utility that's left, and there is nothing. No burn, no stuns. No util whatsoever to speak of, and Palu, he's going to take a 1-for-1 engagement with Wizard and lose it out. Ritz breaks him down, but can't find the second. Psycho and Wizard, what a job they've done to clutch that round out.
Yeah, excellent work from those two on the site. Well, I didn't... Whenever I seen the third kill come in for Liquid, you think, wow, they're in a great shape now, plenty of time. But that C4, Ollie, we have to talk about how crucial that C4 kill is. I mean, what's going on here? What's happened?
Yeah, it was a little bit messy at the start. I mean, it was messy at the end. Maybe it was just messy, Demo.
Oh, yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
3-3 split. Overtime? Question mark?
NIP on attack.
First couple of rounds will tell us all we need to know.
Of course.
As they always do. Given that this is a map that NIP are well known for and good at, attack, shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. They've certainly picked it up as the series has developed. Think back to their attacks on Villa. Much better than what we saw at the start of the day. Attacks on Clubhouse as well. Looking miles better.
Liquid. And again, both these teams loving this kind of offbeat pick for the first site they want to defend. It's got to be that reading or that fireplace in mining, should I say. NIP, they've came prepared, Ollie. They have a Nomad. They are ready.
They know what's available. They know there's a Solace out there. They know that Volps is a very good Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger.
It does cost you, though. But then, on the flip side, you do get to bring another ARX. Or a G360, depending on your preference.
NIP, again, just trying to get in the windows, looking for those picks, but you can see Liquid, they're not giving anything away at the moment. Oh, in goes the Candelas. 1, 2 of them maybe, rolls in. Psycho, is he going to follow up on it? No, it just looks to be a distraction to get Muzi in instead.
Muzi's going to crouch walk his way down these red stairs now. He's thinking about going a little bit further, but he's just waiting for his team to catch up. It's a good example of where in the first half we'd see Liquid maybe get a little bit too ahead of the team. And IP waiting for the rest of the team to catch up. They don't want to go on this solo. Recognizing the importance of that opening pick. Pino, now with the drop, he can start to rip open some of this floor. It's a textbook roam from Liquid. They love wasting time, but they really don't want to find fights.
Yeah, I was literally going to say that. They haven't died. They haven't lost anyone yet, which is, very, very important for Liquid. NIP, you know, they will rely on getting those early picks to kind of open up the bomb site a little bit more, but if Liquid give them nothing, and with only one Candela left, NIP, they're going to struggle here.
Well, that one Candela is going to get spent as the Lion Scan also comes out. Lagonis, his eyes are laser focused on the drop. Solace now looking for a little bit of action from below. There are potential angles here, but Psycho's going to hit it on the reverse. Palu, he's there to collect and goes for a second, but is immediately taken on out. Cons will be downed. Nesk and Lagonis, they've got a long way to go here.
No diffuser.
You have a little bit of info knocking around, but it isn't going to be enough. Nesk does allow one to cross, picks up the second. Cons is now being revived, and the diffuser in Wizard's hands. 11 seconds isn't a lot of time, but all you've got to do is get the plant down. There's a drone at Nesk's feet, but Pino's going to hit him with the swing.
I mean, like, the Solus fought, but they, like, giga-brained that, didn't they? And then, nope, you get shot, because as we know, Ollie, holes work both ways.
Oh no.
A crash.
Oh dear. Hello everybody. Welcome back. Unfortunate time for a disconnect. Hopefully we'll be able to get back in as soon as... It could have been worse. Could have happened when the execute was going on.
Yeah.
But we will get ourselves back into the lobby. Looks like just an observer crash. I'm no expert on these things. I just make it up as I go along. But
I'm gone.
Demo. Dear.
I'm back.
Yep. You got to turn that back on.
I do.
But it rains, it pours here with the old technical issues. Hopefully we'll get ourselves back into the game very quickly indeed. But at least it didn't happen as the fight was going down. A strange round, I think it's fair to say. Palu not really in much of a position to be taking that second challenge with the pistol. Lot being asked of Nesk, left out there on their own. And NIP again showing us that very succinct 3-2-1 where yes, it's important that you use your utility and you work off the back of it, but you don't always need to just throw yourself in blindly. And I think they did a great job of using that utility to distract and then pull off the backstab at the same time.
Yeah, NIP that round, they had that clear idea. They wanted to get in upstairs, use the vertical, Liquid didn't give them anything. And then, like, it was very obvious that NIP could only drop the hatch. Liquid, like, I feel as though Liquid could have done a lot of a better job at denying that. It felt very like, how have you just let him drop it like that? Yeah, it's very poor from my perspective.
Yeah, you shouldn't really be allowed to drop a hatch and get immediate access like that. There was a nice idea there with the Solace as well in terms of trying to hold that from a little bit of a further distance. I believe we're going to hit a very short break just while we get the players back into the lobby and get the game rebuilt, and we will be back very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere. The conclusion of this thrilling best of 5 is just around the corner. We're halfway through Cafe. We'll be back in just a few.
Bringing smokes on Blitz, just because you can kind of use it for cover. He's obviously easy to shoot with his feet. That's kind of his weakness. So you can kind of use the smokes to kind of like reposition a little bit. I think it's something that's kind of underutilized on him. On the P12, I mean, I think it's just muzzle brake and a laser. A map that I've always loved Blitz on is Oregon. I think it's a very good roam clearing op on that one because there's a lot of cover again. I could see him on bank too. You can kind of roam clear top floor probably pretty easily with them. And I have seen that done. Skyscraper looks pretty fun. Most of the time with Blitz, I would drone. Usually, yeah, my route. I wanted to make sure someone wasn't, you know, in my kind of rush route per se, and I would just check it, get on it, whatever, enter, and then, I mean, we really didn't drone back then. We would just kind of follow up the Blitz. The Blitz is kind of the intel at that point. You use the flash on Blitz when, I mean, an attacker's kind of stubborn and wants to stay a little bit and fight you. I think it's changed now. It's a little bit closer, and the duration is a little bit like longer of a recharge. So you definitely don't want to get faked out. And like when they're turned around, like just kind of let them run. It's not worth flashing at that point because half the time it won't even work. But yeah, it's kind of like when they're turned around, actually trying to take a fight on you, just trying to get as close as you can, kind of flash. Yeah, he's just like an element of surprise pick. Like teams don't like dealing with shields. Teams aren't used to dealing with shields, and always having someone to kind of like follow you up, because again, half the time you aren't going to get the kill. You're just kind of more of the scare tactic, the distraction. Yeah, the playstyle of Blitz, I mean, it changes during the round. Obviously, during execute, it's full on rampage, exactly like you would think of Blitz. Like you're just running in there, flashing, causing havoc, trying to put as much damage into the team as possible, trying to get the map control for your team so they can kind of follow you up. While they're worried about Blitz, they're coming in with the guns and shooting them. But yeah, just being passive is just like roam clear, knowing when to chase somebody and when it might be bait, when you might be walking into a crossfire. You know, on Oregon, you're going up white stairs and you might see a guy in kids, but how do you know there's not someone still like Gen or Trophy? You don't want to just run into kids and expose yourself. Things to watch out for is just, I mean, impacts are kind of his biggest threat now. Lesion with the impacts and the goo mines is just also just extremely annoying. Ella, the big one that people don't always think about, but like mute, if you're just sitting on a mute jammer, Blitz is a freebie. Like you could just literally sit there and just melee him, and he's dead. So yeah, well placed mute jammers. Yeah, I mean the most common mistake people make with Blitz is ADSing all the time. He's not. People just want to shoot their gun. You're not bringing the op for the pistol. You're bringing the op for the shield. So yeah, using it to take map control, using it to again fluster defenders, kind of like get them out of their power positions. The moment you ADS and then die, you just wasted an op pick. I think Blitz is like the best 1v1 op. Yeah, so people just don't know when to stop moving with Blitz. The most memorable play with Blitz for me, obviously, was going Clubhouse. And it wasn't even supposed to happen because I was supposed to run Montane that entire map. Blitz was kind of like being banned on me a bit that season because I was running a lot. And for some reason, SSG decided to ban Montane. It's like they knew I was going to run Montane that map. So I decided to pull out Blitz anyways for the Moto execute that we've been working on, but I never practiced it with Blitz. I had no idea how it was going to work. And yeah, I mean, just drop Moto, saw 2 people in bar, flashed 1 guy off the bomb, and then Chalet was a sit and duck on the Mira behind the bar. And then once I got into bar, that's kind of what I was talking about. Like that's the power position. There's no reason to like go chase them down into the hallway and like go hunt them down. Like we have the power, we have church, we have the bomb site. So just kind of sat there as my teammates kind of started dying behind me, unfortunately. And then at that point I had to start ADSing. I think I killed, I think it was Rampy that came in to try to fight me behind the bomb, and then Poach fell, and it was a 2v1, and luckily I had the mirror on the last guy. It was full of adrenaline, but just mostly like instinct and a lot of luck as well. A lot of luck.
Going for the plant behind Black Box. This is the perfect position for him to plant solo. Hojo's doing his best to cover, but he's going to lose the fight to Redeemer, forcing Mint into an ace situation. He's going to get the 4K. He has the mirror window and the flash, and he gets it! The ace from Mint, and the round all on Blitz.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Great bit of insight there from Mint. It's almost fitting that he was talking about Blitz. We've seen quite a bit of Blitz this game so far, at least this playday so far, Demo. Fingers crossed we're going to get ourselves back into the game as soon as possible. I got a very stray hair there. That's quite a weird one. It's sort of curling around on my forehead. Welcome back, everyone. Demo, how you feeling?
Yeah, just... my voice, I'm not gonna lie, the voice is, it's a bit like Liquid, just a downward trajectory.
On a downward trajectory. Yeah, it's just dipped a little bit, hasn't it? Well, you'll be okay. We've only got, what, a maximum of 7 rounds left, potentially?
Oh, what fun.
What is it, 4-3 right now?
I think I've done not too bad. I mean, this should be, if my voice gets damaged, I'm suing Liquid.
Yeah? You think that's going to work?
Yeah.
I mean, there's fresh waiting in the wings, ready to take over if you need.
No, I'll just... you know what? Out of spite, because I know he wants to cast, I'm going to keep going.
Oh, dearie me. Well, that's no good, is it? Hopefully, we'll get ourselves back into the lobby very shortly. We are, of course, on map 5 here in this grand final between Liquid and NIP. The first 2 maps going the way of Liquid. The second 2 go the way of NIP. So we're in a glorified best of 1. It's just taken us a good number of hours to get here.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
As we mentioned, 4-3 the current scoreline. Liquid a 3-3 half on their attack. And NIP starting off with a win of their own as they switched sides. It was an off-choice bomb site. We went upstairs the same way that NIP pulled out an off-choice bomb site at the start of their defensive phase. And now a little bit of normality resumes. We're going back downstairs to the kitchen.
All right. NIP, a basement attack that they have to go through, and lineup seems... oh, an interesting pickup. All in Ossa makes an appearance.
5 seconds.
I'm trying to think. Best places for Ossa
Attackers
on a
must
kitchen
locate and
attack.
defuse the bomb.
Maybe the bakery? maybe in at the bottom of White Stairs.
I mean, the nice thing that you can use the Ossa for is if you like place the shield by VIP, you lock down the entirety of Red Corridor.
Oh dear. Deary me, Volps. Solus, it's not going to be working out for you, my friend. Wizard, keen on the entry. Oh, surely, Nesk, you don't just go and put your face at the window as well. One of the problems with roaming on this site is that if you're not able to get back down safely, and this is something we've credited Liquid for previously, is their roam is usually pretty good. They usually get out there, waste a lot of time, waste some utility, don't look for fights, get back down to the site. That hasn't been the case in round number 8 here.
Will use the call. Anyone looking to follow up? Not at the moment. So, yeah, Liquid right now, obviously losing that first player isn't going to be ideal. But if they can maybe find a kill before they retreat back to site, never mind. They're gone.
Could have been worse, could have been a lot better. Half the round burn, Liquid have made their way back down to the site. No pocket reinforcement to fix Freezer, although they might not even have the opportunity to do so.
Pino win with the Bucks, that's what we need.
Yeah, Pino can start ripping open this floor quite easily now.
I mean, good chunk of time. Minute 15 isn't something to like turn your nose up at, it's definitely doable.
Absolutely. NIP have just been very NIP-like, and they've been quite slow. But they have been able to act in the short amount of time that they do often leave themselves, which I guess is the most important thing. It doesn't matter if you haven't got a lot of time on the clock. It just means you've got to use it exceptionally well. Palu's going to be eyeing up a C4 here. His target is likely going to be Pino. Pino's being very coy about opening up this floor. He's not overcommitting. He's just getting open what is necessary. Nice little reinforcement here as well from Liquids, just limiting the angles that Pino can find.
Oh, that's a good ang. Oh, they also drop. It's being used to like make sure that Cons cannot get shots. He drops the hatch, then use it in the corner beside the window.
C4 comes out and it's actually going to miss there. Resets is going to find one. Lagonis full white flash as the plant is going down in this 4 versus 4. Resets, you need to win this fight, and he does. He can rotate, he can get himself back up onto the hatch and see if there's anything to work with. He's going to have a couple of players to battle before he does so. Wizard, he's going to be the next one off the block. Pino, successful in the engagement on that top floor. That's going to make it very difficult now, and Cons is still hiding in behind his window. Cons picks up the kill onto Resets, looking for the final onto Lagonis. This has been a technically fantastic round from NIP.
Yeah, that's crisp. That is very, very good. Like I said, you don't see the Ossa all too often, but wow, what a great spot to use it in, Ollie. Very off the beaten track almost. Yeah, love to see that kind of stuff. Love to see it.
It's a really good counter as well for the player inside of Christmas, which was Resets in this instance. Because you know there's going to be someone behind a deployable shield somewhere waiting to take you out as you drop the hatch if you haven't got sufficient cover. But if you're going to get the plant down behind the Ossa shield, just get it out before you drop and use it to provide you with that little window of safety. NIP now 2 rounds on the bounce here on attack. Liquid are searching for answers and they need to find them quickly.
Yeah, it's
5-3.
It's worrying. It's worrying. And wait, have they used the timeout already? Or is it
both teams have used the timeout in this map?
Yeah, okay. Like, yeah, it's... I mean, we commented about NIP. They were unable to, like, string a couple of rounds together. Now look at them.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, there's nothing getting in the way at the moment. And look at the lineup that they're bringing.
Yeah.
This just smacks of confidence. Glass nades. Love to see it. Psycho's going to bring the smokes. We've got some smokes on Wizard as well. Capital, of course, brings 2 along with 2 fire arrows.
I mean, this is a big round. Big round. I think if NIP win this, I think they win. I think they go through.
Certainly becomes very tricky to imagine a world where Liquid can come back, especially when they've not had the greatest of times here on Cafe.
Again, apologies everyone, but please come back again for will Liquid ever win a BO5?
It's not over yet.
Bomb located by attackers.
But it's close. 2 rounds is all that NIP need. Great little jump out there from Volps. He's certainly not out.
Look who he's killed.
Couldn't have picked a better player either. Not only is Wizard on a heater, but you've also removed so much utility. Puts more pressure on the 2 smokes that Psycho has got. And it probably stops you from getting the plant down in reality. Because the strategy here is to hold the plant from the roof. Have somebody drop, get the plant down, and look to try and hold it from vertical. You use the fire arrows to stop any players from Liquid being able to transition through, but you're just not going to be able to do that now.
Oh, Cons responds though. Will find Nesk, a big player to take out. We've known that Nesk has caused them a massive headache, Ollie, in terms of just the clutch potential that this guy has dished out. Minute 20. Still all the utility with that Ying. But where will they use it? That's the real question. It's all about picking the correct moment. It's a good day from Pino. Just resets under just a bit. Oh, never mind, he's missed it. There goes the Yings. Castle Barragan has been destroyed, but there's Polio on the ward, and surely he sweeps up from here.
Volps is joining in to the action as well. Cons does still have the kit, and Muzi Crouch walking his way on Longbar, now going to rotate into Freezer. Couple of kills is all it takes. Lagonis, he'd got himself dug into that Freezer. It's not an easy position to play at all. You've just got nowhere to go, and you've got to front up to your gunfights, whatever comes your way. He's able to do just exactly that. Liquid claw one back, and now they only trail by 1. Things looking a little bit better, but you can't play the top floor every round.
Big round. Liquid needed that. I mean, I think for Liquid right now, it's this is where we just see them implode whenever the pressure's on them. Like, also keep in mind, we haven't actually mentioned, Ollie, this is the rematch from SI21, and me and you were fortunate enough to cover that match as well.
Liquid and NIP have been waging war for the longest of times, and I mean, I remember that one clear as day.
I mean,
we were on the desk.
They beat Liquid and Cathy 7-2 that day.
Another really long series as well, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Liquid take an early lead in that one as well?
No. Because NIP had the default win, didn't they?
Oh, that was back when we had default wins. Right. So NIP win map 2, Liquid will win map 3, and it goes on from there. Yeah.
Yep. Let me see the stats of that game. Psycho and Paulu joint top kills.
Doesn't surprise me. To be fair, it's all been about Pino today.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a player that always is known for popping off. Certainly has the potential. You think back to what he's been able to do on previous maps, and he's had a fantastic showing today. And I think Wizard as well has just been a breath of fresh air onto this roster.
He's been steady, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's been a bit, steady Eddie, kind of just, he's going to do his job. I mean, right now for NIP, if you look at the actual setup that they're going for, it's very reminiscent of how Liquid like to play as well. On the windows, just waiting to strike, using the Lion or the Dokkaebi, whatever it is that you bring, and then just flooding over these roamers on the top floor.
Volps has been caught out early again here. It's becoming a bit of a recurring theme here for Volps, that he just gets himself too far ahead, too entrenched and behind enemy lines almost, and doesn't really have much of a get out. He's going for that big hero or zero play. It's quite often leaving his team in the man disadvantage.
NIP stole
He sets, he's going to scurry back downstairs along with the rest of Liquid. Not a very successful roam up until this point.
Yeah, what are NIP doing? They haven't really done anything since taking that top floor. Again, this is where you worry for NIP, because we know that they can stagnate quite a bit, and the whole machine just it's out of order. Come back again later. You know, it's like an ice cream machine. It's always broken.
It just needs to make more ice cream quicker, doesn't it?
That's it.
Well, Liquid are doing a great job as well. They're just sitting on the hands. This is what we credited NIP for doing, playing patiently, sitting on the hands. Aside from Volp's earlier little faux pas, that's exactly what they're doing here and now. Pino, he's ripping open a lot of these angles and seeing if there's anybody that he can search out, but Liquid are keeping themselves quite fluid. Muzi, he's been holding the flank for what feels like an eternity at this point. Ness,
massive kill.
Maybe the first to fall. That's a big kill to get on site, removing the Warden. You are going to be able to push on in now a little bit better. Con's actually going to start getting this plant down. Muzi, he's going to be the next to join in on the action, trading out onto Lagonis, but in a post plant, it's never going to be easy, especially when it can be held from outside. It doesn't even come down to that.
Wow.
NIP, match series point.
If you look at the plant position from Cons, if only there was an operator that could have stayed alive to go below and see that happening.
On the soft floor, when you've got 2 impacts and you can solace through the floor. Missed opportunity. We commented that Volp's early deaths are costing, and
fine margins.
It's costing a big way.
That's what it's all about.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Can NIP get it done here and now? 2 rounds is all that Liquid need to take this to an overtime. I say all, it's a big ask. They've won 1 so far on the defense.
Set. Stay clear.
We've got the mirror. You're a big fan, Demo?
Yeah.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Big fan. And honestly, like, it's... What other operator? Well, probably Azami could do, but Azami's always going to be better. Who could just lock down the entirety of Piano? Who? Who can do that?
Wamai probably 12 months ago.
Yeah.
But not anymore. Mirror's great for this top floor. The lines of sight that can be gained.
Oh, it's...
Opening up a couple of walls and...
It's insane.
You've got everything at your disposal. It, of course, hinges on having someone there ready to play it. You know, you've...
Yeah.
Isn't invulnerable, but it does give the attackers a bit of a headache to solve. Something that the attackers don't have, which they probably wish they did, is a set of nades.
My air jab is deployed.
NIP, this is it. Can you do it? It's a tense one, Ollie. It is. You know, Liquids, they have to fight for everything that they have, but in a game that's been so close, there's no room for mistakes. No room for errors.
NIP have got the option for a couple of errors. They do have a 2-round buffer, but they would like to get this done as quickly as possible and extinguish any chance or hope that Liquid have of making it out of this series alive. Typically, when we get onto this match point, we do see a slightly more cagey round from both sides. Just taking their time and making sure that they really dot all of the I's and cross the T's. Lagonis, big first kill there on Pino, removing the book. A lot of soft breach gone there. You've got some breaching charges on Ash, but you're not really going to be able to use them now, especially seeing as Psycho. He's been taken out. C4 is going to be successful from Volps. Where has this Liquid been all evening? He maybe finds a second, but no, Wizard says not today. 2 versus 4 here for NIP. A whole minute and 10 for them to try and figure something out.
Yeah, jumped the gun a little bit too quick, didn't they, Ollie? They just... I don't know. NIP looked really good, very slow, methodical, and then there's moments of just insanity that just go through their brains. Oh, what's C4? Love to see it. And Wizard. Well, we said he's been, you know, pretty rock steady tonight, but I don't think he can do this one.
No, it's a bit of a big ask, isn't it? He's going to find the nice one initially, but he isn't on a great deal of health. Picks up the 3rd. Is Wizard really going to put him through off the back of an ace?
Nah.
This would be phenomenal if it does happen. Yeah. But no, Lagonis. He's there on the cross. Liquid, 2 for 3 on C4s in that round. It's not every day you get to see that. They hang on for one more round. More importantly, they lessen the gap. They're now only 1 round away from taking this to an overtime.
But can they do it? Can they do it? Oh, Kitchen. We go to Kitchen. Now, as we know, I think Kitchen has been displayed beautifully from NIP in a little pocket strap that they had with the Ossa. But Lightning doesn't strike twice. It doesn't. They can't go for that same play again.
No, I don't think that they can get away with it. Although, as we speak this into existence, Demo, Cons, he is going to 6-pick onto the Ossa. Now, Liquid should know what's coming here. An important piece of the puzzle that isn't being brought this time is the Warden. Resets was playing Warden previously. This time he's going to be on the smoke. I imagine he's going to be in the same position, seeing as that's where he's doing a large part of his setup. What's the adaptation from Liquid to make sure that Cons isn't allowed to drop, get the Ossa shield down, and plant in exactly the same way?
Oh, I mean, they have more impacts this time, which is definitely a bonus. And obviously, yeah, just one C4 and the round's done. That's all they need. If they get one C4 down onto the Ossa, then they're in business. I mean, NIP right now, I think, again, they'll take it slow. They'll go for the motions. They'll get their buck in. They'll open up the verticality. It's up to Liquid to adapt.
Oh, what an adaptation. Palu, he's going to punish Psycho. That's what Liquid need. They need to get bold with this. The traditional methods haven't gone too well for them. Nice bit of early aggression, high risk, high reward strategy. It's going to pay off. They finally get the opening pick in the first time for what seems like a long time. And Volps, he's made it out of the first minute, Demo.
Let's see if he can actually maybe, you know, do something with that for a change. Oh,
there you go. Ask and you shall receive. Picks up the kill onto Wizard.
It's OT.
Keeps himself slippy.
It's... Yeah.
Where have Liquid been? They're not missing shots. They're not losing gunfights. Muzi eventually shuts Volps down. But look at what it's cost. It's cost everything to get to this point. Pino, what are you doing? A desperate drop into sight. Muzi will be there for a trade. Maybe finds another, but he's not going to find Nesk. We're locked in. We are headed into overtime here, Demo. What better way to finish this best of 5?
Liquid winning Frio and we could have gone home early? I don't know. Maybe.
We don't want that. We want to see these teams wage war against one another.
Who gets what side? That's what I want to know.
I don't know if it matters at this point. Liquid look entirely different. They're on the defense. Liquid in the last 3 rounds, it looks like the Liquid we were seeing in the first 2 maps of this series. They look so much better. An entirely different team. The confidence is back. They're happy to make these plays. They're happy to play as a team. If they manage to break this, this could be huge long-term for their mental of typically losing these sort of games where they go up early.
And I mean, if they want to make an impact at the event, think of the teams that they're up against, teams who excel in best of 5s. You know, there's teams there that have beat Liquid in best of 5s. You've got W7M and BDS already there.
There's some serious big hitters. We get to decide who is going to be going there from NA tonight. We, of course, have the M80 DarkZero game coming up after this one. For all you North American fans out there or night shift workers in Europe, there will be some Siege for you to watch way into the early hours here tonight.
Am I a night shift worker?
I mean, it's 1 o'clock and we're still working, so yeah.
Okay. Oh, Volps. There we go.
Not the greatest time on the Solace.
Yeah, not really using the gadget as well as what you would like to see, but he's able to scan out the Claymores, let his team know that, hey, don't jump out of this window. And yeah, Liquid again, just happy enough to let Volps do his thing. NIP not bringing that Ying. Probably because Paulu scared them off. Because last time they brought the Ying, Paulu just absolutely rinsed them.
which is something that Paolo is very good at on the water. Team Liquid are doing a great job to not suffer in this entry engagement either. I wonder if someone has said to Volps, look, dial it back a little bit.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Because he's doing a much better job of keeping himself alive a little bit deeper into the round here. He's still gathering that information. He's still looking for those options, but it's going to be Nesk to fall first. Cons, he's already got himself into shop there. Muzi, that allows him to now hop on in as well, and this top floor clear can start to really take some shape. Volps will be below though, along with Palu, so the site could be a little bit light at the moment.
I see you.
Oh, see someone on the cam. It will be Psycho. Volps now will go for his approach. Is he known to the enemy though? Resets finds one, air jab goes out. Resets finds another one. NIP have been hit and they don't know what to do.
Resets has done a great job there. He's ultimately kept Volps alive. Psycho, he has to push on through sight, find his one. He's buddied up here with Wizard. He can just get a kill and dip himself back, level up this man count, but Palu from way downtown, he's able to accredit at least half of that kill. It was a TK, but the bullets were coming in nonetheless. Psycho, he needs to try and make something happen here. He's going to push up along white, but Volps, we commented how much value he can have in the late round, and here he is providing it. 3 versus 1 for Pino. An opportunity for Liquid to take a lead. Much needed. Something they've not had on this map for a very long time. Pino looking left and right. It's going to be Volps to close out the show. Liquid, they put themselves on map and series point now inside of an overtime. It's the first time they've led for a long time in this series demo.
I was going to mention that Liquid have been on the back foot for the majority of this map, and now they're ahead. Now they could maybe send it. I wonder if we see a rush, because they could go for it. They could bring out the blitz. They could do that whole malarkey that they love doing. There is options for them. NIP, mining fireplace.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. Bomb located by attackers.
Let's not forget, Demo, if you're NIP and you're taking Liquid to this map, you might be going to some of the more off-meta sites because you're thinking, well, they don't play it, it's their permaban. There could be method in the madness here. We've not seen Liquid do fantastically attacking into this site.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But this is where it matters the most.
I mean, look at the switch of operators. A little bit more utility focus with the Capitao and Sophia both making an entrance. It's a tricky one. I wonder, is this the change that's needed? A little bit more push orientated? Is that the play?
Quite possibly. We'll have to see what Liquid choose to opt for here. Looks as though it's going to be the typical top floor clear. It isn't somewhere that they've seen a ton of success. Neska's really struggled with that heaven window throughout the course of this map, so probably going to take his time here. Could just be eyeing up a nade to get sent in as well. Cons, he's going to be known there. Liquid, they really don't want to commit here. They're looking for a trigger. They're looking for a little opportunity that they can try and exploit. Really don't want to get too entrenched into a battle on these repels. Not at least until the pressure has come in sufficiently from the other side. That pressure is going to be coming from Volps. There we go. Picks up the first kill onto Muzi, but a double run out from Psycho. This is when big plays matter. Picks up 2 out there on the repel. You just knew that Liquid were playing too passively. Palu and Nesk both out there on the repel, just scared to do anything. Volps is making a mess, but it's likely not going to be enough here. He needs to buddy up with Lagonis. We've got a minute to try and figure this one out.
Oh, it's just big moments that if you're a Liquid fan, you hate to see. If you're NIP, you're doing backflips. Massive play. Liquid in the 2v3. They looked so strong, and then just one jump out, and it's done. It's gone. Slipping through their fingers, Volps. Is he looking to enter on into... Oh, almost gets the wall by, but Psycho, wow.
If I'm Volps, I'm screaming, how is that not a headshot? Pre-fire out from Lagonis, but it's only going to end one way from here. Psycho, he finds the final kill. Max OT demo, here we come.
Just, yeah, I like... Oh, what a series. What a series. How many rounds is that we've had today? What does that bring us up to?
I don't tend to count, to be honest with you.
Let me see. That brings us up to...
I think the saving grace here for Liquid is that they've been pretty good on the defenses. Since the tech issues, Liquid have actually been fantastic.
That brings us up to 58 rounds. 58 rounds, Ollie.
Is that all?
Is that all?
NIP, this is where the pressure's on. I always feel more for the team that's on attack in a max OT situation like this. Because for the defenders, if you just sit there, sit on your hands, wait for something to happen, the attacks can often crumble before they even get to you. This is where you've got to remain laser focused. And Liquid there bringing every trick in the book.
Frost.
Capcan. 2 C4s. They do not want to leave anything up to chance here. They're looking for every little bit of luck they can get.
I mean, we said it, but what's been like the main thing we've talked about? To be a great team and win a championship, a little bit of luck.
A little bit of luck.
You need.
And if someone hits a Frostmat or someone hits a Capcan or something crazy happens, maybe that's just the little edge that you needed. You made your own luck because you brought the op.
What was it, like physically make your own luck?
Well, if you hadn't put it there, you wouldn't have got it. They're putting it out there.
Felix Felicis.
NIP now is not the time to be slow. But it is the time to be methodical. We need a very well-measured approach here from NIP. Psycho. He's already had quite a bit of value out of this shock drone. He's spotted out there onto both of the Capcans. I think he's destroyed a lot of the ADSs as well. He's shaping up to get another mirror window here.
Why is desktop told his team which drone's coming? Hello?
I mean, it was at resets his feet a moment ago. Psycho, he might be spending the first half of the round in the drone, but look at the value he's providing. Nesk, he takes a huge amount of damage there. Really gets away with his life.
I mean, you look at NIP with the value that they have. Liquid looks scared. They look scared going into the... Oh, no. The second mirror window also goes down. Liquid having a mare. Absolute mare on that top floor. NIP just breeze by with a Twitch drone. That's all that's needed to scare away Liquid. A minute to go. They have the buck. They can open up the vertical angles. They can execute. They can obviously cover the flanks. They have a Nomad. They have everything here for perfection. Can Liquid hold on, or will NIP steamroll this?
More information being exchanged now. Drones do start to come in. A Lion Scan is going to route the defenders in place for now. We do have a pre-placed C4. Going to be waiting for that to get detonated here, as there is a chance that Liquid are able to claw one back fairly cheaply, but it's a little bit premature. Player downstairs does just jump the gun a little bit on that. Cons, he's going to start getting the plant down. Hello, it's 5 versus 5. No one's watching reading door. If this plant goes down, it could be curtains. Pino from above finds one onto Lagonis. The stuns start to come in now, and this is a post plant and a tricky one at that. Muzi, he's going to be holding on to this top floor pile. He's got no clue that he's there. Picks himself up a little bit of chip damage. Pino, he's fragging out on the site. Wizard, the first player from NIP to fall. Time continues to tick. Psycho, he's He's got himself locked into an engagement, but it's all about Pino. Palu, what can you do here? 1 versus 2. 18 seconds left. Doesn't pick the right 50-50. Plays ring around the rosy. He's drawn for the shotgun, but he gets shut down. Pino, he seals the deal, and NIP. What a comeback demo.
Wow, like, can you imagine the scenes in the NIP house? It's just, oh boy, I can't speak. Unbelievable. I cannot speak, Ollie.
NIP, what a reverse sweep. It is very seldom in Siege that we see a best of 5 where one team wins the first 2 maps and then the other comes out and wins the subsequent 3, taking the series 3 maps to 2. They have been exceptional here, and you've got to give kudos to them because that map veto was not an easy one to navigate. That's going to do it from Demo and I. We're going to throw back to the studio where hopefully we've got an interview with NIP waiting.
There you have it. Your winners of the LATAM region, NIP, a 2-1 in yesterday's semi-final, followed by a 3-2 today. They're going to be donating $300,000 to a charity of their choice. And they've got that golden ticket to Gamers 8 later in the year. I mean, and we've got to say, they came into the series heavily on the back foot, 2-0 down. They found a little bit of momentum, and they ran with it.
Exactly, yeah, that momentum that lasted them all the way in towards that final map, winning a few rounds in a row on defense as well. It looked a bit shaky on the start for Liquid. They had this really nice, you know, timed flood, timed execute with the Amaru, but when you do that execute and 2 players die mid-execute, that's not going to really help you. Then further on and towards the defense of NIP, we had a great 2vx from Psycho and Wizard where they had great recovery, and I feel like rounds like these, when they happen, at this point, they must just be hurting the mental of Liquid. And the rounds were so chaotic as well, and NIP were just thriving off the momentum that they already had. They were keeping their heads cool, and they were being calm and collective in those late round floods. There were rounds where they were planting with less than 30 seconds left on the clock. They still got it down. They still got that post plan set up. There was even a round where I saw Paolo die with 2 Vulcan canisters in his pocket. That was teeny tiny bit frustrating. And one thing I have to say on the side of Liquid as well is, if there's one player you have to look at, Vulps has unfortunately been opening death for about half the rounds of this game. I've written that at least 6 times, him being the opening death. So either he dies in the first half of the round, or he lives and goes massive, but that wasn't really happening all too much today.
I mean, fresh. Liquid showed promise, didn't they? They just couldn't finish their dinner. Almost every round was ending in 1v1s, final flurries at the end. But NIP were just clutching it up almost every single time. What was it?
Just absolute chaos, that whole game of Cafe, Barney. Like, it's not like normally when you get a game of Siege, you can see a team both teams settle into a rhythm, and you can talk about the strategy and the adaptations and all that kind of stuff. Both of these teams, it just felt like every single round was coming down to big moments, clutch factors, chaos, mistakes. You know, like Ant's already highlighted it, the fact that Liquid lost a basement round when Nip had 20 seconds to drop in and get the plant down, whilst Palu's still got 2 Goyo canisters in pocket that could have denied that space that they ended up planting in. These small mistakes started costing both teams in, you know, a lot of these rounds, and it was kind of poetic that it comes down to a full reverse sweep, round 15 in map 5 to see who wins, who gets that extra money for charity, and who gets that ticket to Gamers 8.
What a way to close out that region. I mean, if I have to kind of lean into any of it, and you hate to pick people out, you know, in this kind of situation, I feel like Nesk wasn't really showing up in that last map because, you know, they've been heavily reliant on Nesk and Palu, like, throughout this competition in itself the past 2 days, and he just couldn't really find his feet, Anne.
No, indeed. I think, you know, these 2 players are obviously star players on this roster, and throughout this best of 5, they've shown that they have this potential. Obviously, we know that they have this experience and they can step up on the scoreboard, but unfortunately for this map, maybe the nerves got to him, or indeed the fact, oh, if we make one more mistake, that is us done, that is us losing this map, that is, you know, us not going to Gamers 8, us not winning this, we're losing another best of 5. All that pressure and maybe getting to him in the final few moments of this best of 5. Resets did a very good job in trying to, you know, keep the numbers up high, and I'm happy on the other side to see Psycho having a good map as well. Pino, some consistency coming in too. Just as we see the trend going on for the players on the side of NIP, it's much more consistent teamwork, and there's much higher spikes and much lower lows on the side of Liquid, unfortunately.
Well, speaking of NIP, we are actually joined by Taps once again from NIP. It's the coach, your winners of the LATAM region, NIP. Congratulations. A Map 5 marathon. I mean, you have the spot at Gamers 8 later this year. Try to put into words how your team are feeling right now.
Exhausted. Not gonna lie, we're feeling exhausted. It was a tough series, like all 5 maps. We had to play Oregon as well, so we have to prepare a lot. We have like a short amount of time to prepare every single map. Luckily, all went well for us, you know.
Good to hear. I always love to talk to coaches because you obviously get to talk to your players in between maps, and specifically after map 2, when you were down 0-2, what did you say to the team to get them back into the spirit and, you know, support them in this comeback?
Like, Oregon was our perma band since the beginning of year 6, so we were expecting them like, okay, it's like they must 7-0 us. It's like the pressure's 100% on them. Chalet was a risky pick, we knew it, but we left like Villa, we thought we could overcome them. Clubhouse, we thought that we had an edge, and Café Dostoyevsky, I think we never lost a single café. So we had a great maps. The Veto was pretty damn good for us, and we're like, chill guys, if we go 0-2, it's fine. The pressure will be on them to close the series, and this kind of stuff, it's really demands you a lot from you a lot. It is exhausted. Like, they will get like exhausted really faster than us. For example, like they're like putting a lot of pressure, like, oh, we must close this series, we must win this, and then you lose a map and then you lose another one, and then like things will get like heavier for them and lighter for us. So yeah, I think that's what happened.
So, in terms of your attacks, obviously they're a lot slower than what we've seen in terms of a lot of teams coming out of Brazil. Do you consider that a key strength, or do you consider it a weakness as well? Because, you know, when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking NIP should lose so many rounds to time, but then you've got that composure in the late round and you end up winning them with, you know, less than 20 seconds left on the clock.
Like in Rainbow Six Siege, like 20 seconds it is a lot of time. If you have the entire map, you have the entire conditions to close the round, 20 seconds is a lot. And like if you start to plant the diffuser, you don't need to care about the time. So like I think especially like us, NIP and some other Brazilian teams, if you give us everything that we need to, it will be easy to close the round. It like doesn't matter the time we left in the clock.
Taps, thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. Congratulations to you and your team, and we can't wait to see what you bring at Gamers 8 later this summer. Right, we're going to have an MVP of the series brought to you by Savvy Games Group. The production are going to roll this one in, and they're going to drop the graphic on us. But first, Fresh, who do you think it is?
Oh, it's got to be a NIP player. It's going to be Muzi. I was waiting out there. I didn't want to give a prediction. You know me, Barney. I think, you know, he's had a very good series overall. Like, like the coach was saying in the interview there, was like, they knew that this was going to be a long haul, especially with the way the ban phase had gone. And I think it became very apparent, and that's what we'd identified. But the fact that a player has been able to maintain, you know, decent scoreboards right across all 5 in terms of Muzi, made some very important plays for his team throughout that best of 5 as well.
MVP as well yesterday, putting up that consistent numbers throughout this entire competition. So definitely a very valuable player. Hopefully he'll stick around and we'll get to see him later in the summer at Gamers 8. Guys, it's been incredible. What a great 4 days of working together. I've loved it. Don't worry if you're watching this. This isn't the end of the show. I'm saying goodbye to my friends here. Guys, we've got DarkZero and we've got M80 coming up next. Can I get a quick prediction from you? We'll see if it matches up with Jesse and Jacob. But yeah, Anne, I'm going to start with you.
Ooh, that's a very difficult one to do, but I feel like with the potential of the players that they have on the M80 roster, they might have the edge on this one.
Ooh, are you in agreement there, Fresh?
It's all about DarkZero for me. When they was at the major, their attacks looked awful. They were so slow, and their system just wasn't functioning. If they've corrected those, those wrongs, they can be competitive. I think M80 as a team have a higher ceiling, but again, they had a few key weaknesses exposed yesterday in terms of their defenses especially. So I would say it's quite a 50-50 game. I'm just leaning on the side of M80 because, they do have a European on their roster.
Do you know what that 50-50 game sounds like? That sounds like Freshers on the fence, guys. Oh dear, you dropped yourself in that one, didn't you? Well, that's it for the LATAM region. Congratulations once again to NIP. We're going to go to a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to have a switch in the studio, and we're going to be here for the NA Grand Final.
Today, it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Did you know that 80% of a human's brain is developed by age 3? That's such a narrow period of time which will have lifelong consequences. Not only on one child, but whole societies, the whole world. That's why we chose UNICEF at Gamers Without Borders, because they are there for children every step of the way. From early childhood until they enjoy their rights to health, education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right thing and the smart thing to do, and you can join us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders, and in case you missed it, we have crowned a champion of the LATAM region. That's right, NIP will be competing at Gamers 8 later this year. And we're back here for another best of 5, this time in NA. We've had a switch in the studio. I'm joined by Jesse, I'm joined by Jacob, and I'm exhausted. Did you see?
You should be. That series was nutty.
That was outrageous. And now we've got 2 Goliath NA orgs to deal with. Jacob, come on, man. How you doing? You good?
Quite well, actually, yeah. There's no better primer for having one game than a game like that. I feel like if you have one best of 5, the best way to get introduced to the next best of 5 is when it goes 5 maps, it goes to overtime match point. When an entire 5 hours worth of games comes down to literally how just one round goes, that's one of the most ridiculous situations in Siege. There's only 2 times I remember it happening, Jesse, and I think the other time was Rogue and FaZe at the Berlin Major. Is that the only other time we've ever had that happen?
To my memory, yeah. Best of 5, 15 rounds on map 5 is pretty rare, but always fun to see them.
We're going to take a look at the NA bracket, and while we do, and we keep keep you all up to speed of what's going on in the NA region. Jesse, we're going to touch base with the semi-finals from yesterday. As you can see on your screens, we had 2 2-0s, both looking comfortable. So who out of these teams do you feel has the edge?
I mean, really from the semis, I don't think we got a great test of either squad. I think both WGP and Beast Coast kind of folded under the pressure. WGP, you kind of expect that to M80. Beast Coast, certainly a disappointing series against DarkZero. Quick little 2-0 that they got on them. There were some competitive rounds, you know, they had some momentum swings in their direction, but it did feel like in general, DarkZero very in control for that game. So this will be the real test. I mean, both of these teams finished the exact same placing in the Copenhagen Major. Now they meet here in the grand finals of GWB. They finally get to rematch after they played in the North American League Stage 1 finals. Very close game that was. M80 just coming on top. So yeah, very fun series between these two teams.
Well, the NA final will be shortly underway because we spoke to the guys earlier this week from M80, and we're going to see how they felt before this tournament began.
My name is David Iconic Ifadon.
Iconic might know. No, he doesn't. Trying to give him some information. Leon gets in. That's Diffuser down, surrendered in the bomb site. But they will gang up on Iconic, who far enough away is good enough. No! Many! Past the point now where the Diffuser needs to be picked up from Cryan. They'll go for the plant. All he needs to do is wait out time, and here comes the run for Iconic. Cryan almost finished. What the hell was that from Iconic?
My journey throughout esports has been like extraordinary, if you say. Like, I got picked up right when I turned 18, got into the league, had some struggles then, had to find footing, and, you know, kind of grow as a player, as a leader. And then obviously had the opportunity after invite this last year to join M80, and the transition's been smooth. It's a great organization, good people around it, and just people who just want to win. So, you know, it's a good fit. My role in the team is I'm IGL Flex, so, you know, I'm like the primary in-game leader, and then I'm just kind of flexing around to whatever ops I need to bring for us to get round wins. My team's greatest strengths, I feel like it's our aggression, and then just like our capability of winning gunfights, and then weaknesses, yeah, and then the recent move from Astralis to M80 was pretty clean, you know, because Astralis had just letting us go like completely, so they had released our contracts, so we were exploring some full team options. We were exploring some package options to the other teams together, but in the end I decided to go with M80. The hardest part of that transition was just, you know, saying goodbye to, you know, my past teammates. You know, we built something great last year with, you know, obviously like we were a very deep-rooted team, so it was kind of hard like going from seeing those people every day to like not seeing them at all. But, you know, it's life, you know, just got to keep moving. I think we're completely ready for this year's tournament. You know, we're training hard, you know, everything we do is learning. So we're going to go out there, we're going to play our hardest, and we're just going to learn from our lessons. I mean, my goal for every tournament is to obviously win it, but, you know, life doesn't go the way you want it to. So, you know, all I can do is show up, try my hardest in the moment, and, you know, whatever happens, happens. We prepared. You know, it was more of internal stuff, you know, just adjusting the stuff that we did wrong at the Copenhagen Major, since we didn't have too much time scrimming, because we had to move, you know, back to Austin, get Willie here. So, you know, it's been kind of sped up timetable, but, you know, we've been just doing a lot of internal adjustments and then just getting ready on our side mainly, and just going out there ready to play. Message to the other teams competing, you know, I don't like to say too much anymore. I feel like the talk is cheap, so we're just gonna see you guys in the lobby, so it's gonna be fun. Message to the fans, you know, thank you guys so much for the support. You know, we're working hard to just get back to winning again, so, you know, just stick with us, keep supporting. We're gonna work hard. And then to the haters, I don't really care what you guys say, so.
To the haters, I don't care. So that's cool. Yeah, fair enough. Don't worry, keep your eyes out of chat if that's what you want to do. But, you know, something that we touch on quite a bit in this virtual studio in between games is we talk about roster changes. We talk about, have teams had enough time to gel? We talk about experience. So how do these categories fall under M80 as a whole for this year so far? Jacob, let's start with you.
for the most part, I mean, you want to say it's maybe a little bit too early to say if it's going to work long term, but right now, I actually really like the way that M80 have opted to structure themselves, because Iconic is the kind of player who will perform on any role really, really well, and having him in the primary IGL position is, I think, the kind of leadership that a team like M80 has been lacking a little bit in for quite some time to really push them over the edge. Their results at the Copenhagen Major notwithstanding, I personally believe that this is the kind of direction that they could go in and could lead to a lot of good things long term, but they need the results in the short term to really help them show up for it. So if they can brush off the way that Copenhagen finished, and then they can get a really good result here and go to Gamers 8, I think they will be looking really, really good. But it's a matter of how other guys step up in the absence of Iconic's fragging power. So I'm looking to guys like Gomez to really do a lot more. If Iconic's not the one playing a primary fragging operator, then a lot of that onus is going to go on Gomez to work with the boy wonder himself, Spoit, in order to make this team really gel. So right now, it's looking really, really good in my opinion.
Jesse, we're gonna. Yes, actually, you go in because I have something for Jacob after. Yes, you go.
Sure. Well, listen, I think the coordination between Iconic and Spoit have been incredible. And it didn't really start all there at the very beginning of the NAL. They were kind of disconnected. But what we've seen, I think, probably midpoint through the NAL, and then I think we even still saw it in Copenhagen. We saw it yesterday as well when they played against WGP, was they really do work together well. Spoit and Iconic as an entry clearing duo are just phenomenal. Their attacks have been really, really helpful, really useful on the attack to be able to have so many good entry picks. I thought yesterday Iconic, particularly on the Dokkaebi, was crushing it, calling somebody, walking in, finding the frag, very, very consistent with that. So yeah, I think M80, they're starting to find their groove. Really, they are kind of hitting their stride. And I agree with Jacob. Like, despite the fact that they didn't really finish where they wanted to in Copenhagen, this is a very strong team and they're looking quite good right now.
I love this. We're already talking about individual performances, standout people, and then this culminates over here in a head-to-head, because we have Spoit on one hand. We have Gavini, who is putting up outrageous numbers yesterday. Jacob, why don't you take us through these stats, my friend?
So this was a comparison I was thinking of just based on the roles that we are accustomed to seeing both teams play. I think this is a way that we can see Gavini get utilized a lot more on DarkZero, and he will flourish in it the more that he gets put in this entry capacity. And he's right next to Spoit. These are their stats just from yesterday specifically. This isn't any other numbers aside from what they did yesterday. Spoit's, you would think, would be a lot bigger because M80 destroyed West Garfield Park yesterday far faster than DarkZero beat Beast Coast. But the difference from the way that Gavini was playing was a lot more late round explosion on attack, and he got to a point where he was the highest rated player of the whole day. A 1.81 rating in a best of 3 is uncanny in Rainbow Six. That doesn't happen very often, and when it does, we have to highlight it. So putting Gavini's numbers up against Spoit, I'm not saying he's the next Spoit by any stretch of the imagination. It just goes to show how incredible you can have one day and how you need to keep that kind of performance going if you want to have a chance to beat somebody like Spoit, because DarkZero are not facing Beast Coast today. M80 is a completely different opponent, and this is basically a rematch for first place in the NAL. Gavin needs to have a performance like this and needs to be activated in a very similar way if they want to have a true opportunity to beat M80 in this series.
Yeah, Jesse, do you feel the same way? Because I feel like Gavini essentially carried that entire team. It's not to say that they wouldn't have beaten Beast Coast without him, but with him, they absolutely, they were on a tear. So if we don't bring that same energy into this match against a better team, against M80, then it could be, as we say in the UK, it could be curtains.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to find that fragging power somewhere, right? Pamba is the kind of historic fragging leader on DarkZero. He's the young gunner they brought in, really dominated back when DarkZero were at their peak back in the previous North American major. And so, when we see DarkZero, we look at their fragging power, supplementing Pambazoo with Gavin. If Pamba's starting to fall off a little bit, if he doesn't have the greatest of games, Gavin needs to be in there to fill in the gaps. And I think that kind of comparison is great because it's almost a 2-for-2 comparison. We looked at the 1-for-1, but Pamba kind of supporting Gavin and Iconic supporting Spoit has really been the story of these two squads. We talk about the Trident sometimes with teams having 3 big fraggers. These two squads both have 2 really big fragging entry players that have done a ton of work for them in the early rounds. And yeah, I think they're absolutely both going to need to show up, all 4 of them throughout these teams, because if they don't, then you lose that entry battle. You're finally finding yourself in like a 3v5. You're in very rough shape.
As you can see, if you're at home watching this, along the bottom of the screen, we've got the vetoes and we've got the picks. Jacob, why don't you kick us off? What are these decisions? Are they good? Like, who are they favoring? Go on, let's go.
Well, it's a best of 5, which means you won't be able to take all of your really bad maps off the board. There's going to be 1 or 2 in here that you're not the most comfortable with, and you just kind of have to roll with the punches. So Villa and Cafe are both teams permabans. That was something we were already not going to see in this series. I think DarkZero have picked 2 maps that they're actually pretty good on, and they banned 1 map that they're bad on that M80 also happens to be good on. So when it comes to Skyscraper and Bank, both of those picks for them honestly make perfect sense. For M80, I think it's a little bit different because they picked 1 map that they're good at, the DZ really isn't that great with. 1 map that they like, but they haven't won very much in Clubhouse. So if we need to go to a map 4, that one feels like a real wild card to me. That could be a map that maybe bites M80 in the ass a little bit because it's not a map that they've historically been able to capitalize on since adding Iconic onto this team and trying to make those couple of other adjustments. I think Iconic and Spoit with this team and Clubhouse, it hasn't really gelled quite yet, even though they've tried it a couple of times. In my opinion, DarkZero needed every single advantage that they could get in this map ban phase. I think Clubhouse might be it. That could be a bit of a mistake from M80, but again, this is a best of 5. We'll see how it works long term.
It is indeed a best of 5, and you know what? This spaceship doesn't really have the best record when it comes to predictions, but we're going to do it anyway. Come on, Jesse, kick us off. Predictions going into this match, M80 or DarkZero?
Happily. I think while I like DarkZero a lot, and I do think they're a very strong team, I just don't see it right now for them. M80, I think, are playing better Siege at the moment. Gavin's great, but I don't think he puts up that type of performance twice, so I got to go for Iconic and Spoit.
Ooh, Jacob, you agree?
Yeah, but I do think it might be a little bit until we get there. I think if DarkZero are showing up the same way they showed up yesterday, then we might need a map 4 or a 5 on this one. Not to give you like an early night, like on purpose. I swear to God, we're not trying that. But I definitely think DarkZero from their own map picks, if they're feeling confident and they play the same way as they did yesterday, we're in for a long day. So it'll be M80, but it'll take a while.
Well, we have had our say here. Blue and Stokes are waiting in the wings. They are your casters for our Gamers Without Borders NA Grand Final Best of 5. Let's do it.
Thanks very much, and it's a pleasure to be back once again, ladies and gentlemen, here for the North American Finals, our very last final here for the Gamers Without Borders event and our 2023 Rainbow Six tournament, of course. Stokes is with me once again on the comms. Stokes, how are we feeling about this matchup, having seen DarkZero play it out yesterday and the relative dominance that M80 was able to bring against West Garfield Park?
You already know what I'm going to say. We're going to be here a while. We might be in for the full 5, especially with these 2 teams. I'm feeling like it's going to be a pretty fiery back and forth. And with the way the DZ have been playing, especially in the series that we saw yesterday, I think that it's going to be neck and neck. I just think these rounds are going to be grueling, really. You know, especially with some of the maps that we have here. You know, you get into these later maps to see Clubhouse coming up. That's when things get a little worrisome, especially when it comes to that clock management. So excited to see what we have here today, man.
Even right from the very beginning, I feel like Skyscraper is going to be a very, like you said, chaotic affair between both of these teams here. We have the hyper-structured playstyle that DarkZero like to bring to bear against the somewhat unpredictable, but when they need to be, also somewhat structured play from M80 here. And I'm going to be very curious to see which side of that, for M80 specifically, comes out and how DarkZero is able to work against it. They showed us great capability to adjust their game versus Beast Coast yesterday, but they're going to have to more than likely do a heck of a lot more than that and pick up the pace individually if they want to compete against M80. So let's see who tops it out as we go live into our second best of 5 of the day now for North America to see which team is moving onwards to Gamers 8 and, of course, who is taking home the lion's share of that charitable prize pool.
Yes, indeed. Let's jump in here on Skyscraper, see what we got going on. The ban phase already done, and some strong bans taken off the list here. Love what we're seeing, especially with the Monty ban coming out, making sure that they can't try and get any aggressive looks off of some of the balconies and some of these doorways. Monty just clearing things across the board, especially when it comes to like T-Karaoke, a heck of a lot easier.
Defender band's coming up here now. It's going to be first choice in from DarkZero, and they will choose to eliminate a zombie. It's been a common pick when it comes to Skyscraper specifically, and just overall here in our North American bracket as well. She has been pretty heavily banned out, so it makes perfect sense. Solus, very much for the same reason as a zombie, didn't go too much into the specifics, but basically on a solo level of play, both of those operators are way too proficient right now on their lonesome without even really needing a teammate to assist them in any sort of combat situations, so it makes perfect sense to ban them out in pretty much every map, especially those like this one here, which do allow for heavy presence from those roamers to show up in the early round. With that out of the way, though, we'll go live into the first actual round here. It'll be M80 on defense, DarkZero on attack. They're going to start downstairs, actually, in Barbecue, which will have that natural extension upstairs into the usual starting sites for a lot of teams anyway, although it's been a little different for this event of T-Ru.
Well, John, I hope you got your popcorn because we're getting into round 1 and we could have quite a few of them ahead of us. A possibility of 15 per map, 5 maps potentially as well. That's quite a few rounds, guys, for the quick math folks out there. Iconic and the rest of the gang, though, here for M80, set for war. And I'm excited to see what they can do, especially after some results that they probably wanted to improve upon at the previous major. They're back and ready to get back into this competition, especially up against a pretty feisty DarkZero, right? Especially from what we saw yesterday. Iconic choosing to send the team to barbecue initially. Love this strategy. Just throwing a curveball at DarkZero right off rep.
We saw a few other teams in APAC specifically choose to do this as well when we saw them play into Skyscraper, although it only popped up once or twice. It was a common occurrence there for, if I remember correctly, both teams inside of that game. So we'll see if DarkZero will choose to go the same direction with things when they pick things up, of course, on that defensive side. It is a DarkZero game, so important to note as usual that while this map may bring a slight exception to under certain scenarios, DarkZero is a very, very slow team. They love to use the entirety of the round timer that they are given for the beginning of the action phase, and it's not uncommon, especially looking at yesterday's game, to see them execute with, like, for a lot of teams, it's usually around 20 seconds where we're going to get stressed about their capability to make it into a site. For DarkZero, it's more like 10 seconds with how willing they are to push the envelope on that. So don't be surprised if we're like another 30, 40 seconds deep here and DarkZero haven't done anything yet, or at least doesn't appear as though they have. That's all part of the design for this type of team here.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't get too worried about DarkZero when it comes down to it either with that strategy. It works out way more often than not. And honestly, with Rainbow Six, it just is a welcome strategy, really. You're seeing what your opponent will do. You'll see if you can get any of those free picks just by people getting overly aggressive. You know, a lot of teams don't really share that same pace, so it messes some people up. They try and get a little too aggressive, and you can end up getting some kills just simply based off of timing. So see if that benefits DZ in this round, but definitely sticking to the strategy that we know and love for now.
Let's see Spoid over there popping the smart glasses to take the challenge initially against the Candel, but it'll be Iconic that frags first. Spoid will get his chance, but no, Gavini turns the deployable shield against his opponent. Thankfully, there's a quick revenge from Iconic down below. He's able to strike back relatively fast and keep the advantage in M80's pocket, bringing DZ down to just Canadian, who does have a cross, or at least did a moment ago through soft breach on what I believe was Iconic falling back. Achieved also trying to see if he can capture that player, but he's a little late to this angle. That was the one that Iconic used about 5 or 10 seconds ago now to pick up an additional frag here and trade out the advancement from DarkZero into Drum. Beautiful trades from M80, great containment of the aggressive scenario from DZ. Now DZ has to quickly come up with a plan B with only 40 seconds left to go.
Yeah, this is asking a lot of Canadian squad. 4 versus 3, but all of this verticality in the hands of M80 still. DarkZero have to try and strip it. I mean, that's an opener. That's one way to get it done. Achieved with some guesswork and works out for them, so it's working for us. Logic bomb out. Canadian will begin creeping in through the pantry, feeling as though the wet bar will be a better avenue for himself. With 10 seconds remaining, as John said, this is high tide for them. They got to swing through, but they're both dead. It's up to Achieved upstairs. He'll drop down to the hatch to his demise. M80 with the first round.
That's going to be the big issue for DarkZero over the course of this series. That very complex, huge matrix style of defense that M80 set up into. That's also pretty hard to predict when they're potentially going to jump out from those positions and try to get in the way of your execute, such as the play from Iconic down below that countered out the drum push that actually went relatively successfully for our Buck player. Gavini just couldn't do anything though about that very quick trade because Iconic held his own ground down below, just on the outside of the actual site. And that unfortunately killed most of the forward momentum the DarkZero were making primarily upstairs there. So M80 locked that first site away, and they'll rotate over here towards the, like we said before, the usual expected first site for a lot of teams, or at least what historically has been the first site over in T-Room Karaoke.
Solid start for M80's plans, and this will be a continuation of that. This is definitely playing into the Monty band that we saw from earlier as well, as we usually see that come in from the north balcony, as the offense usually tries to exploit T. End up moving in for Karaoke to get a simple plant if that rotation is made over near Black Stairs. As for M80's strat, though, things very straightforward. They got the traps going on, especially with Iconic and Diaz in here. A little bit of a difference in between the two. Iconic mostly for the delay. Diaz hoping to pick a few people off that just end up practicing things incorrectly when hopping in the windows. DarkZero, though, be out and about now, and they're ready for things. Have a couple of the standard ops that we're used to seeing. The Ying especially coming into play. Hopefully it'll stick around this time, though.
Once again, slow wind up from DarkZero, but all in good time here as they look to try and figure out the best strategy to clear out, at least initially, this extension over towards the office that M80 are playing into. Not just inside the office, too. You can see below it, once again, is going to be Iconic, really supporting that extension and being the key player to outlast that extra bunker they've set up for themselves in the office itself. Office still going to have quite a bit of heavy contention being played directly against it, though. You can see Gomez, of course, defending things over here at the other side of it in Exhibition, while also trying to do double duty to defend this breach that had just been made by the Ace on the attacking side, currently being taken up by Gavini. Gavini, of course, I mentioned a little bit about him as he had a fantastic game yesterday, absolutely kicking butt under pretty much every scenario, and he's going to continue to do so here as he gets the opening entry of the round for DarkZero. Unfortunately, that's not going to be for free. Once more, Iconic is able to strike from down below as he continues to maintain prominent positioning, or at least was up until that point. Achieved now able to trade him out, and it's DarkZero with the edge here going into the second half of the round itself.
Yeah, Achieved working a little magic so far through these 2 rounds. Seems like he's always finding people through these panels. M80, though, will still be able to chill out on these more extended positions. Easy looking to reassess, even though they do have the man advantage at the moment, but don't want to try and get too aggressive without that info basis to work off of. 2 people inside of Dragon for the time being. Gomez and 1 more, trying to make sure that nobody can try and progress through there easily. As for the rest of DarkZero, though, just trying to get the wrap onto the site. They'll get the paneling open for Geisha. Trying to get some more lines of sight, making it more difficult for M80 to try and rotate back.
Gomez and the rest of M80 still patiently waiting out this time now that they've been forced into a disadvantageous scenario. Don't really seem too keen on taking any additional risks, but now that we reach the pivotal 30-second point, all right, now they're at least trying some things. Gomez, a bit more successful than the push we see there from the Frost being played by Diaz. Although Diaz had one heck of a game yesterday, so that prompts the confidence from him. Engineers move forward, but he has been spotted by that default that unfortunately has been left up until this point. Once again, it's the late advancements from DarkZero that often has some negatives to it, such as that, not having fully cleared out these parts of the map. Diaz primed to cover out the push from Gavini and will succeed in it, but that also prompts Canadian for the trade. He'll pick it back up. DarkZero will try to make this push work, but Canadian is now all that remains with that one Candela moving in. He's blinded out Gomez, brings it down to a 1v1, but Kino may have just barely escaped around the corner, and with that escape, it'll win M80 the round.
Solid game plan so far from M80. It's working swimmingly up against DarkZero. They're playing out this clock perfectly. They're playing up against the pacing of DarkZero perfectly as well, John, especially some of those later trades. Right around like the 30-ish second mark where M80 is just holding on to those fringe positions. They get their pick and they immediately rotate it back to site. They maintain their man advantage after they equalize, and they force DarkZero to try and clear out that last remaining portion of the building. With such low time, they don't really have a chance to reassess things if they go wrong. So that's the big exploitation that M80 are going for there. And it works perfectly for them because they get it down to the 1 versus 1, and instead of having to go for the plant, Canadian has to try and chase down the lone M80 member, and there's just simply not enough time to do so. So once again, M80 just pulling a rabbit out of a hat up against DarkZero. Looking for the perfect sight triangle now as round 3 is in front of us.
M80 looking good. And once again, bringing that consistent variability to their play that is able to throw off even a pretty well-prepared team like DarkZero. It's been an improvement that M80 have been making over the last few months, starting off during the phase 1 of the NAL season just about a month or 2 ago now. Obviously going to be continuing to improve on that. Wasn't able to echo forward the best results from the major, obviously. But I think in time, personally, we're going to be seeing some more good results boil out from this team and the advances that they have made over the last few months. We'll have to see. This will be a nice step forward if they can outlast against DarkZero yet again to earn a slot at one of the biggest tournaments of the year at Gamers 8 coming up in just a few months' time. A massive prize pool for them to potentially claim there. But of course, they'll have to work their way past DarkZero, as we were just explaining before, to earn that slot. Slow play as usual, though, from DZ as they build themselves up Maybe a little confidence to try and trap out those 1 or 2 members of M80 that are going to be priority targeted here in the early round. Have not been able to find the right way to move about them just yet. We're probably going to see some progress made soon as they try to force back any play on the inside of T-Room, which we commonly see teams extend at least a little bit into on this current site hold that M80 is playing. Once again, the repel action working its way forward here too. As DarkZero look to force their way forward in against M80. M80 in the meanwhile as well. Not moving an inch here as we're down to the final minute and a half. It's been relatively quiet all across the map. Selma's trying to be worked onto the interior walls of the site as well. Might get popped back off. We'll have to see, of course. It looks like they'll actually go off with a relative amount of success. M80 just once again, not really challenging all that much on the inside of this round. DarkZero forcing a lot more respect to them than we had seen before, but still, that does give DZ their capability to set things up for the push, and they'll start it out with a nice entry from Panba.
Immediate recon mode applied from DarkZero. We'll do at least suss out a few positions, but Spoit will find Canadian. And this is where the wheels could fall off the wagon. Nice cross being developed here from the likes of M80. Solid position in behind the desk, and really no way. He's just going for the gunfight here for Achieve to try and dislodge him. He'll get one, but that prone position, so very dangerous. Iconic's just going to hold the cross for him as well, making this so much more difficult for DZ to try and naturally figure out, as he's not going to have to actively play this. It's going to be down to Diaz and Spoit. Oh man, Gavini with the read behind the desk. Diaz will get one. NJR can still play the cross. He's on low HP. The plant's about to get stuck, but it doesn't matter. NJR will clean it up for DZ, and they'll get their very first round.
DZ finally mark their footing here, as usual, in a very tense way. Not really looking like they had any realistic access to the site coming down to those final few seconds, but it's all the process of then boiling out every possibility and then centering in on the best one as they knock out those players one by one. A few scary trades in the midst of it, but it's free picks like that that Achieved are able to get. And then Gavini's beautiful push against the prone player we had just watched a moment ago there that enabled their capability to win out rounds. Winning those crucial key fights would give them that capability to move further and further into it and just barely squeak off the plant that we saw them get at the end of the day when it was down to that 1v3 clutch attempt. So M80's first bump in the road. They will, of course, now be able to immediately return to the barbecue where they did already have success back on round one, but we'll see if it'll stay that way now that DZ gets a nice little confidence boost from their own first win. Maybe they figured out something critical here that they can use on a round-to-round basis, but we'll have to see, as of course, they're not going to be given as much of a direct access route to the site this time. Have to work a little bit more for that initial interior control, and that was part of where they were getting tripped up back when they played this site before.
They no longer have the keys to the castle, and that's going to complicate things just a tad bit. But doesn't mean DZ isn't good for it. I will tell you this, though, that round a lot closer than DZ really wanted it to be. Not exactly the most confident round, as there was still a chance, surely, for M80 to try and take that in the clutch. But as we said before, NJR just a little stronger with that cross. Round 4 now, though, for DarkZero, as they're progressing along nicely for now, looking to link these rounds together. The air jabs for the flank, little knowledge still for Canadian, but a big trade here achieved. Been so solid so far in this series, 4-2 and 0. Leading the pack for Achieved, or rather for DarkZero, as Gavini will go down. M80 will also lose Spoit.
Pretty decent sized loss for M80, but also again oftentimes is that frontline player, so he's going to be the expected first one to fall in quite a few situations. M80 on these offsites, though, have been quite adventurous with their positioning, so he's not going to be the only domino that needs to fall before DZ have the confidence to try and shift themselves into the barbecue itself. Iconic should still be out and about somewhere. Potentially Diaz as well. Never mind for Diaz. He'll fall second here to Achieved as well, as he strikes it with True with his 5th kill of the game. This one coming from a nade, as you can see there, right on the inside of Drum to knock him down and give even more control over to DZ. Still haven't fully cleared out the T-Rip, and more specifically the main staircase here for Iconic to play around, so that will be the two remaining issues here, but theoretically, they could brute force the site from downstairs at this point, given that the 2 out of 3, in fact, almost all 3 players are really holding full off-site position just to play for the retake at this point.
A lot of respect here for DarkZero. Knowing M80 can switch this pace on a dime, don't want to get caught off. We're seeing that in a couple of rounds, especially these victorious ones for M80. This could be the change of fate. DarkZero trying to mess with things just a tad bit. Making sure M80 are not on the same page as them, and it's a big pick from Canadian as he patiently awaited on the window. Gomez now with a nice find of his own, but the advantage still going over to DZ, and the map advantage as well. You can see the control upstairs starting to build, and so much time still remaining, especially on DZ's clock, in order to get this done.
It's got to be somewhat frustrating for DZ here. They spend a solid minute or so hunting down a single kill, only for a member of M80 to just randomly swing out from the inside of Barbecue to trade it right back against them. Still works to maintain the slight advantage DZ have, but now is when it comes to shove. 10 seconds left. No one has even entered the site yet. Phone call is going to go out, but here comes the retake with perfect timing there onto the inside of the kitchen, and Gomez to slay out the last member, as we did see a second member of the assaulting team fall on the inside of Barbecue as well. DZ cannot make it happen with the limited time they leave themselves, and M80 go right back into pretty much full control over this map right now at a 3-1 scoreline.
M80 are always so vicious when it comes down to the site play. You're always going to lose bodies on the entry, and unfortunately enough for DarkZero, this time around they didn't really have an opportunity to try and get a refrag. Everybody kind of had to do their own thing given the circumstances of what they had to go for in the situation. So unfortunate for them, but M80 once again proving just how defendable Barbecue is as a site. Taking that round and running this score back up by 2.
As M80 continue to exercise their control, DarkZero are going to have to consider potentially a change up or some other way to make these earlier pushes work for themselves. We've already talked about team is more than used to excelling inside of these late round executes, but M80 with the way they're shifting up their pacing and even anchors are kind of being able to make these random pushes work for themselves. DarkZero may need to look for even more security onto their pushes, which is going to be pretty difficult to achieve in a kind of spur of the moment switch up. So we'll see what else they may have in their pocket to make these types of plays work. Out and about now for them. We'll see what they build it up to, of course, as I do believe we've seen M80 go over towards the tea room yet again for their 5th out of 6 rounds here on the defensive side. And it's going to be mainly that top horizontal clear that DarkZero go for to start things out. Elements will be in play down below, including Spoit, of course, messing with it directly below the current DarkZero clear in the bedroom area of the building.
I'm looking for some Spoit activity. I need to see him get into the nitty-gritty here, jump in the trenches, get some more frags on the board, as he's dredging the bottom right now.
Yeah.
You know, on top of that as well, but Kino, completely different position, right? He's on the support game, on the support gig. That's all the heavy lifting stuff. He does all the off the scoreboard activity, which is like the worst part of Rainbow Six Siege. So really appreciate Kino and anybody that has to don that mantle. Your guys' valiant effort does not go unnoticed, trust us. So see what M80 can get done with that effort, as well as what Spoit can get done in these coming rounds. That's quite the weapon as well. A fan favorite of the fraggers in recent times, John, the MPX with that 1.5 of Wardens.
We're going to continue to see Spoit try to harass players out with that one. He has backed up from his initial aggressive positioning over there on the first floor. So don't expect him to come into play in huge fashion until later on in the round. He may have actually noticed the Capital coming into play for Canadian as well, and that may have prompted him to kind of play a bit closer to the site in case those smart glasses become a make-or-break situation for him. That utility rarely gets used kind of in the moment unless we're countering out Ying play, but for smoke counters as well, it can find its real moment in the limelight there. It gives credence to why we're seeing so much Warden play as of late. For those, if they should happen scenarios, he is a great direct counter to some of that execute utility. Now we're going to see DarkZero try to open their way directly into one of the sites here by using the Ace Selmas. Electrical did go out, but unfortunately, like we said before, it's been EMP'd, and I see here. Terror Drone nearly pushing Gomez out of position entirely. He takes the fight directly. Has generally had a good track record for these. It does some really decent damage to Gavini. You have to make him fall back and respect the position, but can't shoot out the nitro quickly enough, even though it goes right in front of his face. It blows up close enough to him that it knocks off the remaining HP he does have and eliminates him. Iconic potentially under threat from down below, but he may have realized it. We'll have to wait and see. Canadian, though, has struck gold elsewhere, closer to the site execute itself. Well, Panba desperately tries to hunt out Iconic, but Prey becomes the predator, it seems, and Iconic takes down Panba instead. M80 retake their player advantage by +1, and now DZ are out of time. They don't have a choice anymore. They've got to force the issue, meaning they're more than likely going to walk directly into this setup, hoping they can get some entries into their favor. There was a Chiefs opportunity. Unfortunately, he's missed it. So now Sport's going to continue to sit back, relax, and just wait for the kills to come his way. Iconic downstairs finally getting dealt with, but as you can see, that's minimal consolation at this point. His time is up, as we can see NJR trying to make his last-ditched effort push work. It does not pay off, and we get a 5-1 lead for the M80 roster at halftime.
We got one more round.
Oh yeah, that was round 6, my bad.
That's okay, it's okay. 4-1 though, we're getting there, and honestly, it does feel as though M80 is already there with how dominant these defenses have been. DarkZero have at least gotten a bead on what these situations provided from M80 have looked like, but none of their plays have really worked out that they've went for to try and counteract what's going on for M80. You know, we have the clear downstairs up against Iconic that doesn't really work out. They don't really have too much angle work going on site from, you know, real cross sections. We have a lot of things going on from the kind of center hallway over towards like Drum as well as Shrine. And it really just makes it one-dimensional for DarkZero and something that is extremely manageable for M80 at the, you know, at the end of the round. So we'll see if DZ can potentially get something changed up for round 6, but they more than likely will be looking on to what they can get done on their defenses.
Yeah, M80 continuing to show the strength of the kind of individual responsibility they're willing to give their players, letting them have that freedom to make their own choices and really play their own positioning as well, as long as they're able to complete their assigned task or two for whatever that may be on a round-to-round basis. One of the most effective players in those roles so far has been Iconic, continuing to dominate at a 6-3 scoreline and wasting oodles of time away from DarkZero's attack.
He can't fool us. He can't fool us, Blue. He's only IGLing so that he can make himself look good. Let's be honest.
Yeah, true.
Let's be honest. We're on to you, Iconic.
It's alive and well here. We'll see, though, as Iconic is still topping out the boards. Or actually, no, excuse me, Gomez still has that slot for him now. Gomez continuing to contribute to those kind of in-sight positions and doing a pretty darn good job at minimum, going 1 for 1 in every single one of those situations. Oftentimes better, as you can see from his own personal score there. So 2 major thorns in the side of DarkZero continue to harass them on a round-to-round basis. Iconic wastes out the time, and then Gomez just proves himself to be too difficult to take out. However, DZ have a trick up their sleeve. Panba's going to hop up, but he will be partially blinded by his team's own Candela. Kino strikes first. Panba nearly takes the head off of his teammate there, but realizes it is indeed the Ying pushing forward. Kino has been restricted now after finding that initial kill against the Chief, but no, Iconic now jumps into things. Gomez will make a fatal mistake, hopping out the wrong window or doorway there to take him down at the hands of NJR's pre-placed Claymore. Another 1-1 goes off, but that's still into the favor of M80, keeping them at what is now a 3v1 advantage as Diaz is struck again from inside of the site. Gavini is all that's left. He was a hero yesterday. He's got to be a hero now inside of the 1v3. Otherwise, it will be that 5-1 scoreline that I mistakenly called out a few moments ago. Won't find that entry opportunity on the inside of the office itself, but he will find it over by the check-in desk at small door. Diaz falls, 2 to go, and he still has over a minute to make this play work. It's a very rare thing we see DarkZero in this situation, but we'll see now if that earlier paced execution is going to give enough pacing over to Gavini here to allow him to clutch this one out. He'll basically have to go for the kills as well. You can see where the case is down, but no, crosses Sploit's crosshair, and he won't miss the shot. So 80 close in on that massive lead, and now we're at halftime.
So you're just clairvoyant. You could have told us you had the script. That's okay.
I mean, to be fair, it was kind of the way it was going, so.
Hey, a fair assessment.
didn't require like an oracle to predict that one. But
I mean, you are in Vegas. Those are some betting odds I would probably take if you would have gave me those about 3.5 minutes ago. So fair enough. Fair. Round 7 now. This will be switching sides. M80 with a dominant showcasing of how to defend Skyscraper. And I like what you said earlier on, John, what you said about M80 not keeping their players on a leash. Everybody has their assigned task, and as long as they're doing that, they don't really care what, people are doing besides that. But the key thing is about that is that they still keep it synchronized. And that's the beauty of M80's play, and something that I've always really, really respected about Iconic and the, game style that he kind of has chosen for Rainbow Six overall. So we'll see if M80 can kind of get some more of that action going on their offensive side, or it's going to be a little bit more solo dolo. Who knows? It could be high flying. You never know. They're quite creative with the way that they go about things, just like we had seen previously. So excited to see what they have in store for us for round 7.
DarkZero throwing everything and the kitchen sink at M80, and unfortunately leads to minimal results. Just 1 round picked up over the entirety of their attacking side. This is a map that can favor the defenders, especially inside of the NA region. So don't count DarkZero out just yet. We'll take a peek at how this first round or 2 goes and make a more solid judgment of things. They start on the safe sites upstairs. Try to see if they can find some footing to play off of here to maybe swing this map back into their favor. It's a long day, though, so if it is indeed a lost cause, it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility that they kind of resign themselves to it and focus up for the next one here, as a long, drawn-out map could potentially start to show issues on the individual side of things, as we saw earlier with that full 5-map series for the South American finals between NIP and Liquid, where the Liquid curse unfortunately struck them yet again against NIP.
And they really cannot get away from that, can they? It's a sad day. And we were there for the start. Well, technically, we were supposed to be there for the true start of the curse over the recent times.
Yeah.
you just happened to get sick that day, unfortunately. But Parker and I got to see the downfall of Liquid versus BDS,
which, or whatever it happened to be at that point.
Very unfortunate. Perfect timing on that. Achieved will go down, and M80 start off strong yet again on round 7. Achieved feeling as though he can get away with the positioning there up close to the single panel, but surely not.
It is unfortunate, too, as Achieved, taking a look at the scores, Panba gets caught by the
trying to get cheeky.
Know if the Buck has realized it yet, or if he just doesn't have the angle to take him down. Either way,
I don't think that was on purpose. They just did that to open the wall, and Bambazu just got down.
I was like, all right, guys, just forget that happened. Don't mind the 80 missing HP. I'll figure it out.
Since it started casting Siege again, I'm like, man, I really want to start playing the game again. But Pambazoo is exactly what would happen to me. That's my life in Rainbow Six Siege. They don't even mean to kill me, but I'm dead. M80 bowling over DarkZero. You want to know why we're kind of just sitting here chilling? Well, that's why. M80 are in the driver's seat, and John.
Look at that replay position. Like they didn't even execute really. They just DM'd DarkZero on that round and won basically.
Yeah. Yep.
There was only like 1 or 2 people in the vicinity of the site, because I'm pretty sure that was a tea room hold right there. So
yeah, M80 did a really good job of across like their entire roster figuring out where the remaining members of DZ were, and they just happened to swing them all at the same time. Funny how that works.
We're going to get the DZ timeout, but realistically, probably a bit too late for this. I mean, we'll see what kind of changes they can make. Even if they come up with, like, the strategy to counter what we just saw from M80 in the last round, though, you got to do it 5 times in a row. That's the problem here. So while I'm hoping for something great from DZ, the odds are very much against their favor currently.
Yeah, and, like, if you were putting jerseys in the rafters of Rainbow Six, Canadian's one of the first jerseys up there, but like, all due respect, I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening. We will see. We will see what they have in store for M80, but M80 are looking damn good, man. This is a very, very solid team right now on Skyscraper. I can tell you right now, I don't want to play against them. That looks like the least amount of fun. You know what I mean?
If you want to talk about anyone's ability to predict these matchups, you should be giving Jesse credit right now. I think if I heard him correctly before we went live, he said that this map was going to be like a 7-0 or something like that. So he's not far off with the way things are currently going.
He's doing better than Demo yesterday. Demo, anything that came out of Demo's mouth, the exact opposite happened. And it was, I was just having such a gay old time with that. It was amazing.
So we'll see here if M80 can complete the set and give us that shutdown to start the series off. Push them that much closer to the 3-0 victory. If that's what they're going to be looking for, of course. Like we said, it's a best of 5. It's a long road to victory here today, even with the map won this quickly from M80. Still 2 more maps potentially need to be picked up by them. So we'll see if they can keep this type of dominant performance up, or if DarkZero maybe just needed a warm-up map or 2 here to really awaken themselves. Skyscraper, I was a little bit worried for DZ going into it, so it's not too surprising for my personal sake that we're seeing this scoreline come out. I think this just may have been a bit too much of an overwhelming map for the type of way they kind of play Siege here. With that said, we have a few more of those in the pool, so I'm a little worried for the longevity of DarkZero in that respect as we get into those maps, and I think that DarkZero's map strength doesn't really come in until later in this series. They do need to find the capability to win at least one of those more chaotic maps here before we get towards the end. As we're going to see, though, Garhug might be coming in hot off the small tower platform here as well. I don't even know if we have a comm for that, but here we go. It leaps into the site, and it's not going to work out, at least initially, for our attackers on M80, but Spoit pushing through, down below. This shotgun is so fun to watch. We'll see if Spoit can get himself another one here as he's trying to open up the cross over into T-Room, but that player currently stalwart. There's also Pan, but is able to hold things from the inside of Karaoke, and unfortunately goes missing by Kino there. Diaz gets the intel, and I believe it was from Geisha, immediately trades it out against Panpa. M80 are giving us everything and a heck of a lot more to keep themselves in the scope of winning this round. 1 in T-Room, 1 on the back supply rotate here from Gavini, and I do believe Canadian is very much out and about right now, so we'll see if they can track him and the other 2 down as they still have a minute and a half to go for M80's attack.
Only half the round, this thing's turning me into a soundboard. This is ridiculous. M80 with the refrag game, DarkZero on top of it with the opener. Love the swing we saw from Spoit there as well, the Gara hook. Very creative way to clear things out for Geisha. Trying to make sure that they cross their T's and dot their I's. Spoit's going to get caught off guard by a long angle here from Canadian. Great read from him, but once again, they are so solid at maintaining this man count, man. And it doesn't even matter if it's across the map. It just seems as though M80 are aware of where these engagements can go down and are ready to hop to whenever necessary. You know, they lose that man advantage and they immediately capitalize on another piece of information that's still floating and active. You know, it's so very strong. Gavini's going to get smoked out, though. This might be high time for M80 to start working their way onto site.
Canadian's position is somewhat revealed at this point, too, because of the kill he went for. I do believe that M80 are aware he rotated downstairs, but M80 don't have a huge amount of confidence in this play right now. As you can see, they're very hesitant, especially over by that stairs play, to try and make this one work. So they may be trying to use Diaz as the initiator a little bit more, but he has the case in hand, so that has some risks with it. Regardless, Iconic gets dropped, and although Diaz attempts to find at least one trade onto Gavini, finally, their capability to stay in the round falls short here in the final 2v2, and it is DZ that maintains presence, winning the first of those 5 rounds they need to come back into this game.
Quite the road ahead of them, but doesn't mean that DarkZero can't get it done. Able to at least keep things equal, especially when it came to a lot of the top floor play. Just making sure that they maintain the map control as long as they possibly can and benefiting off of that because of it. A lot of those kills starting to streamline in for them near that middle portion of the round based off of the fact they were maintaining that map control. M80, though, with a lot of opportunities still in their backpack. They'll carry this along here into round 9 to see if this will be the deciding factor instead.
Direct tier in play once again from DZ, as I believe this will be a rerun back from the first round of this half. We'll see if they're able to repeat success on it. Like we said before, wanted to play a lot of players in off-site positions on this round, however, did not work out. In fact, it just very much turned into a game of T-Hunt for M80 after the first minute or so had gone by, and they quite literally did not need to execute into that area in order to complete the set. Just took down every member of DarkZero, like I said before, in a matter of the first 2 minutes or so. So expect a much more more contained level of play, or at least that's what I would expect from DarkZero this time. I'll have to wait and see, as it does look like there's at least going to be a few players primed out on the kind of natural extension on the other side of the map in that office as well as exhibition area.
M80 doing the hard lifting, heavy work, blue collar on the wall. Get the hard breach done and start drawing things out on this portion of the map. Do have a couple receivers here for DarkZero. Waiting in the basement. There's one over here. Actually, screw that. Upstairs instead. It's going to be Pambazoo over inside of main office. M80 wrapped around the building currently. Zorg on Geisha, but still try and maintain some other advantages that they've found, as well as some crosses for DarkZero. They could just waltz on back to site near that middle portion of the round like we did see on the last. Although M80 trying to commit to the drone game. This is the difficulty of Skyscraper. Trying to compartmentalize things and clear it out in time is so very difficult.
Loading back.
Let's see who's nearby.
DarkZero continuing to wait this one out. Much more patient in their style of play. Pan with a good realization, though. He knows a drone zipped by him a second ago. Was not able to originally find his position, but the problem is he spent too long looking for it. Now he's trapped on the inside, locked into this duel. Panba ends up taking control of that first fight, but Kino does trade right back onto him as the drop shot fails from our initial attacker. Canadian now reascends the living room area stairs and is able to retake the advantage against Kino here. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. M80 still moving right along schedule here, but now down a player. But DarkZero still maintaining some of that off-site pressure that's going to come back to bite M80 if they try to ignore it and go directly for a site play. But Gomez has his own level of insertion that DarkZero may not be expecting. Thankfully, barbed wire in the way, and he has no safe way to cross that. So we'll have to spring this trap, potentially if his teammates act as a distraction before he can truly do anything here.
DarkZero starting to build a case to make this comeback. Skyscraper, a home for defense, but doesn't seem like one that M80 are exactly scared of working against. They've been in positions like this before, individually on separate squads, but this one has came together to be quite a force. One that still has a lot of work ahead of them. Minimal time. Iconic with a big pick. Gonna go for the plant here. NJR can't stop him. No smokes in the tank. Iconic with another big kill. This might be it. NJR has to stop him. DS knows where the kill's gonna come from. The swing. There's two potentialities. He'll get the one. It's down to Iconic. Low HP now for NJR. 1 HP in a dream for him. As he can get closer with the shotgun. This might be it. Has to hope for it at range, but Iconic with the info swing will find him instead, and Skyscraper will go the way of the green and black.
Beautiful play from M80 as they lock it down. 7-2, as you could see there before. For the most part, domination, especially as far as the Skyscraper game is concerned. Beautiful stuff from them, and specifically, beautiful work out of Iconic inside of the game. Absolutely amazing game sense from beginning to end from him, perfectly playing out all of those situations, even on the defensive side when he was acting as that kind of off-site distraction, almost like a tertiary roamer in some senses of the word. He was able to waste so much time and oftentimes pick up a player or two in the process. And then we see there, even on the attacking side, he's able to bring plenty of great play to the table there. Smartly backs away from that final 1v1, switches over to the long-range weapons so that he can close things down against what was more than likely going to be a shotgun peek, and indeed, it was the case. Map 1 is done, ladies and gentlemen. We have plenty more action around the corner, so stick with us. We'll be back in just a second with your desk to break down map number 1 and get you ready for map number 2 here.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science, in health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We are one map down, and M80 kick things off with a bang. DarkZero definitely have some work to do if they're going to catch up, but it's only one map, and it's a best of 5, so chill out, guys, okay? Jesse, you thought that M80 were going to take it, and boy, that was a little bit of a showcase on DarkZero's map pick, nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. Your map pick in a best of 5 is like sacred. The enemy team could only ban one single map before you got to choose whatever you wanted. It should be an auto win. It should be a lock. This should basically be a best of 3. Best of 5s shouldn't exist because each team should get like an auto win to start things off. You say chill out. You say calm down. I'm not going to calm down. DZ went 1 in 5 on their first half attacking onto this map. You've got to be better than that when it's your own map pick and you're trying to beat a team like M80.
Yeah, you've got more historical context too. It's weird too. It's like this was their permaban for a really long time. They would not play this map. They specifically refused to play this map as often as they did. And now they're starting to pick into it a lot more. Not just because it's a best of 5 and you can't ban all your bad maps at the very beginning, but they started actively picking this at the beginning of this year. And to lose it in such bad fashion is really, really weird for the rest of the context of the series. Like, their other map pick is Bank. We're guaranteed to at least play Bank if we have to play in 3 maps. That will happen. But why not play that first? Why go for Skyscraper if you very clearly couldn't do much on it? Would it have been better to go to Bank first? Questions abound for this kind of performance, Banks. I really don't know what to make of this.
Well, let's dive into that, that map a little bit more then. What was the most notable hole in DarkZero's game this point, Jesse? I mean, can they fix it before map 2?
I mean, I don't think it was any individual player that wasn't stepping up. We have the stats in front of us. I actually thought Canadian was a problem player for them, despite the fact that he was the very top of the leaderboard. His Ying plays were not landing. So often you saw him on the executes 10, 15 seconds to go, throwing his first Candela, popping his first Capitao Firebolt, whatever it may be. Utility was coming in super, super late. And even the one round where they finally went for a rush, round number 6, it doesn't really feel like the Ying plays were getting anything done. They did the classic Amaru up the hatch, which we see a lot of the times, but the Amaru didn't have the defuse kit. Canadian did instead, and he didn't try to plant. He didn't get anything with his Candelas. Just really felt like there was a lack of impact there coming out from him. I think stats sometimes don't tell the whole picture, and this kind of felt like one of those games where DZ, a lot of problems throughout this matchup, even if it wasn't all recorded in the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, M80, they were off to a hot start, weren't they? And it just didn't stop. 2 players that we spoke about in the pre-show, we spoke about Iconic, we spoke about Gomez. They didn't even really seem very phased during that map. Jacob, it just seemed like they were on cruise control.
Definitely. I think on defense, that was where they shone the most because that was just how they had to play out the first half and to begin with, right? But the big thing for me was their trade game. For every single person that DarkZero lost, there was usually 1 to 2 kills that M80 had in response. It's a really weird thing to see a team like DarkZero with the amount of very capable players that they have somehow always have one angle that somebody on M80 is just able to slip through and find one frag before getting taken out of the picture. So they kept on losing too many bodies before they execute. And it might seem weird because even if DarkZero had 1 player advantage, if it's a 4v3 for DarkZero and the last 3 players for M80 are all sticking on the bomb site, somehow they'll still lose it. There will be 1 clever rotate from M80 that'll catch somebody on DZ off guard. There will be 1 flank spot that just isn't watched, and 1 small mistake like that on a team like DarkZero that is known for meticulously trying to make as few mistakes as possible, that still happens more often than not. And for it to be a 5-1 half is probably the most worrying thing about the whole thing. If that's a much shorter half, then we're looking at a very different game.
I mean, we talk about this quite a lot in the virtual studio. We talk about pace being an issue because, we know all too well here, Jesse, DarkZero, they were having pace problems, I believe, during that. We've got a little clip that we're going to show, and Jesse, you're going to take us through it. And let's just say it's not looking good for DarkZero.
Usually with my clips, Banks, I like to show real action-packed clips. A lot of kills, a lot of frags. Not this time. We're really going to showcase what was happening in this match for DarkZero and their attacks. They'll get 1 pick at the beginning, achieved, and then sit back, relax. It's going to be a long time before you see another one of those come through because DarkZero, despite being in a prime position, they've cleared the entire east side of the map. All they have to do now is push into that west side, take top control, execute downwards, all right? There's still a few steps to do, but they're right there. They are just outside of Drum. They're getting on their drones. They're taking their time. All right, you got about 5-10 seconds to get on those drones. And then what? Then you're sitting still. Achieved Canadian Panda, all back on drones, taking their time, not yet entering into Drum. Yeah, you're looking at it, you're staring at it, you're getting your drones from way back in the day, you're posting up your air jabs, awesome. You're not taking space. It takes forever for DarkZero. It will be over a full minute before they get into another gunfight. Pamba's below, who cares, fine. He's gonna push down on 1 angle, but these top floor players just are so afraid of getting in and taking a fight. And when they will eventually get this pick, you've got about 10 more seconds now. It's not even a direct push in from Drum, not from Dragon. No, it's actually Canadian on the trade or on the Geisha window. And how long do you think before a trade comes in? Trick question. It was immediate. 5 seconds after that pick, immediately M80 get a trade come on through. That 4v2 advantage that DarkZero had, they lose it. It's one of 2 rounds where they go into that final couple of seconds. They have massive man advantage. They throw it away because of this time. The clock is the reason why DarkZero are losing this game, and the clock is the reason why, I'm sorry, Banks, it seems like you might be in for a 12-hour shift tonight.
DZ, look what you're doing to Jesse, guys. He's gonna blow a casket or something. I don't know. That was a very American saying for a British guy, and it didn't sound right. So we have a head-to-head graphic that we're going to show you of the 2 players that really kind of pulled their weight the most during that map. And it's probably not going to look too good on the side of DarkZero, but look at that iconic, putting up the numbers, Jacob.
Oh, I love seeing it like this, especially when he didn't have a performance like this in Copenhagen. To do this against another NA, like, top-tier team is a great sight to see. The problem is just who the top player is on DarkZero. It shouldn't be Troy. If Troy is IGLing, he typically shouldn't be at the very top of this list. We want that to be a Gav or an NJR or a Panba, but instead we get Troy. That's a bad sign for DarkZero fans going into the rest of this matchup. For Iconic, I think it's fantastic. I think if he's up here, totally okay, but Canadian needs to have a much better response on these next couple of maps, especially from a strat and timing point of view, if DZ want to have a chance in this series.
Okay, Jesse, next map, it's Border. What can we kind of, what can DarkZero pull out of an orifice to get into this map again, or to get into this series? We need to see something.
Well, Banks, they're gonna have to dig deep. DarkZero on a 7-game losing streak on Border. They the last time they won it in Tier 1 competition was the Charlotte Major Grand Finals over a year ago now. We're coming close on a year. Not sure if we've exactly passed the date, but it's around a year ago now. That was against Astralis. Since then, they've lost it to Space Station, Astralis from the rematch, Heroic, FaZe Clan, Sonics twice, and then Liquid for their first game in Denmark. It's not a favorable map for DarkZero, so you've lost your own map pick, and I don't know if it's going to get a whole lot better for the purple.
Okay, very quick prediction. I mean, I'm assuming that, given what we've just watched, I'm assuming both of you might just lean into a 3-0 here now, right, Jacob?
It's getting really close, and M80 are also considerably better at Border over the past couple of months than DZ have been. And I find it really funny that Jesse was like, oh yeah, it was Charlotte Grand Finals. The last time DZ won this map was against Iconic when he was on a different team a year ago. So yeah, I'm giving it to M80.
Jesse, what about yourself?
Yeah, it's 2-0 at the very least. DarkZero, they're going to need an NIP-style comeback if they want to win this series.
Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it? Don't worry, I'm a gamer. I don't need to sleep. It's fine. Well, like I said before, get the popcorn out, guys. This is a best of 5, but if M80 keep this up, then it could be a short night for you. Blue and Stokes waiting in the wings. Let's go for map number 2.
Thanks very much. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 coming up here, and I have to agree with the desk in saying that things look a little bleak for DarkZero at the moment. Maybe some salvation on map number 3, but for map number 2, it is going to be a toughie. Going over towards Border, we saw how prominent, especially from the defensive side, M80 was when it came to their early game play. Those very aggressive stances they were trying to take. While it'll be a little bit more predictable in the ways they'll be going about it here, it will still very much be a problem that DarkZero have to deal with. And that on top of a bunch of other factors, well, in my opinion, make it very difficult for them to tie this one up into 1-1. Stokes, what are your thoughts on it as we get ready to load into the map here?
I think I also agree with the desk and the fact that Banksy is probably going to be here for 12 hours. I think it's going to take some time still in order to figure out a victor here, but I definitely have to agree as well. I think that coming into Border here, this is definitely an M80 map. I mean, you can practically paint it on the side of the building with the way that they play this game. So we'll see what DarkZero can do, but my eggs are in the M80 basket.
It's obviously again M80's own pick, so there's that benefit to it as well. Kind of goes without saying, but just to mention that one final time. So we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be up to the challenge of striking true and giving themselves the 2-0 lead to start the series off. Maybe giving our production and host a little bit of a break as well if they can push that over towards a 3-0 victory. We'll have to wait and see as we're going live with the map now. Like I said before, it's on Borders, so let's hop into it. Let's get into the bands and see if M80 is as destined to dominate as we've been teeing them up for. If DarkZero will come alive once again here for our second map and to make this a true comeback series, just like we saw over in South America earlier by tying it up at 1-1. Bands are up. DarkZero has the first and final ban, so let's see their choice in just a moment.
Well, it's Border. Very small map. Handful of walls that go to the outside of the building. Something you want to be quite fast acting on as well. Ace is quite helpful with those, especially from Repel. So it'll be removed. I mean, he also going to ban out Yang. You could have seen that one coming from a mile away. I mean, not only has she been a very prominent, operator for the ban list, but also Border, she is just downright annoying to play against on the defense. So a very, very strong ban coming out here with the Ying getting removed. Mira will also be taken off the board by M80.
Mirror making perfect sense to depart from the triangle a little bit here just because of the angles that the mirror windows can specifically set up for this map. And then the same can be said for a Zombie or something like a Valkyrie or a Solus pick. Solus probably still going to get used quite a bit just because you need to replace that Azami with something ultimately. But I do agree with the choice of the Azami over the Solus or potentially even the Valkyrie on this map, just when you consider what her play inside of security up on top or CCTV can potentially do in terms of delaying out the attacking rounds here. So smart choices all around. And we'll see how it all plays out now as we go live with the first round of the second map here. And we'll have to wait and see if DarkZero can bring this one back under their own control. As long as the defensive start, they'll go for a Teller's defense, interestingly enough, to start things out.
Definitely going to make things at least a little easier for the Claire, for M80 especially. So DarkZero won't exactly be the happiest that they'll be starting things off on the defensive end with that, but we'll be happy with the ace ban. See what they can get going on here, at least initially. M80 starting things off on the offensive side, obviously. Iconic will be moving away from the Nook, picking up Doke, and quite the line shift coming in here from M80, actually, as it's going to be a full team exchange. No Yana actually coming in, and funny enough, no grenades, especially with how often we see those in the common meta.
So with that out of the way, we'll get ourselves into the round, and M80, of course, spawning into it. Like Stokes mentioned, no grenades to be seen, which could cause problems when it comes to kind of clearing things out on those extended positions, but DarkZero not committing themselves too heavily towards any of them, so more than likely going to be an all-right choice from M80 at the end of the day, especially if they find themselves needing to kind of drain things out when it comes to the insight positions. They'll have more than enough when it comes to the flashes specifically there. We don't even really have any real mitigation for the defense, so it's a bit overzealous in that regard. But generally with the way the map is played and the way DZ likes to play things, it is a still nice kind of pre-picked choice there to try and get in the way of that. Speaking of getting in the way of things, Iconic immediately cuts off, achieves rotate back from his previous position and is able to knock him down outright to give M80 a brilliant start once again to this game.
Where the hell did he even kill him from?
I think he was falling back from like East Main. I don't know where the pick came from M80's POV, but I think Achieve was like falling back from like East Main or something like that. Maybe?
Yeah, I think he was on top of the metal structure out here. Oh, wow.
Out here? Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if he caught him through the security window or what have you, but what a shot. And so far, M80, they've been so accurate. Dunking all over DarkZero, but finally Gavini attempting to give them something else back. It's Spoit on the Repel. These long-range engagements from M80, they are going to win this round come hell or high water. And JR knows one's going to come inside a radio, but he's still got to account for three others with a ringing phone in his back pocket.
Beautiful angle work from M80, and that's pretty much the sole reason why they win the round right now. That and DarkZero's inability to kind of note that and try to work their way around it. By the time they did, they were already trapped was the problem. And when they tried to rotate, they rotated directly into those angles, which have been preset by M80. So perfect spring of the trap as well by the defense there that unfortunately for them works pretty heavily against their favor. 1v4 still alive and well here as the members of M80 try not to tempt fate too much against NJR. He did seem pretty on point with the way he was playing over here towards East Main. So if they take this 4v1 too lackadaisically, could set himself up for a near clutch, but there we go, he's been found out. Now gets a slight little peek onto one of the players over here by the east staircase, but doesn't pull the trigger on it just yet. Once more, that's that caution from him being exercised, but not cautious enough. Gomez still finds the shot from outside in the hallway there in a pre-fire, and finally ends the round in M80's favor.
Oh, pretty quick answer, I'd say, to M80's first round there for themselves. Able to quickly find a answer to that equation that DarkZero was presenting, and like you touched on, it was mostly the angle work from M80 that delivered there. DarkZero caught off guard in quite a few different circumstances, all except for really the East player that ended up picking off a DZ member out, or rather an M80 member outside. Past that, though, it was definitely M80 with full control over round one. Round two now, though, DarkZero aren't feeling nearly as spry as previously. We go into armory lockers for this one. Rook and Doc on top of some Warden play as well. So DarkZero definitely recognizing what M80 are bringing to the table, right? They want to take a lot of these gunfights. They want to open up a lot of these angles and try and apply pressure across the entirety of the map to DarkZero. And DZ now ready for it. They're set for war with these ACOGs for the most part coming in here. A lot of 1.5 work as well as the potential 2 times on Pamazoo.
Also, they try their luck, of course, with the Teller site, and then very quickly realize it's not going to work. That's fine, M80 will play to the usual default. Back upstairs they go here. Try and take control of this one. Even giving themselves the Rook bonus, too, to maybe give them that extra bullet or two of impact they can take for themselves against M80 if they try to set up for those crazy angles again. Won't be able to get them as freely, I don't believe, as DarkZero will be setting up a bit more passively across the map, but that's not going to slow M80 down a bit. They'll still be moving right along schedule here, as you can see them already moving in through Passport to establish a topside angle over towards the balcony over there, as well as the east main fallback. So we'll see if they can take advantage upon that at some later point in the round when DarkZero starts getting shuffled a little bit and their players start getting forced back. Iconic already with a very deep insertion as well, carving his way through server as well as maintenance there to quickly take control down below here and maybe prime himself for a depth charge from below. We'll see if he can line those up. That's where his teammates have to come in with their own drone work to spot out a few of these silhouettes from up on top.
Can Gomez deliver? Oh, so close. No cigar. Ooh. Canadian, though, he surely can. Take down one. Walk his happy self right back into Fountain. Oh, he goes searching for it. Oh, Gomez wanted it so badly, but Canadian instead on top. He'll get picked off finally, though. Iconic with a nice nade, but unfortunately enough for him, the top-end character will not double back, so Iconic won't be able to find anybody with either of those frags. It's going to maintain a 3-4 disadvantage for M80.
Canadian, of course, finally dealt with. No more stair peak shenanigans from him. He's on a revenge tour of his own, trying to make up for the losses in the previous round here, and has certainly done so. Put the fear, at a minimum, into M80 here, making them second-guess their own advancements forward. Kino, a potential missed player, just to his left side. Indeed, but Panma! Oh no! Panma fumbles the spray. Thankfully, will at least trade onto Kino. They go 1-1 against each other and is able to take that. Kino congratulates himself on the nice shot as well there, it looks like, as Iconic now pushes forward for the equalizer. So once again, M80 refusing to give up the fight, regardless of the circumstances. Time is going to get a little bit low here. We'll see if Iconic's own heroics will once again save the day. Achieved, potentially going unnoticed over here on Fountain, but it is noticed by Diaz, and he's allowing himself the opportunity to fall back. Nitro out and triggered to knock down Diaz, leaving it all truly onto Iconic to try and trade it out, but achieved. Too smooth in the Fountain position. He picks it up instead, and DZ get their own response round.
Smooth operator for sure. Did he actually hip fire him?
Was it? It was a really weird trade, to be fair. I thought he was dead to rights, but
yeah, I didn't see the bullet that actually ended up. Oh my!
Yeah, see, okay. it was weird.
All right. Valid, fair enough. A little wonky. I was mostly paying attention to what Achieve was able to pull off there, and then that nice little 1v2-esque moment for himself. But I mean, heck of a shot there from Kino. I mean, little hip fire luck never hurts. You know what I mean? So nicely done from him. But that's gonna be the tying round there from DarkZero after they're able to kind of take the teeth out of that bite from M80. Nothing really for them to work off of except for that security control that they had. We're able to at least muster a pick, but DarkZero, not only with the prying positioning, but also the recognition of the play, the potentiality from Achieved really coming out there to shine.
10 seconds to go.
Achieved, once again, giving us some good stuff. Was one of the few shining lights for DarkZero back on map number 1 as well, even though it was a very M80-sided map. Seeing some good heroics out of him every once in a while, and he was a large part of the reason why they won at least half of the rounds, or one of the rounds they picked up in that previous map at least. So good to see that continuing onward here into map number 2. Where hopefully he's going to be able to contribute a little bit more to quite a few more 1 rounds to get DZ back into not only this map, but this series here. Maybe even take the lead on this round. The ventilation hold is up for DZ, so we obviously are going to still have quite a few shenanigans played into security, as well as the archives and lockers area directly next to that. Spoit is ready for this counter if the peek comes in. It is not looking like that player will take the bait on it. Spoit trying to tempt fate and eventually does get it. Nearly gives himself up there as well on the drop down. But Panba unable to control the spray himself. Only gets that 1 bullet off onto his opponent.
Drone deployed.
M80 looking to deliver on their promise. Taking security, translating this into top floor control. Oh, huge moment for DarkZero as they'll take down 2. Kino and Spoit both off the board. Most of the soft destruction, still some breaching charges in the likes of Gomez, but so far so good for DarkZero, as although this might not be their map choice, starting to make it look like it could be their map. Iconic no logic bombs either, so just looking to see if they can get these big picks now. End up helping them in the later portion of the round. So much solid info game still left to be had from DZ, though. We saw some of the Valkyrie cameras getting utilized there. A Canadian also on the Solus. Trent's out of stock too. E1D out. Gomez has to try and push forward. Knows he's here, but Canadian. Oh, very strong. Has another one waiting on the cross as well. He's ready for it. Has a little time delay, has a grenade in behind him. Knows Iconic can potentially pressure. Does he have the door work though? The SMG-12 gets away from Iconic. Has to pressure DS. Instead, will shut him down. That was a 2 versus 4. 45 seconds remaining.
Canadian pretty much nearly ends the round right there. If he'd picked up one of those 2 kills, it would have been a 1v4 trying to be worked. Iconic, though, certainly not helping his chances with that missed flash. Thankfully, no one immediately in the area from DZ to punish that. And he does still take down the gate, but everything is said and done. With only 30 seconds to go and still 4 more players to knock out on DZ, the odds, even from the get-go, aren't looking that great to try and recover here for M80's sake. DarkZero with a fantastic hold and fantastic timing on their aggression as well to get right in the way of M80. This is something that was surely missing on the previous map, but has not really come alive, especially for the sake of Canadian. Really get in the way of these executes so far. M80 trying to get positioning for the plant, but already losing 1/2 of the remaining roster. It's fallen all down to Iconic, who misses the drop from Panba. And as such, Panba will open up that final kill to lock in round 2 for his team.
DarkZero getting things done with a lot of these delay strategies going on around the map. Not only that, but M80 kind of forced to respect what was going on the top floor initially. So that was already a time sink, but then you have also these adjustments coming out from DarkZero to maintain that top floor control, as well as Canadian sitting over inside of stock and having that little moment there with the M80 roster. There's just so many different time sinks that M80 had that ended up making it really, really difficult for them, even past the man count. So very well done from DarkZero, as the clock kind of seemed just like their best friend for the entirety of round 3.
DarkZero starting to forge their way ahead, maybe getting themselves back into this series. We'll have to wait and see, of course. It's M80. This will be the first real time that they themselves have been tested to a major extent. by losing outright control of that lead. So how do they potentially change up the play style? Do they force it in, or do they slow things down, try to bring a more measured approach to the table so as not to get tripped up by those wild advances from players like Canadian, what we were seeing in the early round as well from, I believe, guys like Panda and Gavini. Time to find out, of course, as now prep phase is over and M80 are on the board. No huge surprise when it comes to a lot of similarities to the previous rounds more than anything here, as you can bring a pretty similar composition to most of the attacks on this map. Things don't change up hugely with regards to the steps you need to take to get control of the site, and so because of that, there's going to be a lot of similarities on that round-to-round basis. With that said, though, M80 still looking for their initial point of entry and are not going to be able to find it so easily. Like we said, DarkZero now been awakened. Their aggression has been triggered, so M80 need to double, if not triple check those entry points before committing themselves to anything here in the early round.
One of the more important angles being adopted in from M80 at the moment. Iconic with another unlucky flashbang there for himself. Not going to be able to swing as aggressively as he may have wanted to off of that. And here it comes now. Spoit will get one. A nice swing in from Iconic, but he'll meet his demise immediately as Gavini from half wall take him down. And yet another as Diaz will quickly be relocated to the afterlife. Gomez to follow suit too. Spoit, well, needs to try and assist M80 as they are falling apart at the seams. This offense seemed so dominant in round one, but ever since that moment, DarkZero has pulled ahead and they have stayed ahead constantly through these last handful of rounds.
Unfortunately, the map just a little bit too claustrophobic to give the lurking presence the room it needs to breathe here. Gavini almost a nice snapshot there going on to Spoit. Still does some pretty decent damage at the end of the day. That is going to be Locker's control going pretty much fully over towards M80. Unfortunately for them, it's not the current site, so a bit more of a ways to go as they'll get transition through Office and then down into Tellers as well. Okay, he tries to spot out some more of the intel himself from the Solus. He still maintains top security positioning. Kino will get hit at least once through the wild spray battle going on the vertical plane, but ultimately Kino will find that player and take them down outright. Achieved to fall. The numbers now even, but with Spoit's HP being considered, wouldn't really call it an advantage to the attackers just yet. Thankfully, they still have plenty of time to analyze the situation, but they need to not get tripped up by this advance from Canadian right on cue as he finds his moment of opportunity to push back out into the Office, shuts down one of the two remaining players and the one that was at higher HP. So Spoit, really no choice, just has to send it into the site. They'll immediately notice it because of that camera he shot out right there in the corner, but he'll try to commit himself to the plant. Anyway, a little boost to the stats if it doesn't go his way, but even that will be denied as Canadian pushes one final time to lock in the round.
That's the power of Solus right there. Knew he was planting, able to swing it on out and get the kill right through the open hatch there. It's out of Office. Very well done from DarkZero, but mostly the Canadian show on that top floor is just a pure exploitation of the lacking drone game from M80. Nothing to really hold the main cross or really anything to hold their flank. So Buck mostly hyper fixated on what was going on in the bottom floor and not really capable of holding his own flank, whilst the drone work was going on for Spoit too to try and pinpoint exactly what DarkZero was attempting to provide for the dying moments of that round, but kind of got lost in the ether as things started to come undone. So into round 5 now we go. M80 have to answer for a couple of these sins, man. They're losing out on a couple of these big moments and really not able to strike while the iron's hot.
Full repick coming in as well as DarkZero does complete their first 3-point rotation and is going to move back over towards Armory and Archives for the first time since around 2 or 3, I believe around 3 if I recall correctly, where they will, no, around 2, sorry, where they will look to lock things in for themselves here. As M80 does need to go for a full operator switch up to accommodate that. They're going to change up quite a few things and try to make the OSA push work. A lot of long-range rifles will play into this because of it. Not only that, we'll also have Gomez bring the Capital to hopefully punish some of those more harsh insight positions, such as like the back corner half wall, or maybe the small office, to hopefully allow for those OSA shields to get properly set up at the plant, of course, to come from behind that.
Game-defining round here for M80. Round 5 could be the big difference maker. Yeah, still has a lot of logic bombs still left in his pocket, so M80 will more than likely be looking to add those, at least initially, to this stew. They serve it. Little drone work going on. Lost 4 of these things already, but that's all in due time. And off the board. A little bit too early for losing this many drones, and especially for losing bodies based off that, but they wanted to try and insert and get a distraction going on for Kino's plants that's going down, but I think Kino's about to get thwarted, and yeah, the nitro cell will get delivered from Gavini. The cross just wasn't set up there to exactly assist with the player that was going to make it to curve, and another unfortunate moment here for M80 on their map.
Surprised we saw it tried so early, considering what you just said right there. I totally agree with you. I mean, you just did not have their position set up to really support that, especially from the back line whatsoever. So very unsurprising that it ultimately gets thwarted by a casual nitro cell toss. And even worse news for M80 if they wanted to try it again, which is not really something they would want to do. They've lost the OSA shields, and arguably more importantly, they've lost the OSA, which could put the shields down in the first place. And there's still that other nitro in Achieve's pocket. So what do you do here? And there's not
it's
a lot
actually in his hand, but
Yeah. True. He did have it ripped. But either way, there's not really a choice, unfortunately, for the attack. They have to go back in through archives, at least, to pick the case back up again. So they pretty much just have to try the same thing. Pam is going to get caught, though. They didn't expect the sudden rotation from Gomez, and he'll cut pretty strongly because of that one. Knocks one player out. No one else immediately available. I think they have noticed that the case is obviously down on the ground, so they've set themselves up appropriately to counter that. Canadian, don't even think Gomez ever even saw him, but the trades continue to roll back. This is map 1, M80, once again, that refuses to give up inside of the round, even if the odds look bleak. Perfect timing on the push from Iconic as well. Just when Canadian gives up his safe position behind the bomb chassis, the Nitro also goes short, it looks like. That or maybe a slightly early detonation. Either way, that opens up room for the plant, and it goes right down onto the ground. Achieve tries to quickly retake the locker's position, and he will indeed knock that player down, creating a bit of an awkward scenario here due to the plant position. He has to counter defuse it, I'm pretty sure, while turned away from this window, which is just going to be an easy and potentially free pick for Diaz here. Has to time it, and indeed goes for it, but there we go. Like I said, Achieved unfortunately has to have his back turned, and because of that, M80's setup nets them the round.
M80 focused on the results, not focused on how they get there. And honestly, it works out beautifully for them, mostly because if something sloppy happens early inside of the round, it isn't life-altering to them. They're still looking for paths forward to try and get that dub. They're not trying to continue with the same strategy. They already know, okay, this is out the window. It's garbage. It didn't work. We need to do something else to try and win this round. And them just fighting in that kind of direction is really what we saw in round 5. And boy, was it beneficial for them. So huge round, huge moment for M80. DarkZero now with a little thinking to do. They had quite an advantage there for round 5, but ends up slipping through their fingers. And round 6 could be the tying moment here for M80.
All right. Time to see yet again if DarkZero can keep a hold over this advantage. M80 only with the 1 round to start us off, of course, and then the rebound round just 1 ago on round 5. May prove to be enough if they can bring it together one final time to at least tie the half between themselves and DarkZero. Still leave the window open for that 2-0 lead that they would try to take over them. DarkZero, though, has looked very, very strong, specifically Canadian inside of this game, as the stats will kind of obviously tell you there. At 8 and 4, 2-0 KD. Other players like Achieved and Gavini also present, but not to the hugest extent. See a little bit more out from them, especially in the early round. Could easily deny that 3-3 tie and give us a 4-2 lead for DZ instead. But M80 moving quickly along here as they take initial control over by East Main and immediately transition that control down through the break room balcony into break itself, where that will open up room for the 2 additional players outside of the south doorway to move forward. Spoyd is hungry as well here. Obviously, we've been on his POV the whole time, and he is continuing to look for that opening kill. Unfortunately, has not been able to find a winning angle to actually get it against DZ, and you can see he's not the only one doing this. It's a very aggressive start to this round from M80 as Gomez is also hunting directly through the main west window here to try to find an opening pick, but that window goes 2 ways. Gavini takes advantage on it from the other side by the half wall and knocks Gomez out. NJR did get downed by someone else on M80, but no sign of the actual kill coming through just yet. Looks like it'll be a safe kill ultimately, though. Not really any room for that player to be retaken. So Spoit will indeed finish him off and lock in the 4v4. Gavini tries to take another fight, as does Panba. Get in the crossfire. Oh my goodness, one of these engagements, you know, we've got massive health drain going on for DZ that leads to at least 2 kills. Canadian also became a pretty hefty victim of some spray going out there. So M80's patience, once they establish these initial angles, has been paying off in huge dividends as Kino and Spoit immediately slay out the final 2 to lock in a 3-3 half for M80.
Kind of looked like a DarkZero offense there for a split second with some of that angle work coming in. They just slowly choke out the defense, just moving those goalposts ever closer to the site, but not getting too close as to actually have a threat coming back from DarkZero. It was very well done. I think it was a tasteful round from M80 overall. So see what they can get going on their defensive end now, as they're going to be going to bathroom tellers right off rip. They are not one to keep things kosher when it comes up to a lot of their defensive plays, it seems. They really want to try and throw people for a loop, and I got to respect that.
Love what we saw there from M80. Like I said, hyper-aggressive start to things, but immediately as soon as they get like border of the site positioning, they stop it. They hold their positions and take advantage from those spots to be able to push forward with the rest of the positioning they need to get themselves into the site. They don't overplay their hand. They don't go for any over-risky peaks that is like a gamble 1v1 that they'll try to swing into there. That still leaves room for the defenders to quickly trade it. They hold together there. Then they wait for DarkZero to give them the peaks they need to push that advantage even further into the actual site. Beautiful play from M80. Exactly what we needed to see to get a solid round on the board as well. That'll be a big confidence booster for them now going into the second half, where they are able to dictate the state of play a little bit more here with the defensive start.
What we're seeing out of M80, he's off rip. See if it works out for him. The strategy, at least sound. Angle work on this top floor is beautiful. DarkZero is going to have to break down quite a bit of this. Love this castle barricade that's what it's playing off of, especially for break. Gomez will be in tow for Horseshoe, and since they don't have a zombie, so he'll be playing the Oryx. Embazu will get underneath, and this is going to be the biggest threat to the top floor players inside of security, as these frag grenades from Pambazu will be worth their weight in gold. We'll see if he can deliver on this positioning. Looking to potentially see if there's a rotation coming out from M80 or really any sort of threat. There is one, and it's going to be Spoit with an identification of a player down near Passport. Oh, Gomez.
Yeah, Gomez getting shredded here as he tries to make an advance onto the inside of security. Just trying to see if I could figure out where that damage was coming from, but it's not immediately obvious. Either way.
It was a nade out of Pamba.
Okay, it was a nade. Cool. Because I was going to say, it was a pretty quick drain of his HP, but there we go. Yeah, we can see that little bit of damage to the floor.
Bomb located by
So indeed, a nade hitting him directly and head on, and they'll try to go for a second one here. Oh, that one banks off the ceiling a little bit too much there. Earlier explosion might have gotten Spoit. Would have see how the angle work would have gone upstairs. Either way, DZ strikes Drew with the first kill, finishing off the rest of Gomez's HP. And knocking him out here, but they're not going to give up on security control completely off of that loss. Spoit is still in the area, despite the fact that he's at 50 HP. He's going to try to play this out against the south main or the window clear. But he has some support from down below, as you guys can see as well, specifically to stop some of the south main pressure from coming through.
Got a ping on a player upstairs, too. Spoit's going to reinsert into security. He'll get one. In from break. No, he's going to be playing around the hallway. NJR. High quality player, high quality chance, and he gets it. Spoit down, and another kill will fall into the basket of DZ. Kano at least fights off one, but Canadian's going to be able to stick the plant. They've got so much overwatch for the bathroom, and JR will take him down. It's just up to DS. He'll drop in. They're both directly behind him, aren't they? He'll get one. Oh my God, DS! He has a chance. There's no way. I completely thought this was going sideways. There's no way. And JR, he has the verticality. An opportunity still for Diaz. If NJR overplays his hand, he swings in. Diaz gets tagged. 18 seconds to play back and forth, but really 10 as it continues to tick down. NJR is just going to wait it out. Diaz has to try and stick it. That's going to be all she wrote. But what a moment from Diaz there with that double kill. NJR, the patience play, in the lead for DarkZero.
Bit of an anticlimactic end to the round. Diaz actually giving himself up there on the angle for a second. Could have been a bit scary, but I think both players kind of resigned themselves to the timer at that point anyway. There's a world where we could have seen a stick right there, potentially with how passively NJR was playing it, but more than likely NJR kind of just counting it inside of his head, would have gone for the peak at around that 6 or 7 second mark anyway. It's very well played by him as he just does not take the chance on losing out on the clutch right there. Nice start to things for DarkZero to make sure that the potentially trickier side on the attack of Border does not get the better of them. They take that initial control with a solid plant. And although there's a valiant retake attempt, as you see there from Diaz, it is not enough to come back into the round there. Ends in a 1v1 in the favor of DarkZero, and they take the overall lead at 4-3 with that.
Crazy moments. M80, especially for Diaz. Wishing they could probably have that one back, but still plenty in the chamber for them here. Still waiting for the day that they change up the diffuser, Blue. They make it more a little bit more like Counter-Strike, where you just get that initial beep. That's it. That's literally it. That would provide so many crazy things in Siege. But absolutely love that. They definitely have to make it a little bit louder though, because the one in CS is just like beep, beep, beep. Like you definitely need a little volume to that.
That's part of the point, is you're not like halfway across the map hearing it, you know? It's like
I feel like in Siege though, with all like the holes and stuff you can make for audio, you'd want it to just be a tad bit louder so that when it did go off, people would actually hear it. Yeah. Like if they did do that to Siege and like, you know, replicated that that sort of moment at the beginning of the defuse, that would that'd be pretty awesome. But I digress. We're into round 8 now. After M80's failure to launch on their initial defense, DarkZero with another one in the bag and a lead that they're not looking to give up. Pambazoo be on the Finca this time around. Canadian will be providing the Lion. It could be also on top of that. So a lot of utility to clear out some of these harder positions that are built up from M80, like what we're seeing from Iconic on the bookshelf and security.
Well, as usual, it's a slow day on the field from DarkZero while they look for the first pinch they can successfully make against M80's hold. M80 with a decent amount of presence on the inside of, as you might expect, security. And by extension of that, over to the site too, but Iconic just goes for a shot on the timing and it works out. Despite the fact that he's obscured by smokes, DZ now trying to force the issue deeper into the actual site, but it's not working. Pamba can't find that entry and he's realized this is a bad call, so he's gonna back away from it. The smokes, unfortunately, not working out here for DZ's attack, so what's plan B now as they back away from things? Again, making this play early, which is kind of unexpected for DZ. Now Pamba on the retake, though, strikes true, but at the same time, he's left far too much room open for Iconic to analyze the situation. He gets away with a 1-for-1 as NJR trades him out, but also leaves him at about 50 HP. And where one falls, another shall take its place. Gomez still standing in the way here by security. He's realized, though, that he may be overplaying his hand by committing deep to that security position. So he'll fall back over towards the shelves where he has the safe rotate out from 90, because DZ have taken nothing across the map other than that west main positioning so far. Only just now you can see Achieve working his way up over here by east main to try and cut off that rotate.
Silence across the battlefield until a few, well, irons will get dropped on the floor. A little bit more brass added to the pile. NJR with a fine. He'll get on top, stand tall, take down Gomez. Immediate transfer to metal. Nobody home, though, for the follow-up shot. Kino with the lineup. Prepared. Nitro cell in hand. Just needs somebody on the top of East. 30 seconds remain. DarkZero. Guess what? Playing it down to the wire. Utility? Not really. EMPs. Don't know what Canadian's got on him as of now. He is on that drone, but we'll see if he has one more EE1D once he gets out of that. No. 0, in fact. And now a dead achieved, making this a 2v2. We know M80 loves these times up against DarkZero. This has been where they've thrived. You have to try and recognize where this entry point's going to be. It's going to be in box. It's up to Spoit, the European superstar. He'll shut down one. Goes for the big swing. And he'll take down the North American Canadian. Very well done as M80 will tie things up yet again.
Spoit always having a slight advantage inside of that final 1v2 there because he knew that at least one player was going to have to swing that main west doorway by the end of the round. The case had been down just inside of the doorway, if I read the silhouette correctly. So someone was going to have to go back there at some point to retrieve that, and he was always playing into that. That's why he stuck around by the half-wall area until he got droned down, and even past that, stuck around by the locker's window because he more likely read into the additional pressure, which would come out by Eastbane. Pretty safe call at that point to say, like, yeah, they're probably not going to be able to put someone on this window behind me, so I can just play on the inside of here, shut this down on the swing. Didn't even need their teammate to do it as well, so beautifully done there for M80 to come back and win that outnumbered, I believe it was a 2v3 there in the final seconds of the round, and now tie us up at 4v4. Can they take the lead, though, as they've been chasing it for pretty much this entire game, other than the first round?
Really anybody's ball game here on border. These teams have been going back and forth. Seems like it's on a moment-to-moment basis as to what either one of these teams are capable of. So they've constantly been on the teeter-totter. These rounds getting exchanged through and through. We have base defense here for M80 as they'll be in events as well as workshop. A lot of info utility at their fingertips with not only Solus and Valkyrie, but also the Echo coming in on DS. I mean, what we're seeing here. Nice drone up top that Spoit almost got a hold of. Visual check from him there. M80 waiting for DZ this time around. DZ take their time initially to clear out a lot of this info game. Try and find some more of these isolated players.
Nothing really playable for either entity just as of yet. But Achieve trying to change that with the peak going in through the windows here over towards security. Spoit wants to move in. This Gomez is very much on an island right now, but Spoit's play has been revealed quite obviously as well here. Someone's going to drop down. Pilchy trying to pressure in. Oh, towards Passport, but it's Spoit going hunting. And he will indeed succeed. And slapping Achieved right in the face. Knocks him out. That'll remove the buck from play. Nitro kind of awkwardly tossed here by Kino, but he gets the down anyway. Don't even know if he realized it, in all honesty, but Panva is sitting on the ground right now, right through the soft breach. Let's see if someone else can. Oh, never mind. Excuse me. That's going to be a different player going back down on the other side. He'll crawl back out. Cavini should be able to bring that one back from the brink. Get back up at least to a 3 versus 5 situation as M80 attempt to recover themselves here for what is still going to be dire straits after the losses they have sustained on this initial push they tried to make.
JR? Question mark? Oh, he gets it. I mean, yeah, hey. And JR creates a escape hatch that he will immediately break. Oh my, Gomez.
That bulletproof was like moths to a flame right there, man.
Wow, that was something, wasn't it?
Diaz one more time as well at the end of the round to shut it all down. I think he gets a slight spot on the player right here. And there we go. Just had the top down angle the entire time. So nicely done. A little bit of a fumble from DarkZero in the dying moments of that round as they stack up trying to take out that bulletproof. It opens a pathway for Diaz to shut down 2 of them immediately. And from that point, unfortunately, it's unworkable for our lone player that had a nice insertion into the back of Showers there with the self-entry on the breaching charge, but not enough to outright clutch the round. Spoit, as you can see, they're dominating on the scoreboard at 10-5 as we head into, interestingly enough, an M80 timeout now as they've taken the lead.
I was going to say more than likely called preemptively, but then I realized
yeah, he just called it.
Also said it immediately after the round. Exactly. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't add up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, hey, they might be looking to do something a little bit different with their defenses. Maybe they started discussing things near the, or throughout these rounds and want to try and make a big sweeping adjustment. Not exactly the worst way to use your timeouts. And just like in traditional sports, man, you don't want to go to halftime. You don't want to go to the tail end of the game or rather end the game with timeouts in your pocket. That's all moments where you can talk to your team, take a break, figure things out. And something that's extremely beneficial, especially in a game like Rainbow Six Siege. So see if it's beneficial for M80, or maybe they gave a little bit too much time to big old bad Nadian here for round 10.
M80 on the warpath right now. Looking to rotate over towards Tellers and have some success here yet again. DZ was able to find some solid play, if memory serves me correctly, last we went onto this site as well. So we're going to be looking for that same thing once more. See if they can tie us back up one more time at a 5-all scoreline. And Mady looking to get in the way of that. Their early round play has been increasing in strength, in my opinion, ever since we got into this half. Whereas DarkZero, well, they initially started things off well, have had some struggles here with inserting themselves, especially on that initial clear attempt. They've been good at making up for the trades when they try to push themselves directly for the site. And of course, been able to already gain some positioning at the cost of their own teammates. But if they can clean that up a little bit, we'll be in a much better spot to more cleanly take these rounds and maybe still retake the scoreline to win out the map. And of course, it was the 1-1 tie. Away from that, though, spawn has been made. DarkZero on their way to the building here now. Hey, still with a few tricks to potentially deploy against this initial clear attempt. So let's see if they're going to be just as effective as the previous few rounds.
Animal. What a grab from Gavini. And onto the biggest operator, Kino. Kino. What were we doing here, son? He was on top of it. They took a timeout, and Iconic said, run out of passport. I want them all dead. I want everyone gone.
Castled and everything as well, obviously with a rotate to go into the... over here.
And then he laughed maniacally on. That's what he did. Ridiculous. I cannot believe that Kino took the Solus and was like, you know what? I don't want to play this round.
I'm just going to go for it and see what happens.
Oh, man.
And he got a pretty quick answer to that. And the answer is he died. No more Kino for this round.
Well, it was either him or me. Come on.
It's not like you could have delayed that play for like 2 minutes or anything like that, but he's gonna... Still, it's caused some hesitation on DZ as they've taken up initial positions themselves, but didn't necessarily feel the confidence to push Pamba or anyone else forward until this point. Pamba has the read on that lower east stairs player, by the way. You can see that player getting hot ping now as well. Trying to force them to panic, and indeed they will miss the play from NJR as he comes in from the top side of those east stairs, knocks out Gomez, and now NJR hits the deck, but that makes his position immovable. Unfortunately, Gavini is able to trade out for one more, but his life is lost to the insight play from Diaz as it now goes to the 2v3. M80 have already recovered from this 2v3 once on a prior round in this half, so that's going to cause some worries for DZ that they can only bring it down to that.
I think the scariest thing, and it gets worse. That's the last active drone that they have.
Yep, true.
That's the last one. And DarkZero is really at their best when they have active information. It looks like they have some solid drone placements. I do believe Gavini is going to be piloting one of those. It's the one at the top of square, but both of these M80 players could just play in sight anyways, and they know for a fact that the site is dry when it comes to active info from DZ. They will at least be able to break up a lot of the floorboards, and this is a crucial time achieved. We'll take down Spoit, a lot of damage. Diaz, can you get it done? He can't. Canadian will shut him down, and DarkZero will claim the round.
He's just a little bit too quick there on the strike against Diaz, so DZ is able to recover, prevents the disaster of a few rounds back, and does successfully convert the 3v2 this time. Locks in a 5-5 tie. One more time here. If either team is able to convert the next 2 rounds directly, they will win the map, but otherwise at a 1-1 trade, overtime will be triggered for the first time in this series. It was M80 domination on map number 1 as they took it 7-2, but now they're having to find themselves working a little bit harder to win their very own map pick. So hopefully predicates a bit of a longer series here now that DZ has awoken and found their footing on a more familiar map to themselves. I believe that will continue to be the case, at least to some extent, as we go deeper and deeper into the series as well, but there are still some troubling ones for both teams here. We can see either one of these squads end up topping it out, taking the qualification slot at Gamers8, along with the lion's share of our charitable donation prize pool here today. Away from that, though, rotation for M80 is going to take itself upstairs into Archives for round number 11. They'll try to lock in the first of those 2 consecutive needed rounds now up here.
Usual criminals that we see from M80 when it comes to this lineup. See if it works out. But DarkZero more than likely have a read as to what's going on. Just a slight adjustment from what we had seen before with the castle barricade strategy. So this is going to be even more open for DarkZero when it comes to the angles that they can abuse. means M80 will probably be a little bit more active on their play here, and that's exactly what we're seeing out of Spoit, as he is tempted, but NJR, oh, he's just singing his siren song, isn't he? He baits him in and delivers. Spoit down. DarkZero, well, they're way up.
DarkZero continuing to look more and more promising to follow this through. Take ultimate control over border to quickly equalize out the series. Still a bit of a ways to go in that regard, though, even on the inside of this round. She's going to see if he can pre-place this drone up on top. A little bit tricky to get this jump. There we go. That'll give them some great intel down below into office. That player may have seen the drone out of the corner of their eye, and it looks like that may very well be the case, as Gomez is now leaving that area. However, as I correct myself, there is a second player on the inside of this one, too. Kino looks like he's playing inside of here. He's not going to be able to immediately catch on to things. There we go. Spotted it now, though, so knows the intel is still flowing in quite freshly, and will have his wits about them. Hopefully for this nade, too, but oh, what a bank from Achieve. Goes right on top of Kino. Scores some points there for sure. Gomez strikes back against that, at least keeps the numbers at a palatable situation. Still -1 for M80, but at least that causes some hesitance on DZ's clear, considering that they still have a player up on the roof that obviously can't really directly help with this. And oh, now they're going to be even as Gomez just goes for a wild, unpredictable swing. Didn't even kill the drone sitting right next to him there to try and pick up the pieces. His teammate has unfortunately gone back out for another peek himself, and Gomez thought he would have been safe tucked around that corner right there. Nearly probably was as well, just off by a pixel or two, so he is knocked down because of that. Now finished by NJR. Diaz is all that remains here, but you might be noticing something very important sitting in front of Diaz, excuse me, on the floor right here. He's got the case, and now he's got the potential to clutch this one back out, but Panba is going to shut those chances down. He takes him out instead, and it's DZ up on map point because of it.
Cool, calm, and collected for DarkZero as they're constantly wrapping the cage around M80's setup. But past that, really the frag grenades, the star of the show for DarkZero. 2 huge kills coming from those that you're really able to springboard off of and make the round a heck of a lot easier for themselves. Now, with that in mind, though, only one more round separates them from victory, and tying things up in map count 1-1. Might be opposite day here, as both of these teams have an opportunity to have taken each other's maps. M80, though, feeling as though the run back on Armory is the key to triggering overtime on our second map here.
Still that possibility to save the day, of course. Really have to try and find better footing inside of really every facet of the round. M80 have come close quite a few times, but they're either falling behind in that early round and then continuing to do so throughout the rest of it as they try to make up for it. Or unfortunately giving up an earlier advantage they maintain inside of the late round execute. Was winning outnumbered fights earlier on in the half, but now cannot seem to put it together. As DZ once again has now closed down on 2 rounds straight, both to tie it up and to take the lead back. And may very well be pushing one more in their favor to win the game outright. M80 should certainly have the capability to stop this, but it's all going to be up to them now. DarkZero are spawned out, so there'll be a little bit of hesitance when it comes to M80's positions as they wait to see what the initial festivities are going to be deployed by DZ. You can see them immediately booming out some of the barricades over by Archives and East Main, just to open up their options, of course. But the rest of the team is being held back over by the west side of things. They still need to pop open a few rotation points first before they even think about trying to take further map control. It's going to be Pamba to move in off of some of those openings here. You can see the counter angles being worked against him. He's got a trick of his own, though. The nade going back up on top. It's going to be a little bit late, unfortunately. The player that was targeted by on the other side has since rotated through to 90 pretty late into that one, and Canadian will give out that intel now as we actually see that player rotating right back in through the actual doorway just by breakthrough.
Solid drone work from DarkZero, but they can't deliver on it this time around. It'll be DS instead that picks off NJR. Iconic still holding on to security as well for some time. Has a nice read on the break room door. DarkZero still awaiting a rotation out of M80 to see if they can potentially get their first pick off the back of that. Nothing really coming to DarkZero easy for this round. About halfway through here. Back to the drone game. Vini has to try and at least set up the push for DZ. So we're looking to see if they can dislodge any of the M80 players over near break room.
Big nade hit against Spoit as well, and now captured by Gavini. Beautifully done to snapshot him just before he works his way into the relative safety of the office. He's going to take up a different position over by the balcony to see if there'll be a repeat attempt, and there's certainly one brewing. As you can see, another office player just waiting right around the corner. Chief going to try and go for his second nade toss now, but the angle's a little bit off. It will actually do a bit of damage to Iconic, and that'll cause him to shuffle once again. DZ have gotten 2 kills after forcing rotations from their nade plays now. And that may very well set them up for outright victory here if the one trade against NJR was not enough for M80 to set up their site defense. With that said, DZ once again pushing the timer down pretty low, and while their attacks have been a bit faster paced so far in this map, it's looking like once again they're going to be relying on the good old 10 to 20 second execute to try and make this one pan out. We're going to have to hope that the last few moments have been heavy on the drone intel. Only half of them have been depleted, so there's plenty in excess. Not to mention, of course, they brought a Twitch. They get a bonus 2 drones as well. An opportunity to entry shown for Panba, and he takes it. One more down in the site. Leaves him alive as well to bait out another one, and it'll work out. A triple on the round for Panba. And they get the job done here now to lock down map number 2 in their own favor and tie up the series at 1-1. It's DarkZero, that's our victory here, 7-5.
No matter what M80 trying to do on border, DarkZero maintain their pace and maintain their stride, really, not really getting off of their own tone. And that's what I really like. They kind of marched to the beat of their own drum and were able to make it work on border, a map that was actually M80's choice as well. So very well done to them.
Match the pacing of M80's play to a decent extent as well. They're getting aggressive when the need arose for it, just to make sure that M80 wasn't getting away with as much as we saw back on the first map of Skyscraper. Either way, that closes out map number 2. Plenty more action still to come, ladies and gentlemen. A quick break, and then when we come back, our analysis will get you guys ready for map number 3.
Every day, it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Did you know that 80% of a human's brain is developed by age 3? That's such a narrow period of time which will have lifelong consequences. Not only on one child, but whole societies, the whole world. That's why we chose UNICEF at Gamers Without Borders, because they are there for children every step of the way. From early childhood until they enjoy their rights to health, education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right thing and the smart thing to do, and you can join us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Jesse, I think that DarkZero were listening to us, and now it feels really awkward. But I'm up here in a spaceship, and they can't get to me, so it's okay. Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. 2 maps down in this NA Grand Final, and we are all tied up. That was a very different DarkZero, wasn't it, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, it was a close game. I thought DarkZero definitely showed up, played well. We had a lot of back and forth rounds coming through at the start of this. I thought that we saw Gavin starting off really, really well, very much hitting his shots to start things off. I thought we saw Spoit also battling back, having some great rounds. I thought even Achieved really did have some very impactful moments. His nades were really, really good this game. But, I mean, we're looking at the stats. For me, the MVP of this map is not on the stats board because it's the guy on M80's bench that called attack timeout when they're up 5-4 and let DZ get 3 rounds in a row uncontested.
That is exactly what I was going to talk about, you know, the well-timed timeout for DarkZero. And you know what, Jacob, I don't think we see enough timeouts used. You know, even throughout this broadcast, throughout the past 4 days that we've been doing this here at Gamers Without Borders, I feel like it's vital to give breathing room or to kill your opponent's momentum on the map. So why not use everything that's on offer to you?
I mean, that timeout specifically is actually an M80 classic. That's a Bodega classic. He did that back on XSET with this roster, trying to use it when he realized there was something specific that a team was doing that he thought his guys could exploit. So even if they were up, which is basically what happened here, he decided, let's use the timeout. Let's try to adapt to what these guys are doing quickly because we have an advantage, and then we can win a map based on that. It completely backfired here because DarkZero shut down Spoit completely. I was making a comment like, oh, Spoit looks like he's having a lot of fun. He's everywhere around on defense. He's unleashed. Suddenly, that timeout gets taken, and he doesn't get a single kill for those last 3 rounds that enabled DarkZero to come back in this game. So whatever Bodega and M80's plan was in this game, throw it out the window because it backfired utterly.
Speaking of going back to square one, I feel like, you know, Jesse, they've both lost their map picks. So now we're kind of, it's all square now. That's it. We're back to 0-0 effectively in your mind, or 1-1. It doesn't matter whichever way you look at it. So what has to be done from here on out? Let's say that M80 want to gather that momentum and put it back on them. Like, what do they have to adapt to do against this DarkZero team?
Well, I mean, it's basically a best of 3 now. So you've gotten the map picks out of the way. They didn't go exactly how I expected them to. But yeah, as you said, we're here now. I think momentum is an important factor. I think when we get to the second picks in the best of 5, the team that shows the map is less vital than when you get your first pick because you've had so many bans. It's already, we're at the 4th round because you go ban pick. So there are a lot of maps out of the way at this point. It's going to be a pretty even map for both squads. It is Bank coming up next, if I am correct. And, this has been a pretty strong map from both teams. DarkZero 2 for 2 on the year for M80. I believe it's a win and a loss through stage 1 and then a Copenhagen tough loss to NIP. So we'll see through this one. I definitely think that DarkZero will have a bit of an edge coming into it. I think NJR loves this map. On the defense, he can pop off some crazy clutches, but yeah, time will tell.
We've got our head-to-head graphic ready for you to see which 2 players came here to play today, and they need to keep this momentum up if either of their teams are going to continue persevering through this best of 5. Jacob, I want you to take us through the statistics, tell us what we're missing, tell us who's really putting it up. NJR's got some great stats.
Yeah, which is normally how NJR plays. I think he didn't really show up and have a great performance in Copenhagen, and I think yesterday he didn't need to show up because that was mostly what Gavin was doing. DS Lucas, this is to find him in a 90% cost rating is just par for the course for DS Lucas. I love the fact that he's continuing to perform like this, and for NJR to have it to find a little bit to find his form, it was really only a matter of time until he had a chart-topping game like this, and it was still really, really close. I don't even think for anybody on either team, based on the previous scoreboard, that they had a crazy difference between how many kills and deaths they had. It might have been like 3 or 4 either way. So it really genuinely was a super close game, especially with how often it came down to a 1vx scenario for somebody in some form. So if we see stats that are deadlocked like this for the rest of the series, we will go to map 5. We will have a ridiculously long 10 map day overall. But I don't know, man. It's looking really, really interesting. I still stand by thinking that if we will have a map 4, so that Clubhouse actually might be where DarkZero really, really pull ahead if they can win on back here.
Yeah, do you feel like M80 kind of need to pull something out of the bag in this next map? Were they lacking anything? Was any individuals lacking anything there, Jesse?
I mean, I think last map was kind of streaky. I really don't think that it was too big of a problem. I think Jacob hit the nail on the head. Like after that TAC timeout, Spoit getting shut down was kind of the big problem where things started to fall apart towards the end of it. I think the bigger thing is just like refocus. You're onto a new map now. You're going to Bank, which both of these teams played yesterday. So there's a VOD footage coming through from there. DarkZero, if you remember, that's where Gavin dropped 19 kills in one map. So you've got to shut down Gavin. You cannot let him have a performance like that. And for M80, I thought that when they played it against West Garfield Park, I thought it was a strong map for Iconic. Again, that's where he really thrived in the roam clear, coming through with that Dokkaebi play. So I think making sure you shut down those aggressive roamers ahead of time, making sure that your roam clear is as strong as it was yesterday is going to be super important for M80. But as far as last map goes, I don't think there's any big red flags you got to worry about. Just don't take any more TAC timeouts like that, please.
In our last analyst segment, we were really, really heavily leaning towards M80. And DarkZero weren't even getting a look in. We were extremely one-sided. Now, it's level pegging. You basically said it yourself, Jesse. We're at a best of 3 now. Jacob, what are you saying now? You're going to say 3-1.
Well, 3-1. Well, I mean, yeah, that's on the cards for either team. But I still definitely believe that because M80 picked Club and we're playing Club as map 4, then the way that this map goes is going to be determined about map 5 more than anything else. If DarkZero win here, they're the team that I'm looking at to probably pull a 3-1 out of the hat because I really don't know how Clubhouse is going to go. So M80 need to win this map pretty badly, especially considering they were so close to doing it on border. They're right there. They're on the cusp of knocking it out. So just win on Bank and then don't worry about map 5. Come on, boys.
Okay, M80 have to come out swinging to regain some sort of momentum. So let's head over to Blue and Stokes so they can take us into map 3 of the NA final.
Thanks very much. It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for that third pivotal map. Who will take the initial match point of this series and set themselves up, let themselves breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief as they work their way throughout the rest of the series. It appears like this one could be a long one. DarkZero working their way through M80's own map pick and bringing it back from the brink now to tie us up at 1-1. Let's get into our third map to see who can take the advantage. Like I was saying before, towards our first map, the deeper DarkZero are able to get into this series, the better things tend to look for them and the more controllable these maps become. Bank is up on the docket next. Stokes, what do you make of M80's odds to potentially swing back themselves now to take this as we got the bands rolling, of course?
Well, it is Canadian on bank, so I don't really have an answer for you. I think anything could happen, really. I'm obviously going to give a slight advantage over to DZ, but both of these teams have put it on full display just how neck and neck they really are. So we'll see if that continues on here on bank. I definitely think it will, and the bands looking as though they are going to stick around from what we're used to seeing as well. So I don't expect too much, honestly, to change in, the story of what we've had so far in between these two teams. So I think it's going to be neck and neck, but I do think DZ is more than likely going to take this in either max regulation or overtime. We'll just have to see what time has in store for us.
Basement site first for DarkZero. It makes perfect sense, obviously. We've got a pretty defender-sided lineup here, too. Not a lot of necessarily pointed aggression going to be coming out in those first and second floor rows because of what they brought to the table here. Canadian will be the one, probably maybe two exceptions to that, depending on what we want to see out of Panva as well. But either way, once again, a lot of delay and intel in the site is what they're trying to build up for themselves, and that's especially so when we look at Gavini on the Echo as well. Possibility for him to play out aggressively in Garage and counter some of that initial pressure from M80. M80 may not necessarily need to use that route all that much. They're not going for like the Osa take or anything right here. They've got as well a pretty typical way to approach things when it comes to the basement assault. They do have a few wrinkles of their own, mainly in the form of that Capital to potentially block out some of the retake pressure if they try to force the plant against DarkZero's own hold on the other side of security.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Secondary hard utility built up for Gomez, or rather Kino, as well as Spoit. Be making sure these hatches get open for M80. We'll see if they go for the full clear to start us off. Have a lot of soft destruction in order to assist with that. The Sledge and the Buck especially going to be able to break up a lot of the floorboards down to the second level. Vision charges along for Iconic as well, just in case somebody does get picked off. Plenty of hard breach on top of that too with DS. So making sure, guaranteeing for the most part, that all of the areas that they want to try and open up will be guaranteed. No real way for DarkZero to slow it down in the first place, minus killing somebody. They're gonna have some roam committed here as Pambazoo will be over near the kitchen side. It's gonna be the Goyo sticking around for now. Nitro Cell out, but nobody home for it. Not even Iconic's drone going to get tagged off, so DarkZero miss at least their first check on the list.
Still slow build up here from M80 because of that uncertainty, especially when it comes to the open area clear. But certainty is the play now from Iconic. Now he's got the hot ping to boost his advance forward. Knocks out Panba. He's still on the hunt for a potential second or third member of the team coming back for revenge, though. And Canadian is going to find that member, but it'll be Kino coming down the main stairs instead of a retake from the open area. Canadian now's kill number 2 is going to be found here. They keep trying to challenge him in individual 1v1s, and he keeps winning them. So that's all the more power going over to DarkZero because of that one. These now retake the player advantage. The initial pick from Iconic has made a moot point because of the 2 trades from Canadian.
On top of his game and looking to take this first round handedly for DarkZero. And they do have control over the office space now, though, so they'll be able to get open the hatches in open area. DarkZero, I mean, playing this one pretty close to the chest downstairs, awaiting M80's arrival. Still have the hard destruction in Spoit's pocket, but a majority of that's already taken care of. I do believe he's looking around for some potential cams or something along those lines. I don't know if he's looking for the yokais or what have you, but either way, a little searching along the bookshelf. M80 not looking to immediately try and jump into the abyss, seeing if there's still a few potentialities they can work out, and they'll at least get Canadian, but not before Achieve takes down Iconic with that nice Nitro Cell. Another great fight here from Spoit as Achieve tries to trade things back on the main stairs. Goes into a 2 versus 2 with very minimal time. DS does have an opportunity to put this plant down, but he's going to have to push deep for it. Past this last smoke nade of NJR, Spoit will get taken down. He might as well just go for the kill. He knows he's on the backside of the van. Very minimal time. Navini will take down Diaz, and DarkZero by the skin of their teeth will make it out with the very first round.
It's that deep echo cut that unfortunately comes back to haunt M80 at the end of the day. Never really even being given access to that player, unfortunately, because they ignored Garage mostly for their execute. And ignoring things as well, like this position from Canadian, is what ultimately ended up costing M80 the round for themselves. A great effort from Spoit specifically to try and bring it back as he picks up 3 of the entry kills into the eventual basement. Taken is the only one that allows a plant to be even a remote possibility, but still, it's not enough, unfortunately. DarkZero control the opening round instead, and they move right along to their open area hold. These early aggressive players like Canadian are going to have their day in the sun even more so here with the natural extensions that'll come from this site defense, such as the expected upstairs play we should get in areas like Archives, Tellers, and then eventually upstairs into the CEO and Janitor areas too.
Gomez rotating operators like church clothes right now. Trying to see what he wants to wear. Looks like he's going to end up on IQ. Flash blitz there just for a split second, but it doesn't seem like M80 wants to keep that one around, and in fact they won't. Iconic will bring in Twitch as well, and majority of Twitch players nowadays playing the 417 over the F2. So much recoil in that F2 nowadays in comparison. The 417, well, that thing just does so much damage, so it's a strong grab for a lot of people that end up playing that op. What a find here from Iconic as well, as he'll get rid of at least one of the Goyo canisters right off rip. Deals a little bit of damage to Gavini as well.
Slow and composed opener yet again from M80. Make sure they don't trip up in this style of play. DarkZero have grown that little bit more of a confidence over the first 2 maps. They're starting to find their own capability to get a bit more aggressive here. Panda will be hotspotted, unfortunately, by Twitch drones, so he'll have to fall back relatively quickly from the 3rd floor. Advance is already made for himself. Goes down to the 1st floor. Steezy going to try to play this extension completely horizontally. First minute's already been burned away, too, so in terms of time wasted, they've done more than enough from that 2nd floor spot. Can waste out the 2nd minute, of course, over in Archives, and then play out the final 60 seconds in the site itself. I do believe that is the kind of state of play that DZ is looking to execute upon here over the remaining 2 minutes. And M80 moving uncharacteristically slow right now, trying to get in the way of this one. Achieved, potentially being put into a hot position himself. He's losing all the top-down disadvantage that he would have to play against here. That's being opened, of course, by the Buck, and immediately it's going to be found as well. Achieved, tempts fate, sticks around, hoping he can find timing to use that nitro cell, or his gun, of course, but ultimately comes back to bite him, so he'll become the first victim in this round instead.
We've seen this play out in similar circumstances before, but it always seems as though DarkZero was able to stand tall on their defense. Although M80 started to build this case, aren't they? Another frag grenade here for Spoit. He knows where one is. Won't get close enough to Pam, though. Pam, well, he'll turn it back on him, won't he? He'll take down Spoit.
Just an alarm.
Oh, so very unfortunate. Gomez, no real chance to recoup here either. This timer starting to eat at M80.
40 seconds to go. M80 don't seem to have a clear path forward to get into the site as of yet, but they may find it anyway. Kano, a 2nd kill on the round, being a real menace on these top-down angles right now. Been so long since he found his first kill. DarkZero may have honestly forgot about it, but he's been maintaining the same exact position ever since he found that opening kill. However, he will now be countered out directly by Gavini, who makes his own forward play here and stops the harassment from upstairs. Gavini is just going to continue to take this place as well. Iconic finally changing up the fate for things on M80 a little bit, but E2 has only got a limited amount of gas in the tank. It's ultimately brought to a 1v1 with 10 seconds to go. Canadian now going to get pressured for it. The swing is in, and it's successful this time from Diaz as M80 fire back to take their own round.
1-1 in between these 2 squads after M80 get the ball rolling on this offense into open area. Some highlight moments from Pambazoo, but it was really the M80 show at the end of the day as they were able to bully their way into the site. No need to even try and get that plant down. Executive Lounge and CEO Office up next for DarkZero. Zilla send to the sky, try and defend the top floor. This one requiring a little heavy lifting, especially when it comes to the hallway and top square. Might see some competition around Spiral or the red stairs over in lobby as well. You do tend to see a couple of people trying to play around Laxing or the elevator at the far end at the top of E3. The panel's getting reinforced by NJR at the moment.
As far as DarkZero's setup here, pretty heavy on the intel play yet again, as well as just kind of countering out the attacker's advance. It's a minimal amount of utility mitigation here, as they just have the magnets from Gavini. Other than that, they want to scope what's going on in the site with Canadians' cams. Panba will give them hopefully a few more aggressive peaks to work against the take attempts. And then Achieved is going to be put into the hot zone, of course, on that Warden. And Jer maybe feeling something similar, of course, once he's been able to throw out those 2 electric claws. But we'll see at least one of those mirror window angles being used, at least now on the inside of Janitor, kind of the more straightforward of the two. Gonna peek more than likely at where Panda has set up that second one later on in the round. Away from that though, and getting their first spot and what the actual setup is gonna start to look like. Tries to steal away one of these Evil Eyes and will indeed do it. So that'll be some good intel. Immediately scopes over to it. Oh no! And they didn't even notice it as well here. So pops the eye open to open up the mirror window. That's the entire J setup gonna be vulnerable now just off of one piece of utility. Beautifully done here. Gavin finally realizes what he needs to do and impacts out his own team's Evil Eye there.
Now off the board now for M80. Doing a lot of this work from the windows of lobby. Have a few bodies over on the other end for now. Trying to hold things down inside of stock, but both of his Selmas are going to end up getting eaten up by some of my discs. A lot of the cams gone here for the first portion of the round 2. We're going to lose another one off rip, so only 4 drones to try and gather as much information in the last half of the round. Now, Iconic does still have a few of those Brava drones as well, so I'll at least be able to fill the gap just a tad bit. But nothing to strike on just yet here from M80, as they will continue to dwindle drone count. That one just skipping by the laser before it gets tagged out.
Yeah, not gonna let the second Evil Eye also get taken out by a Brava drone. As you can see, the pretty hard counter that comes in there as Brava against the Maestro hold. So all the intel they would have been gaining on the inside, Janitor is now gone, and they can't even really safely hold the angle. With that said, though, M80 just doesn't seem to have the confidence to make this play forward just yet here. There's good reason why. A lot of very strong positions. They don't really have a secondary angle to properly approach this with just yet. They try to pop out against it, and while they lose the first fight, now we'll see Gomez successfully insert himself to top spiral for only one trade achieved. Goes peekaboo right into his face, though. Converts that right back under the control of DZ. The threat's temporarily gone, as now Diaz just takes the very same place of his now dead teammate and picks up another kill aside from that one. Wasn't expecting such an immediate retake of that top spiral position. That may very well be the thing that throws DZ off their game enough to lose it. Panba, though, with good timing on his own personal peak, catches the repel spin from Spoit, turns away around the Brava play against him as he uses that open mirror window to find it. But now he'll be alone, as his only other teammate has been traded out. Diaz finds one final kill as well. Diaz has been a monster in these late round situations and does it yet again here with 2 more kills to close out the round.
This little drone work there from M80 to discover the last remaining member of DarkZero sitting in the corner of CEO. M80 able to get a lot of the big pickups off the initial engagements that they took onto the site. The info game initially working pretty well for them, as they had quite a few crosses coming in from those lobby windows, but it was really the physical engagements that we saw once they got towards the site that really were the change of fate for M80 in that one, especially as we saw the Capital will swing into checkers and make some big sweeping changes to what the outcome would be for round 3. So job well done. It's round 4 right around the corner. DarkZero not feeling as though that top floor defense was something that they can build upon. So instead, they're going to head back downstairs after that unlocks itself past round 3.
10 seconds to insertion.
Tense moment for DarkZero, having lost their edge. Things were seeming promising, and the rounds that were lost were relatively close. Even that last one there, but M80 being able to squeak by for a second consecutive time, going to make things a bit more tense here on the defensive camp as they try to control yet again their second basement defense here. It would be the only site they've locked away so far. Won it in a 1v1 as well. Not going to be able to necessarily rely on the fact that Gavani will be kept in the side pocket of the site towards the end of the round as well to try and win it out. And Manny will be well aware of that potential play condition. Iconic's going to panic a little bit here, just some bad timing as he sends his Twitch drone in directly on top of what I believe is NJR. And as a result, we'll lose said drone. One of the 2 pieces of the utility is gone. It's not necessarily the reason you tend to bring this operator. It is more so now, of course, the nerfs to the F2, but still, plenty of other things that Iconic can contribute to inside of this round, even if those Twitch drones are going to have minimal effect.
Well, things clear in admin. Really going on inside of Tellers. Archives clear. He's kind of chilling right now for M80. They'll finally be able to discover someone in kitchen. It's going to be the Goyo Pambazoo. Off on his own island now as he's claimed this land. Staked his flag and now trying to fend M80 off. This is his, but Dino, well, I guess it's his now, as he'll take control of it, kick over that flag and plant his own. M80, full control of the 2 floors now, just looking to try and descend into the basement and see if they can deal with DarkZero's remaining members. I don't think Canadian's got the timing on that. In fact, he doesn't. Hey, I mean, he's still committed to it. No, every once in a while, those will work out, but just unfortunate for him there. Now M80 with a good opportunity to see if they can potentially take round 4.
Not really with anything else he could have realistically thrown the claw on at that point in the round anyway, I think. So not too much wasted utility at the end of the day. Slow play still from M80 to try and work themselves into positioning downstairs. Canadian's like, okay, cool, the claws are gone. That means it's time to swing. And he works himself halfway up the main stairs there. A bit of a pre-fire too, but nothing comes from it. Something has drawn out at least one of the toxic babes from our smoke playing in the red hall position. It's going to draw the attention of Canadian momentarily as well, but I do believe it's still preserved for M80. They're not trying to throw themselves at this just yet. They need a few more seconds of prep time to get to that point, and Canadian has finally overstayed his welcome there on that main stairs lurk. He goes down, and one more on top of that as well here. Canadian finally just now finished off. That's after Achieved also traded out Iconic on the advance forward. Achieved now trying to make his own big play. The Nitro in, his teammate backs away, but no, the Nitro looks like he got shot. Gomez with the drop and spin after he takes down Achieved. Gavini to trade one out, but now he's got to commit. It's the opposite situation of the previous play here. Now he has to retake. He can no longer sit in the safety of garage and won't even have it to play from Spoit. Gives him a nice skeleton key to the face, and it's an M80 round on the revenge tour down in basement.
So solid on the offense so far from M80 is throughout history, DarkZero has really been the most scary on bank when it comes to their defenses, but as of now, M80 standing the test of time. They've gotten 3 rounds on their offense. Things only get easier when the coin flips, at least from what it seems like in between these two. DarkZero, though, with still a lot to be said. It doesn't mean they're out of the race just yet. And, I mean, still a team that is quite dominant when it comes to their offensive side as well. So it doesn't mean that they can't try and pull this back across the line. They are just definitely making it harder on themselves.
DarkZero, another potential difficult map for them here being played on bank. They're failing to find their footing. Everyone except for Gavini, of course, doing all right there at 5-3 still. And that's been a continuing storyline even from yesterday's games as well. He's been on a heater here the past 2 days of competition and is looking to continue that reputation into this final as well. A little quiet on map number 1, but he's certainly coming to play in a big way on maps 2, and now even bigger here as he's getting himself warmed up, it seems, on our 3rd map. We need to see potentially someone else on the team step up to that challenge as well here. And overall, DZ come together in a bit more of a cohesive fashion as M80 certainly dictating the state of play so far here for their attacking half of bank. Going to look to continue that interesting lineup to start for the attacking side. We got to wait a few minutes as DarkZero have gone for the Teller's hold, which may have not been an expected choice for M80, so we're starting to see some shifts. And unfortunately, those shifts mean that the operator lineup is starting to become a bit less interesting to talk about. So may not end up having a whole lot to discuss anyway.
We have Bravo, though, and Bravo does cool stuff, so we can talk about that, I guess.
We just saw that, in fact, against the upstairs hold a few rounds back, how it just completely countered the janitor hold right from the get-go. Snuck in there, no one was watching that evil eye. They steal the evil eye, pop open a mirror window, and boom, there you go. Doesn't even matter if that drone takes the other 2 pieces of utility at that point. I'd say it's worth the trade in itself.
Absolutely. Even just getting the evil eye, it's, you know, dang near worth its weight in gold. The difference there, so see if M80 can get away with something so dastardly again with these drones. It'll be Iconic piloting them as he looks to try and deal with stock. Tosses out one of them, probably looking for top square, see if he can get back into janitor, see if the situation goes with similar circumstances. The Frost, oh, they'll find at least the first one. So Iconic will have to try again later on. I won't try it again immediately, as Amazoo will probably just immediately dispatch that one as well, just like Achieve does with this drone. Some soft paneling for M80 to play with actually on the top of squares. I'll begin opening that up, so could be dangerous waters starting to come to Achieve shores here soon. And speaking of, oh my goodness, look at this drone count. One active, one in the pocket. We've been here for a minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, what's your down there? Oh my God, they're down to 1. I mean, obviously they still have the Bravo drones. I think that counts as an extra one, but
that's only one. I kind of got one of those. There's 2 active drones in the whole map right now.
That is not good for M80. Hope that this is a one and done clear.
This man goes, that is not good.
I mean, yeah, there's still half the round to go. How are you going to clear? You don't have any map control yet, as far as I can see anyway. And you have no real, like, executes being built up as well. This is going to be very awkward for them to try and work, but still should hopefully give them something off of the drones.
But it's going to work.
It's working. All right. I'll shut up now. It's good.
Oh, my God.
3 kills, no trades. I'm okay with the current situation. So as long as that now lack of drone count doesn't get in the way and allows, like, Canadian to sneak up the stairs here and give us a crazy, like, flank or something like that, then we should be all good. And those drones hopefully went to a good cause.
They burned the Church of Rainbow Six down just for one fundamental, and that is play together. They played together, and they've made this work. That is just... wow, what a round from M80. That's all I have to say.
Hold on,
even though DarkZero still has an opportunity, and even if they do take this round, I'm still impressed.
Hold on, though.
From both ends. I'm not even lying, man. The round 5, we're gonna be talking about this for a long time. This is something else.
Who's got that drone? Let's use it.
Oh my god. Yeah, DS, get it in there. Let's see if we can find some info. Canadian is the most busted guy to have any op that gives you free info. You give him a solace, you give him a pulse, he'll give you the world. And I think he's going to do it again here. He's found him. Is he dead? I think he's dead. He isn't dead. Kino gets it off. The crossbeam. The crossbeam saves his life. NJR will get 1. That's the stairs player. Does Diaz have the cover?
It's not a pretty angle for me. He's going to have to swing beepers in order to stop a counter defuse, but they're going to swing him first. NJR down. Diaz will back up. Respect needs to be given because of that one. Flash as well to try and prompt the blind on the player on cross, but he's too late for it. Rez not going to be coming in just as of yet here. Canadian going for it now, though, and he's going to get him for the looks of things. Nope. Hopped off it. It was a bait attempt to bring him over. It hasn't really worked. Diaz now with the cross. They know he's there. Only finishes off the Maestro, though. The ping from Canadian. Not going to be enough as Diaz holds the line yet again for the final kills as M80 just barely squeaks by on that round.
So round 6.
Like, a few more drones might have made that a bit more straightforward for M8. That was the main point we were getting at there with the low drone count.
I just want to know why they decided to put every single drone they had into a mulcher. Like, that was...
Yes. To be fair, it led to a pretty decent execute onto the upstairs position. But again, that goes back to the point of like, okay, but what about the downstairs players? Like, you couldn't have kept like one more? Like, really?
I'm just going to put this out there, and then we'll move on to round 6. What about the remaining minute and 50 seconds of the round? That's really it. But listen, it works out for M80 because of what we touched on. They played that together, really didn't panic. They knew the general vicinity in which DarkZero are going to be playing these things because guess what, guys? They're professional players at the end of the day. And you can only play so many spots that make sense. You get what I'm saying? So there isn't too much prediction work that they really have to have at the end of the day. And M80, I mean, they just have that dog in it when it comes to gunfights. So I'm not even worried about it when it comes to that front. And they show it yet again, especially for Diaz here on Bank. He has been lighting the world on fire. 7-1-1. M80 put another round in the bag, looking to steal Bank away from DarkZero. Seemingly no one can win their map choices here today.
Certainly struggling in that respect. Maybe they traded choices or something. They wanted to mix it up. Like you said, it's opposite day or something like that. So maybe they just gave each other their band selections before we went into it, and then they just flipped it to throw us all off. Who knows? But either way, things are going swimmingly for M80 here on map number 3 as they look to take the first match point of this series. Still a bit of a ways to go, of course. 3 more rounds needed at this juncture. Could become 2, however. only 1/3 of the next half if they're able to close out on this round as well. Drone presence is being drained pretty quickly, although not at the rate it was of the last round. However, it does seem as though M80 have enough to at least make their first bid forward here. Spoit moving into top square, watching out for the player in Archives. There is one on the inside of it for DZ. But not going to be able to get that player to peek just yet. It will be Canadian, though, so more than likely, unless he's adjusted his kind of role for this round, he'll peek it eventually. It's just about finding the right time. But does Spoit have the patience to wait that long? That is now the more important question.
the ultimatum. Spoit's patience. He's a young gunner too. I mean, the ADHD probably just flowing through his veins. He's more patient than me. I would have already moved.
Yeah,
I was already getting angsty. I was already like, why are you sitting still, Spoit? Oh,
there's something in my brain is like telling him to move right now. I don't know what it is.
I mean, but this is really Rainbow Six Siege just at its core. It's just like you are gonna sit here and you're gonna stare at this door and this window for a minute and a half, and then eventually DarkZero is gonna rotate through there, and that's when you strike.
Problem right now is M80 have not been super active on other parts of the map that may have prompted Canadian to like take the bait on this peak and the angle work that Spoit is holding at the moment. But yeah, like I said, only just now are we starting to see M80 like,
super smart
hatchwork. That's going to be going.
It didn't work. I don't think it did.
Too far away. Yeah.
Oh man.
Canadian as well strikes. Oh no, and he gets Spoit. It works out. Like I said, he was eventually going to jump at the right time, and he apparently found the perfect time. Nearly gets a nitro kill there as well. Chucks it out above him, but finally Kino gets the exchange against him. It's a little bit of revenge for that damage on the Gomez too. Iconic has also found a very much needed entry in the site against Panba, but only limited time to go here, and more than likely not a perfect drone on the interior of the site achieved. NJR, Gavini, all getting involved for DZ's sake here. It's a 2v1 for Gomez, the dying moments of the round, but only about 2 seconds left. Not enough control to make this work. The round's gonna end on timer, and DZ will take it for a 4-2 scoreline off their defensive half.
Hard fought for them in this last round as M80 seemingly had it with a lot of the initial picks, but it's the site players for DarkZero that press back against it, especially for the engagements that we saw going down inside of Small Office. Strong round from them. Locker CCTV as M80 will be switching things up, switching sides after the 6th round marker has been hit. So we headed back downstairs for their very first round to see if it's successful here of the Warden in play as well as Castle. So expecting some roam game here from DS and M80.
Either way, 3 rounds to go for M80. Half of the remaining regulation rounds are theirs, and they can take the 2-1 lead in the series. DarkZero, though, looking to battle back a bit more, see if they can exercise the same amount of control, especially when it came to the early round game, as M80 were able to capture back on the first map, of course, which is playing the most similarly to this one here. Will be a difficult task, as M80 was able to get away with a lot, especially Iconic inside of that game. Now, Iconic's been a little bit more hit or miss when it comes to this map specifically, but the second half, as usual, could always reignite some greater individual possibilities. We'll have to see if he can find that ground to stand on alongside some of the advances that pretty much the entirety of this team has been making. The real star of the show obviously has been Diaz, the kind of late round warrior here. I think he's picked up like 2 to 3 rounds where he's been like the sole player cleaning things up, getting like 2 to 3 entry kills to win the round on each one of those in order to win out those rounds for M80, but still, either way, I see plenty more of that out of them here in the second half as well.
Oh, Kino.
Unfortunate.
I thought he had it. I thought he managed the front of it, but he didn't. He's going to want that one back, John. That's only 40 seconds off the clock. The first Rotero that rolls in, you let it get the shield.
Like, he's pretty much got a...
Oh, Canadian, you son of a... Yeah. Oh, bro. Man, I almost had to finish it there, John. Oh, what is he doing? He's in. He's ready. This is scary. He's so deep right now. He's in Gold Vault.
Great positioning, too. Time to see here as he tries to work this position. No one taking the bait on it, a peek against him just yet. They know how safe a Gold Vault hold is, and he's not even going to be alone here. Obviously, Panba with him. Panba's got the angle work to take out Gomez with a nade. So very quickly, we're starting to destabilize that inner sight setup here. It's not enough to make the outright play forward just yet, but like I said, Pyjamas and Canadian, they're safe here. M80 can't really make a play against them at the moment. It's too tight of a chokehold here, and as you're going to see, Spoit walks his way through the doorway, right into the waiting arms of Canadian. Pyjamas cuts off a flank, it looks like from the other side of the vault, in through the main doorway. Beautiful play from DZ, and it's basically been a 2v5 up until this point. They haven't even needed any help from their teammates. Now they're going to come in, obviously, because the odds shift so heavily into the attacker's favor. Kino fends off the first player and should be in good positioning to potentially get a second. Iconic as well, though, striking for the other end of it. Means that M80, despite the odds playing against them, are still holding on to these positions strongly. And that's why we haven't seen Pyjamas, along with, of course, Canadian, play things forward. Canadian now, of course, finally being countered out. So it's just Pyjamas holding that back angle. Kino patiently waiting for the repick. The Pyjamas may go for it any moment here as well, but Kino definitely in the hot seat, as he's got to watch out for a potential sight push at any moment as well, having fallen back from what was previously a blue stair spot. Pyjamas completely rotates out of the vault as well, takes that locker's control, but as you're going to see, Case is down in red hall. They tried to move Canadian with it over towards the site, thought it was a bit further back, and Pyjamas might have had control over it instead, but that wasn't the case. And now Pyjamas even on the ground. This is turned against them in a bit of a rough way here. Iconic still going to have to close it down, though, as the only other member of the team, Kino, was eliminated. 10 seconds to go, and Iconic with very minimal room to play with, but he does have eyes on the Case pickup spot. Missed the opportunity to shut down that very same pickup, though, and DZ very cautiously recover off of that very interesting attack they used to get themselves in the sight between Pyjamas and Canadian.
That's what I was touching on when I was talking about Canadian and the creativity of DarkZero. They can really get things going, and especially when you're more than willing to make an aggressive play like a Selma hatch drop, then you're more than likely going to be able to catch somebody off guard. M80 ready for the standard line in that round, but DarkZero obviously thinking a couple chess moves ahead. It works swimmingly for them. Round 7 nicely in their back pocket now. Round 8 probably going to be a little bit different than what we saw there. I don't think they're going to have nearly the same circumstances to try and go for Selma drop into the basement. M80 going to be holding onto the mid floor now, so have open area to deal with.
Game's getting tense here as DarkZero slowly works their way back into it now. Successful initial attacking round. It's going to cause some second guessing on M80's defensive strategy, but they go to arguably where their own play style should theoretically work out the best, just due to the amount of room they'll have to play with going up even to the bitter end of the round. It's open area they'll rotate into for their second defense. Hopefully won't be able to be tripped up by a heads-up move that DarkZero would try to make as well here. Caught them once on the basement hold. May not be able to deploy something similar yet again in order to steal away the open area site, because it takes a bit more map control to work as a full attacking roster here. Even M80, as you can see, still setting things up, as we're now 30 seconds into DarkZero having been spawned in. So thankfully wrapping that up nice and quick. Spoit will now set himself up for play on the inside of the first floor elevators.
DarkZero might have the answer to this, though. You do a bang-up job of droning things out early, and they do have somebody in the area to try and dislodge him from elevator position. NJR will apply a few X-Kairos right to the lone office wall and continue to try and play things out upside down on the rappel from a distance. Nobody trying to give up the goods, though, just yet. I don't even know if he ended up getting that wall there, or if Spoit ended up breaking them off, or what have you. Really looked like there was a break in that for the at least first part. No, ended up just shooting them off. That's actually a soft panel there instead of being reinforced. So at the end of the day, any DZ member can just spam through that if they do want some visibility.
Once again, very slow and measured approach, as you might come to expect at this point from DZ. They continue to wait for the first perfect opportunity to snap those aggressive jaws shut onto one of the waiting members of M80. M80, thankfully, for their own sake, kept themselves quite composed out of these first 2 minutes. Not really trying to get in the face of DZ, giving over a lot more respect than we saw previously after what they dished out on that first basement attack. Certainly trying to stay in as default of a position as possible so as not to suddenly have a heads-up play get the better of them. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the round, Panba makes a play through the beepers over here by Tellers. Will be, of course, prompted to the members of the defense. They immediately fire back, but it's a limited angle for both sides. Neither one really able to mark any serious damage, but at least Panba takes the Teller's control itself. However, time is getting low here, so where's the rest of this pinch going to come from? Spoit is at least trying to make something work on the inside of security as he realizes that there's a player already bottom blue ready to peek him. Whether or not he'll be able to back up successfully. Gavini finally does go for the peek, but it's way too late. It's missed the, oh no, Panba! Okay, thankfully he left a little bit more of a fuse on that one. That would have been a last-minute throw. Could have very easily killed himself right there, but lucked out by the timing of his throw. There's an opportunity, though, to pick up an actual kill, and it'll be prompted behind another teammate as well. NGR goes for 2. Panba gets a personal second for 4 overall. Dead on M80. Diaz is all that's left, but Diaz has been so clutch on the inside of this game. He's going to look to try and close it down. The sidearm kill against Panba 2, but it's not enough. He's locked into a corner with no hard paneling to play behind, so DZ will eventually be able to battle him out, and they take yet another round on this attack because of it.
What else would you expect but on both of these teams being at the exact same scoreline throughout all of these games? Not a single one of these squads has been able to make a measurable lead. Everything has been just something another squad could simply walk away with. Well, looks like we'll have a very similar circumstance befalling us here on Bank. Round 9 now in between these two. M80 are going to head back downstairs because they have to get a successful defense here soon. Things are starting to look a little dire, especially with how solid DZ has seemed on offense. Looking as though this is going to be yet another successful round for them if they have anything to say about it. M80 is going to have some extended holds going on, though, with these castle barricades now being brought by Diaz. They'll lock things down inside of kitchen as well as open area. Have some hatch play to go into this, too. So we'll see how long they can hold on to this strategy before they're forced to peel back this layer.
M80 going to be kind of betting that DarkZero don't bring anything crazy like that hot hatch drop we saw out of Canadian in the last round. More than likely correct. Look at this as well. The the motion detector strat to play into the garage here will allow for that player to pay a bit closer attention to the actual stairs push if DarkZero do end up going for that, while still having the audio cue for the potential late garage push. Nicely played there. Will hopefully prompt for a bit more of a successful hold for Diaz, or whoever's going to be the player backed into there. That does mean, of course, that the Echo is not going to be brought into this one, as we were seeing DarkZero do on their own personal holds. So that'll have some limitations into the late round play. Spoit does see this drone working kind of towards him, so we'll back away into the elevator just for safety. Gavini with the good countered angle. No one on M80, unfortunately. That player, at least at the top of blue, does not have the confidence to swing forward and make the direct play. So just a lot of players at close odds with each other, just a swing or two away from their respective opponent, but no one actually willing to commit to that fight at this early phase. Spoit finally getting that drone, scouting him out completely. He knew it was coming eventually. Creates a rotate back over to the front lobby office if he needs to take it. And trying to keep eyes as to where the push might be coming from. No actual phones to be found out here, but Diaz is going to take some of the floor away from below. Pressure building indeed for Spoit, but thankfully releasing a little bit of it by opening up that rotation hatch and now allowing Spoit to escape into the depths of the site set up here about halfway into the round.
Deconstruction of Bank will continue as the hatch play will also start to bring in new light. That frag grenade not cooked well enough, and also the ankle from Spoit not really working out for him either, as he'll only tag up Pambazoo on the marble stairs. Adian trying to assist with the info game now as the drone will more than likely be pitched in through the hatch, and it will. Seemingly aware there could be some M80 players around, but nobody quick to the trigger when it comes to Iconic's rotation in towards the red hallway. M80 actually do have quite a few veins of this defense still active, especially with Kino, even though his has been a little more disconnected than the others. Everybody else still connected to the main host, but Kino, he's got that cross in behind him now. NJR playing the hatch, but that doesn't mean that he can't continue to hold on to this. Smoke grenades out. NJR knows he has to make a move. He waits for him on the top door. Canadian with the plan. M80 have to get something done. Canadian already practically done with this now. This will get placed on the ground, and M80 will get ran through. Well, the mincer. Be a nice little pasta salad of the entirety of M80 as DarkZero makes mincemeat out of them. And then into round 9, or rather round 10 with round 9 in the back pocket. That'll be the lead at 5-4.
While the advantage built up at halftime for M80 is not going to be enough as they switch over to the defensive end of things. Started 4-2, now down 5-4 as DZ start out the second half with 3 successful attacking rounds in their own regard. Just 2 more to go now. The map will be theirs, and it'll be them instead that take the edge here along with the initial map point, or match point, that is, of the series. M80 as well, just sticking on to these true and tried sites. 2 attempts back downstairs in the basement, and now 2 attempts in open area for them. Neither have worked out so far. DarkZero about to potentially go 2 for 2 on both of those plays, but M80 don't seem to have another site to fall back on. The second floor, especially in the NA meta, has a huge number of issues with it where teams sometimes just outright avoid it. And the same can be said for Tellers. It's a bit of a like, yeah, I guess we'll play. A lot like the first floor sites on Oregon, basically, where they go do it mainly because it's the only option, not really because it's one they want to take.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
All the looks that M80 have been providing for us so far in their defensive end, but it's been a puzzle that DarkZero has had no problem solving. M80 not able to get the man advantage that we usually see them procure and really benefit from, is seems to be their favorite advantage to try and garner. Time, yes, sure, that's one thing, but that man count, man, can they get some stuff done with that? Mizzou's going to be droning things out here for lobby. Discovers at least that things are soft on this side. He'll continue on. Red grenade for the top floor. Don't think it's going to land on much. He'll work his way right through the barbed wire. Nobody here, nobody home. Mizzou will continue trucking along. Does have some assistance from the ace upstairs of Gavini. Nobody from M80 around to really stall their process as they continue to take control of Bank.
Like you said, no one from M80 really getting in the way of this clear pressure that DZ have been able to slowly spread out across the map on all 3 of the attacking rounds so far. M80 trying to keep any pressure they are building towards very close to the chest, maybe just a 5-second or so rotate away from the actual site. Not taking any huge risks here whatsoever, but the problem is that's very much the play style from M80, is risk-taking, having that forward stance, trying to get in the way of the play setup from their opponents, and that's in large part what won them at least one map of this series. No longer playing into that is going to have some serious issues in allowing DZ to set up their own game style, potentially execute those very clean fashions we've been seeing before. Bit of a tough duel here for Panva, going up against Spoit inside of the elevator. Spoit just refusing to play this in a direct way, but still giving over the slightly more HP from the actual duel here. Eventually ends up backing away down the hatch. Panva, as well as Spoit, sit right around 50 HP as it'll be an mostly even duel, but ultimately, of course, we do see the DZ member give up positioning. Iconic, though, spawning out quite a bit on the Solus, so see if we can action off of that one as NJR actually grabs the rest of the damage onto Spoil. Oh, and nearly gets a second headshot there too against Iconic.
I haven't seen too many X-Kairos in the Solus vision before, so it's a little wonky to see all those things pop up at once. Pambazoo, okay, DarkZero all over the board, and yeah, you said it, not exactly one that he should have won, but he does anyways, and that's really what matters at the end of the day. DarkZero ahead in the man count, ahead in the round count, and looking to get that penultimate point as well as they'll swing through. A nice trade, and 2 bodies fall for the M80 side. It's a 1 versus 3. Case in the hand of Gavini. We'll start the plant now. The angle's being held upstairs. Gomez has to try and deliver on this, but it's practically impossible. Amazing angles being held from DarkZero as they will quickly get onto this penultimate point through this last round and at least have this extended lead by 2 rounds to have an opportunity to close things out.
Preparation, as usual, on the actual site attack from DarkZero is way too strong and eventually reduced down to that 1v3, whereas we saw, I believe it was Gomez inside of the clutch for M80, just could not find a winning kill, no matter how he tried to play that out there. Held the angle against the hatch. No hatch play whatsoever, looks away, and about 2 seconds later, the player at the hatch finally moves in, drops right on his face, and I think does about 80% of the damage to take him down there. Beautifully done, as usual, by DarkZero on the attack. Now, one more round to go, and this map will be theirs, and a potential 2-1 lead with it. M80, what's your response? How do you get in the way of this playmaking? In my opinion, the passive holds near the site, even these kind of bunker setups they've gone for by the elevator and the tier 1 of the main stairs is really not working out too well. DarkZero is still being allowed to prepare and plan around that. That's what you need to change up here. Mess up that playmaking, mess up that setup that DarkZero always loves to go for. But it'll be hard to do, as M80 have once again returned to the basement, so M80 overall will have limited aggressive options because of that.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Back to what we'd seen from M80 on their previous defense of the basement. It's going to be an extended hold into the open area space. Seeing if they can use these castle barricades to lock things up and make some of the angle work a little bit more difficult for DarkZero, at least initially, before they break it down with some of their own soft destruction. Do you have some grenades for that? A couple of breaching charges, so no downrange access, minus the frags. So it might be a little bit more difficult, at least initially here for them. Bambazu will swing into the bottom of square. They do have one in blue. That's going to be Kino on the smoke. DarkZero mostly looking to try and wrap themselves around the area here as being held by M80 over inside of open area. We already have a breach for this. Availability here for the Buck to open things up on the back end of small office as well. There's a castle barricade on the other end of this, so they'll have ease of access to the hatch with no real chance for much to go on if they do choose to keep that castle barricade up. Just if somebody wanted to blow it up, but Gavini will open that up instead as they're looking to try and take this fight, and why not? Iconic already with so much damage onto him. M80 looking to respond in kind, as you can see the Jaeger starting to try and work his way up the stairwell.
I do like what we're getting out of M80 right now. Like I said before, don't let DarkZero get comfortable. Don't let them set up in the way that they want to. Force them to play from unfamiliar or unplanned positions and make mistakes naturally come out because of that one. That's how M80 are going to be able to win and close out these rounds and potentially come back into this map, and I think they've realized it. Just trying to play to the unexpected pace once again. Still keeping players up near the top of blue. I believe we still have 1 or 2 players roaming around main stairs as well. Gavini will still be able to pop open these hatches. That should calm the blue pressure down. To see what type of setup that player has waiting on the inside of it. If there's a shield, then maybe some ADSs or something of the like. And oh, there definitely is. This player is going to stick around for a bit longer. This is going to be Kino looking to waste out even more time here. Should be able to do it. The Goyo can probably won't waste out a huge amount of time since they have the hatch open. They can just kind of disregard the stairs entirely and drop down there. Well, that burns itself away. Especially considering that Achieved is going to have the secondary swing from Dirt pretty soon here, too. They've got the pinch lined up against Kino. Now they just need to execute upon it here, but with 30 seconds to go, this is going to eat up a healthy amount of time trying to take him down. Achieved thought he had a moment of opportunity play here. Unfortunately doesn't, and has now revealed himself. But the phone call goes out to try and prompt, and he re-peeks further up that staircase and let his other teammates close the gap on this one. But Iconic holds the line for the first defense, but he's immediately going to get traded by Gavini. Spoit picks up the next one here with the Nitro. Utility starting to boil out for the defense. Gavini has worked himself in on that back vault position yet again, so going to try to work that, but there's a much earlier flank against that coming forward, but Gavini has still struck true. Another kill has gone his way. He's opened up the plant avenue as well. Panba throwing it down, but with Gavini dead, the retake options are open for the defense, but no, they get it down on the ground. However, Panba is smited out by Gomez here. One more tap from Achieved, and he deals with the counter pressure, but Diaz, once again, always ace in the clutch here, immediately gets the headshot from Achieved. Does not leave any room open for Gomez to get picked, and with that, M80 survive. One more round to go, and they'll trigger OT.
Still a super scary round from DarkZero, all things considered. They were knocking on the door of victory. M80 are able to pull it right back across the line just at the tail end, but a little scary nonetheless. M80 are going to take their time out now as Only one round necessary to try and guarantee OT. I love the tone that M80 set initially, especially with how they were able to peel back the layers and kind of keep themselves alive, forcing DarkZero into their execute, especially with the delay that Kino had going on over in stairs. Even though things didn't really work out for him at the end of the day, the amount of time sink that Achieved had there was pretty incredible. So well done from him. Hopefully M80 can use this timeout to its fullest advantage, guarantee this overtime for themselves as they're looking to take this map and try and gather an advantage, see if they can potentially be the team to shut this out in 4 maps.
Pause will end. And now it's time to see, as the pause yielded enough results for M80, can they bring this to bear one final time? Once again, it's confirmed, by the way. They're going to play out this entire half just in open area and basement. They never once are going to touch tellers or the second floor holds here. So that's giving you a picture for how kind of hard-headed M80 are in their strategies right now. Could be a sign of them being a bit more limited with their kind of prep for this map, too. But we won't read too heavily into that. These sites were never locked away from them to force them onto another one. So we can't judge that too harshly when they have better options available, at least in their own personal playbook's opinion, which I would generally agree with that sentiment, as they still have open room as an option. So they'll play into that one final time, and we'll see if DarkZero can go 3 for 3 to attack this one and shut it down in what would be a second 7-5 victory, I do believe, for them so far in this series.
5 seconds left.
Absolutely correct. 7-5's bountiful here today. It seems DarkZero will look to reclaim that fame inside of this round. Out the gates now. Canadian 6 and 10, but it's had some big moments inside of this game thus far. Potentially a few on the horizon here too. We manning the logic bombs for this round is going to be looking to try and get control of this top floor. Going to be an open area defense here for M80, and as we know, this top floor plays pretty handedly into a situation like that. DarkZero with a lot of verticality available to try and break open with the lineup that they've brought, especially for Achieved and his more iconic characters as well. M80 will try and do their damnedest to defend this top floor. It's going to be up to Pambazoo to try and dislodge them.
Panba immediately sounding the alarms as he reaches the top of the staircase. Shouldn't be too big of an issue for him. We'll shoot that out to prevent it from being sounded again if he tries to back away and rotate around towards the elevator, even down the stairs. But still, the sound has gone out. Defenders are very well aware of the fact that he's up here hiding around Banana, maybe further than that somewhere, so they're going to try and set their angles up to counter him. And oh, okay. Panba gets a very awkward spin against Iconic, and indeed picks him up for free there. Spoint is also going to fall to NJR elsewhere on the map. This is not the start of the round that M80 would have wanted. And they pretty much have to go into complete aggressive hibernation here now, or at least that's what you would assume they would do. However, Gomez is going to subvert the expectations. He'll make the very forward play, tries to knock out one of these players, but no. Gavini once again as successful as ever here in the series today at 11-7, matching the energy from 2 other members of his team. Panba and NJR both also at 11 kills here. Takes down another crucial member of the M80 roster, bringing it all into Kino and Diaz here to clutch a 2v5 to trigger overtime and prevent a DarkZero match point from going up onto the board here. We'll see. Now that they have been thrown into the 2v5, they're probably going to get a little wild with their movement and just overall play style here. They don't really have anything else to cling on to. Sitting in the site trying to trade off of each other is just more than likely not going to work with the way DarkZero executes. So I do agree with the more aggressive leaning stance that they're currently trying to go for. Smart from Diaz as well, not to immediately shoot out that drone as it's currently inactive. No one on DarkZero is looking at it. As you can see from the lights are off on it. So he doesn't shoot it away immediately in case he wanted to rotate through there and potentially go past the drone's vision pane, which would leave a gap in the intel from DZ. Either way, though, DZ's still able to execute cleanly here as now Kino's fallen and Diaz right after that. It's a flawless round from DarkZero as they lock in map 3, complete the comeback, and now take the lead in the series after dropping the first map. They're up 2-1 over their opponents now.
Well, DarkZero, not the strongest defenses, but they definitely made up for it on offense. And I think you could say that about both of these teams when it came to Bank. Definitely an offensive showcase in between these two teams, and a more successful offense from DarkZero is once again really just playing into their favor. Really like what we saw inside of that last round as well, with that fantastic play from the Nook. Getting in upstairs, getting those picks, especially with the paired pick that we saw come out from DZ there as well. Just absolutely fantastic. But luckily enough, we still have a lot of action to be had. We just got an analyst desk first. We're going to send you to a quick break. They'll be right back with Map 4.
UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all of these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We have crossed the halfway mark here at our NA final at Gamers Without Borders. DarkZero have the advantage, and M80 need to figure out what is missing if they're going to re-enter the chat. Jacob, this is a crucial moment for M80, okay? They can't lose another map. The pressure is on. What do?
It's weird to figure out what to do, right? Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong, it looked like the way that DarkZero were playing this one looked like the way that Gavini and DZ were playing against Beast Coast yesterday. So many kills coming at the very, very end of an attacking round, even if DarkZero take a long time to suss out what's happening on the M80 defensive setup, and then suddenly it's just kill after kill after kill in quick succession, and there's almost nothing that M80 can do about it. Like, this looks like DZ from last night.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you're coming in from M80's point of view. You know, they really have been trying to get some attacks going there. They really didn't find a whole lot after that first half. They got a ton of great rounds at the start of that game. But then the second half, I mean, we saw Spoit disappear. He won a gunfight in round number 5. That was the last time that we saw him. He didn't win a single gunfight from round 6 all the way to the end of the game in round number 12. He did get a C4 kill, but that's not a gunfight, so technically I'm correct. It's tough when your star player disappears from the server like that. And it felt like way too often on defense, he was getting killed as the opening death, or he was dying in sight, wandering around, not being aware of what was going on with the push coming from DarkZero. So that's a tough one from M80. Twice in a row where your star player, Spoit, starts off pretty hot, having a big impact, and then towards the end of the game just falls off the map.
We talked a lot about DarkZero's kind of formulaic setup, 1, 2, 3, go. But you know what? As much as we've criticized it, yesterday they've smashed it out of the park, and today it's working. So you can't knock it if it's working, Jacob.
Definitely can't knock it. I feel like the best part about it was we saw how it works against a myriad of different opponent styles. If it's working against Beast Coast and M80, then very clearly there's something to this. The big thing for me was M80 felt like they weren't getting very aggressive on roams. They opted not to take gunfights very early. They decided to hang back, and if they were trying to get aggressive, it was more to do pot shot damage and just try to get someone to stay in one position before they fell back. The problem is that then leaves a lot of M80 players all congested on a bomb site at the same time, and that's easy pickings for DarkZero actually make that push. So clearly, DZ have figured out how to push when every one of the every member of the defense is on site, and then get kill after kill after kill to make it a really, really quick squeeze. Guys like Panbazoo felt like this was where they were really, really waking up. It took a while for them to get there, but it's finally happening. Gab is right there in the middle of everything. Canadian is where he should be on the scoreboard. Everyone else is doing much better from a statistical point of view. This is the kind of DarkZero that we needed to see, and for their sake, I'm happy that we're seeing it, even if it took a couple of maps to really get going.
Yeah, the cogs are turning now, you know, the energy is starting to raise, but like we've already mentioned, M80 can't afford to make any mistakes from here on out. You said that they've hunkered down, they've waited, they tried to dictate the pace of play, maybe a little bit too much by hanging back, and that allowed DarkZero to apply some pressure. Ollie said yesterday, actually, during the stream, do the basics, do them well, and you win rounds. I'm guessing that's just kind of what their basics are, with DarkZero. Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, it really did feel like M80 were giving him a lot of space. I felt like the third quarter we went in through that, we were seeing M80 often fall back to site, playing full anchor strats. They weren't trying to get aggressive, which is weird. That's not what you want to see from M80. You know, iconic on bank. I have so many memories of him just roaming around, getting into aggressive fights. Spoits as well. Like, this is what the guy does. When you force them to play passive, when you make them hunker down instead of the basement, you're not setting them up for success. So it felt really bad from M80 towards that second half of that game. DarkZero, of course, you're not trying to take it away from them either. They do so well when they're given that time to set up. When you're not messing with DarkZero early, when you're letting them execute their game plan, they're such an incredible team. And I think that's exactly what we saw here on Bank today.
Aggression, M80. Aggression. You got this in the next one, right? Anyway, we have an honorable mention, I have to say, because Diaz was just a vital asset throughout, especially, I would say, the first half. Now, Jesse, I think we have a clip that's loaded up for you to talk us through because he had some incredible plays.
Yeah, well, he's an incredible player. 3 separate 1v1s that he finds himself in. He doesn't win them all. First one's on round number 1 where he finds himself here, and it's tough to start things off. He's got very little time. This is played very well by Gaveni. Just runs all the way back inside of Garage, hides behind the truck. Really well done by Gavin. It's a close one. But then the very next round, Diaz finds some revenge. And this from Canadian is a tough one. He doesn't really have the space to run away. He could impact the hatch and fall back. Don't know if he just didn't think of that or if he didn't feel like it was the right call. There was a lot of time on that clock still, so he maybe could have let Diaz plant. Tough decision there. But then we get into a different situation in round number 5, where now it's not about the defense running away, and it's not about the defense potentially, you know, falling back and playing with that time. Now, instead, we actually have Diaz who can do that exact same thing. So you'll see the kit go down. This is a 2v2. It looks very good. Canadian just barely missing. The bar's going the wrong way. He tries to set himself up, but can't find the angle. The bar, again, so tough. But then watch what happens when we fall back into this 1v1. It's great play from NJ to find that first frag. And then he's going to go down here. And Diaz is going to do a really important frag here. Technically, it's a 1v2, but it's also a 1v1. So inside of open area, finds the initial swing onto NJR. No quick trade from Canadian, maybe a bit early from NJ. Then Canadian sneaks on in, and Canadian's gonna make the call to try to pick up his teammate here. He's sort of leaving it for now. He doesn't want to get on kit. He doesn't want to, you know, go for the swing. Little indecisive. Finally decides to pick up NJ, and he's gonna full commit to it, but that leaves Diaz time to sprint forward, get one kill, get the second as well. So nice to see Diaz falling back there, and I 100% agree. The silver lining, you know, the honorable mention, the good try from M80, because he really did put up a fantastic game today. Just unfortunate he couldn't really replicate that success when they moved on to defense.
Yeah, showing some appreciation on a job well done with our two players going head-to-head. NJR putting up some decent numbers as well. I got to say, though, an even spread for the most part across the board in terms of scores, maybe aside from Diaz. Jacob, I feel like DarkZero are starting to really come together as a team, something that they were lacking in Map 1.
Definitely. I'm liking what we're seeing from DZ, especially when you have a really bad map 1. You've got the space to make that kind of course correction in a best of 5. Some really good experienced teams will do that in a best of 3. DarkZero have already shown all they needed was 2 maps. If this was a best of 3, this thing would have been over already and DZ would have been the ones going to G8. But instead, M80 still have a shot. I just don't know how confident I am about what their Clubhouse play is going to look like after seeing what we've seen from them on these previous 2 maps. DarkZero might be able to channel some of that Oregon from yesterday into Club, but Club is a map that tests your fundamentals to a really extreme degree. So if that kind of timing from DarkZero is going to be the norm, and we're pretty sure it will be when they execute in the last 20 seconds after waiting and spending as much time droning and getting these early kills as possible, then we'll see whether that will work out for DZ on a map like Club, because that punishes you if you can't get that execute set up correctly.
Well, lucky for you, we're doing map-to-map predictions. So, Jesse, let's kick off with you. Does it go the distance? Do they close it out right here, right now? DarkZero are looking strong.
Listen, right now, my hockey team is playing against Blues hockey team, and it will potentially eliminate my team from the NHL playoffs. So I'm kind of hoping that we can get through this one a little bit quicker. That means it's not going to happen. That means we're going all the way to 5. We're going to get all the way, I think. So yeah, I'm expecting M80 to pull this one back. We'll win Club, and I'll miss the game.
Okay, what about yourself, Jacob?
I would go for the really cruel route and say, yeah, we'll go to 5 maps just because you need as little sleep as possible for whatever you're doing tomorrow, Banks. But I don't also mind being a turncoat in cases like this. So just for everyone else's sake, let's go for DarkZero. Let's get a little bit of an upset going here. I'll switch sides. I don't care.
He did it for the viewers, guys. He did it for all of you. All right, map 4 is calling. Can DarkZero close it out right here, right now? Or are we going to go the distance? Let's go over to Blue and Stokes. Let's go into map number 4, please.
That is now the big question, ladies and gentlemen. If DarkZero can get it done here and now, we'll be finding out over the next 45 minutes or so whether that can be the case. M80 has shown already, of course, looking back at map number 1, that they as well have the capability to shut down these maps and do so in quite the convincing fashion. The most one-sided scoreline so far of the series has gone to M80, but it has not been the state of play past that point. DarkZero reverse sweeping that scoreline and now looking to pull off the outright shutdown against M80 themselves in 3-1 fashion. Let's see if they can get it done as we go in to our next map.
So Blue, you're leading 4-2 at the end of the second. How you feeling about that? You feeling good? You feeling like the third periods?
Game, yeah?
Of course.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
I'm really happy because I have no dog in this race in the playoffs, and like usually I do because I'm a Blackhawks fan, but this year we tanked and then we got Connor Bedard. So it's like, things worked out for me, man. I mean, hey, you know, sometimes you just sell off the legacy players and you just do other things and it works out. But hey, we're into map 4 now, and hopefully the third period, we'll see what happens. We'll see if Jesse cries as he literally cannot watch the game as he's watching M80 and DarkZero. But the ban phase so far for Clubhouse making a heck of a lot of sense. I love the Dokkaebi ban here especially. That's really what I wanted to highlight. The Ying ban, everything else. I hope that you guys have been watching Siege recently. All that stuff right along the lines of what we've been saying. But the Dokkaebi ban, that has been a lot of coordination from what we've seen from DZ. It's one of like the core operators that they really enjoy running. So definitely a really smart spot ban for M80 moving into Clubhouse here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many.
Let's find out if it's all going to work out for DarkZero. They also get the defensive start here. So in terms of the setup, in my opinion, at least going into this matchup, things really could not look any better for DZ here. They have the defensive start where they can dictate the state of play. If they want to roam out on these rounds and slow down the pacing from M80, they can certainly do so. If they want to sit back, play nice and tight in the site, just bunker things out, which will be pretty appropriate considering we're on basement, they have that power as well here. It's all about just executing upon it in the right way and preventing M80 from setting up for success in their own regard. And if they can follow that through over the next 6 rounds, of course, lead like 4-2, 5-1, something like that again, they'll be in a very safe position, in my opinion, to end things here 3-1 in their favor. We'll have to wait and see how this first round goes, see how M80 look to subvert that and make DarkZero as uncomfortable as possible on this defensive end of it, and maybe pick up that share of rounds for themselves. But in terms of what they've brought to the table, it's nothing too fancy, just the usual set of Thatcher as well as Hibana to quickly knock out all the hatches. Ghana, of course, to be the usual front-running aggressive player. The Buck to open things up around that kitchen hatch and anywhere else where they feel they may need the top downs, and Kino sets them up once they get down to the site.
Now, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of Yana for this game just because Dokkaebi is going to be pretty sore loss. Likely decent amount of Thatcher play as well, as Doke usually is able to fill in that gap with those secondary EMPs. Gee, with a nice little play here. I've been seeing a lot of the Yokai play recently around these drone holes. Been loving it that people have been getting a little bit more creative with these things. A bit more aggressive with them as well. M80 working on these couple of floors. DarkZero playing this one in a full turtle. Everybody going to be downstairs as they'll just be flicking through default cams to see what's going on in the mid-floor.
Only a minute in, so still plenty of time for M80 to shape up. And considering the DarkZero are not playing aggressively really at all, M80 have pretty much the entirety of the full 3 minutes here to try and set up their play appropriately. Canadian going for the late electrical toss here onto the church wall. Now that they realize that's probably going to be the spot to place it. In the first attempt to try and pop open things here on the kitchen hatch, also going to go through. Once again, don't believe there's much room for interruption to come in. We don't have any impacts on the defense anyway, so impossible to trick that one out. It is going to be open without any interruption. M80, that'll pretty much complete the set here. They've got the next minute and 10 seconds to actually work their entry. It looks like Diaz may be moving out here to try and quickly pop open Dirt Tunnel, but Achieved should be able to realize that now and maybe directly counter it depending on how forward the rest of M80 wants to be with this blue pressure or their actual push into the site, wherever it may end up being.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
There's some time for M80 to work this. Not a lot of room for error, though, is there? Some frag grenades out from Spoit. Still feeling confident in this. Lots of drones still to be had, too, but two of them already going to be lost. A third to NJR as well, so he'll start to get overwhelmed, but Warden can just eat these flashes all day. It doesn't matter to him. The goggles will keep it done. NJR able to take down one. Gomez, well, he's able to plant. Oh, no, he gets off. He cancels it the last second. He didn't trust the Overwatch. Another one will go down, though. This round still looking palpable. M80
coming in big here.
Able to confirm, so dangerous. Gomez, he'll finally get it done. Achieve rotates in, downs one at range. This shotgun, you've seen it time and time again. It's the same one that Habana has. Nice little 180 DS, Lucas. Little 365 to that.
Is it just me, or did everyone realize? I think it's the Supernova, right? That's on that operator right there. Is it just me, or has everyone only just now realized that gun works in the past, like, 3 to 4 weeks?
Okay, it might be that, to be fair. I haven't been here in the last 3 to 4 weeks, so I really wouldn't know, John.
It's only since the major that we've been seeing, like, everyone pick this thing up.
I think it's this. The gun has always been kind of a meme, but the thing about Siege with the shotguns is ever since they nerfed the shotguns, like, centuries ago, like when semi-autos were mad busted, right? The pump shotguns have always been super broken, the primaries at least, right? Even the ITA, that shotgun still feels pretty good. But this one in particular, I can't remember the name right now because I haven't played the dang character in forever. But the shotgun that both the Japanese characters bring is fantastic. So, like, I honestly don't think it's all that troll. And to be real, it works really, really well on Habana, given the circumstances of her kit. You got the Berry 9 secondary. You're a hard breacher. You have stuns as a secondary usually as well. So you can kind of set yourself up and kind of get, you know, those closer engagements built up for yourself. Honestly, I think it's a fantastic addition to her kit, and I think that people just through scrims and kind of having some more of those moments where they're like, hey, let's just try something fresh and new, have realized that it's not as troll as it seems, and they're more and more willing to bring it because of it.
It is the Supernova, by the way, just to confirm that. I looked it up.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Nomenclature was incorrect, so that is also going to be the same shotgun that we see the Gara hook operator bring to the table, too, and that's another area we've been seeing it used quite a bit. Fast opening of the primary platform wall here for M80, but it's not going to lead them directly into the site, as obviously we are playing over in gym from the looks of things at the moment, so DarkZero still with a bit more work to do in that department, or a bit more work that they can prevent, I guess it is, as they're on the defensive side. Unsuccessful at stopping it in the first round as M80 sneak their way through with all that free prep time they had to get ready for the basement descent. And now we'll look to do something similar here upstairs, but DarkZero will be a little bit more in the way as it was this time, as you can already see with the pressure extending out from both construction and with the wall they've opened up as well into cash.
Pamazoo, lots of pressure in on him.
Big play.
Huge cross here from Pam. He'll be able to get one. Takes out Iconic. Has another one, but also an addition down below at the bottom of the stairwell. Gomez will be able to take him off. That'll be yet another nice pickup for M80. 4-4 right now in between the two. Able to at least snare in some utility. A little bit of map control under their belt. And that kill. First minute and 30. So it'll end up losing that Rotero drone, which could have been a key and pivotal piece going into the later portion of this. Have to try and push off of this, though, now. Spoil will try this over again.
Would have been a nice steal if the player down in bar was able to complete the set against Gomez there. That is most of the XQ utility this team is bringing to bear. That would have been gone entirely. Gomez still alive and well. Has used out the first of his incendiary bolts already, with the micro smoke still yet to be used. Now throwing out that second one. Kino, primed, ready to go by the windows, though, is going to be able to catch out Achieved, and even if he wasn't ready for the shot, had another teammate that could pull it off as well. There is a lurking issue down below through that hatch going over into billiards. I thought to be careful if they try to go into the gym window. Still 30 seconds. That's plenty of time in siege terms here. Cavani, nice cut as well. Spoit thought the angle would not have worked out in his favor, but he makes it happen anyway. And now NJR tucking himself away into this corner. I think he may have had to hold the S key to stay in that spot. He is able to take out at least one player. Diaz trades it back into his favor, but now, oh, look at this. Canadian, free denial onto the plant, and he's even going to wait it out to draw the timer down even lower. Beautifully done. Has to back away to give some respect over, so that will give a chance for the case pickup to reposition itself, or at least it should. Diaz, are you going to go for it? No, the timer is unfortunately going to run out instead. And Canadian's patience pays off here as he is able to win it out of the impatience of that player from M80 trying to go for the kill instead. Timer expires and our defenders pick up the round.
Perfect timing from him, and really unfortunate for M80 as they try to slam that case down on the mattress. But obviously ill-advised, is probably wanted to play it a little bit closer to where the other player was, maybe waits or something along those lines, but you still have to try and deal with the hatch in there as well. So especially with the lack of information on Canadian, more than feasible for them to try and place that there. Just sad circumstances that they didn't exactly have the cross covered. So 30 seconds remaining here for M80, or rather DarkZero, to get things set up in the basement as they'll try again. That's what M80 was able to deliver on the first basement offense that we saw.
DarkZero back into it, and like Stokes said, a retry of the basement hold now. Things go a little bit better for them this time. I believe the mirror will be a new incorporation. I don't think they had it back in round number 1. So we'll see what those extra angles will potentially give over in the way of being able to fight back a bit more directly against some of the early contentions that M80 are going to fight for. Oh yeah, that definitely should be a new addition here. We're going to set up the mirror window directly to counter out a moto push, which is what M80 used on the last attack as well here. So we're going for some hard counter adjustments, assuming M80 are going to approach the same way. But obviously M80 have a few adjustments they can approach towards here for this site. For those who don't watch Siege all that often, Clubhouse is a very played out map, and that most players are going to be aware of a few very base set of strategies to attack every single site because it's been the pool for so long, and this is certainly one of those where M80 should have some alternate routes to work their way down here once they realize the amount of disruption that's going to be placed over by Moto.
M80 will begin processing the top floor. Drones in. Nobody home for DarkZero. Once again, they'll be dedicating themselves to the basement, mirror setups and what have you, but this is all beneficial to M80 if they can actually get control of it. Really just have to figure out how they want to try and address the basement first. They have full control over all of this. This is really just DarkZero's, looking or a chance to look for an adjustment once M80 actually comes into contact with them. It's really up to M80 to try and choose which direction they want to go with this and figure out from that moment on. DarkZero wants to do with this utility. Got a lot of ways to try and deny this out. And JR still with a deployable shield in his pocket as well, so that probably just is another layer of that, him just waiting to see where they want to try and push this in from, and then use that deployable shield accordingly. Nitro cells to try and delay. You can see Canadian going over the lineup at the bottom of main stairs. This is one that could deliver a little piece. Yeah, they are going to break it off there. I wasn't worried about that for just a split second. I was just pinging it out. Make sure that that Nitro cell can't end up hitting the bottom of main stairs.
Can opener attempt here on the kitchen hatch. Once again, we don't have impacts for the defenders, so we'll go off. Step 1 is done. A few other steps also have been completed here, but just the hesitance from M80. For the same reason as round 1, DarkZero play fully into the bunker. They, just like DarkZero's normal attacks, want to spend as much time on drone work as possible to confirm every facet of this defense, such as NJR's position, which is once again going to echo what we had back in round number 1. Very late deployment of the shield, but he does sneak it off here, and that is going to be a pretty big thorn in the side of the push from M80 when it comes through. Speaking of which, Achieved cuts off Gomez as the first player tries to work their way down towards the bottom of the stairs. Gavini to strike next. The hold looking strong for DZ this time, as like we said, the adjustments made in the operator department as well as the strategy department give them a lot more advanced intel as to this push. Kino, though, taking control of Arsenal all on his lonesome, fends off 2 other members of the opposing team. Iconic finishing off the second one for him right there. Bursts M80 back into this game, and Iconic continues to dominate. Has the intel, and now a 3rd personal kill for him. Achieved is all that's left, and while it looked great to start, Iconic shattered the entire defensive matrix, giving another round over to M80 instead.
LeBronic showing face at the tail end of the round with a nice little smooth quad, shutting down every single DarkZero member, slamming it home for M80. A nice pickup for them as they're not going to go quietly into the night. DarkZero are going to have to put them away forcibly. The basement defense not standing up to what M80 had in the chamber. Couple of interesting things, at least to start here for M80 on this round, but we won't get that. We won't get too far onto that yet. M80 mostly able to create space over on the armory side in that last round, and that's where things really started to spark off, is they were able to dislodge a lot of the back end players inside of that space and make it to where the dirt player for DarkZero really couldn't do much. They had way too many eyes on, can't swing out of that door, you know, in fear for their life, just try and play things out and hope you can potentially get a one-on-one that goes your way. But none of it was doing anything for DZ. It was constantly the way of the blue. We'll have to see if round 4 goes the same way.
M80 out and about yet again. Once more going to be challenged with the new site territory. DarkZero unsuccessful now in their second play in the basement. Can at least go to their third and potentially final rotation point and hope that they can even things out there. Had some great success on the defense upstairs on the inside of Jim, but Cash can be a very different beast, especially when it comes to the defense's ability to change up positions once attackers start to get map control, starting from this West Plat area that'll basically cut their setup in half, meaning they must keep downstairs control to have any hope of rotating between those 2 points in Garage and the top of Red. Gavini gets the trick off, but it is going to be a bit of a bait trick, and that they wanted to distract as well so that these Selmas could go onto the wall. However, now an impact finally works its way into the lineup there as Panba successfully chucks one of those out and tricks out the second opening of the Selma barricade. There's no hopability just yet, just a sight line currently for M80 on that main plat wall.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Drone economy is not looking all that hot for M80 right now. They've been checking out a lot of things, and DarkZero has at least hit their mark in that regard. EMPs for Gomez. Will be able to put out at least another one. They'll get access to the bottom of Garage with another creative angle up towards the rafters, making sure that they can keep things locked down on the window. Should be able to get default from here as well. And you will. Canadian prepping things for a hop out later on too. He's been so very strong in the clutch thus far, and this could be another time for him to shine. Oh, well, that's a caster's curse if I've ever seen it. Iconic will take him down. Canadian, no more room to breathe in that moment.
Iconic slapping Canadian right in the face there with that hop in. Doesn't even give him a second to breathe about it, but Iconic gonna get pinched out by two other members of the defense a few moments later here. They strike from the bottom of Red and the Garage hop over, quickly making up for that deficit, bringing us back down to earth onto a 4v4 here. 50 seconds to go as well, so M80 continue to grasp at straws for a way that they can get themselves into this site. A good start to things for Iconic, but they've fallen flat since that hard breach now going down. Thankfully, we're past that phase of the round. A bit of a aggressive push forward there from NJR. I think he was hoping Split would have been a little bit closer to him. Pays the price for that as another trade comes forward. M80 keeping themselves in this due to the aggressive pushes from DZ. Achieve may be forced into one, and indeed he will. Good utility work coming in there from Kino. Gets a good supporting star for the kill that Spoit finds. Gomez gets a second pickup, leaves Gavini alone, but only have two more targets to take down as he does snipe out one trade in the process and begins the process overall of clutching down this round from a 1v3. There's the second pick. First one goes right up on top of that as well. Rather, the third one goes there. The Nitro to send it right past Gomez. He's got the angle for the peak on Gavini, and once again, M80 steal this round right out of the hands of DZ.
Canadian with the immediate timeout call as M80 are clawing away from DarkZero right now, creating a dredge here in between these two. Nice little trench. We'll see if they can continue to expand this divide. DarkZero trying to get ahead of it early on as there's still 2 rounds to go on this side, and M80 have so far looked dominant on this offensive end, especially Iconic. 7-3 right now. So very strong. 0 assists as well, just all doing it himself. Granted, 4 of those kills did end up coming from that one round, but still able to practically guarantee one for them, all things considered. So DarkZero will try and adjust some things on their end for these last couple of defenses. Where do they want to go? They're going to go towards, oh, well, they're initially considering church. Now they're going to head over towards gym bedroom instead. Don't see a Frost in this lineup. I do see quite a few aggressive guns, like the castle pick coming in here from NJR as well. I want to see where they end up putting these barricades.
All right, DZ now making that return. The only site they've found success on so far between this cache and the basement. Not going to go as too much of a treat when it comes to their operator lineup. The basics they brought to the table last time should work out just fine. A pretty straightforward kind of individual focused lineup here that gives the site the setup it needs, but is not going to overwhelm any individual member of the squad with too much responsibility when it comes to using said utility. Achieve will really be the only one that has to hot drop that utility in the midst of the round if he's going to be called to trick, but oftentimes, ooh, like some team damage and everything, but I think we got it off right now. Either way, Achieved may not even necessarily be tricking the panels here, depending on how he wants to set himself up. He's going to be a more passive play on the inside, like the bathroom cubby, for instance. Just may not really be possible to trick, and he might just be throwing these down and forgetting about them. But we'll see, as M80 have spawned out. And they've got a bit of a walk, of course, for their first step to opening up these angles for themselves, which will be on that jacuzzi clear, which may be stopped by Achieved, depending on the utility that's going to be used here.
Mizzou will be occupying red, at least for now. Holding on to cash and the reinforcements that hold up the walls around him. M80 trying to get control of the roof. They got to get these hatches open. Gavini doesn't actually have a nitro cell to play out of that, but the shotgun will suffice. He holding on to Logi for some time. Bandit tricking here from Achieve. The follow-up EMP. Nope, the stuns will come through at least, and you at least think that, yes, the Selma will be able to get the left panel there, so a little bit of a misread there from Achieve, but it was double duty coming out of M80, so practically impossible, especially with the stun grenade pouring in there to cover both ends of that. So Iconic will end up getting one, actually, onto Gavini. A nice pick for him. Nice discovery for round 5. That'll hopefully lead to success.
M80 continuing to assert dominance in the early phases of this round. Panba, oh no, second guessed himself. If he went for the shots in the first peak, may have very well gotten the pick against Iconic, but Iconic, Spidey senses activated for a second there as he flicks over and catches that player on the secondary swing. And as a result, is able to take that player down. Gomez now getting into the action too as he catches a lurking Canadian over underneath of the cache site. Not really much left for DarkZero to defend this with, and not really a whole lot of damage prompted on anyone else except for Iconic. On the M80 side of things, that they can leverage in easy kills. When this execute comes through, it is looking bitter, not very sweet for DarkZero here as they try to leverage back this 2v5. Achieved will get a very awkward nitro. I think it was mid-blinded in that too, walking away from it. But Kino, none the wiser as a nitro cell blows up right in his face from behind that castle barricade. Gomez, though, quickly re-equalizes to where we were at before, and Achieved now gets caught trying to get aggressive this time, pushing over towards that jacuzzi breach, prompted by the tracers here, of course, and is able to shut down the round. M80 looking to take full control and what could very realistically become a 5-1 here with one more round.
DarkZero reach for the ledge, but doesn't seem as though it's sturdy. Immediately snaps off, and they continue to descend in free fall. No real opportunity for them to try and slow things down anymore, except for the halftime switch. We'll head back downstairs to hopefully find their first successful round in a very, very long time. M80 already spotting the adjustment from DZ. They are going to shift a lot of this lineup, bringing the secondary hard breach as well on a few of these, I'm sure, past the Habana that they'll add via Diaz, past the Thermite. He will throw back into the closet. Exploit's also going to be bringing the ace. Kino switching things up on me as well. He's going to bring the Monty, and this is going to be a first for M80 here, as they will add a little bit of spice of life for round 6.
I think this is the first shield off the whole series, actually.
I think it actually is as well. I actually didn't we
there was someone flashed a blitz on map 2 or 3, but I think they picked away from it. So I'm pretty sure this is the first actual shield pick in the series so far, which is kind of surprising based on the previous 3 days of games where it's like every single game had at least one.
And especially given what we saw at the major as well, with so much blitz play. So.
True. And he hasn't even, don't even think we've had that many like shield bans this series either. I think Monty got banned like once, but that was it, from what I remember at least. So
yeah, it was a very respectful ban though. You know, very tasteful. When you're going up against DarkZero on a map like that, why not ban Monty?
We'll see. Gomez actually does pop off one of his drones there. Not too many lost just yet, so that's not a huge deal. We can check back in on that later if it does become a problem. So 1 or 2 extra drones might end up being very welcomed and needed. Achieved is pretty close to that pop breach just made there in dirt. So may have some possibility to play out from that if he wants to really get adventurous, but for now will more than likely be holding himself back. DarkZero, to be fair, they've tried this already 2 different times. Quite a passive hold, so maybe aggression is the way forward here. M80 is still going to clear out the second floor anyway and give respect over to that possibility. So it is going to be a little bit of delay as they try to set themselves up for that descent into the basement one final time. Where they will attempt to make it a 2-1 record for themselves before we switch sides and M80 get their chance probably to defend this very same site more than likely on round 7.
Very presumptuous of you after seeing what M80's been doing with their defenses in round 1 for them. Mostly just going off to like random things, just trying things out for themselves. And I mean, hey, it's been working so far. So, but hey, maybe that's the big change for them on their defense, right? They've been throwing them for a loop every single time on the first round. Now they go back to the default strategy here.
Just that 1 final minute to go here for M80. And no one has even set foot into the basement just yet. It's going to change very soon. Canadian, though, he's got the nitro cell time, and the shot will prompt it. A bit of a bait, and it works. Gets the nitro out, and Spoit was more than ready to back away from it. But as they try to throw the Selma at the wall, you'll see it's been EMP'd out. They don't have a clean way to work their way past it. That may have changed over the last few seconds. Spoit is actually, never mind, trying to work on the top down, so he's going to attempt to open things up there as well. Bit of panic for M80s. They don't get the initial access point they thought they would have needed. And Kino might be held back here. No, forces the issue. A second one. No, we'll down him. He's not going to be able to sustain. And instead, Panba will maintain control of Dirt Tunnel, but Gomez is halfway through the plant regardless. They're forcing the issue onto this site, and it seems as though DarkZero was none the wiser to it, too distracted by the Monty play and the other attempts to push their way into this site. Now plant is down. Gomez continuing to maintain post-plant positioning. DarkZero trying to wrap their way into it. Panba battles his way back outside of Dirt, but there's coverage from everywhere as M80 take control yet again for a 5-1 lead at halftime.
A devastating offense from M80, constantly in the lead, whether it be man advantage or round count. Nothing really DarkZero could do or muster at the end of the day. M80 was planting on command, it seemed. DarkZero would still have all of their players up. The plant would start going down and bodies begin falling. No real way for DZ to stop M80, and that was our real concern, is that once DarkZero burned that time out, we really didn't see them end up trying to regain. Well, signs were kind of painted across the wall there. M80 with a heck of a lead now coming in the defensive side, and as you predicted, John, they're going to head downstairs.
All right, well, that'll be the case for M80 as they work themselves into a basement setup here. Try to set themselves overall up for success here with only 2 rounds needed. They can pick up the first one here and now, what is usually a pretty safe bet for the defense. Wasn't the case for DarkZero, though, as they had only a 33% win rate on it inside of that first tap, so we'll see if there will be similar struggles for M80, or if DarkZero is going to bring a resounding amount of success to this attacking side. Away from that, DarkZero now out, so it's going to be that little bit of delay while they build up the confidence to move forward here. And M80 do show some face outside of the basement, as you may have noted now by the silhouettes. The ascent is actually just made over by the red stairs, and we'll probably be grouping up by the gym and bedroom position, where we've already got one player on M80, I think, positioned towards Logi. So M80 definitely want to test the waters a bit more where they're on the rest of the map here. That is where DarkZero pretty much ignored this part, or this potential way to play the defense entirely in the previous half.
Tackle track upstairs. Gavini have a mark. Nothing can really act upon, though, as Iconic will quickly skimper back towards Spoit. Just make himself tradable. Now they know there is a threat on this top floor, and quite a scary one, in fact. M80 will have the opportunity to fall back towards the main stairs, and they might opt for that instead. But actually, a second glance, Iconic's repositioned for the hatch. Spoit set for war as well. It's really up to DarkZero now. Do they just want to try and go direct to site? That is an option. They really don't have the greatest flank watch operators. It's going to be up to the drones and simple gunplay at that point. Gomez is going to drop off. M80 going to try and keep a few bodies around. Gomez, he's actually going to go down to Canadian as he hops right into blue. Diaz will at least be able to recognize part of this. Looking for one. Oh, he can't find it. Gavini finds him from the hatch. Instead, M80 down 2 men coming into the tail end of round 7.
The aggression getting the better end of things for DarkZero here. Panba was down in a trade, but there's not a great way for M80 to necessarily confirm this player. I do believe that the mirror window for Arsenal is now dead. So that means that that player can actually back all the way down to the very edge of oil and get brought up in one of these little cubbies here. So we'll see that happen. Full 5-player strength still alive and well here for DarkZero, and still over a minute to execute as well. So DarkZero in amazing shape, given that they've found these first 2 entries relatively clean. Panba obviously notwithstanding. NJR now forced into another duel here. He'll lose a little bit of HP to some of the adventure and the insight player. In this circumstance, it's Spoit. Spoit trying to get real crazy with his positioning there for a second, but realizes that it's probably going to work out the best. Backs away from that one. And DarkZero now potentially ready to make that full commitment to it. As usual, they are going to leave it down to the final few seconds, which poses its own set of issues, but it's the trademark execute method for the squad. With that exchange, things are working out okay, but Spoit certainly making him work for it as he finds 2 trades before finally going down. Kano snipes one away as well for ducking back behind the bomb chassis. Plant going in, 4 achieved at the moment here, so Kano finally feels safe to make the play forward.
No way!
Could actually stop the plant, but no, looks like he got shot out more than likely, and Gavini finally shuts down Kano himself to end the round. DZ are back into it, and while they've got a bit of work to do to bring it back from 5-1, 5-2 certainly looks a little bit better.
Well, that was kind of scary. I'm going to first say that. That was a little terrifying with that Nitro cell getting sailed in there, but, well, it seems like a ship sunk, hasn't it? Well, M80 still with a lot of opportunity to be had to try and get onto the penultimate point on this defensive end, but you can see DarkZero a lot more capable when it comes to this offensive side, at least as of now, and not really phased with the score line at all, so can really see this starting to come back into their favor. And the, even stronger thing past that is that they still have a chance to misstep. M80 isn't all of a sudden just going to win the round because they're already at 6. So DarkZero really wants to try and strike while the iron's hot, see if they can run this count up before things go awry due to an M80 adjustment.
And a similar hard-headed approach to the site selection, at least for round 2 here from M80. We saw this become a little bit of a problem back over on Bank as well, where they really only had 2 sites realistically to play into that they felt comfortable rotating towards. Of course, that was open area and basement. So we're going to see them reselect this basement site yet again, even though it was a pretty one-sided round to DarkZero, in my opinion. They feel there's some quick corrections they can make and win it back out on a second attempt. So we'll have to see if they're going to be right. For DarkZero, they'll approach things in a very similar way, but we will see the EE1D as well as, of course, the Capital utility be brought to the table here for DarkZero this time to hopefully burn those inside positions out a little bit. That was the main area where DZ struggled, mainly for Spoit. Rotating around blue caused quite a bit of delay for the overall DarkZero attack. If they can get directly in the way that time by just placing an incendiary in the way, then that'll probably make it a pretty much perfect attack. Assuming everything else goes according to plan, of course.
If they do everything right, then they don't mess it up, it just works. It just works. There it is. Gavini, they'll take out Spoit. One of the roamers down. Another one to go, but Iconic, he's hightailing it out of here. NJR right on his tail. Iconic, he turns it on a dime. Gavini, he gets another as well, though, upstairs. Back and forth we go. The dance of death in between these two. DarkZero, well, they're in the lead.
A nice little deagle top up there from Iconic. Always nice to see. As he escapes down from what I believe was Moto or Blue Hatch to be able to make it into the actual site. So a bit more of a winnable contention this time from M80. They were pushing to a 3v5 in the last round. This time they at least take a player with them on their way back down from the second floor. but not much to spot, unfortunately, from this Gemini. He's just going to let some of the time expire here. But eventually pushes himself down into the depths of blue itself. Still a few more, I think, small hatch openings to make, and Gavini a little careful here. It almost gives a direct angle over to someone from M80, but they choose not to challenge it, so no immediate worry thankfully needs to come true. A lot of pressure building up quite quickly here for 3 out of 4 of the members on DZ. Flash dumping into the door, but that's just to deal with any of the mitigation downstairs, mainly the magnets that would have been pre-deployed by Spoit, who is now dead. So that is an additional issue that M80 have to contend with, as they won't be gaining those magnets into the late round positions any further here. DarkZero, as usual though, giving us that expected amount of hesitation, as they really commit themselves heavily to the drone intel here to make doubly, if not triply sure, that M80's setup intel has been fully realized.
Trust the process. Trust the execution. First of all, trust that your opponent is going to peek you. That's what DarkZero mostly base all of their playstyle off of. At least what I've seen over the years, especially when Canadian is at the helm. Usually it works out, as a lot of these players are very aggressive. Iconic, he's going to go for the big swing off of the dummy box. He'll take one down, but Pambazoo good for at least one as well on the rear end. Kino will take down one of his own. Downs Canadian, and this might be it for M80. The M590 gets it done. A story we've seen so many times in Rainbow Six. Just another chapter added to its tale.
Beautiful play from Kino right there. Holds the clutch to a T. Nearly misses this player directly above him as well. A bit of an awkward moment there. He was staring right at him for a few seconds, but I think he may have wanted to hesitate for a few other reasons. After that, though, reels them all in on DarkZero, hook, line, and sinker, and shuts out the round for a massive clutch. Pushes M80 up onto map point now. Possibility to tie us up at 2-2 and trigger. That 5th and final map of the series is alive and well. So we'll have to wait and see if they can complete the set. Like you said, they need 2, not 1 here. DarkZero went on a little bit of a run for themselves. Realistically, could have won that too if they contained Kino a bit better. Just allowed that one solo player to get away with a bit too much in the clutch. Now they have lost their edge. It's 4 rounds in a row from DarkZero that are needed to trigger overtime and still keep hopes of ending this game here and now, alive on the 4th map.
Activating camera.
M80 can quickly send us on to map 5. It's gonna be a late night for production over there in Europe, I can tell you that. Those poor guys. It's gonna be back-to-back full-on best of 5s. Usually it's just one of those on a championship Sunday. They did 2 of those. M80 ended up closing this out. So hats off to them. They definitely have the objective survive on their HUD right now, let me tell you. And JR, rest of DarkZero looking to extend us on into the night, looking to push this to overtime. They can still close this out. And maybe you're not out of the thick of it just yet. They're just only near the tail end of the forest. That's really what's on the table. Beanie still has quite a bit of utility to expose and try and use up against M80. Lots of time for them still here as they are on match point.
DarkZero obviously with still a bit to build up towards, as you're going to see Achieved quickly work on the main plat wall opening now. No way to stop it this time. M80 are bringing a much more passive hold to it, but oh, the Glass setup also prompts their entry. Spoit hops out though and counters that very same Glass. Gomez was down, and more than likely is going to be irretrievable because of his garage positioning, and a very uncooked nade just slowly bleeds him to the end of his life there. Pan will take full credit for that one. And we are even into a 3v3. DarkZero, I think, calling off their current assault. They wanted to go for a very quick take right there, I do believe, but you can really justify that by the fact that the case is down in the breach, but obviously, you've had to call that off, not only just because the case went down, but things got very, very tense there, and that's not the environment that DZ wants to execute into. They want full control over these scenarios between the hop out from the gym window and the overall loss of their player count. I think it's the right choice being made here, but now the question is, do they have enough to reattempt that again? And thankfully, the answer should be a resounding yes, as long as Gavini doesn't get randomly picked by someone here. He still has 3 out of 4 of his charges. They can absolutely make another execute attempt at a later point in this round.
3 versus 3 with a minute remaining. Solid positioning from DarkZero, as they have been able to at least garner garage, and that's one of the key stepping stones when it comes to attacking this top floor site. DarkZero do still have everything in their arsenal necessary to try and get this plant to go down. They have the cover, they have an extra nade, a little extra hard breach if necessary for something like the construction panel. The world is their oyster. Speaking of the construction panel, achieved just in time. Thank you, sir. Pop that open. Forcing M80 to respect both sides. That's the key thing here. You're trying to distract people, force eyes on everything so that you are able to slip through the cracks, potentially get this plant down, and potentially get a kill. Gavini with the big one there, opening things up. That nitro cell is not going to land on much. It's up to Spoit to try and stop this, and I really don't think... Oh, I guess I will second guess myself. I can't believe it. Wow, incredible. I thought there was somebody there to pick the case back up as well, but neither one of them was close enough. They thought they could get the kill on the construction side, but clearly not. M80, I'm at a loss for words as to what we just saw. 7-2 as Spoit is able to reclaim the planter through the window on the far side.
Well, if M80 are going to win a map, they're apparently going to win it in dominating fashion as they take map number 1 of this series and now map number 4, both of which being won in 7-2 fashion compared to DZ's 7-5s that they took on these 2 maps before this one. Map 5 is enabled for the 2nd time today, ladies and gentlemen. You're getting the full suite of games here, so we're not going to waste any more time. We got a quick break coming up, and then when we come back, it's your analysis desk to get you ready for the 5th and final map of the day. Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We have made it. There is one final map to decide this best of 5 North American final. One team will go to Gamers 8 and one will go home. There's $125,000 in charitable donations split between this next map alone. Jacob, these grand finals today have been so close. We're essentially getting a repeat from Liquid NIP earlier.
Yeah, I think we actually opened up this game by talking about Liquid NIP being like, that's the best way to open up for a best of 5. And then we get a best of 5 that actually uses all 5 maps. I don't know how you're standing at 6 in the morning, Banks. Thank you for still being here with us for the duration of this shindig. It's been a fun one, but I just don't know how DarkZero give up Clubhouse that easily. I genuinely feel like if you lose that many church defenses in Rainbow Six, I don't really know how you're a pro team. I don't get how you can't iterate on one site defense that's as staple as church and not be able to win at least one time out of 3 different attempts. That was a very poor showing from DZ.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the site positioning was a bit of a problem for them. I thought that NJR, despite the fact that he was getting some frags in a lot of these, like, you know, anchor positions, oftentimes, like, his positioning then afterwards would just not be there. There was, like, a top floor CCTV bomb site where he literally gets a big 2K playing red stairs, and then he swings the breach, and it's like, man, the decision making on some of these rounds feels really, really rough because you're not playing badly. You know, you're getting this advantage, but then it's constantly throwing that away, which is the problem.
Yeah, I feel like DarkZero, they've just got to be kicking themselves at this point. They could have closed this one out already. M80 just keep resisting, but surely now, thinking about momentum, it is now in M80's favor going into the final map, Jacob.
I definitely think so. I think map 3 is one that favors neither side. Both teams have played it a lot over the past 2 months just by itself. Both of them, I think, like DarkZero are 3-2 on it, M80 are 3-1. So it's very, very close in terms of who actually might come out on top. But if you're DZ, there will be a couple of rounds at the very end of this Clubhouse map that you are going to want back. The Kino 3K clutch on Church and the time that Spoit jumps out and denies the plant on Plat Wall with about 2 seconds left. Those last 2 rounds to end a map going into map 5 are enough to chalk basically anybody. So you have to forget that those exist as fast as humanly possible to reset and go into this next map because it is fairly even for both teams, I think.
Yeah, man. I mean, Jacob, you said it. The 1v3 with 2 seconds left. 2 seconds left. That's the problem. We're beating a dead horse here, but a 1v3 is exponentially easier as a defender, or sorry, yeah, as a defender. When you can just deny the kit, right? When you can play that time, when you can come around and
you just have to kill the one guy.
Down. Exactly. And both of the 1v3s back-to-back rounds, 8 and 9, both times it was M80 on the defense, one player, the right position, the right time, clutches up, and it's all because of that clock. DarkZero, if they want to win this series, they have got to speed things up.
Yeah, I mean, Iconic popped off, as you can see at the top of that leaderboard. He popped off. It's a bit of a carry from him. Gavini was scrapping to try and keep DarkZero in the fight, but it just wasn't enough, Jacob.
No, it wasn't. It was close, but I feel like the problems just kept on mounting on defense over and over again. I feel like even, like, there was a time where Kino is playing Monty. He's in dirt. He gets absolutely shafted by the smoke playing in dirt, but that's enough of a distraction. That means that smoke is no longer able to help deny the plant with those toxic babes because someone's already dropped kitchen hatch to get that plant down. It feels like it was just mistake after mistake for DarkZero that happened over and over again on some of the same consistent sites that they had in that first half, and they just couldn't keep on innovating to the same standard to keep M80 at bay. That felt like the primary problem. We've been talking about DZ's attacks all night long. We saw so few of them in that map that it's hard to figure out if they were still on track from how they won maps 2 and 3. So they could still be great on attack on Theme Park. We don't know, but if they play the same way defensively on Theme Park, then this puppy's over. She's wraps already.
We have our head-to-head, as per usual, in this little analyst segment. 2 best players going to face off, and like we've already mentioned, Iconic and Gavini putting up really incredible numbers. Our head-to-heads, you know, they're typically like KD, points-orientated, but who was your map MVP, Jesse? Was there anyone that stood out for you that was making the really, like, important and crucial plays?
Ooh, the map MVP? I mean, I probably do give it to Iconic. Big 4K in round number 3, always like getting in and being able to help out his teammates with the trades. Thought he was pretty consistent throughout the round, so I liked seeing that from him. And Gavin as well. I mean, you go back to a couple of those attacking rounds from DarkZero. The first 2 rounds that they played on attack, both on the basement bomb site, he does really, really well to get DarkZero a very early advantage, to get them going in those rounds. Second time, ended up being a 1v3 against him, so you know, didn't end up getting the win that time. But I think those are probably fair picks. I will say, like, you're really gonna want to have Gavin put it on another star performance. He kind of did live up to our expectations on Bank last time. I believe he got 11 kills, a little short of the 19, but still very good from what we saw from him last time on Bank. And so for him coming into Theme Park for this final map, we really want to see another big game from him. DZ kind of rely on him maybe more than they should, but I mean, hey, rely on him if you got it, because he has been so good for this team.
Well, the deciding map in this best-of-5 grand final is going to be Theme Park. So, Jacob, who's going to close this out? Who's going to take this victory? 300K on the line and a Gamers 8 ticket.
Look, Banks, I don't want to scare you. The last time DarkZero and M80 played on Theme Park was back in a best-of-3 in stage 1 of the NAL. M80 won, but it was an 8-7. So it might happen again. I'm just saying, we could have a repeat of what happened for Liquid NIP down to the fact that it needed all 15 rounds. It could happen. M80 barely won that bad boy, so I'll throw it up in the air and just let fate decide on round 15.
Oh, Jesse, are you leaning towards anyone, or are we just going to say let's fate decide?
Oh no, I'm no fate decider, right? I'll pick a stand. I'm not fresh. No, I'm not a fence sitter. Go DarkZero. I think. Listen, the momentum has not been a factor this game. We've seen maps ping pong back and forth, and DarkZero, I really do like their theme park. They've been very good at this map historically. They play it all the time. M80 good at it as well, but I just love DarkZero on this map. I'm gonna take them. Maybe it'll come back to bite me as it did when I picked them over Sonics on this map, but I'm picking DZ anyways.
Well, before we throw into the map, I just want to say a huge shout out to production. We began this at 9 p.m. today. It is currently 7 a.m. the following day. We're approaching 7 a.m. So thank you so much to all of you. We're about to go into our final map of our best of 5 grand final in NA for Gamers Without Borders. So Blue and Stokes, take us in.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a very long day indeed here on the broadcast, but it's all coming to a close here and now with one final map between these two very brilliant teams. Only one more slot available to qualify to Gamers 8 in just a few months, and alongside of that, take the lion's share of our charitable prize pool donation at the end of this event. Will it go to the new blood in M80 or the long-standing legacy roster in DarkZero? Let's find out as we go live now with the final map of the evening. Getting ourselves into it. Will DarkZero be able to rebound, or does M80 bounce off of that victory from the last map and finally carry forward to pick up the third and final map? We'll be finding out very, very shortly here. Stokes, what's your take on things as we load into that final map, which, as you can see, it's going to be theme park?
Oh man, I'm feeling an overtime. I'll at least tell you that I can't be a fence setter either. That's the crappy part. I'm probably gonna have to go with DarkZero just because they have been playing so solid. I feel like M80's been a tad bit streaky, and some of these maps have not exactly been kind to them. And I feel like theme park could definitely be one of these more fickle beasts. But I will say this. Although not a fence sitter, Jesse is definitely not a Stanley Cup finalist either, because John, the Vegas Golden Knights have beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-2. So congratulations. Oh, Jesse, not so much. Sorry, man. That's a little rough.
Imagine losing to a desert, you know? Just
imagine losing to a place that doesn't even have ice. That's crazy.
We see snow like once every 2 years. That's
they'd double your shots on goal too, and they still couldn't even score, which is just sad. That's just sad. But that's analysis for another day, and I'm sure Jesse is hating every moment of this. So we'll advance past that and get to the real breadwinner of this entire situation, which is this best of 5 that we have somehow gotten all the way to the end of. You know, I will say this: when DarkZero ended up winning Bank, I knew for a fact we were going the full 5. I knew it right in that moment. M80 had their opportunity to try and shut things out on Bank, but nothing doing, man. Now we're on theme park. DarkZero almost out the gates here, about 20 seconds in, as M80 will be setting up drug and storage. And once again, M80 going for these more altruistic sites, not exactly the prime line that we usually see, as they'll be headed down to the base level to try and figure things out for the first round.
In terms of what we'll see out of the setup, it's nothing that's going to really break tradition as far as the defensive matrix of M80 is concerned. Here, getting all the usual suspects, the Frost for Gomez to reinforce out the windows in some of these more trickier spots that DarkZero may find themselves accidentally backing into. And alongside of that, a lot of roam presence still to be detected all throughout this team. So we'll see if that is all going to build up to enough here for them to be able to take control of that first defensive round, and more importantly, if they're going to be able to capture the massive roam potential that comes from the fact we are now playing onto theme park here. So much they can do inside of the early round, but DarkZero, to be fair, has caused a lot more respect to come out from the M80 side of things over the course of this series. So M80 might have kind of cooled their aggressive game off a little bit to respond to the very slow, very measured game of DarkZero. Might need to be a little bit of a wake-up.
Canadian on the tried and true. We opening up the wall here at the initiation side. Secondary hard breach, extremely useful in a situation like this. Vini with a nice little pick up there. Nice two, actually, coming back and forth. Able to take down Spoit Iconic with a huge rotation outside. No real window available to him, though, as I think Dokkaebi will be able to pick him up. Yes, NJR will shoot him down in the streets. They'll be able to at least pick up one more frag. A perfect round so far for DZ, as M80 hasn't been able to find a single body. So I'll have a roamer as well over inside a split. I believe Canadian has just found him here too. This has a few angles. Just trying to see what's going on over on the yellow side. Quick breakup over the floor from NJR with the Rotero drone as well. Trying to get a few things in towards initiation. I think it's a little bit more difficult. The defense to try and hold on to. A beautiful frag grenade will dislodge Kino from inside of storage. So I'll have to rotate around towards the lab side. Canadian gets caught off guard. He'll get gunned down from Kino, but this is all the wraps. I mean, for M80, at least at the current moment, the case is down outside. It looked like a DarkZero round, at least initially, but M80, oh my. DarkZero, all due to the delay, can't get anything done up against M80's last-ditch effort to hold on to these entry points. And they're manipulated. They're stunted. They're taken down at the end of the day. So very well done for them. And a round going the way of M80. Well, guys, it does seem like we're having a little bit of an issue right now with Blue's microphone. So gonna get that fixed up. So I'm gonna stick with you guys here for a little while as we're gonna throw things down to the basement. Working things with Trophy as well as Throne, rather. Throner and Armory. M80 with a solid defense to start things off there. It really wasn't the roam game that obviously stood tall as DarkZero dismantled that side of the opener. M80, though, able to really get a lot done with the backbone of the site. Love the aggression. That's all you really need in a situation like that is, well, really, it's all you have. You end up trying to sit on your hands, and really nothing's going to come of a situation along those lines. So DarkZero is more than likely just going to bowl you over and get those last two kills. DarkZero will more than likely be pretty disappointed with the outcome of that round, as he'll be looking around two and some big adjustments. Not at least in the operator lineup, not at least for Canadian, to say the least, as he'll be back onto the Monty. Won't have the secondary hard breach this time, but he will have the EMPs.
All right.
Hey, welcome back, man. I was just about to look down at my phone and see if I could shut up or not.
I think I'm good now. So sorry about that, folks. Had a little bit of a glitch there.
You're okay. No worries.
Unfortunately,
Jesse messaged me and he said, "I hope John never comes back and you lose your voice from this."
Oh, we're good now. Dude. Yeah, I just had a little bit of a glitch with my my microphone there, so we were able to fix it nice and quick. That's the nature of online broadcasts. Not everything goes according to plan, but we're all good now. As once again, M80 have taken that initial control for themselves, and DarkZero, of course, are looking to subvert that here. As Cavini nearly lines up at winning angle here to start things out, but is forced away from that a few seconds later. Big push coming in here as well from Canadian to try and make the push work. He's been able to find insight positioning, but there's way too much harassment against him. He's going to be down out. As a result of that, his teammates will now have to pick up the slack.
That's case down as well. Breach open, McKeno will pick him up. 5-4 in favor of M80. And, I mean, you'd hate to see DarkZero come so far and get trounced here at the very tail end. M80 so far have put up quite a few rounds in the last two maps. This with the current count sitting at 8 rounds. This would be the 9th round up against DarkZero's 2. Okay, might have a nice find. Comes in through waiting. Ambazu, though, with the find instead. Spoil will get one of his own, though. Maintain that man advantage from M80 going into the last minute.
And so as we continue to wait and see how DarkZero will look to make up for this player deficit here. Bit of a swing from Spoit to try and throw his weight out, but will not end up working out. He'll end up actually revealing himself because of that. Diaz, though, comes back in and is able to get at least some revenge for the exploits of Spoit right there. Spoit actually not confirmed just yet, but I do think he's kind of off on an island, so very minimal chance, yeah, that he's going to get himself retrieved. NJR indeed confirms him just a second or two after that. So DZ still back in the fray of things, even with that trade being considered. Gomez, though, smites most of the chances they would have with Achieve being downed out there. NJR sits alone here inside of a 1v3. Immediately gets dounced as well, loses a large majority of his HP, and is finished off just a few seconds later. Solid hold here from the DZ roster as they continue to exercise their own capability out. Continues to give M80 rounds, unfortunately, at the end of the day, but still works out in the favor of M80 as they take the 2-0 lead over DZ.
Just to make sure, yeah, Theme Park, not only the least played map at the major, actually, only 6 plays, so you guys didn't see that all that often, did you? But 67% overall defensive win rate, which I do believe, yes indeed. Oh, wow. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, Oregon. All right, Oregon. Oregon at 69% defensive overall, and it was the second most played. Man, that's something else. But still, Theme Park, 60... Yeah, there was a lot of Oregon. The most played was Chalet, but that's not surprising. Clubhouse was third most. Borders starting to work its way out a bit, but anyways, back to what we were actually talking about here, which is Theme Park. Even though it was the least played there, still a 67% defensive overall win rate. So M80, if they don't get 4 to 5 rounds, then, I mean, they're probably not exactly doing the greatest. So M80, at least for right now, right on track with what you would normally see. So DarkZero are most definitely not out of this yet. I just want to make sure things have not changed from, you know, what I known about Theme Park, at least for the time being. Just hadn't seen too many maps of it at the major, so it seemed like things are at least sticking with what history had been like. And in fact, it seems a little bit worse.
Certainly the case. M80 looks to really dominate from that defensive end of things. Lock in a massive advantage to hopefully take this entire series with as well. A lot on the line for these players, even if it's not directly today, but in a few months' time, can convert their qualification into some massive winnings. As those who saw Gamers 8 last year, it had a pretty big prize pool, and I believe this year is going to be something similar as well. They'll have to win out this game in order to get to that point. Slow play as usual. DarkZero's attack here, giving M80 all the time in the world to set themselves up for possible success, and DarkZero, of course, to use all that additional 2 minutes or so at the beginning of the round to try and take out as much of this utility as possible. You're going to see NJR, of course, deploy heavily with these Rotero drones, so a lot of the eyes are on him right now to see what he can snipe out with this count before he has to focus up on the execute with the rest of his team.
DarkZero attempting to get rid of a few other pieces of utility for M80s, circumventing these window capabilities that M80 have set up. Pamzu with a nice frag of his own, and now DarkZero, sensing blood in the water, will hop too. Immediate run up arcade, but looking the wrong way. Some nice shots traded back and forth though, and DarkZero end up on the top of the pile. Canadian, though, still have a few EE1Ds that you can try and string along. Nice shots with the 417, but it's really just the headshot that ends Kino at the end of the day. Well placed and well struck. M80 now down to 2 inside of this 2v4. The minute remaining, DarkZero with a lot of bodies to play this situation out, getting quite scary.
M80 now just 45 seconds left to hold the line, but they are running out of players to hold the line with. Thankfully, one of those two is going to be Spoit The other one's still sitting at 4-0 right now in the form of Diaz, so do not count M80 out of this round in any capacity just yet, despite the odds that have been set against them. 30 seconds down to go. Premature nitro from Spoit. It partially flashed out. Pressure against him, but he's ready for it. Now an even conversion due to Spoit's pickups. Diaz hasn't even needed to frag just yet, but he's going to be in shape for it as well. Another pickup found from him and a 5-0 lead so far. NJR now shaking in his boots here. 15 seconds to go, and he's gone from having a massive advantage to not one at all. He'll even have to swing out towards Arcade just to be able to pick up the case. Succeeds in that, but does he find the second kill? Over to the sidearm for it now. Here's his opponent around the corner, and he just barely gets it. Diaz's first death, and it'll cost his team the round, unfortunately.
NJR hunts him down at the very tail end of the round. The pistol able to finally get him as he tries to make a break for it to the Arcade balcony. DarkZero finally able to get around on the board, and one that they needed desperately as M80 was knocking on the door of having a perfect site rotation. 3-0 to start things off. Not exactly something that DarkZero would want to face for an extended period of time. Or a strenuous series in between these two as we've gotten down to the very last map. A lot of siege to be had as, well, that well's starting to dry up. One of these teams has to try and make a run for this. See if they can try and close it out in regulation.
Quite a few repicks coming in from DarkZero here as well, including the Montaigne. Nope, never mind, not the Montaigne. Canadian changed his mind. The Ying is instead the polar opposite of a Montaigne in terms of effectiveness of stunning your opponents here. It goes from a wall that you see coming from a mile away to something that you won't be able to see if you do see it in the first place. So we'll see how that works out for DZ as they work themselves in. But aside from that, though, nothing crazy in terms of the lineup. They kind of get the backup hard breach in Gavini right there. Canadian also with the secondary hard breach if Gavini goes down, and they absolutely need to pop something open. Aside from that, of course, usual spread of anti-roam, soft breach, and potential counters to the insight utility. Mainly those electric claws coming out from Gomez there will be hard countered, of course, by Panda on the Thatcher.
Drone game for DZ spinning up for round 4. This will be setting up on the cache side. Pambazoo waiting for anybody to try and check him on the cache balcony. Nothing coming, nothing doing just yet. Chief will end up popping the top hatch here for yellow. M80. It's a solid setup, especially when it comes to trying to hold down this info game. Few pests strung along. Little info game of their own here as well. And DS Lucas, one of the mainstay ops as well. Let's see what they can get done with this. Majority of the round remaining here. DZ look to try and push themselves off of NJR's utility. This EE1D coming through. Canadian back to the secondary hard breach. Not on the Monty this time, though. As the Ying instead. Those Candelas will surely be useful when execution time comes.
We're not really at that point just yet. We can see Gomez trying to preset this nitro, though. No one in the neighborhood in any sense of the word. So very, very early on that, but still could be a winner later on in the round. We see it go off right there, though. So unfortunately not going to sing any serious songs against the exploits of DarkZero here. But another one also goes off too. M80 creating a literal minefield all across the map that thankfully the members of DarkZero are dodging at the moment. But aside from that, achieved and the rest. These players continue to hold themselves back. DarkZero specifically looks for a path onward towards the site, but is having trouble finding it. The hop down perfectly placed as well. Spoit just hears that like falling sound from the cartoons, like that whistling, and unfortunately won't get a chance to really fire back against it as he's immediately smited at the moment. A member of DZ hits the ground. Good spot indeed, and starts the round off well for the DarkZero's fragging game, but now they've got to carry it forward into the site. And as usual, they don't have a whole lot of time to do it.
Verticality working handedly in DarkZero's favor here. Candela's out from Canadian, a blinded Kaid. Lots of opportunity to be had, but only 10 seconds remain. DarkZero, they're playing it down to the wire yet again. Canadian will run in and be able to tag one, and it's a flawless round for DarkZero just like that. We only get to see it from one POV, but I mean, you can be rest assured that everybody on M80 ended up catching a bullet.
Convincing shutdown to be sure there, coming in from DarkZero in a nice way to even things back out. The 2-2 scoreline re-enabled here as well to see who takes the overall edge on things as we enter those final 2 rounds of the half. M80, of course, now still on the defensive end of things. Looks to try and take the most out of that, so we'll certainly want a clean run of it, but DarkZero has not been making it that easy. Their slow, methodical play continues to cause serious issues for M80's capability to find impact in the early round, and as a result of that, M80 have to get more and more respect over. Thankfully, potential return to form here for M80s. They do go back over towards Throne, which should be a nice, easy site to fall back on to potentially take control over this 5th round.
Supernova in the hands of Kino. And this thing really has started to become a mainstay, hasn't it? We're really starting to feel favor for that thing.
It's like everybody.
I mean, dude, you have the secondary SMG, right? I mean, might as well.
I mean, it's not a good SMG, though, is the problem.
The bearing? You don't like the bearing?
I don't know. It's like...
Okay, to be fair, they made it kind of low-key trash for a while, and then they brought it back. So thank you to the devs at Ubisoft for doing that, first of all. But there for a tad bit, probably like a year and a half, that gun was hot garbage. You're absolutely right. But ever since they kind of brought back the machine pistols, that wasn't, you know, the ones that weren't the SMG-11, things have been pretty good. So I don't really think it's all that outlandish, just given the circumstances, how strong shotguns are in Siege at the end of the day. And, you know, the rate of fire being really strong on the bearing makes it a pretty solid choice.
I just have always struggled tremendously with the spray on that gun right there. It's been a pretty tough one to use in the past, but either way.
SMG-11 gamer, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I love the SMG-11. The SMG-11's great.
Yeah, you just didn't get the good
that one just a
times with the
line.
bearing.
I mean, that one just like a straight line. So that's like it's a high kicking line. Like it really kicks up, but you can control it. Whereas the bearing and more importantly the SMG-12 as well. Those two guns just like kind of go all over the place by comparison, or at least the SMG-12 does. I might be confusing the 12 and the bearing. Either way, though, we got some forward momentum being played out here. Smokes. And behind that, a very empty site, it would appear, as a DarkZero.
There's no site there. That's the other thing. So
yeah, that's right, yeah. My bad, I'm misreading the silhouettes. We're getting deep into this series, the two of us now, so I swear I saw something above that, but
no, don't.
My depth
come on,
perception is going away.
spectator. No, he spun the block for you, dude. He was like,
that's probably easy right there.
It's probably easy. Yeah. Oh man, the stun's coming out though for DarkZero. Oh, the gun's gonna come out to show though. Nope, they will for Spoit though. This will take down one. Canadian can only stand idly by and watch. Yes, this is a lot of aggression, but Iconic, he goes for it. He gets it, and he, finally he'll get it done. I was so scared for him, man. Oh my gosh. NJR will gun down Iconic inside of break. The hell is this round? 3 versus 2 in favor of M80. Ravini.
This is 5th map online play is what this is right now.
I think they've just gone crazy at this point. That's what's happened. The insane asylum for people.
Like I said, I can't tell.
Defunct theme park.
I can't tell depth anymore. These players just can't get their executes sorted out. It's just trouble all over the place here as DarkZero continues to try and work out a third, maybe a final round on this attacking side. Still the transition downstairs needs to be completed after the chaos that was that clear over by initiation about a minute or so ago now. And M80 continuing to spread their remaining assets out. We'll play it down to the wire here. No need for them to get aggressive, as they know that DarkZero is going to show up in those final 5 seconds anyway. Gavini just primed and ready to take one down as he works himself in, but also focused here as he had a second target he could have gone for. Unfortunately, misses the rotation from Kino, and with that down of Gavini, the timer will expire, giving this one over to M80 and giving them the potential lead, or at least a guaranteed tie now at halftime.
M80 doubling back over and covering the site. at least for the plant. The real conversation is the absolute bloodbath and tomfoolery, we'll call it, on the top floor. There was so much back and forth, the Shield of Canadian adding an extra layer that I don't even think that we were all mentally prepared for, to be honest. I'm sure it'll be something that we'll see talked about on the analyst desk as to what exactly happened in round 5, and really, I'm excited to hear what they have to say about it. So round 6, though, right around the corner, as it is next on the docket, isn't it? Huge line shift here from DarkZero too, as they're making some big sweeping adjustments coming into attack lab once again.
One more go of it for M80, and obviously with Throne locked down, they go to the next best first floor choice. They have had much better success when they've kind of separated these fights between the separate floors and kind of had that natural break in combat, that second chance to breathe, as it were, because of that one. So they're going to try and fall back on that one final time here and hopefully gives them the 4-2 lead. Definitely something they're going to want to have for themselves, considering the DarkZero will be much better suited for the defensive side as well, but all that in good time to be seen. Gavini, what's going on here? Just a little bit of a sprinting into the wall, but hopefully he realizes that and gets over it. The rest of the team will group up now to make their opening entries into the building here. We're not going to see a lot of resistance to that, at least not on Dragon's side, of course, from M80. As they reach that midpoint, though, things will get a little bit more directly contested, as M80 is going to fight, like I said before, for those extensions upstairs and then fall back onto the benefits of the lab hold itself.
Well, DarkZero going back to what we had seen a little bit prior. Canadian back onto the Monty. Something in a hard breach. Not real too much happening here with the secondary pass Canadian, but they do have Gavini, obviously, with the X-Kairos. Mzu just to give them ease of access on top of that, but you can see Gomez ready for the bandit trick. Gonna open up a little window at the top of the rafters over on yellow. Be able to get the drone out there and recognize that Gomez will be actively playing this wall. So what's DarkZero's next step going to be? Well, Canadian will at least show us what he's showed us a couple of times on this top floor. This will be the 3rd time on the offensive side that he's ended up doing this with his secondary hard breach in this exact same position.
Rest of M80 working themselves forward here now to try and get in the way of the clear from DarkZero. Canadian nearly loses himself. Thankfully, NJR is there to watch over him. Saves his own teammate's life, and thankfully gets another parting kill for that. So once again, the early round aggression from M80 has just not worked out. They're going to have to peel it back now, but even this attempt to do so is probably going to occur a little bit too late. Iconic still maintaining second floor positioning. They're just walking into these setups from DZ now, trying their best to turn the fate of this round back, but it's not working, and awkwardly enough, Canadian has already spotted out the last member there. Just a matter of pinging it. Now that his teammate shut it down as he tries to hop over the railing there to get himself onto the first floor unsuccessfully. So it's going to be a lead for folks over here on, or rather, it's going to be a tie game, excuse me, as we reach the second half with DarkZero converting that final round to themselves.
It's been a competitive race in between both of these teams the entirety of this best of 5. They have been neck and neck on round count. Really only one map where a team was utterly dominant. It was M80 on Clubhouse, where DarkZero couldn't hold a candle to them. But M80 allowing this thing to get tied up now on the defensive side, able to jump ahead initially, but not able to maintain the lead at the half. DarkZero will tie things up. Now go to the advantageous side, as they will end up picking things up and headed towards the top floor. Extended hold out towards the eastern side of bunk daycare setup. What DZ can get done with this, especially like the Echo fold that's coming in here. And Gavini on this Frost.
Quite a few repicks going to be prompted to M80 because of this site choice. They'll bring the Monty in, much like we were seeing out of DarkZero as well. Just a nice way to exercise that additional control, especially over the side lanes for these pushes upstairs here. It's a pretty straightforward route that the attackers have to take, but sometimes DarkZero, or whoever the defender may be, can subvert that if the secondary push is not being properly watched. Away from that, Many of themselves are looking to make a defiant stance here for the first round, but a measured one, too, is the ones who are going to take that immediate initial control for themselves. They hold back a little bit of intel to be stolen away for Diaz specifically. Oh, a little too fast there, Diaz, as he moves away from that default, but I think it was, yeah, to dodge out a cheat. Ultimately, he swings the drone right into his face anyway. So might have been able to stick around to at least get that default, but now he's got nothing. Thankfully, he does have another one of those drones at least, so can go for a second attempt here in a moment. And the Rotero drones are also rolling too, but Canadians also countered one of those out. 0 for 2 on the utility drone usage, but as we see there, that second Brava drone is going to find some usefulness. It will now basically take out that Echo drone. The defenders themselves immediately spot it and counter it. Now Panba gets all angry. You've stolen half my utility. He rushes out there and thankfully takes out the Brava drone to stop it from doing anything else.
Auto utility exchange, but no kills coming just yet. Terror drone out. Look at that shield. I don't know if it did at that range. Might be a little close, but either way, it will force the DarkZero member off. Trevini with some nice crosses to consider, as Kino will be the one manning Monty for M80. They'll continue to push themselves through this top floor. The Rotero drone out will finally dislodge that shield that we saw earlier, and that was not a lost cause actually for DZ, but now will be. They'll force another one of those drones to come out. Gomez only having one remaining now. Speaking of drones, M80 already threw half of those as well, but in due time with the current situation, NJR, he gets locked up on the rotation, John. It's not clean. And his feet end up getting locked up on the basis there when he stands up. Oh my. DarkZero, though, somehow able to recoup. Canadian finding a lone soul inside of the bathroom. Iconic. Not quick enough to the trigger either. Now DarkZero with a huge chance in round 7 to take the lead.
Tampa as well. Free capability to actually re-barricade the arcade window. Not that that's really going to make or break things for the team. It more just acts as a second warning for when someone attempts to retake that angle. If M80 are going to attempt to use it as all. M80 have had to back away entirely here. They've gone for their own little reset that I talked about before. They wanted these when they played out of the downstairs sites, but now they've created a new one for DarkZero. And the fact they just lose too much. And that initial attempt to take some control over here. Away from the DZ Matrix, over towards dorms. Iconic now ready to push forward, but no, is immediately shut down. The rest of the team, Spoit at least that is, in position to try and trade some of that out, but no, the drop shot from Canadian, or at least the pre-prepared prone shot from him, knocks out Spoit, and there's just not enough time left for M80's last player to attempt to make a play. DZ gets themselves started out on the right foot, and with that they will take the lead, but just barely here at 4-3.
Well done from them, but you can see that one coming from a mile away from these early round exploits. Now they're able to battle out against M80's onslaught from that initial execution over towards the office side. Loved the play from Canadian, especially as he was really the nail, or rather the thorn in the side of M80 for a majority of that. Leading to a DZ victory. 4-3 now in favor of DZ, as they'll throw us into Armory for round 8.
Some interesting op picks here for DarkZero. Not necessarily ones that break from the mold too drastically, but it's a pretty varied number of them here as well. The Echo, of course, and the Thorn alongside the Solus. A lot of new ops coming into the fold here. It still creates that same sort of balanced lineup we love to see, especially here on the inside of a site like Throne. We're going to play heavily in that site once push comes to shove and M80 take the however small of an amount of map control they're going to take. It eventually leads itself over there towards that usual Throne execute by the Dragon area. Attackers pretty much always getting at least that first staging ground to build off of, mainly out of a mutual amount of respect coming from the defenders, as they too don't want to be in an exposed position like that. The final 30 seconds or so of play. But here comes M80, they're spawned out yet again. So let's see how they try to take advantage upon DZ setup. That means there's a lot of things to steal away if you're Brava, though. Important to note that. So Iconic is immediately going to bring her back into play. This will be alongside an OSA push as well from Kino, trying to make that electrical push just a little bit easier to get access to the primary wall into the site.
A little bit more shield play, as you were touching on with the OSA coming in. Conic's got the Brava drones out, looking to steal a little bit of extra info game, as well as some key utility on site. Recognizes that there is a thorn now. Oh, doesn't want to overplay this, but he runs right into the warden. Not the actual warden, just the drone warden. It's Solus. She's right around the corner to taking down the drone, and M80 a little worse for wear when it comes down to this drone game. They do still have 5, and they have actually had a pretty solid drone game across the entirety of this matchup thus far. Although sometimes they do end up on a decently low drone, drone count near the tail end, they are benefiting a lot from majority of the usage. So not the biggest deal here. This round, not exactly a great showcasing of that. Is not really too much to go off of. Minus some stolen utility and a little bit of map control that they've gathered. But, oh, Pambazoo, no way he gets away with that. I thought Split was right around the corner.
The drone was right there. It was looking right at him.
Split. Oh, there, he gets it now? Okay. Well, he sticks around. That was just such a very awkward situation up top. Guess he just didn't really feel the confidence coming in. He did actually have to round off there. More than likely would have gotten the audio cue, so just look for something a little bit different. But either way, all of the drones practically gone now for M80 and an equal man count in between the two.
Only Spoit still has an active one, and Spoit's probably going to be a little bit busy here when it comes to the actual execute. He still has the Gemini, which he can throw out as well, but he's actually overwatching for upstairs pressure, so he can't even contribute to this when it comes to the drone game. Iconic thankfully strikes true. When it comes to the actual site entry, makes his mark immediately and prompts any of the Arsenal players in the back to not try and test their luck due to the smoke covering the divide in the middle of the site. Plan is clean because of that. M80 officially have their chance to lock it down, especially with the +1 advantage that Iconic gave them. Now +2 as Diaz strikes true. Iconic to get 2 more as well at the end of this round. And with that, that's going to be M80 taking their response round here to start things out a little bit better for themselves in the second half.
Well, they got to give us all the rounds, right? And so far, so good. 4-4 in between them. Round 9 around the corner, but as for that one, M80 finally able to get it over on DarkZero. Initially, the nice little back and forth in between the two, but M80 able to establish strong foothold and transfer that into some solid gunfights in the end game of that. So now for round 9, Kino's going to be back onto the Monty. Gomez, he's going to flash the glass. I highly doubt that he sticks to it, though. We haven't seen anybody actually stick to it in this game just yet, but could be the change here. And now, as soon as we talk about it, he will end up switching off of that. Kino not feeling the Monty anymore either, as it's going to be a full line shift minus Iconic for round 9.
With both teams being pressed up against the wall here, a very long series having sat before them. We've been playing for about 4 to 5 hours now. So these players are going to start to get stressed a little bit, keep themselves in tip-top shape, but they're going to have to do so if they want that qualification slot at Gamers 8 and the chance to earn actually a massive prize pool at that event. You can see the premonition of Solus there as well. Immediately spots out the drone that was being pre-placed towards Gong and just slaps that one away to drain the count a little bit. 3 out of 5 with those pre-spawn drones getting dealt with already. And also a nice premonition here from, I believe that was NJR, spotting or rather hearing the Rotero drone working its way through the hole and just popping it before he can take out anything serious in the midst of the site.
What is happening to these drones? I mentioned the drone game, and then he's like, nah, Stokes. Nah, Stokes. Burn it to the ground, Stokes. Nah, you're right, it is Solus. I'll be honest, that Solus makes the drone game of like Siege so heartless. It, like she destroys everything, man. She finds it all, no matter what you do. As soon as you check that drone, it's gone. It's destroyed. Yeah, it's just, oh man. She is such a nuisance. You can't, dude. She's literally like the Black Plague. Like, you literally cannot, you're just watching the drones die around you and there's nothing you can do. She's shooting them through walls, just like, was that a bullet? And you look at your teammates, like, yeah, that was a bullet. And your drone is just gone. You have no idea how it happened.
Big potential execute coming out here from Gomez as he's been prompted for it. just chucking the Candelas in, but it works. NJR the first to fall, as they knew he was playing this alone earlier from the Rotero drones that have been sent on the inside of their pan, but tries to get a pixel angle against the player on the very edge of downstairs arcade, but it does not work. M80 slays out on this site take, bringing it all down to Achieved, who has found the one and only exchange against M80 so far, but the next 4 are going to evade him. Spoit already pre-placed himself in barrels, counters out the drop, and closes in on another round, and the lead here for the members of M80. Just 2 more rounds to go, and this matchup is going to be theirs, but we'll also get the timeout. I do believe we'll get the timeout. Indeed, it's coming up right now here from DarkZero.
M80's got the timing, or rather the setup. Therefore, on an off timing, go for the execution. Works swimmingly for them. Catching DarkZero completely off kilter and pulling over the site setup, able to muster a plant quite quickly inside of lab. And past that, not really anything that DarkZero had to say about that. They just had the opportunity to drop down a hatch, but that was just simply a gift over to M80 of round 5 at the end of the day.
Timeout will come to a close here. You can see once again, big props to Gavini as well. Really made himself an all-star over the past 2 days here of play. Both between the series yesterday and today, he's continued to slay it out. Really only one sour map for him, and I would say it was map 1 of this series. Other than that, he's been a massive contribution to this team's success, even if it was in limited remarks on pretty much every single map played, even going into yesterday's game versus Beast Coast 2. Really, really solid stuff coming out from him. And hopefully we see that once the NAL, or even, of course, Gamers 8 potentially brings this team out yet again. For M80, though, they're still looking to potentially steal that at least Gamers 8 possibility. We're seeing the play. Guys like Gavini here, potentially given that opportunity to some of the all-stars like Iconic, Spoit, and Diaz instead, who have really been playing lights out here today for their squad as well.
Yeah, Spoit's really started to light the world on fire here for Theme Park. A crucial moment requires big plays, and Spoit definitely delivering on that front. See how well they can continue on as we trudge on into the night. Although round 10 already, do have the potential for quite a few more rounds. If look at it that way, only 1/3 of the game remains, but still, large portion of the game still left to be played for both of these teams. Tarot drone's out now for Iconic, as he'll be looking to clean some things up downstairs, but Jagger not going to be able to hear that, I don't think. He's actually going to get it all the way up the stairwell. Nothing to really find, but I actually lied. There's barbed wire there. Achieve tries to get to it, but sadly he can't.
Actually, it's like one of the most inconsequential things it could have found, so more just the wrong spot to send that in. But Canadian is able to hop out, apparently, whether it was from upstairs or the just downstairs window. We did not get to spot that entirely, but it works out on the long angle to quickly smite a player playing just outside of the lower arcade window. Nicely done indeed for Canadian, making his name known right from the start of this round, but Gomez is on the hunt for a revenge pick, and he may very well get it against the very same player that just stole one from them. No! Canadian's got the reads and sees Gomez coming apparently from a mile away, pops himself into the corner, get ready for that one. It's Diaz instead that'll finally take him down with a little bit of assistance coming in there from Kino on the Monty.
Yeah, in all reality, Canadian was actually real close on that kill, too. That one, he was breathing on his neck with that bullet, man. Oh, man. Well, DarkZero able to pull ahead for now off of Canadian's efforts, but they have to make good on this promise. Maybe still have an opportunity, especially with Kino on the Monty. They can get a lot of info built up upon this. Has some smokes to play around, too. Spoit, he's lost both of his drones, but he's got Hard Breach to open things up. Diaz will equalize things too. And this is starting to look more palpable, more doable for M80 here for the tail end of round 10. They have a minute remaining. Nitrocell in the pocket of NJR, and Pamazoo still alive. Have to be looking to see if these yokais can have any influence.
50 seconds to go. Time continues to drain here for the M80 roster. And they want to try and at least flip the script a little bit. A random Echo drone just goes out to aggro peek there too. May have been trying to set itself up for intel or maybe a play later on in the round, but Does just end up getting spotted out by M80 here, so pops off the best stun charge it can. I believe one more Candela. No, 3 more Candelas still in the pocket of M80 here, as I thought Spoit had used more of them, but apparently not. In they go, and it's going to be the shield kill from Kino. Knocks out NJR. Spoit now takes another one down. Diaz does get traded, as he was lost on the way into the site, but achieved, of course, is now alone in the 1v2 because of that one. Can't find the plant position here either. Doesn't even know he's right in front of him. Does finally catch it, but it's too late, and it's prompted the swing from Spoit to come through on initiation side, where he will clutch it out for M80 instead. Massive entry power coming in from Spoit, and he saves the day here, pushing M80 onto map match and Gamers 8 qualification point.
It is hour 5 of playing Rainbow Six Siege in a highly competitive environment, and Spoit looks like he just got fresh on the field. Guy looks so disgusting right now. Amazing round from M80. Looks like a couple of things happening for DZ here. Potential rehost coming out, sounds like. It's like we are indeed going to get that. So, going to come back on to us. But what a moment here for M80 as they're able to build upon some of the earlier map aggression from the Lone Souls that were trying to go for some fights up against DarkZero, and although those did not work out, it definitely worked out for them in the end, as M80 once again able to make a mountain out of a molehill and claim that round, putting them on the penultimate point and championship point here inside of this best of 5. Iconic looking for that revenge finally up against Canadian from way back in the day in Charlotte.
A little bit of a tactical advantage going to be given over to DarkZero. It's always worth mentioning this because it is the truth. Because of the fact that we step into the game at this point, they are going to be given that opportunity to kind of reset themselves really quickly and figure out what's going wrong. So they will have those few moments, hopefully, coming back into it with a winning strategy, as indeed now we've seen M80 push it to the bitter end of this series here. Just one more round for them to go. And they look to be in tip-top shape. Specifically, Spoit looks to be in tip-top shape with the way he was able to entry. And more importantly there, with the way that Kino is also giving out the comms for him. Great teamwork in that respect. You know the comms have to be really in sync for Spoit to look that good in the way that he was kind of cleaning up shop there, especially from the get-go of things. So really good signs there that M80 are still keeping themselves nice locked and, more importantly, working together as a squad despite the very lengthy series that these teams have now had to play themselves through. Should just be another moment or two, hopefully, folks, while we get everybody back into the lobby here, and it should just be a game restart. Doubt it's going to be anything serious to fix that issue, so don't expect too much of a delay here.
Should just be a rehost. If anything, the long process is going to be setting back up the lobby with the history of the rounds to make sure that everything's locked up properly on that end. And with that in mind, guys, we are going to send you to a very short break. We'll be back with the conclusion of our grand final.
My ace layout is, you know, the AK. I do 1.5 flash, vertical grip, laser sight, and then I run the P9 secondary, with muzzle brake laser. I run breaching charges. I think ace is really good on any map, you know. It's just kind of like a range breacher that can move around, so, you know, you just gotta take him whenever you need him. I don't think any in particular, you know, like, there's some times where, like, sites, like, they would vary, like, the other hard breaches over ace, but I feel like ace is, like, viable, really, for anyone, for anything, really. I mean, in the prep phase with the drone, when you're playing ace, you know, you might want to, like, look at the walls that the other team's reinforcing, see if there's wall denial on it, if you need EMPs from your teammates, and then just keep that drone close to sight. Some uses for Ace's gadget. I mean, you can use it on castles. You can use it to open up doors in weird ways, and then obviously, like, just the range of breaching you can use it on. It depends on the map site, because whether it's like you're using like all 3 aces like differently around the map, or whether like you're using like 1 ace here, then like a 2 ace for like a full scale walking rotate. It completely depends on like what you want to do with the operator. Any tips or tricks for ace? You know, just it's a good gun, so, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, you can just get in there and shoot, so it's a fun operator to play. the situations when you want to pick Ace over Habana, Maverick, or Thermite is just like when you want the range breaching Habana. Like Habana can provide the range breaching, but it's a faster version of the range breaching, and then you still get like the top-down capability with the breaching charges. Ace is kind of usually sometimes like your secondary hard breach, so like usually like you have like a Thermite paired with it, but I think Ace is kind of better than Maverick, unless like you're playing a map like Oregon where like you're attacking basement and you want to get hatches open. Like I feel like Ace, that's the thing about Ace is like there's so many different ways you can play him, which is like how you take fights. If you're playing slow, if you're playing fast, there's just a lot of different types of like Ace players, you know, like there's aggressive ones, they're more of like the Ace players who play the hard support who are like droning and acing, or like you have the people who use aces as like distractions to push off of. So it really depends on like how you want to play.
We're back once again, ladies and gentlemen, just about 30 seconds or so away now, hopefully, from the recommencement of this game between DarkZero and M80. If any of you are just joining us or recently tuned in, M80 is right at the brink of qualifying for Gamers 8, as well as winning the North American bracket here this weekend at Gamers Without Borders. Just one more round separates them separates them from that goal. DarkZero, of course, needs to do a little bit more work to put themselves into that position. Like we talked about, it's been a long series here between these two teams, and especially when you consider the fact that one of these teams is DarkZero, very infamous for their very slow and drawn-out style of play. It's been taking the full amount of energy out of these players to make it to this point in the series, but we have finally come to it. So it's M80's, I believe, 1 or 2 chances they have here to close things down in regulation before DZ closes that gap and sends us to another overtime. Now, keep in mind, the 2 maps that M80 have won for themselves, they've won them quite convincingly, both of them, I believe, being 7-2, whereas DZ has needed the full breadth of those rounds to take it, but when things have gone close to or at overtime, that's when DZ has usually been able to summon enough strength to be able to win it. Not sure if it's going to be the same here. Like I said, M80 looks very strong as of the most recent round, but just to give some proper context, normally DZ has been able to turn these longer maps around into their own favor.
Yeah, honestly, I completely forgot about Skyscraper there for a split second. That feels like it was about 10 years ago. But fortunately,
just 6 out.
Fingers crossed. Hold on. We're in.
Good.
M80 with the opportunity of a lifetime here. Not only that, but opportunity of quite a bit of cash in their pocket. Not only that, but a charity's pocket here as well if they're able to claim victory. But also that sweet, sweet bid to Gamers 8 that everybody wants so badly across the globe right now. That's what M80 is looking to do. Punch their ticket. See if they can go earn a little dough in the desert.
Like we were saying before, 2 chances now for DarkZero to bring this one back. Or rather, 2 chances for M80 to close it out. Probably more appropriate to say that. DarkZero needs to win both of these rounds now just to trigger OT and keep their chances of qualification alive. Otherwise, it's M80. Their entire brigade heading over to KSA in just a few months' time, of course, for the Gamers 8 event. There will be massive prize pools on the line, rivaling that of even the 6 Invitational. Teams are definitely wanting to fight for their spot at it. We had some cool, like, bounty prizes last year, too. No idea if we're going to be bringing that back this year, but it was cool to see. If I remember correctly, I think Shaiko, or potentially one of the Falcons players, was the winner of one of those, as we had like a most kills in the tournament bounty. And I
think like 100 grand or something.
It was like
that,
100 grand or something like that, whoever picked that one up. So made the tournament quite interesting, because there's quite a few kill-hungry players because of that.
That's so strange. There's this new player coming out of the scene named Stoax. No relation.
Either way, we're going to see that Bravo drone work its way in. Knocks out 2 of the EDDs. You can see the limitations of the Bravo drones here, too. For instance, use like 2 out of 3 of the charges to be able to knock out an entire walls.
Oh, that could be an interesting one. Oh, he shot it off. Good man, NJR.
That one away. No immediate issues for the players over on DZ. And away from that, still a lot of utility loss, but hopefully nothing detrimental that's going to come back to bite them at a later point in this game. M80, though, really taking their time about things. Like I said before, they know they have an extra chance here, so they're probably going to play this execute really carefully so as not to make any chances of tripping up. That does, of course, bring away the potentiality for those individual players to kind of pop off at the unexpected play. So that could limit M80's potentials. They gain a lot of their rounds off of, like I said before, like I said a few maps ago, trusting their individual players to do their work on their own. See here, Smoit trying to take a little bit of a duel on the top down as we have the horizontal extension from DarkZero deployed over towards Throne Room. M80 only just now realizing it, or at least only just now starting to deal with it. That could create potential problems for them later on in this round if they aren't able to properly hold a flank watch for that or just clear it outright.
The scary thing is that DarkZero's got a lot of potential with these nitro cells still in their pocket. Breaching charges out. Gavini already with the tape ripped too. Canadian, he's still all the way over inside of Throne. So much for them to do. Oh, the cross beams really messing with Gomez's lineup. Not able to get rid of that just yet. Breaching charge will break up a little bit more of this floorboard. Can't find anything as of now. Going to readjust this with the nitro cell from Gavini. It's a double kill, double trouble for M80 now as they have to try and battle into sight with 20 seconds remaining. Down 2 members. 2 Frost Mats can't get it done, but Gavini sure can. All 3 kills going his way so far. Nice little pickup here from Canadian, and Pyjamas will be the one to be able to cap off this flawless round for DarkZero on their lab defense. What a round from Gavini.
Once again, what a series and what a bracket so far from Gavini as well. We already mentioned some amazing individual performances coming up from him, not just today, but yesterday versus Beast Coast as well. M80 now having to be a little bit more careful about things. DarkZero halfway there, 1 round 1, 1 more to go, and overtime will be triggered, and the chance for M80 to close this one down in regulation will then be lost. They can, of course, still rebound in OT, but so will DZ have that very same chance to do it themselves here. Let's see if it can be a clean victory from M80 or if they're going to have to work to the bitter end for it. A bit of a strange one there with the way they were approaching that attack as well. Just holding pretty much only their upstairs angles. Not really a solid plan, it seemed, to deal with the extension over towards Throne Room, trying to bully it out with top downs, but only giving away damage. I think at least 1 player from that choice. And then as well, with the double nitro, because of all that hesitation that had been built up from M80 just stacking their players together in the area surrounding the top of Yellow Stairs, well, it started a quick collapse of any potential execute they would have tried to make from that position.
10 seconds to go.
All right. In comes the last round of regulation. M80 have a chance to punch their ticket right here. Auntie up and about for Kino and what could be our last round, and Spoit back to the tried and true with the Ying. Really can't wait to see the compiled stats after this game of everybody too. Feel like everybody's really been hitting their stride. Nobody really slouching in any particular area. It's been neck and neck, back and forth in between these 2 teams. Iconic might have finally gotten a big series over on Canadian. Oh no, the one dating all the way back to the Charlotte Major of 2022. It was a key moment for Astralis' rise. DarkZero was able to win that out inside of that best of 5, going away to the last map as well. This time though, looking a heck of a lot different. As although in deep water, M80 very, very prepared for this long journey.
Spoit was a hero 2 rounds back, set up this 6th and penultimate round for M80. But can he potentially give it to them again? I mean, a similar site assault as well here. Just need to try and find a way to get past initiation. We'll see if they have that. Should have secondary impacts, or secondary EMP impacts. Indeed we do for Kino there, so they'll try to pop that one open. But the Electric Claw in. Oh, it's now a race. See which activates first. And I think the can opener is going to win it. Indeed it does. It's a very small breach though, so not one that M80 are going to be able to use immediately for themselves, but it does allow for Spoit to support a swing around the corner for Kino here. Second Electric Claw ends up going down on top of this, and actually Candela's beginning to flood in as well. NJR takes a chance on the peak and swing up with the spray, and it works. Downs out Spoit, downs out one of the best entries inside of this map right now for M80, and severely hurts their chance of winning it inside of this final round.
How do M80 respond? You have a couple of different areas to work around. Opportunity on the back end that Gomez will find. Another chance, but Pyjamas nips it in the bud. NJR will go down to Kino with the aggressive swing on the Monty. Iconic able to hold down the back end as well. Kino starts the plant process, continues holding things down. The Monty shield coming back up in due time. M80, Canadian, iconic. Oh, Panbazoo.
Time as well.
In the 1 versus 2, he can't get it done. M80 with the huge victory over DarkZero. They close out this best of 5 in regulation. It just takes all the time. 7-5, iconic, able to punch their ticket, as we'll see them later on down the line for Gamers 8.
As we finish out this series, just like our South American final earlier on today, it is a heater that nearly goes the full distance in regulation for 3 out of 5 of our maps. A little bit more one-sided for those other 2, but still, you need to play out a pretty hefty amount of rounds to get there. A massive congratulations is warranted to M80, of course, for ending up on top of the pile at the end of the day. Was really looking like they were kind of draining themselves in these final rounds as well, maybe sort of succumbing to the issues of playing for this long of a series, but they were able to bring it back and hold on strong here to still claim it in regulation. The same scoreline that DZ used to win their previous 2 maps in the series now comes back to haunt them as M80 ends up taking control of this series instead. Any final thoughts, Stokes, before we throw it back to our studio one final time?
No, sir. You know, I think it was a great series in between the 2, and honestly, from the get-go, I could see this kind of happening in between these 2 teams. They're very, very neck and neck in their ability, but I think that's it, John. I think that's it for the both of us as well. We're going to toss you guys down to the desk to see what they have to say about this amazing series.
M80 have done it. They are your champions of North America and will be advancing to Gamers 8 later this year. They're also going to be donating $300,000 to a charity of their choice, a battle to the bitter end to crown our North American champion. Jacob, I think everyone involved has got to be proud that these were 2 regional finals. They were epic.
I definitely think so. When you have a series go all the way down to the wire like both of the ones today have done, it's definitely a representation of who the best team from that region is. If you're about to go to an international LAN event that has a lot of other teams from all across the world competing, you want to send your best. And in a case like this, we already have OXG going forward from North America, but to have a contest like this is genuinely the true showing of who was supposed to be going to LAN in the first place. So congratulations to M80. I have no problem seeing Spoit and Iconic go to another LAN.
Yeah, Jesse. I mean, it's repeating history, right? M80 again proving they're the better team over DarkZero. They beat them in the NAL finals. They'll beat them here to go to Gamers 8. I'm sure they're very happy with that.
Yeah, I think that M80, you know, they started so strong out of the gates. We were all so, like, blown away by how incredible they were in that first map. And then, you know, DarkZero started to fight their way back. They found their feet. They found some rhythm. But then in that last map, it just seemed M80 forcing DarkZero into positions that they just didn't want to be in, and the situational areas were just massively in M80's favor towards the end. Jacob. Sorry, I didn't realize I hadn't spoken to one of you.
You are fine, bro. It's past 7 a.m. I'm surprised you're still standing. Here's the thing. I think Marco has a lot to be proud of with this team. When he got this squad together in particular and then made the couple of adjustments to it that needed to be made, I'm sure there were a lot of people that questioned whether dropping guys like Spirits was the right play. But having the opportunities to pick up Spoit and Iconic, it's showing that that kind of investment in players like this is 100% worth it. In games like this that go the distance, you need to be at tip-top decision-making for a really long stretch. If you have to play a marathon out like this, then you need to prove that you have the ability to forge on when you get tired, when fatigue starts setting in, when a random tech delay comes up in the middle, like literally on match point. You have to find a way to stay focused. These guys on M80 already showcased that they had a lot of those qualities in play, but now that you combine all of them together, they become one massive, like, Power Ranger force capable of stopping anything in their tracks. Fantastic play from them all around. I would not be able to have that much stamina in a best of 5. That's why these guys get paid the big bucks.
That is true. And speaking of M80, we are now joined by Spoit from M80. Congratulations, you get $300,000 to give to a charity of your choice, and you're going to Gamers 8 later this summer. You know, what was the reaction from you and your team when you finally managed to clutch up that final map?
I mean, I don't even know where to start, to be honest. Like, best of 5, you know, all the way to, you know, that could have gone any way, to be honest. Like, I'm just happy we didn't finish it in OT. And yeah, like, I don't know, I'm just speechless, you know. I'm just happy, you know, with the way we played today, and, you know, I'm excited for Gamers 8 because I didn't get to go there last time because we lost with Rogue back then. But yeah, we're just happy. I don't know what to say.
Well, I'm glad to hear that your spirits are high. You know, I wanted to bring you back a little bit to the major that you guys just played. Obviously, in Copenhagen, not the greatest results for you guys. You end up going 1-3 out in the 4th day of Swiss. At the same time, you're a brand new roster. So what was kind of the mentality of that major, the loss that you guys took, and then how have you turned that into practice coming into this tournament and then looking forward to Gamers 8?
I mean, like Marco said as well, our CEO, he said like this whole team is like a project for the longer time, you know. Things take time, you know. So basically with this team we had to, you know, manage to kind of put together 3 play styles, you know, Koi, Astralis, and, you know, M80 Exet. So, you know, it takes time, like I said, you know, but, you know, we're just improving day by day, and I hope we can pull off a good performance over at Gamers 8.
Exactly how much better is it for you to finally be in a position where you're in person with your teammates as opposed to playing on a LAN center half of a continent away? It's obviously much better, but talk to me about specifically what the biggest difference is for you and how much better it's been.
I mean, just having everyone in the same house and, you know, just being able to hang out every day, it's like a part of the whole experience. Now that I get to see all the faces, you know, we have food together, we hang out together with the activities. It just creates a better like team bond all together. So it's good.
Well, Spoit, before I let you go, is there anything that you would like to say to your community or to your fans who've been supporting you throughout this entire competition and from before and then on to Gamers 8?
I mean, I appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. You know, without you guys, we wouldn't be here in the first place. So I'm always blessed to be here. You know, we'll try our best. If bad things happen, you know, it happens. But yeah, we'll try our best. So.
Well, thank you so much for joining us in your post-series interview. Once again, everyone, I mean, put your hands together. I'm saying it like there's an audience there, but yeah, for M80, congratulations once more. Jesse and Jacob, it's been a marathon, hasn't it? How are you guys feeling? What, you know, have you enjoyed yourself for the past 4 days? You know, give me the scoop, Jacob. What was like your any favorite moments from that?
I mean, I've been enjoying myself. Yeah, no moment for me beats, I think, the way Clubhouse ended with the Kino 1v3 immediately transitioning into Spoit's clutch that then wins the map. Once we get the theme, it's back and forth enough that I'm like, hey, we're still seeing some really good siege on map 5, but the way that map ended was like probably the sign that this thing was going to end with M80 taking home the win. So congrats to the boys. They totally deserve it. Very, very good series from everybody involved, though. I don't want anything taken away from the way DarkZero played this one.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we really ended today with saving the best for last. You know, 2 best-of-5 grand finals, both of them going the distance, and to see DarkZero M80, 2 of the best teams in NA, have such a competitive game where they're going back and forth every single map, winning their opponents' map picks. I was ringing the bell. I was saying it was over after map number 1, and eventually M80 did get it done. It took a little bit longer than I expected, but nah, it's great to see them succeed here and qualify for the tournament. Always tough for DarkZero, you know, but they, just like M80, are still a growing team. You know, they've just made changes recently coming into this stage, and I think they're still trying to work through some things. So, you know, they'll be back. They played a great game today. It was a long, tough series for both squads, and M80 out on the top today, but we'll see DarkZero again, no doubt in my mind.
I guess we can just say the predictions don't work at Gamers Without Borders, or they just don't work in this virtual studio. Something's going on here. I'm going to have a word with production. Also, a top tier moment for me has to be Stokes' comment of top floor tomfoolery in round 5.
Good
Don't know
accent,
what that was, Stokes. I absolutely loved it, though. That is fine. We have a very special graphic for you before we leave. Look, we have all of our qualified teams for G8. We've got Cyclops, BDS, the reigning champs, Ninjas in Pyjamas, and M80 will all be going to Gamers 8 later in the year to battle for that lion's share of $2 million. Absolutely incredible. And also to everyone watching, we've managed to raise $2.5 million over the last 4 days for charity from just this Rainbow Six Siege competition alone. So with that being said, thank you to everyone who you know, took part at Gamers Without Borders here. Thank you so much to all my Rainbow Six Siege talent. You've all been incredible, casters and analysts, production. You're all troopers for making it through this entire time, especially today, finishing now at 7:46 in the morning. Thank you so much to all the players. You've been absolutely outstanding, and thank you to everyone at home for watching and supporting all of your favorite teams. Like I've already said, we've raised $2.5 million for charity in this competition, and four teams are going to Gamers 8 later in the year. My name is Banks, and I'll see you very soon.